dreaming places you've never been? What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I wanna take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I wanna take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? Tell me you're leaving. Tell me you're taking me. What I believe in. It's not the change in me. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I'm gonna take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom?
On mine. Chat, say if you can hear me. I'm gonna go to.
Type one. One.
Oh, I'm
one.
good.
Wait, he's good, but not me.
Who's good? We're both good? Okay.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the Winter Championship 2023 EU edition, starting here this morning with me and Duke on the pre-show.
Yeah, we got a pre-show, of course. If you haven't seen esports, maybe you saw PCX last year and you're like,
I did.
What's that cool stuff? I want to follow it for 2023. In the pre-shows where we like to talk about some known entities, some people to watch. Maybe you're like, I don't know a lot about this region. So we'll give you a couple of names that we think have potential to do really well. And maybe we'll throw in a wild card here and there.
So, as with this Winter Championship, just like virtually any other Winter Championship, I'm here to say it over and over and over, this one's weird. This one's different because it's the first tournament back. We've had like 3 months, it feels like 100 months of off season where some players have been grinding, some players haven't been grinding. Sometimes that's a good thing.
Going absolutely wild.
Proving ground where we find out who actually has the stuff to start this season off and who has a little bit of work to do.
I need you to stop talking. For me to talk. Yeah, I appreciate it. But of course, before we get into this Winter Championship goodness, we do want to remind y'all of all the good stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Of course, this is going to be our first time doing stuff like merch, where you can have Winter Championship specific merch. You can get it over at brawlhalla.com/wintermerch. And also, we've talked about the Royales over at brawlhalla.com/esports, but this is going to be our opportunity to start seeing who's going to get flown out to those Royales. So it's going to be a really interesting time. Again, I had this thought last night. with specifically like the esports and winter championship is a lot of people were fired up after BCX. BCX was one of those things, like a lot of people afterwards were like, yeah, that was like cathartic in a lot of ways, and it like really made us energized for the esports season. But then you come into it and you're like, wait a second, none of the people we thought who were gonna win BCX ended up being that champion. Instead, it was Impala who came home with the gold medal. But again, friendly reminder about that merch. If you want that hoodie, brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Get that hoodie, that purple hoodie. We've also got a blanket as well. I have a bunch of hoodies filling up my closet. I'll probably still get this one, but I'll definitely get that blanket because you know what? You can never be too cozy. But again, this is the Winter Championship. This is EU, and we want to remind y'all about that Winter Championship pack. It's got mammoth coins, it's got blasters, it's got an avatar. 2023, I think a couple of people have the entire collection from beginning to end. I might be one of them, but either way, make sure you pick up all that goodness.
Some of the things like the winter merch and the Winter Championship pack are time limited. It's important. I don't know the date on the Winter Championship pack, but the date for the winter merch is February 12th. That's 8 days away now. It was 9 yesterday, -1. That equals 8 days. Do not be caught without that merch. Don't wake up on February 13th and say, oh, I'll just log on and see if I can get it, because you can't. I'll tell you right now, you won't be able to. It's not going to happen. You're going to feel left out.
You know what will also make you feel left out? Not having something to give your partner for Valentine's Day. Pick it up before the 14th, of course. You want to make sure you get that goodness. And like you said, it ends on the 12th. But we're here for the pre-show. Want to talk about Europe a little bit?
Yeah, let's talk about Europe. That is, of course, going to be the first region that we see today. And then later, we will see South America with, of course, another little pre-show before that to look at that region. But like you said, we're focused on EU right now. The EU players coming into this one. Who are we going to start with, Duke?
Well, I don't know if we actually gave them an order, so they got to be ready for this one. And I don't remember who my third person was. I do actually. I do remember
right now,
because I was. This was kind of a weird pick for me. I was like, I don't really know who to put in this third spot. You know, there's a lot of really strong people in a region like EU, and I decided to go with someone who I think fell off towards the end of last year, kind of rightfully so.
You heard it right now. You fell off.
You did. You did fall off a little bit, but with the way that the meta has shifted, we're already seeing the Bodvars start to be back into that dominating position. We're seeing the Hattoris look really good as well. So I'm talking about Swata for this one.
So Swata going into this one, like you mentioned, at the end of last year, Godly ended up still teaming with Swata for the Autumn Championship. The reason that happened is because Swata was unable to make it to the actual World Championship itself in person. So that was like their last hurrah as homies together. I'm going to go out with my boy, doing it big in this tournament. And then Swata was unable to make it to the World Championship. So Swata's offseason has been quite a bit longer than a lot of other top EU players' offseason. So that means he's had time to watch Brawlhalla, to watch the World Championship, and maybe feel a little bit left out there. So maybe that little fire under him. And of course, with the meta changes currently going on, Remy was talking about it last night. You're mentioning it today. Bodvar's coming back. Remy was saying it's hammer season, and I'm inclined to agree.
I mean, you and I talk a lot about how Polymonta is kind of like our eyes on the EU, right? He's like that stats guy who's really out in the trenches.
I've never listened to Poly a day in my life, and I never will.
Well, I've talked about how Poly, he's kind of that guy who likes to be really knowledgeable about the region. Like, you and I, we rep NA all day, and he is kind of the guy repping EU.
100%.
And very early on last year, one of the things he said, he was like, Swata, he plays to learn. He's just constantly trying to grow as a player over like trying to win as a player, which to me is like, that's just John's. But oh, is my head in the way?
No, I can't see it.
Oh.
I couldn't see the 2%. Oh, that's rough.
Wait, that's no way he's got a 2% win rate.
That's not right.
That's 2021
that's
BCX
not right.
champion. Y'all did him dirty. Yeah. I might have said he fell off, but y'all are just out here lying.
Dang, he's the worst best player. Yeah. Somehow. He is the absolute worst best player out there. Disregard the 2% win rate. We know it's higher than that. But Swata coming through, he's had incredible placements in the past, previous world champion of the online world championships that we saw during the online period. And Swata brings a lot to the table. He brings a lot in ones. He brings a lot in twos. I am wondering if we're going to see the axe coming out today. We haven't seen a lot of strong axe play so far, and beyond the Bodvar, the axe play is kind of one of the things that I'm looking at when I think about Swata. He may not even need it, and in fact, if axe continues the way it was yesterday in Southeast Asia and in Australia, I would say just stick with the Bodvar.
Yeah, I think it's very likely going to be all about that Bodvar. Swata, I mean, he has that opportunity now to go back to the classic, the thing that really solidified him as a household name in the European region. Of course, Axe is just a great weapon in EU. If any region is going to play Axe, it's going to be the European region. But there you see an 82%. We truncated the top part of that one. $0 in earnings. Again, y'all just doing them dirty.
Dude, this is the Swata disrespect hour. They did get his flag right, though. I believe that.
Nice.
He is hailing from France, of course, in EU. But that's all I've got on Swata.
Okay.
He's one of your guys for this one.
yeah.
I'm saying he still fell off.
Well,
That's just
we'll
that's
find
a
out. But it's your turn. Name a guy.
Name a guy. That's a good question. So I'm looking at Ted.
Oh, okay.
Now, this is someone Polymonto has been talking about for a long time.
I thought you said you don't listen to him.
Well, I also don't, because there's a lot of other people that Polymonto is regularly talking about that don't actually hit that spot and get in the top 3. I myself am used to that happening. But Ted is one of those people that a lot of important heads in the Brawlhalla community are talking about. I mean, even Experience tweeted the other day that he's excited to see how well Ted does in this tournament. I am as well. I think last year was the preview, and this year could be the actual focus that we see from Ted, given that he is from Portugal, that is close to Spain, so there's a chance we could see him at DreamHack Valencia. That means LAN participation from Ted, which almost always makes a player better. No one starts going to LAN and does worse or the same. They may place a little bit worse, at least in the beginning times, or when it's like a super stacked LAN, like of course the World Championship. But LAN experience is so valuable for virtually every range of player on the spectrum. I think that's going to go double for Ted. I think he has the chance to do some big stuff today. Now, I don't know what is going on online with the data storage of Ted, because he's on the ranked leaderboard. He is number 2 on the leaderboard behind Godly, but he does have the highest peak on that leaderboard. He has a solid win record as well. But if I look him up on Brawlhalla, he's mysteriously not there. If I look him up in the stat tool, he's mysteriously not there. And I'm willing to believe now that Ted is actually not a real person, and I'm being pranked in some way.
It's all a collective brain trust from the European region to just be like, let's make Sparky think of a fake person and come up onto the pre-show and just absolutely lie to everyone. But no, Ted, we've seen Ted before. He's kind of been this person who's on the periphery. So this kind of you getting really early in on that Ted wave, because he's one of those people who he hasn't really had those podium placements. He's done pretty well in the 2v2 space. I've had my eye on him just because he's played Taros, and if you play Taros, I'm gonna be all right, I'm rooting for you. We'll see what happens. But he's one of those people who's just still on the come up in the same way we used to talk about Swata last year. He's this kind of unknown entity that maybe will do well, maybe won't. But it seems like in that off season, from what you're talking about, that Ted's been doing pretty well.
I mentioned some of my predictions. This is going to be a little bit of a spoiler. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised about this. But Ted may find his way into my predictions. And when I mentioned my predictions to Polymonto earlier, he said, sadly, you're probably right. He, of course, had different predictions that I'm sure he's put on Twitter and everybody should go look at. So that's kind of the story of Ted, is there's a lot of mystery there, but there's also a good amount of knowledge that we do know about Ted, and I'm so excited for this season to learn more about Ted as a player and as a person, see how he fits into EU, see how he fits into the meta, see how he fits into the rest of the world and Brawlhalla competition as a whole.
Okay, well, we've talked about a couple of these people who are maybe periphery players or people who haven't been or who have been a little bit hit and miss, but there's kind of been 2 big names at the top of the European region, and it's one of those things where 9 times out of 10, people who are doing predictions are gonna put these 2 in there. Let's talk about right now Acno, the previous top player in the European region. He did win the most recent European-only 1v1 event. He won the Autumn Championship, but still, it's Acno. Most people know Acno at this point.
And he also had one of the most memorable moments, I mean, I guess of all time at this point. There are a lot of memorable moments that we've had. I don't think you could easily pick a top 10, but of major memorable moments in 2v2 the gravity cancel neutral sig. Everybody remembers that. I'm going to remember that for the rest of my life. So Acno has those clutch plays. He has them when the pressure is mounting at its absolute highest. He is that player that can take home the gold on any day. I may not pick him for number 1 today, maybe next tournament, maybe the tournament after that, but there's always that potential that Acno is not just going to top 3, but take home the tournament. I think he also probably didn't place as well at BCX as he wanted to, so that's going to light a fire under you. That's going to put a chip on your shoulder, making you want to come out and play this tournament and win this tournament. But he has not been grinding ranked. He has very few ranked games played. If I'm looking at the data here for Acno, he is PR number 2. He is number 53 on the EU ladder. He has played 34 games that ended in a win, 17 games that ended in a loss, which is not a great ratio when you're looking at the caliber of player. If you're looking at Godly, we're looking at 119 and 15.
Yeah. In terms of ranked plays, not that much, but in terms of earnings, he is one of the earningest people in the European region, 126,000 in the pocket. So many gold medals, and yet no world championships in Acno's pocket. Oh, it's in 1v1s. But Acno, definitely a big force, someone to know for the European region at the very least. But it's just one of those things where, like, he can do so incredibly well, and then suddenly things just don't work out if he has too much momentum.
Acno is one of the best players that EU has really ever offered the rest of the world. We saw it with the long streak that him and Blaze had in 2v2. We continue to see it with the gameplay that he brings us in 2v2. We see it in ones, even though it's regularly the Godly show. Godly gets most of the praise from that region now, especially when you stack Godly up against other North American players, really aside from Apollo. Compare that to putting Acno up against all of the other North American players. Acno is kind of in the shadows, lurking now, even though he's like a regular second place finisher, but he's not Godly. So again, that's another chip on the shoulder where he wants to prove that he's the top guy in EU.
Yeah, he's definitely proven that he is a major force in the 2v2s, and we'll of course talk about that next week. But in 1v1s, he's been kind of relegated to that silver spot by, let's talk about it, Godly, the most dominant force in the European region, the guy who has been absolutely beating everyone. He basically win streaked 2022 until the Autumn Championship, where Acno was able to get that gold medal. And then we go into the World Championship, BCX, in Atlanta. We get to see them play offline. He finally is able to show up against Luna, a long faded match, ends up winning it, goes into the grand finals, but he doesn't go home with the golden medal. Instead, it was Impala. So I still think Godly has this kind of fire. He still has more to climb.
He has chips on the shoulder as well, just like Acno does. Any player out there, and I can't fully understand this because I've never been in that exact situation. I would sit there and be like, oh, you went home with a silver medal at the World Championship? I would be so happy if that happened to me. But any player who has the potential to make it to second place is almost always going to be disappointed that they didn't get first, because they had it. They had the taste of victory there. If we're looking at specifically the World Championship, you're talking about that set against against Luna in the elimination finals. That was a game 5. Got out of that, then all of a sudden just went back to getting wiped by Impala, back to a 3-1 against Impala.
Yeah, I think there was a tweet floating around where it was like the 3 most painful placements that you can get in tournament is silver medal, going 0-2 once you get into top 8, and then there was one other thing. But like silver medal is up there in one of the like most just frustrating, like you're so close, but you just don't quite cross that finish line. Godly, when it comes to just raw EU placements, he's been doing amazing. You're seeing 94,000 earned, 91% average win rate. That is absurd. He is dominant.
Now keep in mind, all of these earnings and placements and gold medals, like aside from the earnings, you're looking at that and you're like, okay, he's top 8'd 7 times. Like, I guess that's pretty good. But I'm used to looking at like Boomy and Sandstorm, who have top 8'd a gorillion times between the two of them. But this is only really from the 2022 season, because that's when Godly's Brawlhalla career really started off on the track that we know him for now. So like, he has 94,000 earned in basically 1 year. That is all but unheard of. Now, some of that is due to the larger prize pools in general that we have now, but also you look at the win rate, that's because he's just dub after dub after dub.
Yeah, he came into 2022, immediately won the Winter Championship, continued to win, and then got his 2 silvers at the very end. Autumn Championship, that European curse continues, and then at the World Championship behind Impala, but still, he is the big player in the European region for sure.
So there is one interesting update that Polymonto just sent me, representative of EU, and I do always appreciate this. Polymonto, I swear Polymonto loves to talk Brawlhalla more than like anybody else that I've ever met, and I do love him for that. He's Swedish, and so that's a knock, but the rest of it is, there's a lot of pluses in the plus column. But Blaze took out Godly 3-1.
Wow.
And Blaze, although you know him very much as a player, it's not used to seeing him as a ones player. He can be like a top 16 or a top 8, on rare occasion maybe a top 6 1v1 player, but him taking out Godly 3-1 is interesting, and apparently on Fridazol's stream, Godly said something along the lines of, I haven't played since BCX, which I don't know, is that a lie? Like, when did the new season start? That has been since BCX.
Yeah, that has to be a lie.
And he has 130 ranked games. So he's, again, another person going on the internet and lying. Incredible.
Insane.
Incredible.
I thought that was illegal.
Hey, it should be.
It should, yeah,
It should be.
It should be.
Put me in charge, day one. No lying on the internet, unless it's me.
But I think there's at least one more name that we have to at least mention. I don't know if we necessarily need to go too deep, but this name that like we've spent years talking about, but you and I have kind of not talked about in terms of our predictions for this at least, is Simple. Simple is one of those players who, like, again, just a big force in the European region. He used to be the one competing against Acno in the top 2, but hasn't done that great.
Yeah,
has not been doing that great.
That's definitely an understatement for sure, but Bodvar is getting back into the meta. I am wondering, though, Simple is a player who is prone to tilt. I think of all the like major top players in the region. Now, I don't know them that personally, so I could be telling tales outside of school, but Simple seems to be one of those players that is prone to tilt, noticeably more than some of the other like actual core top players in the region. And you catch him on a bad day and you take him to the side of the screen with Battle Boots side airs, that could be the mental boom that sends him spiraling into the elimination bracket and then out of the tournament. That's always a big question mark for me as a Simple fan.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about this a little bit last year, is like his placements go like this. He'll have some where he's like top 3, and then he'll go 16th, and then he'll go top 3 again, and then he'll be like 25th, and then it's top 3, and then 8th. And it's just like, it's really hard to be a Simple fan when he's not that consistent when he used to be. He used to be like this rock in the region where it was so consistent, and his playstyle can be really consistent, but the placements are not always there.
It was always like that tug of war, which usually Acno ended up winning, so I don't really know how much of a tug of war that is. It was really just like Acno was the big brother in first place, and then Simple was the little bro in second place, always wanting to get to that gold medal spot, that podium finish. I mean, there you see 85,197 in earnings. That's where, compare these to what we saw from Godly. You're seeing 31 top 8s, 42 top 32s. That is huge. Those are big numbers. 2 gold medals. Even his average win rate, even though he's not coming out constant top 3 like we used to see, he still has a 75% average win rate for 2022. That means he's making it deep into the tournament. Maybe not top 3 every time, but he's still making it deep into tournament, still showing that he's a threat in the region. Okay,
well, production hasn't told us yet, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it's probably predictions time.
Okay.
It's probably predictions time. And I'm gonna go ahead and take the predictions because if I don't do it now, I'm gonna forget.
Okay.
Because that's how my brain works. In third place, I already forgot. It's right there. Hold on.
It's there.
Yeah. Okay. I wrote these like at 2 a.m. Swata.
He's lying. It was 12:25. There's a timestamp on Discord.
Time zones.
I'm being a bad friend
Time
by
zones,
doing that
yeah.
and a bad co-commentator, but I had to do
You're supposed to yes and me.
Well, the theme today was people are lying,
Yeah.
so I had to point out the lie.
Exaggerating the truth isn't a lie. Swata is not a lie either. Third place. In second place, I'm putting Acno. I don't think any surprise to see Acno because, I mean, Godly. He's the #1 in the region for a reason, and I got to keep him still at that top spot. Although I will say, with the way that things have been progressing towards the tail end of 2022, with Godly getting second at Autumns and second at BCX, there might be more of that with Acno taking it out. But the real big thing is, like, Acno's Kaya that worked so well against Godly and Autumn's, I don't think it'll work as well here in the Winter Championship.
I would tend to agree with that statement as well. And like you said earlier, picking the top 3 for EU is usually like you're really just picking your third place because most people are going to pick Godly, most people are going to pick Acno, usually in that order from first to second with third place. But I'm going to be bringing in someone who may be a lie. I still don't know whether or not this is a real person or a fake person. It might be a psyop from the CIA. I don't know. But in third place, I'm putting my money on Ted. I think he's going to have another surprising performance like he has in the past. I think the Winter Championship is the perfect time to do that. I'm hoping that people wanting to see Ted now gives him that confidence, gives him that motivation to continue that grind. We've already seen it in the ranked ladder. I'm hoping that transfers over into the tournament today. In second place, I'm going to match you here. It's Acno. Nothing more really needs to be said there. It's everything that you said. First place, Godly. Again, everything that you said.
Well, those are our predictions as we wait for them to show up on the screen. You can see my at. Wait.
Uh-oh.
But they got your at wrong.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry about it. You can find it on Twitter as well. We'll be posting our predictions on social medias, and you can post yours as well. Let us know what you think. Hashtag BH Esports. And of course, you can also do it if you're on Twitch in Odin's Journal. Maybe get some points with that and get on the leaderboard. I don't think I'm very high on the leaderboard, I'm not gonna lie, but you can show up and prove us wrong with a scoreboard in that Odin's Journal.
That is going to be the Twitch extension. It's kind of on the left side. If you're looking at your computer, it's kind of on the left side. Like there's a thing on the right that's viewership rewards. Then the one on the left is Odin's Journal, unless I'm just wrong.
I don't know.
I think I'm wrong.
I'm not lying. I'll like click on the right, and then there's like I get like 2 squares, and then I click the second square.
Okay, I could just be. It's somewhere on the screen. You're smart. You made it here. You can probably figure it out. I have faith in you, the viewer at home, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube. I don't know the rest of the platforms that we're on. Maybe Kick.com. I'm not sure. I don't know where we are. We're in a lot of different places. So wherever you're coming to, hopefully you can watch this tournament, enjoy this tournament. Let's see what the people, you at home, are saying about the tournament and who is going to be coming in first. It's looking like Grinch.
Y'all just copy me?
First place Godly, second place Acno, third place Swata. They're supposed to change it up, so it doesn't look like they copied, but they really just
Y'all just copied my homework? Y'all didn't even like change anything. Y'all just one for one that one.
Hold on,
I think that's plagiarism.
Swata
right
is, what seed is Swata? I might have to control F. He's got to be down here, brother.
We gave y'all the advantage of letting y'all know that Godly's already in the elimination side of the bracket. Y'all
look, every now and then a player will get a pass. Godly's one of those players that like goes down into elimination bracket. That gets a pass. That's not going to be the end of the day for him, hopefully. Just like Acno not playing a lot of ranked games, he's going to get the pass there because it's Acno. You gotta let him have that one.
Well, either way, we want y'all to pick up that goodness. Again, I'm going to remind y'all about tweeting at us, hashtag BH Esports. Go to brawlhalla.com/wintermerch. Go to brawlhalla.com/merch. There's so much goodness out there. You just got to go find it, as well as the Winter Championship pack. But that's going to do it for our pre-show here for the Winter Championship European Edition. We've still got plenty of action, so why don't we take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you that Winter Championship. Stick around.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Welcome to the Winter Championship 2023. We're starting off with EU this morning, bright and early. It's going to be a good one today, Taz. I'm excited for EU, probably more excited than I've been for EU in a minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good reasons to be excited for EU in a long time. I mean, the one thing that came up when you guys are talking about, I love this. This is my favorite part about pre-show. Talking about players that you have in your top 3 that go down and winners round 1, but in a very fascinating way for me, because out of all players that I expect to be upsetting Godly, Blaze 3-1. Like, Blaze is like the one player I'm like, you're only a 2s player.
Yep.
So I want to know what's happening in singles here. We're just off the back of the 2023 balance patch where a lot of things have been turned on their head. I mean, I'm wondering how many players are still playing Kaya after what happened to Spear, Bow, plus the Legend, and so on. But we're going to be getting right into that and starting with a player that you were talking about in the pre-show with Ted.
Yeah, my third place player coming in here. It's Ted versus Deffy. We haven't seen Ted actually pick a legend yet. You can see the schedule right behind us. We got Ted versus Deffy that we're about to see. Then we got the Ninja 729 versus SGrape. And then, of course, we have some TBDs after that. One of them will be... That can't be true, because he's up there, and so we don't know the outcome unless that's another Ted. That we could just have multiple Teds.
I think the winner of Ted versus Deffy is going up against Blaze,
okay,
which would have been Godly.
Okay.
So Ted's actually got a pretty good shot
yeah,
going into this. Yeah,
I mean, Godly going down early, that's actually could be a straight shot for Ted all the way through. But before that, before we actually get into the game, everyone needs to head over to, in a new tab or a new window, brawlhalla.com/winter merch. This is limited time merch, ladies and gentlemen, for the Winter Championship. Make sure to grab it before it is gone, possibly forever. I don't know, but it might be, so get it now before it's gone on February 12th.
And there's an amazing exclusive Brawlhalla hoodie there. All Brawlhalla hoodies have always been amazing. But that blanket is the first of its kind. Get it now before you miss out. As you said, what was it? 9 minus 1, 8 days. Tomorrow, subtract another one until eventually.
Very soon it's going to be 7 days, which is that's a shockingly short amount of time. Don't wait because they might sell out. We don't know.
You could put 7 into a single unit of measurement of time, which is a week.
Which is a week.
A week, right?
It's
that's
a
how
week.
Crazy 7 is. So. Get ahead, right? Get over a week ahead of getting your Brawlhalla exclusive merch. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. Check it out. That blanket's awesome.
Now, if you want to know what is going on in the tournament while it is happening, if you're on Twitch, !bracket. That will give you a link to the bracket that is currently running right now. You can follow which players you want to see, which players are going to be on which stream, whether it's on this one or twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. There's a lot going on there for you to look at if you want to follow along at home. But it looks like we're going to be moving into these games now. Ted coming in with a Surrey. There are a lot of people talking about how this is going to be the Qatar Championship.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is one of my favorite parts about just getting into a new year of Brawlhalla esports in general, is to talk about what the weapon's going to be that we're going to be seeing in every single region and what's going to be winning in those regions. There's a lot of players chatting about how tough it is to fight against Qatars, right? So that makes you think that that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of going into the season, but because we haven't had a lot of players reporting their legends on Star.gg.
Yeah.
Please report your legends.
Please.
We're going to find out what everybody's playing because I'm curious to see how many players are going into the whole mindset of battle boots are the new norm for competitive Brawlhalla. But here we are with Deffy against Ted. Now, we talked a lot about Ted on the pre-show, but Deffy, interestingly, I don't even think in the top 1,000 of PR. I think it was he's a very new player when it comes to getting ranked in competitive Brawlhalla in general.
He is PR 1,585.
Wow.
And he's found his way to this point, fighting a player who several people, not just me, are saying that Ted could top 3. So this is huge for Deffy. The fact that they've made it a minute into this game, you saw Deffy take an early lead when he was stringing Ted over on the left side of the stage.
Yeah.
Didn't have enough damage on him to find the KO on the side air ender on the spear, but he ended up getting Ted pretty much into the red here. Ted's going to open this one up, add some more damage. I'm a little bit surprised that didn't KO, Tazza.
Yeah, side air from Deffy here. Let's see if Deffy can get the edge guard. He can. Okay, nicely done. Yeah, that first stock was a bit of a surprise to me from Ted because he uses that really unique hitbox of Qatar Sarah where you get like diagonal spike and they're like, oh no, that's you're not going to be coming back from that a lot. But now we've got sword versus sword, where Deffy's actually been able to even things up. Ground pound, double ground pound. Ted can go for an edge guard here, and both so far for both players, they have been getting their knockout confirms by having them just fall off the bottom of the stage from a good edge guard rather than just having enough knockback just to get the stock on its own.
Oh, that's big.
And this might be another case of that, right? Because Ted's going to come back sweating. Dodge comes through. Haymakers him into the side of the wall, and Ted just barely can't touch. That's 2 stocks now that Ted just scrapes against the side of Apocalypse before falling down to his last stock.
We've started to see, after yesterday and then now seeing that GC side signature to bounce off the wall, we've seen several players now really going for that bounce off the wall option rather than just like the GC side light towards the blast zone like we saw in the past. Like we saw Sandstorm really start doing a lot. Phazon was just doing that a lot as well. But that has seemingly, at least so far in the Winter Championship, has disappeared. He did it again, and then Deffy is just going to fall. Nobody is being forcibly sent into the left blast zone or the right blast zone or the top. It's everybody falling off the bottom.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup between both these players, actually, because the way that they're getting their knockouts, the strategy is the same. They're utilizing what you're talking about. Because like in Brawlhalla, if you hit somebody against the stage, unless they're actionable, unless they can actually move their character, you're not getting your resources back outside of like the one jump that you get from getting hit. And that the eternal dodge timer that's always taken away after your dodge is gone. And Ted and Deffy are both kind of like, okay, if I know that they have to touch the stage or they're going to touch the stage, I might as well hit them on their way and then continue the edge guard there, or sometimes just get the stock outright. So Ted versus Deffy now in this game number 1. We might see an edge guard scenario where it's the exact same thing. Ted gets those Sares, Deffy sweats back to the stage, and Ted with a little bit of a late ground pound allows Deffy to get back, touches the stage, and now it's a very close match between these two players here in game number 1. Sideline, the downlane doesn't hit, and Deffy gets the wake up Sare. Sparky, this first game 1's looking really close.
Neutral light coming out from Ted. You see him looking for the KO moves, going to toss that weapon away. It's now back to sword versus sword. I would be willing to bet off of at least what we've seen so far that Deffy is the better sword player so far between these two. Has the spear in hand, goes for the ground pound, takes game 1. This is already huge because we're also getting our daily login bonus, 100 gold!
100 gold, that dash, jump, ground pound, catch in Ted off guard for Deffy to take game number 1. I know that Ted beat Sarme to get here, but I need you to check who Deffy beat to get here.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
slow motion.
That's so silly.
What a game.
That's so silly.
And I think I know that yesterday was technically the first official Brawlhalla Esports broadcast, but for me that was the first time witnessing the really, really close game announcer fanfare there at the very end. Because if it's like if the game knows it's so close that it's like last hit both players, you're gonna get that unique fanfare there with the game with a tons of exclamation points. So we're back here. Nice punish on that down signature coming out from Ted. As you take a look at who Deffy took down to get
Deffy took down, let's see, LTN Pierre Cha, Dan Corona to get into top 32.
Okay, so
and then now he finds himself
against... And now, so Ted's going to be the first person that's really in his path here. So that's very interesting. So Ted coming in with that recovery, gets hit by the Nair. This is a really great start for Deffy. And last time Ted was able to take the lead barely with a really nice guitar Sare. But if Deffy's not going to let that happen, this could just be a runaway 3-0 for Deffy at this rate, because they're going back to Apocalypse, and it looks like Deffy showed up all the weaknesses that he showed in game 1.
I think the pacing here is just really favoring Deffy, because if you're a Qatar player, you're not really just looking for those 1-hit, 2-hits. I mean, statistically, the damage that you're going to do in a 1-hit, 2-hit option isn't going to be a lot for Qatars by design. They're quick. You need to be finding those strings. You need to be getting those dodge reads, baiting out those dodges, finding the chase after that to get those strings going. And Ted hasn't really been able to do that very well against Deffy. Even the edge guards, you know, it's a hit here and there when his opponent is in high damage, so he finds the Sare for the KO. But nothing crazy so far from Ted's Qatars.
Yeah, Deffy opting to go for this hit-and-run sidelight style with the sword, which did get touched a little bit. Like, overall, I would say that, like, you're hitting 6 to 9 less damage than you were last year with sword sidelight like that. But he's still really effectively chipping away at Ted's armor because he's got such a huge stock lead. Ted finally gets a neutral win here that could lead to an edge guard, and I think that Sare will do it. Nice job babysitting the edge there. Evens the stocks 2 to 2. And this is where the guitars could really shine, Sparky. If he's able to get a dodge out of Deffy here, you could get quite a lot of damage off of side light, D-light, down air, just chaining that with guitars until eventually you have your opponent off stage into an edge guard. But Deffy's not even letting that opportunity arise.
I'm feeling very little pressure from Ted's guitars.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say the same thing with Sword. Because when they were going sword v sword, I mean, Deffy was really coming out on top with that. We haven't seen too much spear play from him other than like the ender of last game. But I feel like whatever weapon Deffy has in his hands, he kind of has the upper hand by far here against Ted. The pacing is definitely very slow between these two players. You see Deffy still has 2 stocks to his name. We're over 2.5 minutes into this game.
Well, Deffy's doing a fantastic job with the position that he's in this game that he wasn't in last game, which is that he has such a huge lead now. That he can really take advantage of the fact that Ted has to go in and break the pressure that he's applying by holding that center stage. Weapon throw into pickup. Silent again. Deffy just really chipping away the damage from Ted here. And Ted just can't solve the equation that is Deffy's defense here on Apocalypse. Dodges through that side air. This could be where Ted brings it back here. His edge guards against Deffy have been fantastic. He catches those landings quite a bit. Wall slip is about to activate there, and Deffy does make it back to the stage. Falling stairs from Ted aren't connecting, but weapon throw could lead into something.
I don't think we're going to see that much. Just a jump side air. Deffy went wide that time because he was worried about the corner guard that Ted was doing on the left side. Those D-lights, those neutral lights coming out. You saw him on the left side to get back on the stage. He had to go wide. He had to go deep into the push-off column very high until he could actually land on the stage. Just going over the corner, Ted's going to punish him every time there. That's what you saw him do on the right side as well, but Ted was ready for it. Dash jump side air for the KO.
Yeah, Ted's, Deffy tried to go for the same finisher that we saw in game number 1. Ted ready for it this time, but Deffy with the double stare. That's it, and Ted knows it, jumps off to the blast zone, and that is going to be Deffy with a solid game number 2. We can take a look at the damage distribution there towards the end of that game.
That's an old graph. Who is that? That's Acno and Blaze versus, I can't tell, it's too squish. That's a 2v2 graph up
We
there.
got game 3 coming back up, and Ted and Deffy are going to be headed with the same matchup going back to Apocalypse once again, which is a bit of a surprise to me because it really felt like Deffy got his footing going into that game number 2, where like unless Ted had finally gotten enough damage to where he could put Deffy off stage, Deffy was in complete control. So let's see what Ted's got for us going into game number 3. Otherwise, this could be a 3-0 for Deffy as we get probably the most unexpected matchup coming up after that in winner's quarters, which is Blaze versus Deffy.
That would be, I think very, very few people out there would predict that. I don't even know if Deffy himself would have predicted that possibility, even his side included. But we do see a change coming out from Ted after last game. Of course, same character, same skin, same setup, all that stays the same. But where before he was doing more of his damage on guitars, like the large majority of the damage on guitars, last game he did 349 on sword, 15 unarmed, and 10 on guitars. So he made the complete swap over to focusing. It was probably like a side light.
Yeah, I was like, that had to have been like a string into nothing. While I was looking at you incredulously about those numbers, Ted does take the lead from Deffy in the best way that he's done so far in the sets. Deffy fighting back with the sword now with the silence, but already with that guitar snare coming through, tacking on more damage than he did in the last game, and he might just be realizing with that adaptation, right, it's just kind of like, okay, my gameplay suffered because I stayed so much on the sword, and he's going to be mixing that up here on the Asuri. Although, man, what a great chase down from Deffy. Look
there
at
we
that. Go. Dash jump side air forces Ted to use the dodge early, sees the dodge is gone, and he knows that a gravity cancel side light's going to do it. We were talking about nice ways to edge guard unarmed or in general. One of them's hitting them in the side of the stage, but also it's just kind of like you don't need a move to knock out on its own. You could just be like, okay, all the resources are gone. I'll just take you down with a quick kick, and that's going to be it. Deffy evens things up right away.
Starting to bring this one back. Still is a little bit behind. That could be a big opener. I'm very surprised that Deffy went for another ground pound rather than just sitting there and waiting for a dare option, for the possibility of a weapon toss down there to interrupt the recovery or anything like that. So a little bit of a misplay, but Deffy is going to take it in stride, keep it going, wrestle the lead back from Ted.
I'll tell you what I like about Deffy's play, even though it ended up being a misplay there on the right side, is that Deffy was applying the pressure so quickly. He's playing so fast. And he didn't stop playing fast after that missed, right? Like, Ted came back to the stage. He was kind of like, I don't care. I'm going to be throwing out a move as fast as I possibly can, constantly forcing you to use these defensive options until you've got nothing left. And he got the stock with it the second time around when he got the dare punish on the wake-up recovery from Ted. And now that we've got ourselves an even game, Deffy has come back from a stock deficit with how much pressure he was applying on that second stock.
Now we are absolutely even between these two. Gonna pick up a nice little two-piece and grabs the sword.
Ooh.
Neutral air, a little bit of juggle action coming out. Also picks up the D-Light side air to punish. Oh, Ted is going to whiff the punish on like one of the most, I feel like the longest time that you've ever had to learn how to punish a signature. Is Deffy gonna make it through? Okay, Deffy gets back over up to the wall. Not being able to punish a Hattori neutral signature when you're completely like out of danger, that's rough for Ted.
I cannot believe both players are taking the risks that they're taking with these ground pounds. It just one after another jumps out of the way. Deffy, you've got 3 exclamation points.
Dude.
Can you make it back? He can't even make it back. That is an amazing punish on the wall slip there, right? You get those 3 exclamation points. One Sair, you're in beads. You can't make it back. He drifts right off to the right of the side of the stage. An amazing job from Ted there in that game number 3, because there's a lot to punishing your opponent for getting into that wall slip, and part of that is don't let them hit you at all. That's the condition where it's kind of like if they hit you, it gets back to the point where it's like, okay, we're engaging off stage. If you can get into a point where they don't feel safe coming back to the stage, but they can't get any hits onto you as well, they're just going to end up losing strength and falling right off. And that's what happens to Deffy there in game number 3. And we're finally going over to a different terrain for game number 4 as we go over to Brawlhalla, where a neutral sig like that went unpunished last game does connect. We might be seeing some stocks flying in orange.
Or if Ted gets the punish, we could see really in that moment, that one singular moment could be going either way now because we are on this smaller map. Deffy's going to start this one off with the spear, going to get punished after that whiff sidelight. Throws that weapon toss down to sort of cover his approach for landing. Down airs onto the stage, now picks up the weapon. He wasn't too hasty on it.
We've got sword versus sword again.
And dude, he's got to stop doing that.
So Deffy's actually gotten punished for that a few times already, but it was Apocalypse, so you didn't have enough knockback for it to matter. Brawlhalla's blast zone's just too close. We talk about it every single time. I know you're tired of hearing about it, but that's just the truth. We get to see that over and over again because Ted, with that sword ground pound, and Ted's been good about that too. He's noticed that Deffy is really jumping the gun on launching the sword ground pound and those edge guards, and now he's getting those return ground pounds like so, right? He's seeing Deffy go for these ground pounds, and he's just hitting him for it.
Yep.
Can you make the dodge back? He can't, so that's going to be the stock. Good edge guard from Deffy there, but still a bit of damage coming through from just letting those spear ground pounds fly for so long.
I was going to say that maybe he can still get away with the spear ground pound, but as I said that, we saw Ted punish it exactly from below. Doesn't have a lot of coverage, right in the center of it. That's how you punish it, and he did that exactly with the unarmed recovery. We're seeing equal damage coming out from both of these players. We're about a minute and a half into this game. It's sword v sword. Deffy's been really focusing on the sword. It seems like Ted has also made that shift, though there is still some decent Katark damage coming out, about 100 on Katars to 262 for sword.
Yeah, but sword definitely seems to be the primary focus, at least in this matchup. That neutral light sends Deffy off stage. Sweats, hits the Sair on the way back down. Babysit opportunity. Here goes the ground pound, and Ted does fall victim to that move this time around. Deffy with a much more well-placed ground pound covers the entire side of the stage from above. Ted goes down off the bottom of the map and is now one stock away from potentially being sent to the elimination bracket, but they've been keeping it close this entire set. I could not imagine it being any different this time around.
He's still doing it. Bro, Ted is in white right now. You are very much in the red. Still going for that is crazy.
Yeah, Deffy just is okay, you're off stage. I'm not even going to give you a chance to think. And that just might be how he plays comfortably, honestly. He's caught Ted off guard with it more than he has been punished for it. So I'm willing to just keep going with that until I really see that it's just detrimental here. Let's see, Ted gets the ground pound dare. Edge guard opportunity here. Deffy, nice job, gets the line of sight for the spear recovery to come through. It hits, doesn't get the pickup on the weapon throw down, but the sword gets picked up, and that's the punish that we were looking from game number 3. Going into game 4, Ted edge guard opportunity here. Deffy's going to have that wall slip activating pretty soon. He's got to be careful. All 3, we saw him sweating on the way back down. He's got to be really careful about letting that go. And that D-Light recovery means that Ted brings it to a game 5 on the verge of a reverse 3-0 as Deffy was just hits away from being able to knock Ted down in the elimination bracket. Now Ted seems to have really figured out the playstyle that Deffy's been going for.
I don't really know what was happening with Ted that first game and that second game for him to go down 0-2. Like Deffy's playing solid, but my eyes don't see anything that strange, that out of the ordinary coming out from Deffy. Other than just like solid Hattori play, we are seeing some mistakes with committing really hard with those very hard telegraphed ground pounds. But I mean, like you mentioned earlier, the win rate on that, the success rate on that, I'm still leaning in the favor of him continuing to do those ground pounds. We saw him pick up yet another one after he got punished for like 3 or 4 in a row. He was still able to pick up yet another one.
Yeah. We'll have to see how this game plays out, because something that I was beginning to notice in game 2, even though Ted ended up dropping that game, we might be going to APOC for game 5. Oh no, Demon Island, really mixing things up. Is that the strengths for Ted were in the edge guards, and in fact, his pressure when he has Deffy on the edge has gotten so good that I got to see, honestly, for the first time in a while, a wall slip edge guard where he got hit out of that and just couldn't get any of his jumps back. And we even saw it on the way back to Brawlhalla of all stages. He's been really capitalizing on that strength. And if Ted's even able just to, even if he brings it to a 50-50 like neutral win rate in center stage, if he continues having the massively higher success rate on these edge guards he's having over Deffy, I can easily see him taking this into a 3-2. But Deffy now switching over to the Tigress. Still, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because it's been a Tori the entire way through, and now we've got ourselves a Ditto with the guitars and the sword, and Deffy opens it up right away with a 30-second stock.
Now, even though Deffy is playing a different character here, I feel like we're seeing basically the exact same thing that we did in game 1 in game 2. We have Deffy putting out much more damage than Ted is able to put out onto Deffy. We saw Ted falling off the bottom blast zone because he didn't have enough stuff to get back. He wasn't sent immediately forcefully while still in hit stun into the left, into the right, into the top. It was just him falling in sweat beads down below because his movement economy was gone. Going into this stage, I would have said because of those small walls and Ted's success in the offstage game, this was going to favor Ted, but so far it's been favoring Deffy. Those edge guards really haven't come into play whatsoever for Ted to exploit.
Yeah, I mean, there's also just a lot less wall to cling onto to slip in the first place. So we have to see Ted get those edge guards to begin with, and this is the first time that we've got it. Let's see him go for it. Downer gets him all right. So when Deffy's off stage, Ted's pretty well versed with edge guarding Deffy at this point in time. And now we're going to have to see what weapon goes over to Deffy. If a weapon goes over to Deffy at all, Sidelight, D-Light, Nair tries to get the dodge. Ted not opting to pick it up, but just continue denying it. And Deffy fighting for it, not dodging in, and as a result, taking a ton of damage. Finally, slips through, gets the guitars, took about 3 or 4 clean hits, and now Deffy returning in kind with his own guitars. Recovery hit, sends him off to the left side of the stage, and Ted's on the hunt with these guitars here. Let's see if we can get started as the game's getting close to even, but Deffy is still finding those hits. But these are the situations, right, Sparky? He's got Deffy on the right side of the stage. Can Deffy get the same ground pounds and guitars that he gets with sword? Let's find out.
He waited, he delayed, he knew yet again. It seems like it doesn't matter what legend he's playing, what weapons he has in his hands, you're going to be expecting that ground pound coming out from Deffy. Ted knew that was coming, so he didn't jump right away, waited for that ground pound to come out, went wide into the push-off column, saved his movement options, and got back to the stage. He still is absolutely behind here. This could be the start of something big. He's going to focus on the edge guard, goes off, dashes off the stage, goes to the gravity cancel neutral light.
I was wondering if it was supposed to be neutral light there, or if he was supposed to pivot it, because if he pivoted, I think it guaranteed covered everything on the wall. Oh, but the recovery comes through. Okay, Ted did a phenomenal job bringing that back. It's up to Deffy here to get this game 3 by denying the weapon long enough that he can get a good amount of damage. Now, that was the perfect spawn, but Deffy still got 3 hits through. Now, Ted on the side of the stage. Deffy goes to the ground pound, but that weapon throw didn't convert to anything, and Ted wasn't able to get that stock as nearly as fast as he was hoping.
So comparing the two edge guards here is we're just essentially seeing from Deffy, it's a lot of ground pounds. It's kind of one-dimensional gameplay. So even though like that last time we saw it happen, Ted wasn't able to really punish with more than a weapon toss, that's still not the worst thing in the world because he's not getting hit by it. And sometimes he is finding that punish. But Ted, on the other hand, in the edge guard where he is more successful. Oh, is that going to end this one right here? Setting up for the edge guard, hits the side air.
Wait,
no shot. He's getting back here, and that is a JV2 huge upset for PR 1,585 against Ted.
What an amazing finisher there too, because I think he let the side sig, so he lets the side sig rip a little bit early before it would have naturally connected, so that you could get that swing a little bit earlier. That skill expression is something that we see with Gauntlet ground pound or Boots ground pound, right? Where if you let the move go a little bit sooner, you get that swish, that swing that can hit somebody, whereas if you let it naturally connect, and because Asuri's got that charging animation with the side stick, you let that go early, you get the swing, you get a really early knockout, and that completely caught Ted off guard. And in that moment, despite Ted having the advantage in all of the edge guards throughout the entire set, Deffy gets that one edge guard that matters in that game 5 to get an amazing upset. I mean, when you talk about like a critical upset, what PR is Ted? like you said, like 1,585.
Don't know. Deffy is 1,585.
Okay.
Ted is going to be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Ted
so
has never played singles.
We've gotten word that all of Ted's data
that's where we know
doubles.
Ted from. We don't know Ted from singles.
Yeah. So
I swear I knew Ted from singles, but
honestly, both for Ted and Deffy, this is like their singles debut on either side, which is incredible to see them go up against each other and almost like create. At least for me right now, it's looking like a really close rivalry at the moment because that was game 5 last stock. Every game was last stock. And they were playing incredibly matched, and it came to the point where they had to play basically the Asuri Ditto at the very end to settle things once and for all. So they're not out. They're going into the elimination bracket, but what an interesting way to begin the esports season for Europe with that game 5 set between two players who we really just like got to learn about just now here live on stream.
I have some. I'm gonna have some choice words for Polymonto in the Discord private messages for talking about Ted over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And then this is what we get from Ted. Not only this is what we get from Ted, but really this is what we got from Deffy.
Yeah.
This is Deffy's star performance so far in his Brawlhalla career. Came out victorious over Ted, is going to be moving on to face Blaze, like you said earlier. But before that, it's on the screen behind us, the Ninja 729 versus SGrape. Now, Ninja was someone that Duke and I talked about on the call before the brawl pre-show earlier on the dev stream on I think it was Monday. Yes, it was Monday. The Ninja I think is in a pretty good spot. Cannon got some buffs. People are feeling Cannon. Sandstorm notably said that Lin Fei is the best legend in the game. Honestly, at the end of the day, I don't know Sandstorm well enough to know if he's trolling or not, but I know him well enough to know that he could be.
A big thing with Lin Fei is that 9-dex guitar's got some true combos that
absolutely.
other places don't. And that's and then with Cannon just being like as good as normal and neutral sig basically being a light attack on that character despite some adjustments, I can see why people would say Lin Fei is pretty strong right now. But we have to unless I'm in North America, the only Lin Fei player that I know is Guichibu, and that's like, I mean, doing pretty well on the rank ladder, but we're not in North America just yet. So we've got SGrape and the Ninja 729, and this is interesting. So I was talking about this a little bit before we got onto the block, which was that there's also, I mean, there's like different factions of people talking about what weapon's actually the best in the game right now. When we were talking about guitars, we just saw Guitar Ditto, but another group of players is talking about Tesca. This is the first Battle Boots legend in Brawlhalla, and also, as we're seeing right now, being piloted by the Ninja 729. Traditionally a Cannon main, but also a player who really likes to push whatever's new and see if it works for them. So I'm excited to see, at least in Europe, the first bout of Tesca play so far. So as I was trying to look through the bracket to see who was reporting who was playing Tesca, the only matches that I saw that actually had that were Machete matches. Thank you, Machete. You're
Bro,
wonderful.
please report your characters,
but
dude.
Machete versus Pavelski was a Tesca Ditto all the way through.
Okay.
And that was a 3-0 in Machete's favor. So I'm excited to see these boots played out. As SGrape is piloting the Orion with that neutral, so getting that knockout off the top. Orion, shout out to Stingray. Got down Stigner. But it's still a really great legend coming out here in just in general Brawlhalla competitive play, especially if you like being able to play with the lance and the spear and have that weapon throw playstyle. And SGrape's had a lot of success with the character throughout his career, where he started to show up in singles towards the end of 2022. And seeing him here going up against the Ninja 729 is a lot of fun as well. So a little bit about the boots. We just saw the Ninja 729 use that side air. Boots have active input in an interesting way, where it's basically just like, do you want to go like far or farther? And that's what you're doing when you're choosing to hit your opponents. And we just saw him go in for that knockout there off of that side light. But something that he did with the side air is that if you use the active input on Sair, which is just holding in, you will travel further, but your opponent won't. Whereas if you hold back, you'll get a stronger hit. And we're going to be seeing a lot of opportunities like that here as we're watching more and more Battle Boots play out throughout the championship.
Now, he is playing, because he's playing Tesca, he has two very string-heavy weapons, which a lot of times we don't see players doing very well with that. Like Caspian is one of those notable characters, as the Ninja is finding a lot of damage over on the left side, all but evening up this one until SGrape finds the side air onto the Ninja. But when a Legend has two string-heavy weapons, you have to find a way to KO. Now, Battle Boots, based on all of the clips I've seen on Twitter.com, doesn't have the hardest time KOing. It's harder than it used to be, but Gauntlets also have a little bit tougher time because that neutral light was taken away as that KO option.
Yeah, that's right. Boots, not quite Gauntlets. Oh, that neutral stick was amazing. Let's see if SGrape can get this edge guard. Recovery comes through. Down light was an amazing call out. Dash back, side light, waits at the dodge, but doesn't get the side light on the way back down. Down sig trying to catch the landing, and the Ninja sweats down to get that side air. I want to talk about that comment that you made about Boots a little bit, but this is actually such a great moment for SGrape that I want to see how the stock plays out. He's so close to getting knocked out here, but he's done so much damage that he might just take a 2-stock at this rate. Okay, there's the Sair. Clever from Ninja 729, not using the active input, gets the stronger force. The thing about Boots compared to Gauntlets is that you actually do have downlight side air.
That's true.
Knockout. You used to have downlight recovery too, but now recovery is more of a combo tool. But that side air is a solid JV2 coming out from SGrape.
What a great spot dodge to get through the neutral signature that came out from SGrape. I wonder if we're going to see the swap. I mean, the Tesca didn't do terrible. It was a JV2, so that's a little bit of a rough loss. But he does have at least a level 25 Tesca. That's why you're seeing that black color scheme coming out here. So he has more time on Tesca than probably your average player who's like, oh, that's the new Legend. It's probably broken. I'm going to play it in tournament.
Yeah, and that's what I'm so insanely curious about going into Winters here, because this is like the time to see how... Was there even enough time for players to really prove the theories about the weapon coming through? Because I'm wondering how many times we're going to see somebody go down 0-2 with Tesca and then come back with a Legend that I'm used to seeing them see, right? Like we're going to go here, SGrape, if you take another JV2 over the Ninja 729, are we going to go back to Sidra or another Canon Legend, right? Or we're going to have Jala come out? We'll have to find out, because that was a pretty convincing game one.
I would agree with you there. Me, as like a commentator and as a fan of the Ninja 729, I would hope to see the Canon here, but like maybe he has the sauce. Ted also went down 0-2 and almost was able to bring it back. So going down in the first game is not the end of the story here. It is just the beginning.
Yeah, neutral light hits coming out from Ninja 729, dodges in place. SGrape getting back to center stage. Sidelight dare, sidelight nair, SGrape is, whew, that was nice. That was amazing. And just really catching the Ninja 729 off guard. No dodges, no jumps out of that string, and that is just a combo from center stage. There is that down air coming through once again. The Ninja 729 kicking back with the boots, but gravity cancel downlight means that SGrape's really on the hunt there with the lance. Kicks him away with the neutral light. SGrape with these nairs, really stopping the Ninja 729 from getting too much in. Throws the boots back at him, but I mean, so far SGrape's getting a ton of extra credit after that amazing combo from that first stock.
Now, one thing we saw in previous regions when Remy and I were doing SEA was like Gauntlet players now had to fish for GCD light. That was their opener to find the actual KO. He's going to throw those away. Nice dodge.
I don't even think Gauntlet neutral light would knock out here. Yeah, like great job getting that pickup on the boots there off of the unarmed downlight, but like, before you could catch a landing or a dodge or anything with Gauntlet neutral light, and you can just get that stock and go on to the next thing, but you have to be beyond barbecue sauce to get knocked out by the move now.
Old Gauntlet Inlight was basically like Axe Inlight at BCX1, where that was like the main KO option for a lot of Axe players out there. But that's sort of taken away now. We're seeing the Ninja bring this one back here a little bit. He has SGrape into the orange. A lot of pressure coming out from SGrape. Great weapon toss there to force the weapon toss out from SGrape.
Nice job with the side sig, using it as a way to kick back the stage. Babysit opportunity here with the side airs. Recovery could come through. Nice. Good job from SGrape, being wary of the fact that even if a weapon throw comes through, he's not damaged enough to be knocked far enough away to where he can't just buffer another side air, get that edge guard on the way back down, seeing how low his resources were, and a great job juggling both weapons too while getting hit, denying the Ninja 729 from picking up gauntlets for a while, fights him unarmed, lance picked up, tries to go in for that sidelight downlight, and with that weapon being out of the Ninja's hands, SGrape's got a great position to take a 2-0 lead in this set if he continues the damage here. Nice nair, gets that side air, weapon throw forces the dodge, but Ninja 729's got a whole like 45 seconds without a weapon.
SGrape is doing such a good job of weapon control. He grabbed that as well. One, the weapon spawns are like, some of them are just helpful to SGrape. Like, he's being blessed with the luck of Odin there.
He's challenging the ninja every time.
But also his movement, his immediate change in direction and like shifting his plans when a weapon spawn comes in. He's able to do it so fast, was able to put out so much damage onto the ninja. Ninja's just playing catch-up. This entire time, he's playing catch-up. SGrape is mustard.
Downzig would have knocked out in 2022 there.
Yeah.
He had to do 2 extra recoveries. Look at that. Look at that. That's the effects of the balance change. That's another JV2. And that was a little bit that's a little bit of what we were talking about, at least what I was talking about in game number 1, where we're like, okay, if we see another JV2 against the Tesca, is the Ninja 729 going to be bringing out a legend that's a little bit more tried and true? Because at this point yeah, there's the Sidra. So it's at this juncture, it's kind of like, okay, you've been limit testing your Tesca to the level that you put it so far, but now you're down 0-2 to SGrape in winners of round 1 of top 32. It's time to bring out something that we're used to seeing in the canon. It's really only gotten more since the previous years. We were talking about that side light, just so much more smooth to operate. So we're going to be seeing the Ninja 729 try to claw back from the depths of an 0-2 situation and bring this reverse 3-0 here against SGrape as we're moving into game number 3.
Now, of course, we are going to the Fortress of Lions for this one. You're already seeing the neutral sig come out. We're already seeing things that are inherent to Sidra with that signature usage. It's going to be interesting to see how he opens SGrape up here.
To the Ninja 729. but I mean, okay, yeah, you're right with Sidra. But it's just, I love talking about how the Ninja 729 is basically the first Sidra main to really just kind of be like, yes, I have a cannon. And here are the cannonballs. But we'll see if there's even more of that here going into this game 3.
SGrape is handling him. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
He was just floating over there. That gave SGrape all the room that he wanted, all the time that he wanted to find the right move to make contact. Now the Ninja is staring down the barrel of basically a full stock lead in favor of SGrape. Those D-Sigs over the corner. Easy punish. Weapon is gone. You see him in sweat beads. He almost picked it up. Dude, SGrape is completely running the show.
Oh my goodness. The down light falls down off the platform, gets the gravity cancel neutral sig afterwards. No dodge means he goes in for the side air. D-Light tries to go over the jump read, but SGrape is just demolishing Ninja 729 here on the Sidra. Goes in for that side light that blasts him away. Some weapon starve opportunity for the Ninja 729. Let's see if we can get this edge guard here. D-Light recovery would do it. He goes for the gravity cancel down light, and SGrape doesn't pick up the weapon. Side lights away instead, and the Ninja 729 continues his starve here. That D-Light Nair will do it. A little unfortunate for the SGrape. Twice in a row there was going for the weapon and ended up putting on the light attack instead and gets knocked off the top. But he still has a huge lead from that first stock.
It's essentially the same story. It's the Ninja playing catch-up. Now, if I'm looking at a cannon, that has the ability to play catch-up. All of those big hitting moves, those hard hitting moves. You get a string on cannon, that's basically a color change. SGrape is in the orange, but still, we've seen that before, and then we've also seen that before. The side light into the side air for the KO. SGrape is now half a stock ahead yet again.
Lance Sidelight Sair is I know it's existed forever, but at the moment, it's a little reminiscent to me of like Axe Sidelight Cider, where it's like, yeah, it's not true, but also it's kind of so tight of a string that you might as well always go for it, and he's been getting a lot off of it so far in this set against the Ninja 729. He's already tacked on so much damage, Sparky. I mean, this might be the most dominant game so far between these two players, and that was after going back to what we consider the Ninja 729's main.
We already saw 2 JV2s. There's the possibility to see another one. Of course, he has all the in-air movement in the world. Wonderful weapon toss up. That put some pressure onto the Ninja. Even though it didn't hit him, even though he didn't have to put out too much to get away from it, it was still just another moving object that the Ninja was going to have to track. Legends be darned, mains be darned. SGrape takes that one yet again.
Yeah, Ninja 729 really didn't stand a chance against SGrape. Boots, cannon, whatever have you. He was doing fantastic with the lance, and he was making some of those strings look so fluid that I was convinced that they were combos, which they're just not. He's just playing around the resources of the Ninja 729, and when the Ninja 729 tends to like to dodge, whether his dodge is on cooldown or not, and whether he likes to jump out of certain things, right? Because there are some strings in this game that are true combos if all you do is try to jump out of them, and he was taking a lot of advantages of that. But even then, situations where he was like burning with downlight, He would like go for neutral light and it would miss. Then he would just downlight again because he's expecting the fastfall after the dodge up or something like that. He was just in the Ninja 79's head, and he played fantastic. And I can't wait to see more from SGrape as he moves on into the winter quarterfinals.
I think that's probably why we saw Ninja stick with Teska for 2 full games. They were JV2s, but that final game when he swapped onto his main, that was a 2-stock.
I mean, Teska
that
might
was
just
a
be the-
real for true 2-stock. So maybe it's a little bit of matchup inexperience that the Ninja was trying to rely on with the Teska pick, because the Sidra pick, I thought it was going to be better, but no, it wasn't as strong as the Teska pick.
Teska could also have just been the new main. Right? And it was just one of those situations where you down 0-2, you're like, okay, well, I've tried what's worked in the past, and it just didn't work against SGrape. Sparky, we are now moving into winner's quarters, and we have a match coming up that I believe is pretty unprecedented. It's Blaze versus
Blaze
Deffy.
versus Deffy. Man, that is crazy. But before we get to that game, we're going to take a short break. While we're on this break, make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/winter merch, or go to brawlhalla.com/schedule to see what's going on today. Or if you're on Twitch, !bracket, or go to twitter.com/@whoissparky, and just go crazy. Click the like button, click the retweet button, throw some reports in there. That's fine. We can run with that too. We will be back in just a few moments.
Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I'm gonna take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into the European Winter Championship 2023 into winners quarterfinals, and we've got quite the zoom in of Missouri there. But we're going to be going into the first match of the day with Blaze versus Deffy. We know that Deffy's been playing a lot of Sword, but Sparky, I'm just excited to see what Blaze has prepared here for for this championship, because knocking down Godly 3-1 means that like the only character that I could see Blaze doing that with is the Bryn, the classic Bryn there. I mean, we've had the Olgrim do well before, and maybe we're in a state where like Axe and Lance are feeling that good that that's what he was able to get the win over Godly with. But I really want to see how this matchup's playing out, because we've already had a huge upset over. Wait, was your top 3
Yes.
Godly, Acno, Ted?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Nice. Okay, well, this
Yes,
is not a great start for Sparky.
It's a bad day.
It's a good day for the tradition of the Sparky curse, though.
It's not real. It's
It
not a
is real.
tradition. It is not real. No one has ever been cursed by me. These players. Who would win in a fight? Someone who has played the video game for like 3,000 hours has won hundreds and tens of thousands of dollars, or like one bald guy with a Twitter account. Like, really? You think I'm that powerful, Tazza? I don't believe that you believe that.
I'm just saying that I'm results-oriented in my thinking.
That's just survivorship bias. Someone put up the picture of the plane with the bullet holes through it and all that. We're going into this next one, though, and it is not Blaze on the Bryn, and I'm glad. I don't know how Axe fits into current meta right now.
Like,
I'm not super confident in it.
It got some interesting buffs that I looked at, and I went, well, I don't think that changes anything. But also, it could have, because I don't really know the possibilities with extra stun on Nair. I don't really know. And I was thinking maybe if Blaze was doing something with that, we could see that, but no, it's the Asuri. So we've got, like, we were talking about like the Katars versus Boots argument, at least when it comes to the Twitter wars of players talking about what's going to be winning winters in every region. And Blaze seems to be well on the side of Katars, right? But Deffy, despite winning with Tigris in the previous set against Ted in game number 5, seems to be leading with the Satori as his main, and will switch the Katars if necessary. Blaze on the Asuri here for game number 1, going up against Deffy.
Now, I'm really curious after seeing the Asuri what happened in that Blaze versus Godly game. If Blaze ended up playing, we don't know, because Blaze didn't report his characters and Godly didn't report his characters either. Shame on you. But if he did play the Asuri, let's just assume that he did. Who played Asuri at the World Championship? I think Asuri was like the main character that he played. Played several characters, but like Asuri was the main one. Godly was the one doing that. So he is brutally familiar with that character, the limits, the pros, the cons, everything that character has in the toolkit, but was still taken out by Blaze.
Yeah.
These two players very even, though, in this game. It's about a minute 10. Neither player has lost the first stock, but of course both of them are in red. There is a down air. Didn't see too many of those types of edge guards coming out
I think we
before.
saw 0 before. It was literally just like buffer ground pound. Player beneath stage ground pound. Deffy with a lot more self-control here against Blaze, or maybe less of that and more of just like, okay, against Blaze, this is how I have to play. And maybe that's the case that we're seeing here with Deffy, because there are different play styles and different game plans apply to different players. And Deffy so far here with the double dare on one side of Apocalypse to the other is taking the lead.
So based on all of the things that players were saying on like what weapons are really good right now, some people saying Katars, some people of course saying that like battle boots are the most broken thing on the planet, gauntlets are completely useless, all of these other weapons are amazing or terrible. It's interesting to see a lot of Qatar so far.
Yeah.
So that seems to be playing out with at least the way that opinions are shaping and the way that tournaments are shaped based on those choices
Even though I'm
made by
really
players.
interested after the end of this match how much damage was actually dealt with the sword and not the guitars at all. That's just something to think about, right? Could it just be that like, oh yes, it's Brawlhalla, it's been sorted all along. But Blaze, a solid downlight sider away. Now, downlight sider not quite as easy to hit on the spear compared to the sword. You have to catch that jump, but Deffy still looking for those knockouts there, and Blaze trying to tack on as much damage before going down as he possibly can. There's the sider, low on jumps, has the recovery, dodge to the stage. There's the dare. You know, that's one of those moments where I was like, Deffy, your patented edge guard with ground pound would have been beautiful there, but he didn't go for it.
Yeah, be nice.
He has a second chance.
He's showing the self-control. He's showing the restraint. He's showing the respect to Blaze. Even though he doesn't do it every time, that's a good thing. It's like when your kid comes out of his room to come down and like join the family at a big family gathering. Don't shame him for staying up in his room, because he's just gonna stay up there more. You gotta be, oh, thank you for coming down. We're so happy to see you. This is fantastic.
What's happening? And we've been providing that encouragement for Deffy. It's like, we know this is your first time on stream, Deffy. This part through, because oh, there we go. All right, that's the Deffy that I know and love. Ground pounds off the cuff. The last edge guard that he had was great because he waited out the wall slip and then he got the dash jump cider that got the knockout on the Blaze. It was honestly incredibly patient and amazing, and Deffy is just playing phenomenally. I mean, he could be winner's side top 8.
Yeah, he absolutely could.
This is an incredible run for him. I mean, when you talk about bracket luck, being seeded to fight the first seed and then not having to fight him to get into winner's side top 8 is quite the blessing.
Tazza, he's edge guarding.
He's
I'm so excited right now.
He got a 2-star.
That was an amazing game.
He traded an unarmed air for a Qatar recovery and got the stock for it. I mean, heck yeah. Go for that every single time. Does Blaze go back to APOC? Does Blaze stay on Asuri? I don't see Blaze as Asuri, at least at this juncture, pressuring Deffy off of the Hattori, right? This is the most solid lead that we've seen Deffy have so far in the tournament. Blaze staying with the Asuri, banning to the stages, takes down Demon Island. Apocalypse is certainly where Deffy's going to be taking Blaze for game number 2 as we get into this set. But now Deffy 2 games away from a winner's side top 8 here in EU.
So you were inquiring about the damage done on Qatars versus the sword. If we look at it, it's 227 or 43% of overall damage done by sword. The Qatars are doing 38% of overall damage. That does, you might be like, oh, that doesn't add up to 100 because there's unarmed damage in there.
Yeah, it's even enough.
So it's 227 and 182. Very close between the two weapons. Solid amount of balance there. That can, at the end of the day, not come down to decisions of players, but just when they happen to get disarmed by their opponent or when they happen to throw a weapon that they cannot pick up anymore.
Or you could just say he's playing Asuri, and that's fair too, right? Because there's a lot of different styles of playing Brawlhalla where you choose a particular weapon or a weapon combination or just the Legend playstyle in general. Blaze hasn't been too signature happy. In fact, I think, was it like 0?
I think we haven't seen a single one.
It
oh, no,
0.
it was 5 signatures?
Oh.
None of them hit.
Okay.
So we had a 0 in there, just happened to be in the wrong column. But on the other side, if we're talking about damage split, Deffy still heavily favoring the sword.
Yeah.
We did see those down airs to confirm that edge guard, but 540 damage, 80% of overall damage from Deffy was done on the sword. Some back-to-back neutralites coming out from Blaze, adding up some damage. Blaze is still heavily behind here. Deffy takes yet again another lead.
The more I watch Deffy, the more that I feel like I am watching a player who's playing Hattori purely because you have that movement. He's like, I love the sword, I main the sword, I want to move as fast as possible. Hattori is the way that you're going to be able to do it, at least in Brawlhalla, with that amazing base speed stat. And we're seeing him use it to great advantage here as he continues to take another lead purely off the back of this weapon. Weapon throw in to pick up new sword gets there. Deffy gets the side light, avoids the dare from Blaze. Edgeguard scenario. We haven't seen Deffy rip too many neutral sigs out of here, and Blaze with a solid call out there gets the double jump gravity cancel D-light recovery, takes him down, and evens the game up faster than I expected.
So here's some greater context on Deffy that is actually makes me more confused. Like I have more questions after looking at this information. He hasn't played a tournament, community or official, since Winter Championship 1 year ago.
Okay.
Where he got 129th place. And I don't know what he did last year, but if he does that every year, he's literally going to be the best player in the entire world.
I mean, it could be a situation where, and you kind of talked about this on the pre-show. Duke mentioned how a lot of players were fired up after BCX because of the hype around the situation of just being able to play with the goal of going to a LAN and winning a LAN, right? It could very well have been Deffy played in winter, said, this isn't for me this year, sees BCX in November, and goes on the 3-month grind. Really goal-oriented towards being able to perform here in this first tournament of the year and wants to see how well he does. And this could literally be the evidence that he needs that his preparation's paying off. And that would be incredibly exciting from the viewpoint of just having another player in Europe who previously we didn't even talk about come into the scene and now be a big hitter that's a threat to everybody else that's been playing Brawlhalla for years.
And this could even, him doing well here, that's yet another motivational tool. So he has motivational tool from BCX on top of seeing the fruits of his labor paying off here in this tournament. So seemingly right now, it's like the sky is the limit for Deffy. Still holding on to this lead, still on a second stock while Blaze is in the yellow. You see Deffy waiting, being very careful in how he chooses to engage, dodges in off of that whiff neutralite from Blaze. Blaze is attacking a lot, and he's getting punished a lot.
Yeah, really great dodge back into Cider there coming out. Blaze goes in for the recovery, where it goes high. Deffy can catch the landing, dodges right through after the side lane, and the neutral sig delays it, the weapon throw, and a second 2-stock coming out from Deffy there, really quickly taking down Blaze in the blink of an eye, really, and that neutral sig was really great. We're going to see that on the replay again for sure. I want to see, I don't think he gravity canceled. I think he slide charged it and held it a little bit longer than expected. Yeah, look at that. Amazing spacing there on the delay. Well played by Deffy. And we're seeing Blaze bring out the Deffy tech against Ted, where he's like, okay, I'm going to mirror match you, but I'll make it clear by using a crossover. So we've got the Zuko coming out here from Blaze for game number 3. But wow, Deffy, after beating Ted's looking even stronger against the player that knocked down Godly.
Even stronger against a player who we know more. Even though Blaze is a twos player, I mean, Ted is also a twos player as well. So even though Blaze is a known entity, is a twos entity, but of course still is a strong player in EU. And when your PR 1,585, I would go into this being afraid of Blaze. Deffy is not. He knows the skill potential that he has, though Blaze is starting to piece him up a little bit. Deffy stuck on the wall. Haven't seen too much of that so far in this set. Last time Deffy went up to Blaze, or sorry, Ted almost ended up getting the reverse 3 and taking the victory. Will that be the pace here, or will we see the 3-0? It's starting off looking great for Deffy. He found the ground pound on the edge that you love, Tazza.
Yeah, and the thing I want to call out here for Blaze is that even though Blaze is off the guitars, when I think of Blaze, first and foremost, I think of Bryn. So I think about the axe and the spear, so that's something that could be very different in this head-to-head here between two players with the same moveset. Which is that we've been noticing Deffy's got about 80% hit rate with the sword over the spear. Blaze could be much more spear-focused in this matchup, but Deffy with that ground pound waits out that weapon throw, goes for a second one. Doesn't get punished that time around, recovery Nair onto the stage, double Nair. Deffy taking a ton of damage, or putting on a ton of damage to Blaze after that edge guard didn't work out, and now Deffy's on the verge of being up 3 stocks to 1, Sparky.
So we saw Sire swap over to the Zuko, and it started off successfully for him last night in SEA. It's not looking like the same thing in the beginning for Blaze as he gets taken off the bottom. Now a 2-stock lead for Deffy. Towards the end, once Sire went back up against Hemwe, he had to swap off of the Zuko, and that's kind of the destruction that we're seeing from Deffy here, completely taking apart everything that Blaze has. Blaze finally getting that first stock 2 minutes into the game. Blaze already on final stock. Deffy's going to be looking for the weapon. It has been still primarily sword coming out from Deffy. Again, last game was 63% of the damage, so huge majority going in favor of the sword, but we've seen incredible spear play from him. That was an amazing and interesting punish for Blaze to go for, rather than like a D-light.
Yeah, Blaze still showing some confidence there with his defense up against Deffy, but Deffy just so far ahead. We're seeing Deffy now play with a Nair and a recovery. Double recovery came through, stopped by Blaze. Blaze goes in for that side air. Side stick would have been huge. I think Deffy's just done for. Yeah, you should just rip off to the right side of the stage, I believe, but no, okay. Goes back in. He gets hit by a downlet side air while already sweating. You're not making it back there. Your dodge is going to come off and cooldown. Blaze brings it back. 1 stock to 1, which is honestly the best he's done all set.
Yep.
He has a chance to bring this back, especially with how we've, like, despite the 3-stock to 1 area, it looked like Blaze actually got more comfortable in the match with some of the options that he was choosing in defense. Let's see if he can really pull it out. That recovery
he almost picked that one up.
Ooh, I thought that was going to be it.
I feel like we're still just staring down the barrel of Deffy and Ted yet again. This was almost a JV2. I mean, considering it goes the way it has been going, that side air could be the KO here. Sweat beats coming out. There they are.
Recovery.
It's not done yet.
Side air comes through. Deffy's on the spear. We haven't seen him get too many knockouts here besides recovery and ground pound. Recovery is actually really good in this juncture, but okay, no, falls with the down air. Weapon throw goes up. Blaze gets hit by the Sair, and that's the 3-0 for Deffy as he works his way into winner's side top 8 over Ted and Blaze. And that was a 3-0 to do it too. What a performance coming out from him.
And there was the potential that Blaze could have come back there. You saw him getting a little bit more momentum in his favor. That wasn't a 2-stock. That wasn't a JV2 like we saw previously. I mean, he 2-stocked Blaze previously, but the swap to Zuko really started to work out, but he wasn't able to achieve total victory with that or even take a game.
It's a tough call because it started to work out on the final stock. It took until him being down to 1 stock to 3 for Blaze to even get his footing in the mirror matchup. So Deffy really just solidly beating both players on his way up into the winner side of the bracket. What are we checking out here?
We're gonna. Do we have the graph up? Yeah, we have the graph. So one thing I want you to see is it took 545 damage total for the victory that game. Look at how much time was spent on that final stock. But you were seeing trending downward, damage taken from Deffy. So this is Blaze adapting. This is him getting a KO at like 200. This is him getting a KO at like 150. This,
and
of
this
course,
is him
isn't
extending
a KO.
a stock beyond any
Exactly.
imagination. Yeah,
That's like the other side of it is Blaze is being more efficient with his knockouts, and it's also requiring Deffy to do more damage over a greater period of time. So that's the adaptation through that game. But still, just like it was with Ted, Blaze was playing catch-up the entire time. And of course, we know everybody's favorite condiment, Deffy, is mustard. Say it. Tell me your opinion on mustard right now, Tazza.
I have no opinion.
Oh, you're so boring,
What
dude.
do you mean?
You're so boring.
Like, okay. In what context?
In food
In
context.
Food context? I mean, it's good.
There you go.
Better than ketchup.
We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got mustard lover here.
Okay.
We got a mustard lover here. We got a mustard lover here. We're just two big old mustard boys on this desk. They're going to start calling us DJ Mustard.
Congratulations, Deffy, with the 3-0 over Blaze. Really excited to see that PR number just skyrocket after today, right? Because going from, was it 1585? It was kind of interesting seeing the stats there every single time. But we've got a player coming up who has been succeeding with the Tesca. I know that says Ember right now, but honestly, you could put probably 15 of the legends in the game over Machete's name, and it would be true because he's played so many competitively. And he'll be going up against Simple, who has a win over, can I see it? It's over Flamethrower. That's right. So Machete had a Tesca Ditto against Pavelski. That was a 3-0 in Machete's favor. Now, of all players that's going to pick up something brand new to the game and succeed with it in competitive play, Machete is the player that I would pick in Europe. That is the one player where I'm like, okay, you have been pushing and innovating different playstyles all the time. I expect you to have a different character going into a tournament every single time. I'm excited to see how Machete's Tesca has fleshed out over the past month and a half, because Simple is on that Asuri train, just like a lot of the other players that we've been seeing so far. And honestly, so far, despite Qatar's being the flavor of the month, they have not been winning in the matches that we have been watching. Deffy with that solid win with the Hattori over Ted and Blaze. And now Machete with the boots going up against the Guitars with Simple. Let's see how this plays out.
Now, Machete going into this one, I'm trying to look at how much he grinded in the offseason because he is a French player. France has their own inside community within the actual greater European community. They have all of their own tournaments. They have the Brawlhalla French League where they're just grinding and grinding. So we do see him in January 5th was the last time he played in the Galaxy Cup Blizzard Community Tournament. He did end up getting third in that one, and about a month before got first in the Spirit World Cup, another EU 1v1 tournament.
Ooh. All right. Well, let's see how this plays up against Simple here. Simple, ever since the great Bovar nerfs of 2022, is still stuck to the sword, but has switched between various sword legends like Hattori and Asuri. Ooh, nice job. Kicking the boots off, hitting Simple in the face with that for the edge guard. Machete playing a very grounded battle boots game here up against Simple so far. We saw Simple a lot on the sword, but here's the guitars. Let's see if he can get a knockout here. Fall super deep down with that side iron. That's just enough knockout to even up the game right away. So we've got ourselves a 2-2 game here.
Going into this one, because both of these two players have been playing the game for so long, of course, they're very high PR players as well. They have a lot of history between these two. They have played 18 different sets between the two. That is a lot. I have to do some math here. That's 42. That is 62 games between these two in community and official tournament events. But it is going to favor Simple. It is 8-10 in favor of Simple in terms of overall sets between these players.
Oh, man. And look at that. Simple with the amazing edge guard with the guitars over Machete there, who was on the gauntlets at the time. I feel like that's due to the newness of the boots, right? You have one legend at the moment, and that's with gauntlets. And when it comes to, if boots technically are the best weapon in the game, but have a tough time against guitars. Gauntlets, in my opinion, already are kind of having a tough time against guitars with the gauntlet of the guitars getting buffed and the gauntlets really losing a lot of their tools. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But so far, while Machete's on the boots, he's been making it work. The down stick has that active input where you can basically throw him forward or backwards, whatever feels more suitable for you at the time. And Machete is just like, I have enough damage that it doesn't matter where I send you flying. So uses that down sig to get the knockout there and evens things up 1-1.
Starting off Are we going to get actual commitment into an edge guard? No, Machete playing it safe. You saw him pretty far back. Look at how far back he's playing. In case Simple wants to pop over around the corner, throw out a side light, throw out a side air, anything like that, Machete has plenty of room to be able to react to it in time. There is a weapon spawn on the field. He doesn't want to swap over to the gauntlets. He's going to use that as a trap. Simple doing just fine with the sword here. He has the lead for sure. Boots coming out from Machete. That's going to turn Simple orange. Signature barely missing as Simple is able to dodge right through it.
We haven't seen a single, nice neutral sig getting that anti-air, but I haven't seen a single active input there from Machete, even at low damage. So like, when you're at low damage, you will carry them so much further off stage if you just hold in on the side air, but he's going for the move that doesn't make his character move, but instead his opponent. And every time Simple came back and just did a little bit more damage from that. We saw the D-Light recovery come through, and that's going to be game one going over to Simple. And honestly, I would say that Machete had a very solid lead all throughout the game until that second stock that we just blasted past the replay on. But there was a really great edge guard there where Machete tried to gravity cancel neutral stick to get back to the stage, couldn't do it, and then Simple was able just to hold on to the lead moving forward for the rest of the game.
Now, this has been almost completely Battle Boots dominant on the side of Machete. You just saw the numbers on your screen. It was like 412 Battle Boots damage, and then the other two numbers were low double digits. Didn't even break it over 100, not even close on that. Machete opening this one up more strongly here against Simple. He just keeps pushing him over onto the left side. Great corner guarding. Simple going over. Machete actually plays back, doesn't go for the immediate punish this time, still picks up the signature on Simple's landing.
Let's see, goes for the downlight, pivots it the other way. He's trying to cover the weapon spawn. There's the recovery, and this is probably one of the few stages where the recovery will still knock out at that much damage. Lost a lot of the oomph on the move, but if you catch it high enough in the air, it functions a bit like blasters, where you're carrying them quite a while with you before the strong hit of that move, and Machete takes advantage of that for a very early stock here on Simple.
Yeah, it's all, I'd never really thought about comparing it to Blaster's Recovery, but it is like Blaster's Recovery is, even though there's a lot of stuff going on there, it's kind of like a 3-hit move, similar to the 3 kicks that come out from the recovery. It draws you up in that direction towards the top, so you don't have to actually have as much damage on them to finally get the knockout there. So yeah, it's actually, that's a great comparison, Tezin.
Something I like, I'm beginning to realize why Machete is going for the Sarah in the way that he is that he just doesn't, he does not want to reposition from where he gets the hit. He's opting for the default Sair on the boots just so that he can see where his opponent goes and he doesn't have to worry about where he's going. He knows that he's always going to be safe after the hit. His combo's basically done there. Simple gets the D-like ground pound. Goes for the dare. Machete's forced the gravity cancel neutral sig to recover back to the stage, and that nair will stop him from getting caught.
Oh, that's huge!
The side sig with the forward throw. You could throw him backwards or forwards there depending on where you're on the stage, and Machete reacting accordingly gets a 3-to-1 stock lead. I mean, Teska's signatures, the active input signatures, are really highlighted here on a stage like this.
All of a sudden turning seemingly everything around, up 2 stocks on Simple, and this is what I was talking about in the pre-show. Simple was able to take game 1, but he is prone to tilt as a player. He runs up against something that he might consider a little bit cheesy. Battle Boots, a lot of people are saying, oh, they're broken, it's the best thing in the game, I don't want to play against it, I'm tired of that. Like, that's the thing that can tilt a player. Simple, while sometimes being perfectly stoic, just playing that standard Bodvar we've seen for years and years and years and years and years, he still is prone to tilt, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, but at the same time, I've seen a number. I mean, we talked about the amount of head-to-heads that Simple and Machete have had. I'm trying to think of like the number. Oh man, that's
whoa.
Okay, all right.
Whoa.
Simple might want to keep Brawlhaven banned.
Yeah, that's the first thing.
It was the first thing that you might want to. Those signatures are pretty good. The base force about them is what makes them terrifying on that stage, right? My goodness, yeah, the recovery, I'm like, other stage, that's not going to do it. That side sig, oh, he slide charge pivoted and he held it to avoid the wake-up downlight and then grab him on the fall down after the move was finished. Machete's just really good.
He's showing things on Teska that we haven't seen, definitely not in tournament yet. So that's showing the time and dedication that he actually put in to learning this legend, learning the new weapon, learning the entire kit, rather than just like, oh, I hold side air and keep going and they go off the screen, man.
I mean, I so want to wonder why, like, Why didn't that second sider? Why didn't you travel out with that? Okay, anyways, we're gonna keep watching it.
That's gonna haunt Tazza.
I mean,
in his
I'm just
dreams.
curious because there's probably a very good reason. I'm not like a Boots player myself, so like I'm only thinking about these in theory. But he's always going for those knock. I mean, that there it's fine because he's got a high amount of damage. That's when I would expect him to do it. But anyways, Machete definitely so far from the Tescas that I've been watching, the one that I was expecting to have it most tournament ready. And I'm enjoying this so far. That side stick catches Simple with that side light. Yeah, I mean, Simple preemptively using a lot of these moves, not even overshooting them, and he's just getting to a point where Machete's just looking at them and he's like, okay, with Tesca, more so than any other legend, I feel like he actually has like a grab mechanic on most of his attacks, right? You could do it with the down sig on Boots, the side sig there on Gauntlets, and then you could just choose what direction that you throw him. He's doing a really good job of just being like, okay, if you're just going to whiff by landing in front of me, expecting me to jump at you with a move, I'm going to wait, watch, and then hit you afterwards. That was unfortunate.
That D-Light hurts, especially because he hit a D-Light ground pound over on the edge before successfully.
Yeah.
That's tough to watch. That could have taken out that first stock and brought Simple back more in this game because that D-Light recovery is not going to KO.
Oh. Nice weapon throw to pick up, but the D-Light recovery comes through. Okay, Simple evens the stocks up. Not too much damage on his side, where it is possible for Machete to really run away with this, but we'll find out in just a little bit. Side light, neutral light, goes to the recovery. Machete returns with his own recovery, waiting for the landing. Neutral stick doesn't catch it, and Simple goes all the way to the side of the stage, just waiting for an opportunity for him to get something started. But man, that falling nair, really well placed by Machete.
So it seems like as the game goes on, Machete's gauntlets, he just faded. He's able to get back using the neutral air as that standard like force field right above him. He turned it around, made sure to point it towards Simple, so he has that sort of 45-degree-ish angle cone facing Simple rather than facing towards the wall.
Down light comes through. There's the recovery. Never going to knock out anymore. There's that side light, or that down light Sarah, though. And that's going to be the knockout there for Machete. He's about as much damage as Simple was in the last stock. Tries to go for the neutral stick there. That's an idea. And that might be why Machete's going for the Sarah. I'm like just really trying to understand that. At low enough damage, Simple actually didn't go far enough away to where Machete could actually go. No way.
Simple, what are you
No
doing?
way. What do you mean?
What are you doing?
That was so
Simple.
I think that was the first time Machete active input Sarah, and that was the coolest. Well, can we need to watch that again. Okay, so here it comes. He's going to use the side air to push Simple directly under the bottom of the stage. See that? Look at that.
Yep. That's
so sick. Machete is just awesome. What an amazing punish there for Simple going down. He's like, Simple's like, I got guitars, I'm supposed to win off stage. And then Machete was kind of like, actually, there's a new weapon in the game, and that's Battle Boots. And watch me fly across the stage with that side air. He basically just steers his opponent to exactly where he wants them. And he gets a really sick knockout to end that game number 2.
So that ground pound that came out from Simple, that's sort of, and again, I'm just, I'm bringing up hypotheses here. That was sort of the first moment that I really saw Simple playing like he was on tilt with that like major decision that he made in that moment that spelled disaster for him. The rest of the time, even though like Machete is handling him, it's just because Machete is playing better than him. The punish game is better. The neutral game is better. The signature game is better. He's doing everything better than Simple right now, but that ground pound, that looked like tilt to me.
And look at Machete going with the Boots weapon throw up towards the top. They're juggling the weapons. Goes back to the Boots. I think they're primed now. He threw away the fresh gauntlets. But Simple will go over to the sword. And now Machete, I mean, he's one game away from taking Simple down 3-1, getting into that winner's side of top 8, all on the Tesca. And he's looking great while doing it. Let's see if Simple's able to bring this to a game number 5.
Has the choice to pick up the gauntlets. He has been relying more on the gauntlets, even though the majority has been on the battle boots. He has been using the gauntlets more as the set has gone on quite successfully, especially the signatures as well. You've seen him KO on the left side, on the right side, with the side signature. Simple going back over to the Katars, hoping he can find a way in onto an unarmed Machete. Weapon spawn coming to the right side. Machete is going to get over to it. Simple just kind of threw out that neutral light and didn't really make a move.
Yeah. Gauntlets versus Kataras here now. Simple trying to get back to the stage. Dash jumps on and over Machete. No dodge, but no Machete with the wake up neutral light. Catches Simple off guard. Goes in for that neutral signature. Spikes him down. D-light side air. That's going to be enough force to take out the stock. And Simple now one stock away from being put into the elimination bracket over Machete. Let's see what weapon comes through. Gets the sword, but this is looking rough, Sparky.
I don't think there's like either weapon where I feel confident that Simple can take it back from the way that Machete is playing. Unarmed is definitely not the one. I'll go ahead and say that. I'll make a bold statement that Simple should probably have a weapon in his hand here. But Machete seems to just be controlling the pace of the game. Simple's not really able to slow it down like we saw him do in the days of yore. A little bit interesting that we haven't seen the swap over to Bodvar. He does get the stock there, so Simple is still 100% in this game, 100% in this set. He's looking for a victory here to turn it into a Game 5 versus Machete rather than getting 3-1 here in Game 4.
And despite the frustrations that you said Simple has visibly shown in the past, there is one thing about Simple that I can rely on, which is that he might have like those thoughts of like, oh man, this is really hard to fight, but when the going gets tough, he just posts up and he gets ready to get that reverse 3-0. We've seen that a lot coming out from Simple, right? And that's not even the situation that he's in. It's 2-1 right now.
Yep.
So he gets this game, he brings to a Game 5, he can win it all, and he showed that he got really, really stuck on Machete. The neutral stick, that could have been huge. Side air puts Simple off stage. Can Simple make it back, or is Machete gonna catch him with these downlights? Kicks forward with the Sair. Can he catch him again? He does!
He knows Simple's only real choice is to go to that soft platform. That's his like one safe zone. So Machete's playing up there, grab the landing, he
Nice
keeps
duck.
it going. These single hits, sending over to the edge. Machete showing out here for Tesca, for Battle Boots, and for France, and for, of course, himself as a player.
Wow, what an incredible finish there. Simple ducked the weapon throw so hard that he could not make it back to the stage afterwards with his fastball, and he goes down straight off the bottom of the map. We're going to see that sider. There's the duck, and Simple's like, oh, yeah, fastball, and he's out.
Now, I think as the matches went on, he required fewer and fewer damage to get the victory. That time it was 482 damage. I believe before it was a low 500, and then one of the previous games was like a mid 500. So he already was pretty efficient, right? He wasn't putting out 650, 625 or anything like that. He was in like the regular range of the like mid to high 500s, and that just started trending downward because he was finding those more efficient KOs. Already efficient to start off with, and then just got more efficient as the set went on.
Yeah, wonderful play coming up from Machete, and that means that he is scheduled to fight against Deffy in that winner's top 8 match, right? That could have possibly been Godly or Blaze or Ted. No, it's going to be Deffy that'll be his opponent later on, but we are not there yet. We have 2 more winners quarters matches to come up, and one of them is one of the few players that you haven't doomed to an early elimination bracket.
What are you talking about? I put Acno second. Or are
Yeah.
you talking about someone else?
I was talking about Acno.
Oh, yeah, I put him second.
They'll be coming up in a little bit, but what we got before those matches that are coming up, Sparky?
Of course, we have a short break. Of course, we are running ads during that break, so you don't miss a lick of gameplay action. Make sure to subscribe on twitch.tv if you don't want to see those ads and would rather see maybe the link for winter merch. Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. While we're on the break, make sure to pick it up before it goes away on February 12th. That is 8 days from now, ladies and gentlemen. It could sell out before then. Who knows? Maybe your size will be gone. I end up not getting an extra large on cool shirts and stuff that I want because they've already been sold out. So make sure to get it before it goes. And we will be back in just a few moments with the rest of EU.
You find yourselves outside of town, but you sense danger. It's the Dark Warlock Volkov. A hero must rise up to meet this challenge. Who could it be?
I will face this foe, the great Jay Young.
The hero plays, levels up, and unlocks new rewards. But the hero cannot defeat Volkov alone.
I call upon my team of great adventurers.
Sidra, the Beastmaster.
Hugin, the Bard.
And Kaya, the Cleric.
They'll need items and familiars to succeed against the great Volkov. Now that the heroes are ready for battle, it's time to roll for initiative. And now the battle begins. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, brawl! Adventure awaits in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 7. It's all fun and games until someone rolls a 1.
Watch out! I have a cannonball! Oh, where's my cannon? Sharon, you have my cannon? Sharon? You good?
What about freedom? Tell me you're leaving. Tell me you're taking me. What I believe in. It's not the change in me. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I'm gonna take it all.
Welcome back to the Winter Championship for EU. We are currently finishing up the final 2 sets from winners quarterfinals to see who makes it into our top 8. It is going to start off with Acno versus Kicksay. It's going to be followed up by Nees versus SGrape. We do have 2 players already in the top 8 on the winner's side. That is, of course, Deffy, who took it over Blaze, and then also Machete, who we just saw take out Simple in 3-1 fashion.
Now, I'm going to need you to look up what the PR for Kicksay is, because I need to know what the gravity of this upset we're about to see is going to happen.
He's seed 122. He is PR 82.
Okay, so Kicksay is a player that's not as new to singles as, say, Ted or Deffy is, but still is having a pretty darn good run going into this particular championship, now up against Acno, where it would be quite an upset. I'm already pretty surprised by the Blaze over Godly upset that happened earlier on today. This one, like, despite my joking aside, I don't expect your curse to actually apply here. I very much am giving this in favor of Acno, but I'm just going to have to see how this matchup plays out between these two, because I don't think Kicksay, at least on his path here, encountered anybody where I was like, okay, that's a very surprising knockout coming around on this way through. So Acno really being the first player of note that I'm expecting to go up against. And Acno, to my surprise, from the legends that are being reported so far, is starting with the Diana going into this game.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice here. Now, I was about to call Kaya Impala, of course, for obvious reasons, after we saw like the best Kaya play that we've ever seen in our entire lives. Kaya did receive a couple of nerfs, some of the signature.
Spear lost 3 damage on D-Light Nair in total. Nair is now not the radius that it used to have. Bow lost a ton of damage on Sidelight and other moves as well, and Bow Neutral Air also got a Spear Neutral Air treatment, and then you hit 3 signatures from Kaya, reducing their damage and the minimum charge time, and you've got yourself a character who is honestly still pretty good.
That's exactly what Impala said.
And that's what's interesting, like the changes that happened to Kaya, especially with the Neutral Sig, it was like unreactable with how quickly you could just let that rip to really call out people's wake-ups, and now not so much. So it does not surprise me that Acno is off the Kaya here, but what does surprise me is that Acno is opting to play with the blasters and the bow. Bow didn't exactly get anything new going into this patch. In fact, it's just become a little bit more precise to play despite still having all those strengths. And blasters The only thing that happened to them is that like you can't just like miss downlight and then hit it anyways because your spacing was bad. If you're totally stacked on your opponent, that move's just not going to hit anymore. Other than that, blasters are playing exactly the same as they've done before. So let's see how this plays out here on Demon Island as Kicksay opening up with the gauntlets on the sword. So on the Stivoni, this is Val coming out, which is a curious legend pick. It's been an EU staple for a while. We saw on the hover over that Kicksay traditionally enters tournament. Okay, it's Qatar meta. Why are you on a Surrey? But no, we've got Val instead with the gauntlets and the sword.
I believe Kicksay was also one of the more successful players during the heyday of Greatsword, like a Greatsword release when that was on and poppin'. I think Kicksay was one of the more successful EU Greatsword players. But yeah, this Diana pick, like it's not out of left field. Acno has plenty of time on the Diana. We've seen Acno play the Diana before. It's not strange, but it is a little bit strange to see that being the leading character that Acno starts off with in the tournament.
I love how no matter who's playing Diana, you're still going to get the, I missed down sig. I'll do it again.
Yep.
on any stage.
I mean, come on. Is 2 really going to hurt? 2 can't hurt.
Yeah, it's going, well, it could.
It definitely could.
Your opponents never seem to learn, right? And that just doesn't matter the caliber of play, I guess. It's just a very strong move. Stronger on both than it is on blasters, but both moves kind of do the same thing. Another sider could come through there. No, Kicksay quickly gets put into a 2-to-1 situation after starting off with a really strong lead, as Acno, once he went over to the bow, just kind of started styling on Kicksay, to be honest.
Seen Acno kind of switch up how he chooses to start off with the dares. He's been pivoting some of them. He's just been doing them straight the same direction. Sometimes he'll dash jump into them. So just kind of changing up that opening. That was just a standard dare after the poking with the side light. Neutral light comes out. It's going to put you into active frames a lot longer, so Kicksay was able to punish quite easily and get the KO in the process.
Yeah, Blaster's neutral light, one of those moves where I'm very happy to have it in doubles, but in singles, sometimes it's like, why did I commit to that? And we see those moments right there where if it does not connect, you can get very harshly punished. Acno just barely avoids an early release ground pound coming up from Kicksay. And now with the bow, sidelights forward, gets hit by the neutral light, jumps up with the nairs. Both players just stacked on top of each other, looking for that first interaction that's going to lead them to get that final stock and get that game 1 lead here in the set. And Acno falls with that neutral air, showing that even though the area of which that hits has gotten reduced, he's still very good at hitting it. Sidelight comes through, chase dodges up. Could he go for the dare here at the side of the stage? Does he even want to? No, he waits it out, and the down sig dares to punish Sparky.
He was charging that one up. That gave Kicksay time to punish it. But we're seeing Acno favor the left side of the stage almost completely. I feel like I've hardly seen him cross that middle line, that 48th parallel or so, right along the middle of the stage over to the right side. He's been playing on that left corner a lot. Again, we're still not seeing him go over to the right. He's going to take it right there with the neutral light off the top. It does take quite a bit of damage to knock out with neutral light.
That is a classic from Acno back from when he was playing Koji, though. That is something that Acno is very, very good at, sniping his opponents out of the sky with that gravity cancel neutral light and going there. And really what Acno was doing was he was like, even though you're not Koji in the sense that you get to actually hit straight up with a gravity cancel neutral signature on the bow, you still are using the bow where you can be like, okay, are they going to drift left or drift right, and where am I going to snipe them? You have to be very precise with your timing, but if you get it, you get that reward. And neutral light deceptively powerful for being neutral light.
Just a standard neutral light attack. Yeah, there aren't a lot of those that are KO options in the game anymore. It still does take quite a bit of damage. It takes
Gauntlets loses one neutral light KO, and now it's just like, oh, it's a dying breed.
Yeah, exactly. I did say 48th parallel, I believe, and that was incorrect.
I think it's 49.
It's the 38th parallel.
38th? Okay, so
of course, the division line between North Korea and South Korea, something that no one wants to cross. Which it seems like Acno didn't want to cross the middle of the stage over to the right side. He was sticking on that left. Kicksay coming in with the Asuri pick here. Acno starting to take him apart. Already has him in the orange. Blasters are so good at building up damage if you can find those hits. They're so good at poking from long range. Acno's doing a fantastic job of showing that off.
I think D-Light recovery here will just seal the deal if he can find it, and he might be looking for that. Kicksay goes for that landing, falling side air, falls to Sir again. There's the D-Light. Kicksay smartly dodges out of the way of it, but there's another combo that Blasters have. They didn't get it in the last balance patch. They got it like halfway through the year. And that's down air, side air. If you bounce people off the bottom of the or off the surface of the stage in the correct way with the right timing, you can combo that into Sair True. Can get some really great knockouts. And that Nair coming through catches Kicksay in the middle of the air and gets that knockout for the first stock of Game 2.
Unarmed v unarmed. Oh, the recovery comes through from Kicksay. It's going to knock Acno out of the way, giving Kicksay that sword. But the bow comes in on the soft platform. Acno picks it up, setting up the edge guard. Did hit the down air, nothing else. Back onto the stage. Acno might be falling here, and he does. Kicksay going to have his choice of weapons here. Depends what he's choosing, whether he wants to juggle back over to the sword, deny weapon spawn any longer. Blasters come in for Acno. Both of these players aren't spending too much time disarmed.
Yeah, oh, the guitars are
That's
just really
what
popping
we
off.
want to see from guitar players. That's what you need to be looking for. And you see him trying to do it again.
Yeah, and I like that you just summarized the guitar players, because we've been seeing a lot of Asuri on screen, but not a lot of that kind of guitar punish coming off of a dodge. So Kicksay really bringing the game back. Nice shot with the patience on the pivot, neutral light into recovery. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right, in that game one, where despite him opening up with the Val, this Devoni, I was like, I know you for your Asuri. And that's what we're seeing here, because this is the first time from a lot of the players that I'm watching where I feel like, okay, this is somebody who's played Asuri for a large portion of their Brawlhalla career. Acno is still getting that edge guard there, but Kicksay brought it back from what was a pretty harsh deficit with his guitar play. Ooh, but that dive slide kick harshly punished there by Acno's bow.
So comparing what Kicksay is doing to the other guitar players that we've seen today, is Kicksay is playing guitars. The other players seemed like they were playing with a weapon that is fast and you sometimes want to string with. And there you go. No one else was doing that today.
You could rudely summarize it by saying they're picking guitars.
Yeah.
but yeah, I get
But essentially they're just playing a weapon that, oh, I get the hit. Okay, I'm going to back off. I'm going to look for the next hit later on. Okay,
double
Acno.
dare. He didn't angle the weapon throw.
Oh, okay.
Kicksay barely drifts the stage. Huge, because that could have just been the game right there and then after two sick down airs coming out from Acno. Oh, yeah.
He's setting up for the D-Sig, dude. He wants it so bad. Right on the
He said, no, do it again. Oh, gravity cancel this time. Gravity cancel this time. Jump. Yeah. Oh, wait.
That's so funny to see him just.
Oh, he got it on the other side.
The switch up. We never saw it coming. The right side. Oh
right.
Gosh.
It's been left side. It's been left side all day, and then Acno is like, hold on. I got an idea.
That was seriously so funny though, to see him like get a hit and then run to the left side of the stage.
I don't know what it's been about Qatar Sidelight, because I think Qatar Sidelight did get two more. It technically got buffed on miss, so you have 2 more frames, I think. So now, I guess we could miss this move now, but that's not been the case throughout the guitar play that we've seen today. There's been a lot of punishes where the guitar player will sidelight just outside of actually hitting their opponent. And Kicksay could have, it's really tough to do in the moment, but you could have spaced your sidelight to completely cover the entire stage so that if your opponent wanted to dodge it, they had to use their dodge or run off stage instead of just like walk back. Because what Acno does there is he just positions. He goes like, well, this sidelight's not going to hit the edge of the stage, and then he down sigs right afterwards, gets the knockout in orange, and brings it to a game 3. And Kicksay is really on the Legend Gauntlet now after that, because he's like, okay, guitars, despite me having some success with it, I wasn't feeling it. Sword's going to stick through the entire way as we go over to Jala.
Even before we got to the Jala, I think he selected a character for just a moment. I think he selected a Jiro. I saw it pop up on the screen behind us. So that would have been a wild pick. Since we don't see that very often.
There is discussion about how we're entering the era of the low force, low defense legends, right? The Jiro has been talked about from a few different players. Lin Fei as well, something that players are saying like, well, now that all that matters is movement speed and dex. Like you have your movement speed, you have your good moves, and then you adjust your dex to get that extra true combo to give you an edge.
If you can. Or like a lot of people are just sort of in place of dex, they're choosing like fast attacking weapons. Guitars being a perfect example of that. Oh, Kicksay is going to take the first stock here.
Yeah, that's a great slide charge pivot down, say catching Acno on the way back to the stage. And this is the first axe that we're going to be seeing from EU in singles, which is
rare.
Depending on the year, I'm just surprised that.
Normally we see a lot. We see a lot of Olgrams. We see a lot of
listened
Brins.
to like the sentence that I said, and I was like, is that true? But it is true. Yeah, Axe has been Axe and Hammer both. The heavy weapon region, just not seeing it. And a nice job jumping up for the gravity cancel down sig to get the edge guard here with a Sair into the stage. That's how Acno went down to the down sig. That's how we started the day off with the Ted versus Deffy match, just talking about how, hey, the most optimal edge guard is actually just to bounce people back into the stage again, use that momentum from the stage and just let them fall and lose that stock. And Acno and Kicksay both doing it in this game number 3.
pretty much even tied here as we're about a minute and a half into this game. Acno trying to keep Kicksay at range, doing a fantastic job of it. No like major damage swing, but like Kicksay has not found a hit. There's the sidelight nair. Oh, gets yet another nair.
And he had no dodge.
Oh, and he hit the side air as well. And you see huge damage coming out from Kicksay so quickly after that nice little 4-piece that he picked up. That's the dodge burn, easy inlight, and it's over.
Yeah, and something that Axe has never, Axe has never lost this quality. If you get hit by Axe 5 times, you are on the verge of losing your stock, and that is the case. And if you can make it function like visibly as a weapon that has very fast attacks, look at that. That could honestly be what we just saw there, and which is why I was interested to see Blaze play Axe. That was a product of the +2 stun that Axe Nair gets now, where you can actually go for these gravity cancel downlight reads onto your opponents because they're in that much more hit stun now that they get hit with a move. And Kicksay is really showing some of those things. But Acno's in that position again. He has the bow. Kicksay's in orange.
Is he going to run over to the corner of the stage?
There's no way it happens again. Kicksay, please. No, like, you're doing so well. Ball, like get the silent, like, oh no. Sparky, I'm terrified.
Bro, it's so funny. He just like, he moves over.
Oh no.
He hustles over to the left side of the stage. He's like, come here.
It's 4 defense Jala.
Come find me over here, man.
No. Oh, I'm terrified.
You say it's 4 defense Jala, but we did see Acno pick up a D-Light recovery on the blasters that started in orange and ended in red, and normally they're supposed to be done after that. That's the way it was back in the day, back in my day.
I don't know if he's safe. All right, come back to the stage.
No shot he tries it with the blasters.
That's the stock. Acno takes it with a respectable standard.
Yes.
Blasters recovery. Just open it up one time. Production's like, There's the move. Man, you're terrified about. Nice D-Light recovery there as well. Yeah. Acno, it was interesting. Kicksay was opening up every single game swinging with the legend that he swapped to, and then Acno in real time adapted to the playstyle changes that Kicksay presented to him, and then ended up with the win every single time. It was the same case with the guitars. We're like, okay, we're seeing some really great guitar play coming out from Kicksay. Oh, Acno got the win. Oh, we're seeing some really great Axe adaptations out of Kicksay. Oh, Acno got the stock, and now he got the win. And that's just like how powerful of a player Acno is, where like you could have 57 mains, and Acno's going to change his game plan accordingly to combat every single one of them.
You can play great, but you have to play great enough to beat your opponent. No matter how great you're playing. If it's not enough, it doesn't matter. It's essentially a moot point.
I don't know why I thought you were just going to say you had to play great sword, but that's what I thought.
Well, you know, if you're playing a sword legend, you should be playing a great sword.
It is interesting that we haven't seen too much of that from Europe so far. It did get an adjustment to neutralite finishes where, like, you just knock out off the top now with that weapon. It's kind of crazy, but we haven't seen it too much here in Europe, and that's aside the point. You were just trying to say that Acno was playing great, and he is. And he might honestly outplace your second place prediction at this point.
Well, okay, never mind. For a moment, I lived in a world where Godly wasn't in the elimination bracket.
We had to see how that's going.
Yeah, we might have to. He might be out at the end of the day when we look at it.
I mean, while you're looking for that, I'll talk a little bit about what's on the schedule behind this right now. Is that it's Nees versus SGrape. So SGrape had SGrape. He had an amazing performance against the Ninja 729, who tried to bring out a Machete level performance with Tesca, could not do it against his Lance, and then got even more clobbered on his tried and true Sidra. So I want to see how SGrape's going to perform here against Nees. And I was trying to look, can you tell me what legend Nees reported? I think it's Moonin. Nees is somebody who I expect to be playing a Scythe legend of some type, but also what I'm really excited about with this season is that anybody could be changing to different things based off how dramatic they feel like the balance changes were. So
Tazza, I'm gonna be very transparent with you. I cannot tell you that information, and
I mean, you can just open up Start GG. It's just on there. He reported his legend. I just can't see from
Oh, you mean today?
Yeah, today. Oh, like literally the match before
I thought you meant overall,
No,
Tazza. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you, my friend.
Okay. Look, there's a Moonin on the screen.
It's a Moonin on the screen.
Moonin.
Yeah, it's been Moonin. He beat Marilyn with a Moonin.
So Nees is like a Scythe player all the way through. In my opinion, he's dabbled in other legends, but when I'm watching Nees on Scythe, that's where I'm most comfortable with watching him play. And Moonin is, or Hugin in this case, he's bringing out Hugin. Same legend in terms of the moves they're using. Is a very fun Scythe legend to watch in terms of the legend, or in terms of the signatures that the legend has.
3,
And with Bo being as popular as it was in Europe for 2022, I feel like this is the perfect pick for him. So I'm excited to see how this plays out here. Scythe really hasn't lost too much. There was an adjustment to Scythe neutral air, so if you're whiffing that move, allegedly it should be more punishable, but the adjustment to it I feel like hasn't been felt by too many Scythe players, so they're going into the season feeling pretty comfortable with it, which is why the Jiro is something of note that we haven't seen so far, but is a discussion. SGrape in the meantime is like, I don't care, Orion Downsig got nerfed. I'm still amazing at lands.
Yeah, you're still going to be on the edge, and I'm going to throw it out 10,000 times.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter really which weapon he has in his hands. He's going to throw out the lance desig, he's going to throw out the spear desig. But over on the side of the Moonin coming out from Nees, one thing that one of the few Moonin players out there, he ends up picking that one up, getting through the iframes. But one thing that like one of the few Moonin players we see placing highly in tournaments, as Modi I'm talking about, was she was having trouble getting knockouts. That was her biggest problem. She couldn't find the KO conditions that she needed to take stocks. We'll see if Nees is able to do that. We already saw it coming out with the neutral signature, which is something that is, of course, inherent completely to this legend rather than just the scythe.
Yeah, nice job dodging out the neutral sig from SGrape here. And already we see SGrape getting that spear recovery. I was going to say struggling to get the same strings that we saw in the previous matchup, but he gets it right there as I was in the middle of the sentence. Nees looking for that pickup, finds the bow, sidelight down air. Oh, and he goes for the ground pound and Nees! What? SGrape gets hit by the bow ground pound in response. The weapon throw was too stacked to activate. We saw it bump Nees on the head because if you are like literally stacked on top of each other in Brawlhalla, your weapon throw is not going to be active for a certain amount of time. So if you're too close there, you're not going to be able to get that point blank hit. You still get that ground pound through, and then if you get hit by the weapon throw afterwards, who cares? You still got your hit, and bow ground pound is the greatest ground pound to hit at early damage. You're going to get those knockouts super early on, and SGrape ends up getting punished for it, but there's the downside that we were talking about. Nerfed, who cares? It's a really good move still. There's
It's
a reason why I
such
got
a good
adjusted.
move.
Yeah, we were just... the change just stopped it from knocking out guaranteed from center. like that's what happened there. SGrape now with a edgeguard opportunity gets fought back by Nees as Nees is fighting back with the bow.
I feel like you could take that desig and you could remove basically all of the damage. You make it do 1 damage, and you keep probably like 80% of the force
knockback.
on it.
Yeah.
I think it's still going to be a good move. Oh, Nees completely backing up from that. Not even a weapon toss to throw down and bonk on the head.
Nees was looking at SGrape. He's like, you are too crazy for me. I'm not going to go off stage again. Because last time Nees punished it with a ground pound, but in a last stock scenario, it might be too risky there. SGrape, 1 pogo, goes to the weapon throw. D-Light Nair, not enough damage here on the Fortress of Lions. Dash jumps forward, SGrape hoping for a weapon spawn, and that Sair from center is enough force coming out from Nees to take game number 1. Really well played coming out from Nees. I think that despite SGrape bringing it back there on the second stock, I really gave that game's momentum in favor of Nees that entire time on the Hugin. We saw that ground pound there, which was fantastic, and then this falling cider way to play the Scythe like it's an axe. I mean, believe it or not, Scythe Sair is actually really good. It scales with knockback fantastically with damage, even though you're like, I'm playing Scythe. I want to do my Nair into Dare into Nair into whatever. You can just hit them once and you can get the knockout. So now we are seeing the first of the low defense legends here coming out. Ada, I actually am so surprised. So I don't know too much about SGrape.
It's the same desig.
At
the end of the day, it's kind of the same desig on Spear.
So I don't know too much about SGrape's entire legend pool outside of what I've been seeing with the Orion. I think that the Orion's been the most reported legend. Ada is a character that a lot of players are like, I can't wait for this character to become good, because theoretically they think Ada gets very, very good, but the stat distribution and her strength with her signatures has just not been enough for people to justify the pick. So to see SGrape bring this out in game number 2 against Nees is very exciting. We've got blasters and spear, a very low defense, but very high everywhere else. So let's see how this plays out here in game number 2, as we're seeing SGrape's blasters for the first time this year. Oh, the downsig avoided, but he dodges in, but not far enough for the drift. Sair going high, Nair catching him, and that's almost absolutely a product of Ada's low defense there as to why that knocked out when it did.
Oh,
that was so stylish.
That
was so sick.
You saw him standing there. He said, I got iframes.
That was
Just
on
run it."
reaction. That was on reaction of the downlight too. He waited for the bow attack to come through. He went like, okay, well there's no chainsaw effect here. Once that move comes through, I can just get that pickup down. He like,
ran away from it.
He like stepped in between each musical note. Like that was some amazing footsies. He dodges right underneath the downsig again, but Nees really like fearlessly applying the pressure with the downsig on the bow from Hugin.
That was straight up. That's Rambo running away from the helicopter that's firing at him, and there's a bullet to his right and a bullet to his left, and he's just hauling through the middle.
Yeah, that's absolutely the maneuver that SGrape pulled out here. That downer comes through. That's going to be the stock there. And Nees, I mean, despite SGrape doing a great job surviving the bullet hell, he's not getting any hits back, right?
Yeah.
You're playing a survival game at this point. We've got to. This isn't actually what's happening here. It's a 1v1 SGrape. We've got to get some damage on the Nees here. That Nair covers one downer. Nice shot with the jumping dare.
Yep.
Yeah, you knew it too. And even though it didn't hit, there's no way Nees could have drifted to the stage. Nees ends up sweating and falling down, and that's a super early stock coming up from SGrape. And I love that you called out that GC instinct because it never in a million years crossed my mind. If I was Nees, I was getting hit by that move.
That's exactly the point that I was about to make before he did it.
Yeah.
Was that Ada has like these game-changing signatures. Like being able to throw out that signature on the edge with all of the active frames as an edge guard apparently doesn't matter for Nees, who's going to take this one.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Nees is such a reactive player, and it's really fantastic as well because as he's getting hit, he's using these hits as opportunities to reposition himself and go, okay, here's where I'm expecting to go. Because in the middle of this offstage scrap, he's like, all right, even if you hit me on the way back to this recovery, I'm just going to buffer the ground pound. He's sitting on the side of the stage, and like almost reflexively was like, I expect you to do some kind of wake-up move here, and he goes for the Nair, and he gets the ground pound, and that's going to be the stock. Even without the force to knock out, it was still going to do it, and SGrape goes right back to the Black Knight, and they're like, okay, I brought the Ada, I tried it, it felt good, but I don't feel like it's going to be what it's going to get me the win against a player like Nees. Here we go to Miami Dome, and SGrape's got to work his way through a reverse 3-0 to take down Nees, who's looking fantastic on Hugin, as those downsigs are applying a ton of pressure. But here's the Lance that we saw SGrape really get a ton of mileage on against the Ninja 729, and I'm hoping we get to see him do well with again against Nees here in Game 3.
I feel like Vector's Lance D-Sig walked so that this D-Sig on Bow could run. Because if you just took out Munin and put in the old Vector, well, I guess the current Vector signature before we actually get the rework in there into the main build rather than just experimental. Like, it's a similar signature, but, like, one, Nees is using really well, and the other one is not so great.
Yeah, oh man. SGrape sidelight down, like goes for the neutral signature. If he pivoted that would have been huge. The Sair from Nees almost has enough forces to take down SGrape, but no, the recovery comes through, gets a bit of extra damage. Sidelight and the end light. Didn't get the dodge down. Nees. Wow, SGrape's movement on the Lance is incredible. Goes for that slide charge side stick on the platform. That's a 3-stock to 1 lead. All off the Lance right now. I mean, we can't see the damage numbers right now, but I guarantee you that it's very high for SGrape's Lance at the moment because Nees has struggled to get anything rolling here. D-Light recovery finally takes down 1 stock. Let's see if he can do the reverse 3-stock here because this has been a great game for SGrape so far.
I mean, that's the way the Lance was against Ninja previously, is the Lance was the main tool. The Spear had a lot going for it as well. It's not like he was a one-trick pony whatsoever, but it was primarily the Lance. That's what the most destruction was coming out with, rather than just the cheeky D-Sig or maybe a D-Light side or D-Light recovery, ground pound on the edge or anything like that. It's really been the Lance from SGrape, which is why he's playing this Legend. If you're a Spear player, you're not necessarily going towards the Orion. You're going for like the Hattori out there.
Oh, nice punish on that neutral signature. Sides that carries him all the way off the side of the stage. Going to edge guard here. Waits for the wall slip. Gets the down air. Wall slip still activated here. He's sweating. Can he make it back? I don't think. He's got the dodge. Weapon throw. Ground pound. He drifts around the ground pound there unarmed. Makes it back to the stage. And now Nees with an opportunity to come back has a much harder game to play here as SGrape's trying to catch these landings and the down sig on stacked. That was, I've never even seen that angle of knockback from that move. What was that?
It must have been bounced off the ground.
No, I think it was just like, there's like this area where the blast, the very top of the laser on the down sig hits and he just went straight up. Let's see it. We're going to get there.
It'll be last one, so look, they should give us the juicy slow-mo on it.
And here's hoping. He's in the air.
We're going to get some slow motion gaming.
Slow motion on the side sig whiff. Oh, look at it. And then we're there. We're chilling. He's going to go for the weapon spawn, and oh, we're almost there, Sparky.
Whiffs the side air using his drift.
Yeah. Wait, his foot was like on. It
was like on the Lance itself.
Yeah,
that's
one of those.
cuffling or whatever that little fella's called
one of those
at the end.
Wacky hitboxes. Okay, that was the cider from earlier. But anyways, that's pretty cool. Yeah, so he definitely didn't bounce. He was like.
Yep. I thought for some reason he hit it on the platform.
I thought he outspaced it, and he did it.
Well, be careful, Tazza. He's right behind you.
Whoa.
He's so big. You just see the chest of Orion. He's so big. Watch out, Tezza. Oh, no.
Wipe the match. Knees on Laura Croft here. Okay, so this is interesting. I didn't think it was going to take just one loss like that to switch off of the Hugin for Nees. But Nees in this game number 4, I guess felt like it was so dominant that he wants to try out bringing out the Diana. Laura Croft epic crossover for Diana. We saw Acno playing with that earlier on. So the bow is sticking through, but the scythe has gone here. As both players now have been like, okay, I'm going to have my transfer over weapon, and then we're going to try the blasters in this matchup and see how it works out. And I have a feeling that Nees is going back to Hugin after this game 4 if it does not go the way that he expects it.
There is a possibility. The momentum that SGrape has right now after taking that was a little bit of an early down signature. Maybe was expecting a fast fall into it coming out from Nees. But the Diana pick is the 3rd highest leveled legend. You're picking that up in the middle and still find the KO off of the bounce. A lot of damage was added up on SGrape's first stock.
The spirit of the move center stage, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
like looking at that, I'm kind of like, oh.
Bro, just D-Light recovery.
Well,
if you're going to do that.
No, I'm just like, you shouldn't even think about using that unless it's the cheese, but whatever. I guess it's just good. Now
Look,
I just have to accept
after
that.
SGrape got like the vertical up from his D-Sig,
True.
Nees needed to grab a weird one of his own.
Yeah. That is correct. SGrape a little bit behind, tries to catch a landing with a side light a little early. Oh, the neutral sig, what a great option there. D-Light ground pound and Nees quickly eliminates that second stock from SGrape. I thought he had a chance to come back, but one with side light and he is out of there. He's now on 1 stock here, tournament stock. For the winner's bracket, and D-Light side light Nair comes through. SGrape gets it. Okay, nice job on the jump reads here on the side airs. He's got nothing left. Oh, and SGrape is a little too high. Nees makes it back and gets a ton of damage for it. Side light Nair into side sig. He's gone for that a few times and never has gotten it to connect. They're always dodging straight through instead of away, and SGrape, D-Light, X-Pivot, Nair, Nees is just rolling all over him with these blasters here. Tries to go in for that landing down light. I think that down light just wouldn't even work anymore.
Yeah, even the old one, I don't know if that would have hit because SGrape, you saw him in the air very quickly. He might have been above it regardless of the nerf that the D-Light got from blasters.
So far, it's just D-Light recovery. Is that it? Yeah, that's it.
That's
Nees
it.
on the blasters are showing that the Hugin was actually just a feint. The Laura Croft is what he's got prepared for those particular situations. We saw that down tick bounce off the center of the stage, and that was 372 damage with the blasters. Not even 100 with the bow. Really answering SGrape's style of play there with that weapon as he moves forward with a 3-1 victory into winner's side of top 8.
That is the level 65 Lara Croft coming out from Nees, his 3rd highest leveled legend. The ones before are the Asuri at level 68 and the Mordex at level 93. But that is going to be our winner's side of the top 8 figured out, ladies and gentlemen. We have Deffy versus Machete. We have Acno versus Nees on the bottom side of the bracket. There are still things going on, so make sure to ! bracket in chat so that you can see which matches are off stream, which matches are on this stream, and which matches are on the other stream, twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla, so you can follow along with your favorite players. Of course, Godly being down in the elimination bracket, the Godly fans out there may want another window open to look at the Viper versus Godly set that'll be happening on the stream. But as we said, this is the end of our block. Tazza,
right.
Give us those links that we need to know.
If you haven't found out already, brawlhalla.com/winter merch for all of the new exclusive merch, which is like less than 8 days now when it comes to when you can get it. We've got an awesome new hoodie in both purple and in white, and also that new blanket, the first Brawlhalla blanket of its kind. You want to get that. Stay cozy here during winter. What else is there that they got to look at from Sparky?
Brawlhalla.com/schedule to know when things are happening. That includes tournaments. That includes dev streams in your time zone, so you know when the stream is starting, so you don't miss every single action-packed moment of this and any other tournament, as well as dev streams throughout the year. Make sure to also go to brawlhalla.com/prime. To see the Prime bundle that you can get for having Twitch Prime. Also, drop a Twitch Prime in chat right now. 321 Twitch Prime. That is it for our blog. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have so much more EU coming back for you. Goodbye. That's great.
scrape his hand.
Was done on the sword. Back-to-back neutralize coming out from Blaze. Adding some damage. Blaze is still ahead.
Okay, no falls from down there. Weapon throw goes up. Blaze gets hit by the stand.
Trending downward. Damage taken from Deffy. So this is Blaze adapting. This is him getting a KO at like 200. This is him getting a KO at like 150. This, of course,
is him
isn't a
extending
KO.
his stock beyond any
Exactly.
between very Sorry, the gravity cover back to the stage. That air will stop him from getting caught.
Oh, that's huge.
Low enough damage. Simple actually didn't go far enough away to where Machete could actually.
Simple one, what are you doing? Simple's only real choice is to go to that soft platform. That's his like one safe zone. So Machete's playing up there. Grab the landing. He keeps it going. These single hits, sending. That's so funny to see him. Just,
Oh, he got it
on the other side.
Back to the stage.
No shot he tries to
Recovery comes
the
through that.
walk so that this thing on bow couldn't run. Because
God, weapon throw ground pound. He drifts around the ground pound there unarmed, makes it back to the stage, and now he's with an opportunity to come back in a much harder game to play here. And SGrape's trying to catch his landing to the down behind. Tries to get the side layer. The neutral stick. What a great option there. He like the nerve. But so far it's just killer recovery. That is fantastic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Winter Championship. It's going down. You got your boys, Swata and Steven, with you here again. Steven, how you feel about how things are shaking out so far?
Dude, this has been awesome. I feel like we were gone forever.
I know.
And then now
It's
that
all
we're back,
so
it's
new.
like we never left. I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go. We're back.
Yeah, plus Tesca and Battle Boots in on this tournament. Pretty spicy. In fact, we've got Machete going to be coming up here next
Yes.
against Deffy, and I'm excited to see, hopefully, he plays Tesca again, because it was a pretty sick set in the last bit that we saw from him. So, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I have a cheat sheet here.
Okay, perfect.
Check it out. Yeah, we might. Deffy versus Machete happening next. Excited, right? Okay, what's the deal with Deffy, though, right?
Yeah, what is the deal with Deffy, dude? What was he doing in the
What's the deal with
offseason?
Deffy? Okay, and then you can see Acno versus Nees coming up next. It's been a while. We got to get used to this again. But the lower side is still playing out, right? So we're going to be coming in on the very top of top 8, but the lower side of top 8 is still being decided right now. We've got Simple versus Fozy going to be happening. Blaze versus Blue. SGrape versus XJ Cool J. And then Kicksay is still waiting for the winner of, can you believe it, Viper versus Godly. So far down in the lower bracket.
Yes.
Unusual, really, to see Godly go down that soon. And guess who did it to him? Deffy. I know.
That is like that's the hugest cosign you could ever have. Okay, well, we might need to get into this next match.
Okay,
pretty
we're
quickly. They've already banned all the maps.
We've been talking about it. It's time to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Deffy versus Machete coming up right now.
Oh my gosh.
Who's it gonna be? The newcomer, the new hotness, or Machete, the most old school, pretty old school?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, 2018 Pro Series was his big pop-off, Machete, and now here he is. The beginning of 2023, playing the newest legend, ready to dominate. I love this.
All right, yeah, we haven't seen as much Boots today as maybe I was expecting, but okay.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting everybody to be playing
yeah, just for the fun of it, but Deffy's like, no, I've actually been practicing up this Hattori for so long.
For 8 years.
Okay, that could have been a big opportunity. Lots of damage already built up on Deffy's first stock. Machete looking really good in game 1.
He's just kicking all over the place. Okay, he might just get the finisher right here. Throws away the gauntlets, opting instead for more boots. Now you think Machete? Yeah. Machete's been like Mr. Gauntlets for so long.
That's what he told us to call him that. Mr. Gauntlets.
And now he's
he's kicking people to the oblivion.
He's just kicking people now.
Okay, first stock. And then, again, hot swaps back to the boots. This is an all boots main right now for Machete.
That's impressive.
All right, Deffy has seemed like kind of nigh unstoppable up until this point. This is probably the first time we've seen him on stream playing.
Yeah, I've never seen him sweat, really. I thought he was invincible. But hold on, that's just the first stock.
That's just the first stock, but he's already got the damage built up. Okay, he needs this edge guard to be huge. Already pushes out there. The ground pound, yes. Okay, he fakes his way back to stage like, oh, I'm going to block you in the corner. No, then jumps immediately back out there, ground pound.
Deffy's been so successful with the sword ground pounds, like, all day.
Okay, now with the spear, how does this match up against Machete's boots? So far, we don't know. Hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to say, and I'll be real. I don't know enough about how Boots shakes out to really tell. He's just kicking. Kick. Oh, what is he?
Yeah,
is he just mashing X?
You have his whole spear. He's just kicking. Should be easy.
He's practically unarmed if you think about it.
On stage? Oh, that was actually brutal. I mean, that was a full like pink sparks trail. That was enough damage to take out that stock. And Deffy now on his last one.
Yeah, the on-stage version of that is turning out to be a better kill option than the dunk.
You think it's better?
Well,
they're both good.
No, they're both they're both great.
It's so devastating when it lands off stage. So I don't feel lucky when that happens. Okay, Deffy, yes, another excellent edge guard. Wow. He's been very aggressive with these edge guards, especially on sword. And that basically ties up the game. I mean, he's a couple hits away from being exactly
Machete had control this entire time, and just now Deffy's turned the tides.
And now without a weapon spawn, he's forced to actually play some gauntlets
this
for the first time in this game. Doesn't even know how to play.
Kicking.
Oh, yep, actually.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. See, that move does set up really well. No,
Oh,
a body slam!
that's even
No
better.
body slam!
Wait, one
no!
more. Oh, my.
Okay.
He didn't. Deffy equalized the stocks, and then Machete did not get hit again.
Oh, but that was
for the rest of it.
A 230 damage surplus on the side of Machete in that game.
A surplus.
Yeah, he did way more damage.
He has more than he needs.
Okay, so that was only game 1 though. These are
Yeah,
best
yeah,
of
yeah,
5
yeah.
sets.
Oh, dude,
that was
okay,
insane.
okay, yeah. No.
That was insane and honestly disrespectful.
I've never seen anybody just gravity cancel downsig out of the side light.
Well, you haven't seen much Tester
true.
play at all.
That's
oh
true.
my gosh, forcing Deffy on the character swap.
Oh,
Okay,
wait a second. All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
all right,
Now
all
on
right.
Brawlhaven,
Yep.
now he's got Katars.
I've
he still
changed
has
my
the sword.
allegiance completely. I've been a Deffy fan since day one.
Dude, this
You
is
can
a
ask
hate.
anybody. You can ask anybody.
He must know.
I've been all about.
I love this pick for him because he's got the Katars. He still has a really cowabunga ground pound off the edge that's so fast.
Yeah,
Okay.
the cowabunga ground pound is going to do a lot
Well,
more.
because it's just like if you miss, then you're in a bad position. But if you hit it, it's so rewarding.
We've seen it.
Oh, with the
Oh,
perfect
dude.
weight on the spot dodge.
Yeah,
okay,
the
these
heartbeat
Katars.
pause. Deffy is just like in it.
Okay, now one potentially a combo away from taking this stock and changing the complete pace of this set. Deffy now making the adjustment here. Okay, now has an opportunity for an edge guard. Lets him back to the stage. Nice.
Is that
Blocks him
enough?
off the
No,
corner
no,
there.
No, even though he was in the perfect position on the
Oh,
stage,
nope,
you can't expect the neutral light to just
He
knock
went for
out like that.
Yeah, he went for the funky off the wall weapon throw. Loses out in his weapon now, unarmed, trying to get past his corner, push to the other side of the
Oh
stage.
my
finally.
God, he's doing so much. There's a lot of kicks.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Get out of here with all those kicks.
All right, just
Okay.
a cider away from victory there. Okay, now one stock up, but he's taking some
He's in-
damage.
he's
he
in
can
orange.
survive though.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
A
He
signature's
can
not a
take a
death
few
sentence.
hits.
Well,
he can
maybe
afford
that
a
one.
few mistakes. There's
Oh
one.
my
No,
gosh.
that's
That signature
Just
sets
one
up so
mistake.
well into the Gauntlet's ground pound. I don't make it past it. That's the part of the game I haven't beaten yet. But I aspire to, and hopefully Deffy can show me here on this second stock how he can do it.
let's see. Whoa.
Okay, goes over the top there, trying to fight his way into the Katars, makes it. Machete just weapon throws to find his opening on the inside. Okay, Deffy.
Yeah, let's
Passive.
not forget that Machete is he's a Gauntlets main.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
you're not messing him up by removing his boots from the equation. But here he goes, boots
Yeah.
time.
This is this is where he would rather be in this match. With
Oh, that's
boots.
good.
Oh, perfect landing
Again?
just to get over the corner.
Machete really controls the corner against his opponents on Tesca. I mean, he's far enough away for you to not do anything, but then as soon as you try to get up, he's in there messing you up.
Okay, and the damage lead is become quite noticeable at this point. Machete definitely
here we
in
go,
the driver's
though.
seat. Ooh.
Oh, man. Love a good downlight reset on Katars, but what can you
Yeah,
do?
and that gravity cancel neutral sig removed his dodge, and Machete made quick work of that stock. Okay, down to his final one. Can
Okay.
Deffy somehow bring this back in game 2 to tie
Yeah,
up the
Machete's
set? Is it possible?
he's not too far gone. He could take him out right here.
He could. He needs like a pretty savage maneuver. Okay, that's actually
That was savage. That
the
was savage.
dribble into the potential.
No,
no,
he's in
this-
trouble. He's in
it's
trouble. He's in
reversed.
trouble.
Okay, wait. He reverse. Again, edge guard, weapon
Nice
throw.
dodge.
Yes,
oh,
gravity
he
cancel
burned
side
his
lane.
dodge. That was perfect.
That's
the
what?
weapon throw burned his dodge. He got out there with the gravity cancel side light. It was perfect.
You have to fight fire with fire and kicks with kicks, and that's
Kicks with
exactly what
kicks.
Deffy
Yeah.
did there.
That's right.
Tying up the game yet again, trailing in
There's two
damage.
kicks in the unarmed kick, right? And he's
Is
got
there?
it.
In the gravity can in the side light?
Side light and
It's not
down
two
air
kicks.
are the two kicks in the
Oh,
unarmed.
okay,
Is there
okay,
another
okay.
kick in the
No, no,
unarmed
no,
kid?
I
I'm
thought-
trying to think about it. No.
No, you're right. We don't need to figure
As
it out.
long as he only uses those two moves, it'll be an even fight.
That's very true. That's very true. Okay, opting in for the sword. Interesting. I thought the Katars were really bringing life into this match, but I believe. Oh, what a great weapon throw off the corner.
Whoa.
Ground pound, cowabunga.
Like you were saying,
we saw it
yeah,
there.
cowabunga, and he missed. And
He really went for.
He was
Whoa,
far
what a
down.
weapon starve. Okay.
He needs it.
Keeping
We're coming down to
Machete
the final
unarmed.
moments.
I love this. Perfect play from Deffy to get the advantage on this final stock.
Next
He's
big
whittling
hit
away
is
at the
gonna
lead.
win it. Next big hit's gonna win
Oh,
it.
my-
And Machete
again.
has no weapon. Deffy is just stealing it all from him. This is the perfect
there's
time
no
to
way
do
he-
it.
yeah.
Oh, he doesn't need a
No.
weapon. That was the
No.
optimal option.
Wait, how did he? I literally closed my eyes for a second. Somehow he picked up the gauntlets after he got the KO
Yeah, just
and
for
did
a little
signature.
for a celebration.
Oh
yeah,
my
just for the
gosh.
freeze frame at the end.
Okay, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, big punish there.
Oh man, that recovery worked perfectly.
Dang. Okay. Well, Machete apparently is the kryptonite to Deffy. We thought he was like a new God Slayer. He'd been grinding out ranked
he
probably.
has slayed gods. I mean,
well, literally, Godly. Like that's
right.
If you
Doesn't
take
get
out
much better
Godly,
than that.
if you take out Godly, you have my attention. That's all there is to it. He was running the roost for so long last year, but now we got Deffy here on the main stage. But he's down 0-2 in this set. He needs a win here to stay alive on the winner side of the bracket.
Wait, was that two? Did 2 whole games happen?
Yeah,
that wasn't just the first game.
Nope, we've seen 2. This is
okay.
2-0.
But now Deffy has made an important skin swap. Here.
You know what?
This could change everything. Yeah.
Character
Epic
swaps are
crossover.
overrated.
They don't call him epic for nothing.
That's true.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
It looks very similar to the last game, but
don't let your eyes deceive you.
But the story's a little different because now it's
no!
The weapon. Wait, really? The weapon throw was enough to KO there?
That was perfect. Deffy did a recovery out of the hit stun, and which locks him up. He can't use his dodge like that. And you know, I usually do the same thing. You want to save your dodge for the end of it. He wasn't knocked far enough away to dodge and then jump, and then still get his dodge back 3 seconds later before getting back to the stage. Machete was going to take him out. Man, it was just a nice weapon throw from Machete to finish him off, and now he's a full stock ahead.
This, you know, for such a game with such importance, is a bad start. Deffy would love to have a better start.
If you're a Deffy fan, you're a little worried right now, yeah.
And this is tough. This is where, you know, the seasoned veterans, the mental,
that's the perfect time.
No, not a 3-stock on game 3,
that's
please.
The perfect time.
Machete! Don't 3-stock him on game 3, okay?
This might be a 3-stock. I'm cheering for the 3-stock
Deffy was really just starting to enjoy playing Brawlhalla. Just
that's
don't
right.
ruin that for him.
Yeah, we had a new face coming in. Machete was like, I don't like this new guy. He took him out.
Deffy he's going for these ground pounds. Oh, now Machete feels free and loose to do whatever he wants on the stage. Double ground pound, triple ground pound, no?
Yeah, Machete, the more loose Machete gets with his choices here, the worse it'll be for Deffy, I think.
All right, Deffy has a chance, though, to take this first stock and start the comeback.
Prevent the 3-stock. That's a win in itself.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. You're right.
All
You're right.
All right.
No 3-stocks
you can
here.
Go out of this with your head held up high, no matter what. Now, but maybe, you know what? Don't put it past him. This is a Suri we're talking about, okay?
But he needs like
he's always one neutral sig away.
Yeah, he needs like a really disgusting.
That was perfect. Dude, Machete's corner guarding with boots is just absolutely pristine. What do you do about that? He's away when you need him to be close, and then when you need him to not be so close, he's right there. Hold on, check this out. Wait, next play. Yeah, this one, we saw what happened. Bam, bing, bang, boom, reversal. Okay, but look at this. Watch. Oh, he's away. Boom, he comes back in at the perfect time. Ooh. That was so flawless. Machete with the big dub over. Okay, so Deffy.
Yeah.
He was impressing the world. This was going to be his run, okay? It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
But definitely kind of shut down there a little bit by Machete.
He's
welcome to top 8, Deffy.
He already had the splatter spree. He was popping off for sure. Machete came in and he was like, no. The old guard still, we're the old guard.
There's a reason why we've been here so many years, you know.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, Deffy still has tournament run of a lifetime, right? His PR is going to shoot up. Well, what'd they say? 1,500? PR 1,500? Well, that'll probably shoot up.
He had 0 winnings.
Like
he's every number is going up. Numbers are all going up. If you are an early investor on Deffy, you are loving life right now still.
So Deffy knocked down to the lower bracket now. It is the double elimination tournament, and you guys know that means you need to be eliminated twice.
Yeah, doubly eliminated.
So.
You know?
In order to be eliminated from the tournament. So
obviously.
We will see Deffy again, but, man, that's the story right now. Machete 3-0, chilling. Man, that is so, PR 1,585. I mean.
Whoa. I didn't even know the PR stat had 4 digits. It's still like
congratulations, right? Even though you just lost 3-0, it's still congratulations.
I mean, he's punching above his weight class like times 1,000. So this is actually incredible what he's put together.
All right, let's talk about the next match coming up here. It's Acno versus Nees, and we were talking about the old guard, and this is certainly some old guard.
Yes.
Acno, who has the longest tournament win streak in ever. Maybe in any game.
In any game, in any
all
region.
esports, I'll say it. I haven't done the research, but I'll say it. You know,
yeah, we don't care.
In any esport, the most tournament wins in a row ever is Acno.
Yeah, probably maybe true.
Beaten only by Acno and Blaze in 2v2. If you were to compare doubles to singles,
that's true.
He's beaten his own record at it.
The only one who could beat Acno is Acno. So
yeah,
Nees.
If you combine,
it's looking like a tough task for Nees
so this
now.
is a tough task for Nees, that's for sure. But Nees is also old school. Okay,
That's
I
true.
remember him out down at DreamHack in Sweden in 2018. I want to say he came out and he was the fresh Scythe on the scene.
Yeah.
And had everybody convinced he was the greatest Scythe in the world. After we saw him at one LAN, and I believed it. I still believe it. But he doesn't play Scythe all that often anymore. I'm not sure what he's gonna play. I can assume maybe Diana.
Yeah, they've got a very similar character pool. I mean, Acno's character pool is the entire roster, as we know. We've seen it in every tournament. He just has fun playing every character in the game.
Acno's locking in with Kaya, and you already knew that. But
okay,
Nees is going in with Diana, aka Lara Croft.
Yeah,
who is in the game? Yes. Do you like Tomb Raider? You should play Brawlhalla.
Yeah, Brawlhalla actually best Tomb Raider game.
The best Tomb Raider game. All right, let's get into it. Next round. This is the first round of top 8, and winning this one gives you a guaranteed top 3. That's pretty huge. Yeah,
that's huge.
Winner's side, the first round of winner's side top 8 is seriously big because it is a guaranteed top 3. So here we go. Who's it going to be?
In the last match we saw Nees in, I was loving his blaster, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of that here. Blasters have kind of come into favor in the meta a little bit in the off season, which I really appreciate. I like seeing them, but so far we got even game, damage spread.
Man, ever since BCX 2022 doubles, where Acno clutched so hard as Kaya, just has me all excited about what Acno's got in store for us with the Kaya.
Well, now I'm excited about Nees.
Okay,
okay,
and it'd be fair for you to say that. It would.
Not to predict things after they happen, but Nees is looking really good in this matchup so far.
His blasters have been so clean.
That would have. He was a believer. Now earlier, I don't know if you caught it, but Nees was doing like the ground pound on blasters tech on the corner where you can get that cheeky. Oh, what the? Speaking of cheeky, that
fast fall down air, it got him perfect.
Acno is
nice play.
The down air and the neutral light on Bo are so fast, and they cover that diagonal, and Acno's one of the best in the game at capitalizing on that space denial.
And it's in a way that other weapons just don't. It's very unique, the way that those two moves operate. I mean, they attack. Other weapons can cover that threat range, but not that fast. Not like the same way that Bo does from the long distance without having to commit your movement to it.
Yeah, and it's fast and it's precise too, because there's no like.
It is a very small hitbox, but that doesn't deter Acno.
But what should deter Acno? Well, not to deter Acno, but he is down a
Nees
full stock
Nees
here.
is deterring Acno right now. Nees and almost entirely with blasters too.
Yes. Okay. That's a tricky thing to pick up there. The gravity cancel downlight into recovery. There's so much variance with that.
Man, Nees is impressing with these blasters.
Ooh,
oh
the
my
neutral
goodness!
sig read right in his face like that. Acno sweating, weapon throw to get back to the stage.
That's it.
No.
Wow, dude. What?
Okay.
Nees with the Lara Croft winning it handedly, 2-0 over Acno, the legendary Acno.
Yeah.
That's huge, man.
With a 202 damage lead, like he did.
I think did he use Bo for any part of it? I don't think.
I mean, he might have got a weapon throw in. Maybe there was a weapon throw in there.
I mean, look, word on the street. It's no secret. Word on the street is that Bo is the best weapon. I've heard it.
Oh, is
Remy
that the
said
word
it?
on the
Yeah,
street?
Remy says that it's true, right?
Remy said that?
I don't want to put
that
words
gives
in
it
his mouth,
honestly
but
a little
maybe,
more
I'm pretty
credibility
sure
to
he did.
me, but I feel like Remy's biased.
It's the word
he
on
was
the
street.
The streets said it.
Okay, but he was a Bo guy, so
there's a little bit of bias.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of bias. But look, the point is, Nees has the bow right there. I'm sure a lot of people in chat are like, "Yep, Bow's the best weapon." That's true. But then why? Tell me why. Nees is only using blasters and only winning.
Okay, Acno switching over to Moonin though. Still keeps the bow.
Still got the bow because it's the best.
Best weapon in the game, according to Boda, according to
Remy.
Remy. Everybody's talking about it. but also the scythe. I'm excited to see the scythe maybe make an appearance, but potentially he doesn't want that. He just wants that juicy side sig on the corner, which, you know, why not?
It is juicy, man. Yeah, we talk about juicy sig. That's one of the juiciest.
Whoa! In the down air, the
Dude,
precision.
Again,
yeah.
so precise, so quick with it.
Okay, completely
Acno.
different story here. Optimal edge guard comes away with the scythe. I don't know if that was his choice or just what he had left with the time.
I think the bow was about to break, so he was right to switch to the scythe, even if he'd rather have the bow.
This optimal weapon swap out from Acno. And, catches the downlight on the corner. Such a good maneuver there. Recovery finally comes through. Okay, maybe Nees. He needed that recovery to claim this stock before it gets away from. There it is. Okay, picks one up off the ground. Excellent. He's taking some damage on the second stock, but he's making a
good
comeback.
bit of damage. I mean, Acno could make quick work of this. It's already an orange.
Okay, maybe Acno is favoring the bow in this match. I mean, I love to see it. Okay, whoa, called him out there. Nees was like, yeah, I saw that coming, but kind of. Oh, the dribble!
The dribble combo!
Oh, another full stock lead for Acno. Perfect weapon starve there to delay the spawn of the next weapon as long as possible. Oh, Nees makes his way through, grabs the bow of his own.
Man, Acno, he doesn't even need the bow. He's all about scythe.
I feel like we haven't seen a ton of his scythe, but we've also seen him play every single weapon in the game.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Acno's the best on every weapon. Except when he's losing.
Oh, he needed that to clinch this KO early enough. Okay, wait.
This is perfect. Got him off the side. He's going so deep.
No, he went maybe too deep. The weapon throw stops him. Yes, it does.
Oh, no. Okay, Nees had an opportunity to survive there because he hit Acno with a little bit of his blaster's recovery, and then even though he got interrupted from it, he still would have been able to chase dodge off of it.
Yeah, he went for...
Look, it got a little crazy here.
Yeah.
Nees went in a little deep. Okay, you don't blame somebody for committing hard, but then right here, I think he could have chase dodged off of that.
Well,
I think he had the opportunity. It's you know what?
We'll
never know. We'll never know.
It was
on to the next one.
Okay.
Nees keeping his blasters.
I agree with that pick.
Yeah, me too. And Nick's blasters.
Yeah, the neutral sig on Nick's, I feel like is kind of the swap he wanted. Yeah. A little more heinous play off stage.
Just give you, right. It only takes one righteous dunk to just completely change the battle. And he can get it right here. Here it comes. Here it goes. Oh, he's on the corner. He's looking juicy.
He doesn't even
for
need
a neutral signature. He's not even. Whoa. He hasn't even revealed that card yet.
That was just clean blasters play through and through.
Is he going to get rid of the scythe? No. Oh, check it out. All right, you're about to see 2018 flashback here. This is Nees.
No, wait, what was that? That was a crazy read. He was really feeling himself there, but I love it. This is quite a breakaway for Nees here in Game 3. The set is tied. This could decide the momentum. Going aggressive off stage, even after the fumble of the last game, it doesn't deter him at all. I like that. Stick to your guns. Stick to where you know you're strong. He knows he's a performer off stage.
Stick to your guns?
Okay, stick to your scythe. Whatever it is. Okay, that was a crazy. Gravity has a neutralite. Hopeful there. Ground pound off the edge. Oh, we're getting back to the stage with a signature.
These still. Whoa, that would have got him. Nice dodge by Acno, but
he's close to a 2-stock lead. He's got the damage advantage.
Okay.
No, okay,
that wasn't gonna. It was still awesome.
From the top of the map, bouncing off the stage. There's no way that KOs. That was pretty hopeful. But my goodness!
What a perfect answer.
Yeah.
That was the perfect answer. Okay, there was a lot of different punishes that he could have done, but that was the one that would knock out.
All right, this is a completely different game now. 2 stocks up here in Game 3. Nees is looking great.
Yeah, kind of chilling. 3 stocks to 1.
Yeah, just chilling, having a good time.
It's Acno, I think even Nees knows, like, you can't get too comfortable. Uh-oh, wait a second.
Wait, the weapon throw? Maybe he was going to do something?
What if Nees 3-stock, though? Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well, why did you jinx it like that?
Yeah, that's my bad.
I mean, he was so heavily damaged, but still, over a full stock lead. I mean, he's got some damage built up onto this final stock of Acno. He needs to find his way to a weapon spawn. Acno's going to try to make that difficult. Yes, the hot swap there.
You just know Acno is going into this right now, like, I'm going to win. Like, he's got it. I'm sure he's convinced. It's like, yeah, the odds are definitely not in my favor, but if I just play really, really good, I can still win.
That was good. Wow, he had to fight his way through those ghosts. They were coming out very shortly, and he can't survive. Okay, again, the gravity cancel downlight is really hard to convert off of with blasters. It's like so variable with where the positioning is.
Yeah, and he had already used the recovery, but that'll be enough to do it. And Nees up in the set now. 2 to 1? Wait, did Acno get one?
Yeah, 2 to 1.
What?
That means Nees could close out this set right here in the next game, or could we see for the first time, maybe on stream today, a Game 5? Have we even seen one? I feel like...
Man, yeah, I feel we're kind of starved for Game 5s out here. I'm ready for a Game 5.
Oh, is this a real pick? Oh, it is a real pick.
Oh, yeah, man, wow.
This updates so quickly.
Dude,
because I'm looking at...
come on.
You guys don't even know.
A round of applause for
I've got
production,
so many
I
screens
think.
over
Come on,
here.
look at
I'm
that.
like...
He switched to that, like, on the same frame.
Okay.
Yes, 'cause we got our stuff data-driven
Acno
now.
Cassidy, this in black, showing off. He's got, he's put the time in. There's dedication here to this legend.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, you think
at least
blasters are
level
so
25, Steven. At least.
So,
Okay, but Cassidy, I've always thought Cassidy was like secret top tier. Like people don't
Is it
give
even
her
a
enough
secret?
time.
I feel like Cassidy is top tier. And for
Yeah,
some
Cassidy
reason,
just is top tier.
okay.
Well, I mean, Hammer is woo. Wait a second.
Yeah, Hammer definitely fell out of the limelight a bit in the last.
Yeah, a little bit, but there's something about 8 decks Hammer that'll just always be good.
Yeah, something about that.
You swing a heavy
breaks
thing
all
fast
concepts
enough,
of-
it's good.
Wait, whoa, what an interaction! Why,
Whoa.
dude? Why, Acno? That actually would have been.
No, that would have been nasty. I
would've
love
been super
Acno's
nasty. Yeah,
decision
yeah.
there. And that the Blaster's down sig, it's pretty spicy.
It is spicy.
It has a lot of active frames underneath, and they all spike.
Yeah, but that's why I think he
Nees,
needs
like,
credit for just confronting it unarmed like that.
Yeah. Nees picked like the coolest and most effective option against it I've ever seen.
I can't believe that Gravity's cancel side signature. Got him back to the stage, hit Acno. Keeping this lead going.
Whoa,
Wait,
whoa.
no way.
Oh, Nees. What the? Oh, my
wait,
God.
no way.
No way.
Okay. That was amazing.
After all of that, well, he's got a lead
He's got
here.
a good lead.
But this is Acno,
That was
bro.
insane.
You can't just be like.
Dude, that was literally like a 2300 chess move off on the side. Like to be against Hammer in that situation with limited options and to down air chase dodge your way back to the stage. Nees is playing at a very high level right now.
Yeah.
Can he make it to the other side? Okay, the weapon throw actually almost snuffs him out. Acno needs his stock somehow, something tricky here. Hot swaps into the Hammer. Ooh, almost gets KO'd off the top, but he hangs on there. No, one more does it.
Yeah, like a neutral sig might have done it, but it's just 2 recoveries instead.
Okay, well, Nees looks pretty good to close this out here in the
Full
4th
stock
game.
lead. Yeah, this is great. And Nees only needs this 1 victory now to come away with it. What in the world?
Yeah, I love that.
How does he manage? I mean, all the things he's trying are just
Stylish.
working.
He's a stylish player. Look at him go. Watch this. Probably something crazy here. All right. It was a prediction, but
probably something crazy right here. Now Acno's trying to prove that he's the Blasters guy.
yeah, I don't know if this was the day to challenge, Nees to a shoot-off.
This might be the day,
Okay.
but this isn't the time.
Stocks are tied up. Last stock
Okay, yeah,
Acno is
chill,
a different
chill,
beast.
chill.
We already know this. He's in favor with the Hammer here.
It's time for Acquiesce.
Yeah, this is the time to activate that superpower. Okay, ducks under the neutral signature. That was very good. That probably would have been the stock.
What?
Ooh,
Dude,
reverse
Nees
side air. Okay.
He's changing the game right in front of our eyes. Can Acno survive this? No, it's
No.
over. GG. Nees takes the set 3-1 over the legendary Acno. What is this? Must be Winter Championship. Oh, that was insane, though. That was sweet. That was like the best.
He activated
the play of the
that
game.
gravity cancel unarmed side, the punch. He activated that so quickly. His reaction time was great there. Okay, excellent set by Nees. Completely coming away with this. And Acno now knocked in the lower bracket. Not out of the tournament yet.
Yeah, I'm
just in
checking
the lower side.
I'm checking what's happened in the lower side.
That
Oh,
means-
snap. Okay.
Yeah.
We got Godly versus XJ Cool J. That's confirmed.
Ooh,
That's
okay.
confirmed. XJ Cool J in top 8, ladies and gentlemen. What the heck?
This is like such what you said before. This is a classic Winter Championship. You see like some new guys who've been really grinding it out. Because sometimes what happens to the old guard is they like to take a break.
Yeah.
They train so hard.
It
BCX
is-
comes and goes, and they're like, I gotta take a break.
It's the kind of theory that like makes sense on paper, but you wouldn't think plays out that way in reality, but it does. It just does. Like there's a long history of the greats in BCX having an unusual amount of trouble in Winter Championship because maybe they took a 2-month vacation after the most stressful esports season of their careers. But that does lead to a very spicy Winter Championship, and that does seem to be what's happening again right here. Godly in the lower bracket. You know what, though? Let's hold on. Godly in the lower bracket has so far never really meant that it's over for him.
That's true.
It just means it's a longer run for him.
Has he ever gotten down this early, though? This is like uncharacteristically early.
This is uncharacteristically early. I want to say this has happened at least once.
Yeah.
In 2022, it happened at least once. But anyway, that's what's coming up next here is PR1, Godly.
Oh, PR30, okay.
Versus PR30, XJ Cool J.
It's at least not 3 or 4 digits in the PR. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's not even
up
not
there.
even 1500. Should be chill.
Still a lot of zeros, but you know, XL or XJ Cool J, he's got some tournament winnings.
Ooh,
already.
Godly's bumping up on 100K earnings.
Yeah,
Man, that's a lot of
true.
earnings.
He could, yeah.
That's a lot of earnings. 1,700. Also a lot of earnings. If you didn't compare that to 97,000, it would be a lot. But
if you just compare it to like, you know, other games, anything, you know, that's great winnings.
Yeah. That's just
For sure.
factually, it's a good amount of money. XJ Cool J stormed on the scene last year. I remember we were casting the tournament where it was like, oh my God, who's XJ Cool J? And he was doing so well. I would love to see, and it's not just because he's playing guitars, I promise, but I'd love to see XJ Cool J coming in hot here, taking out Godly. I just don't think that's reasonable. We'll see.
I mean, that's the beauty. BCX was so amazing. It was so amazing, and you got to play against Godly because we're all there in person, and you got to. And
I got to play against Godly.
Right, and
it was a blessing.
It was a blessing.
He's a cool dude. What a great time we had.
Yeah.
Wait, we talk about merch? We talk about merch real quick though. Because look at this, check out this merch though. Did you know?
I didn't know.
You didn't know about this blanket?
I literally didn't know. This is new to me. What?
Dude, catch the merch.
What the heck?
Hold on. Real quick though, you're gonna want to go to brawlhalla.com/wintermerch. Okay? Because there's a hoodie and a blanket you can get. And it's especially for the Winter Championship. Now look, I don't know how it works, but I got to assume
you're not going to be February 12th.
You're not going to be able to buy this in spring, all right? Spring's going to be too late.
You're not going to be able to buy it on February 13th, and that's coming up.
You have to order by February 12th.
Oh my gosh.
That's soon.
All right.
Because we just February already started. So time is running out. The clock is ticking. It's merch time. No, what it actually is break time. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. That was a great time to get to that merch, right? Brawlhalla.com/wintermerch.
Yeah.
But you have 2 minutes to put your orders in, and then we'll see you in just a bit. Be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving on with the European Winter Championship. We've watched the winner side of top 8, and now it's time for the lower side of top 8, which means
it's more exciting.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more on the line.
Yes.
If you lose now, you're out of the tournament. GG. You're out. You're done. You're done. But you've made it to top 8, so congratulations. That was pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
What we've got coming up next here is maybe one of the most lopsided matchups we've seen in top 8. But that would be true if it weren't for Deffy coming in at PR 1500, shaking all that stat.
Yeah.
But XJ Cool J versus Godly here. We have actually the rank 1 player. He got second place in both 2v2 and 1v1 of the World Championship recently. That he had to play a lot of games in a row.
Yes.
That was after flying all the way in from the UK. Okay, he's a beast. Going up against XJ Cool J, who hopefully is ready for this kind of challenge. This is gonna be a lot here. Talk about coming in as the underdog, but you know, you got nothing to lose, right? And everything to prove.
That you know what? That's true. That's true. Okay, looks like we're going to Brawlhaven.
Oh God, dude, Godly's playing
a
Suri in my favorite skin. Oh, but I also love the Sakura skin. This is a hard one for me, dude.
I mean, double Katars, you have to be. This is your dream.
This is the dream. This is my dream. All right, here we go. This is gonna be good no matter what happens. Oh man, dude, Godly's already looking so swift.
That was like quite an opening. He like grabbed the weapon spawn out of the air and did damage with it in the same motion. Okay, wait. Okay.
Love it. Wait a second.
The cannon off stage is actually kind of nuts.
Oh, that was so smart of Godly to go over to the other side there. XJ Cool J definitely had it going on.
Okay, well, with the guitar
that
read.
Is such a smooth guitar play. What in the world? Okay,
XJ
okay.
Cool
All right,
J,
all right.
dude.
Respect on XJ Cool J's name. No matter what happens, he did that.
Dude, XJ Cool J was definitely the ranked team in Europe, just like grinding it out over this break.
Yeah, I could see
Had
that.
to be.
Ooh, Godly, man, that was smart. He just stood. He just stared in the face of that neutral light.
Okay, both of them close to finishing out this first stock. Who's gonna get the momentum? Oh,
Nice.
the side signature comes through.
Nice. Now I
Takes
like Sakura as the pick here for XJ Cool J, you know, or Lin Fei or what have you. It's a great. What?
Oh yes.
Okay.
That's what I found.
Unorthodox Qatar follow-ups that are working out really well for XJ Cool J. I love seeing it. But I like the pick. I like the Sakura pick, and it's not just because of the really cool voice lines. It's because of the canon. And even though I'm not the biggest canon fan, that's only because I don't understand it, not because I don't think it's good. I just don't. It's just hard for me to use.
There's a lot of weapons in the game, and they can't all be for you.
They can't all. Exactly. That's the beauty of the game, you know. But there's a lot of good things to do with the canon here, and Sakura's SIGs are really great for it too, especially the neutral signature. Now, with that being said, XJ Cool J hasn't used that neutral signature once. But Sandstorm would have you believe it's the greatest move in the game.
Ooh. Man, the recovery there to finish off the second stock, and now the lead is increased for XJ Cool J in game 1 here against Godly.
And he's on a fresh pair of
Okay, wait a
guitars
second.
here. Oh,
Godly
that's a
popping
nasty
off.
reset.
Oh,
Godly
the
almost
fastball
finished
side
it.
air.
He could still get it. Boom, the slap. There's no way he makes it back from this. Unless he does. Okay, he does.
What, the double recovery to get back to the stage?
Yeah,
Weapon
that was
throw?
pretty swift.
Okay.
XJ Cool J in the lead right now. And, dude, what the?
Ooh, okay, that was a crazy grab to cancel side light. I love to see where
that would have been
the
a
universe
lot.
where that read comes through. I want to live in that universe. But here we are, tied in the last stock.
There's at least a few parallel
Godly
universes
did
where that landed.
so well in the beginning of this final stock to get that damage, to be able to be in a position to take that stock. And now
pressure's on for XJ Cool J.
Yeah.
He had such a great start to this. He knows that it's possible for him to take him out, but like Godly's got to be on high alert. Nice. Oh man, the dash jump down airs. XJ Cool J.
Oh, no way! What the heck was that? Why did he do that?
Oh man!
Into the gravity cancel side signature? That was nuts.
GG and a GG, a very earnest GG coming out from Godly on that.
Okay. Wow, XJ Cool J really impressed me with his guitar play there. He had so many different follow-ups.
That was. Let's check out this final combo here. Hold on, not yet. All right, right here though. Right here.
What even happened?
Look at this.
Slow,
Look at this.
slow
Slow-mo.
this.
Yes. Boom.
Down light.
Really?
Wait.
Oh, that only works if Godly dodged to the left.
Wow.
No other way was that ever going to work. If he spot dodged, he would have missed it. If he dodged down, he would have missed it. If he
that was
just
insane.
fell, he would have missed it. It's only the dodge left option where that would have worked. How did XJ Cool J know?
Whoa.
How did he know?
But I am super excited, though. We've got 2 swaps here. We're swapped on the Demon Island, which has been an EU favorite for years now. And then Godly swapping. Oh, wait.
Oh
Let me
my-
talk about it.
Okay,
Give me a
wait a
chance to talk
second.
about it.
Do you see him?
I wanted to mention the Jiro pick, but he's already getting diced up.
Do you see him just weaving in the ground pound into
Yes.
the classic guitar half
Dude,
pipe?
I'm telling you,
What's
the
up with
it's the
that?
cowabunga ground pound, dude.
Dude, I'm about to start doing that.
The
That's,
ground
that's my
pound
new
is,
thing. Every guitar player is about to start doing that in ranked.
That's the freshest tech right there.
Dude, yeah, me sitting here watching XJ Cool J in the Winter Championship of 2023 has improved me as a player.
Okay.
You know? And that's the benefit of watching esports.
All right, yeah, Godly in big trouble on his first stock. But you know what? He could potentially, he can't take too many more hits, though. That's actually the fact.
Wait.
of the
We
matter.
do need to talk about this Jiro pick, though, real quick, though. Because what's up with that? What's up with Godly
Look at this.
switching
He's
to-
going to get the first stock.
Oh, that's what
He
it
got
was.
the first stock.
He knew.
The Jiro pick's great. He may have underperformed in the first 10 seconds of the game, but the game is longer than that, and Godly's going to prove that out
I'm
here.
surprised to see it. I'm surprised to see the Jiro pick, not just Godly, but
Jiro's
just Jiro
a
in general.
legend that I think, personally, was always good. All that's happened to him over the
That's
years
true.
is
I'll
he's been
vouch.
buffed.
I'll vouch for Steven. He did.
I'm a believer,
say he did.
okay?
He has been calling that for years.
Now,
that Jiro
is
the
that
best.
because I did his effects? Who knows?
Like,
Okay, who cares?
potentially.
Bias? I don't believe in it, but sure. I've always thought he slapped, and now he slaps even harder because he's only been buffed multiple times.
Every
over the years.
animator just loves the characters that they drew. That's a common thread I'm seeing in BMG.
No. Okay, these great scythe reads here. The recovery comes through. Okay, he's got a chance for an edge guard. How's he going to handle it? Yes, plucks away
Oh,
from the
he touched
stage.
the wall,
Limited
though.
options.
He got the wall
did.
just in time. That would have been bad news for XJ Cool J if he was a frame earlier on that. Both players in red on their second stocks here.
Yeah, they're
Anybody
both
can take
low
it.
defense legends, so kind of even playing field there.
Wait,
oh no,
whoa,
wait,
whoa,
XJ Cool J, what
whoa,
happened?
whoa, get
no.
whoa.
Okay, phew, a slip and fall would have been devastating there, but it puts
Dude,
him in a
he
bad
actually
position.
just tripped up on himself there. That was.
Yeah, it's a small wall here on Demon Island,
It
okay?
is a small wall.
You know, and if you're nearsighted or farsighted, maybe you don't see the edge properly, and you know.
Oh man,
It's
and
trouble.
now Godly's starting to run away with
boy.
it.
Oh.
That one mishap by XJ Cool J's got him all frazzled.
Yeah, he's really applying the
Side air.
pressure
Oh.
off on the edge. Okay, actually, Cool J turns it around. Okay, finds the way around the hitbox of that down signature. Makes it back, grabs a sword. Can he finish this game off here and tie up the set? It's looking good.
Dude, it's
yes,
looking
the
like
side
it.
signature.
Okay.
Not quite enough.
XJ Cool J just has to play. Never mind. It's
Okay.
over. It doesn't matter.
Yes, all right. You
Okay,
know,
he ties up the set now. Godly.
take that,
Wonder
Jiro
Woman.
doubters. Okay.
I imagine Jiro saying, "Take that" from behind that little prison cell door.
The prison cell on win is kind of an interesting choice. I don't even know if we should allow it, but we do. You know, you can be creative in this game.
I
and
think
play
it's
your
fun
way.
that it's just the door that you can easily walk around, but you're just like, "Oh, you really locked me up."
There
in
were
here."
there were a lot of Jiro deniers in that game, and you know what? I was one of them early on, but I had the
Yeah,
wits about me to
everyone in
switch
chat
as soon as Godly
was
started
denying
winning.
it.
Okay.
Look, Jiro is one of the best legends for Horde mode, and that it's not a surprise that it translates to tournaments.
That's true.
Okay?
That's true. There's
That's a
something.
little bit of
there is something to,
There's something to it.
legends that excel in specific game modes. I mean, they got a special spice to them.
Right, exactly. Like Volkov and Lucian and
Kung Fu.
Fu.
yeah, sure. They've certainly got their spices. Oh
Whoa!
my gosh, the downlight and the side
Whoa!
signature.
What? Wait a sec. That's why he picked Jiro.
I hear
think.
tell because it's like, what is it, like 2 dodge frames? It's something, it's like a low, it's not true.
It's not true.
But it's very low, and if you've got the download on your opponent, which Godly
Yeah.
seemed to have gotten.
It's one
dodge frame? Okay.
If you do it perfectly, and you just know Godly's out
Yeah,
there
yeah,
doing
yeah.
it perfectly.
Obviously he did it
for
perfectly.
the one frame.
Oh, he went for the gravity cancel downlight into the ground pound. That would
I mean,
be sick.
dude, a one-frame link is worth going for every once in a while. It's like
Oh, all the time. If you're
not
me.
everybody's
At my
dodge-
elo,
pressing
it's
the
worth
dodge
going for
button.
every time. But
yeah.
here at the upper echelon, Godly picked his moment perfectly. And here's
Oh,
another
again!
one.
Okay,
Another
now
perfect
that
choice.
time he waited. He caught his dodge.
He got his dodge. Yeah.
was down, so he could have done
Nothing he could do.
anything.
Yeah, that was amazing. Okay. And
Godly.
the Jiro pick.
This is why the Jiro pick. We've
yeah,
seen it now. It took
believe
him
in
a
it.
while to like calibrate, but now he's
If we
on
can
it.
see a Jiro 3 stock in top 8, I would be happy.
Oh, that would be cool.
Okay,
now, wait
nice
a
read
second.
with the
we might
reversal.
just- He might just grant your wish here. Uh-oh. XJ Cool J's got no dodge. Godly knows that he's going so aggressive for it, but instead. Oh! Three stock domination! Oh, my goodness. And he's in prison for it.
That stock was so disgusting we had to put him in jail.
That's a funny emote.
There's the first one coming through. One dodge frame there. Not enough for XJ Cool J to come out of it.
That time he just didn't pick the dodge. But here, look at that. That was the gravity cancel. You're donezo. He could do anything. He could have done another downlight. He could have.
Well, why would he when you could just do that? Okay.
That was flawless, man. Godly. Dare I say it was a godly performance.
Wait a second. Are we 2-1 in this set? Okay.
Yes.
I didn't even know the score yet. Let me get out of the way.
Wait, let me check.
Yeah, hold on.
Yes.
Okay, 2-1 in the set. Godly now up. Just needs one more game to close this out. Is he going to stick with Jiro? Obviously.
Surely.
And
And XJ Cool J, I say stick to your guns.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, even though he's not playing guns, just stick to them.
Yeah, stick to your metaphorical guns, which are Katars. And cannon. The cannon, kind of a giant gun if you think about it. Like technically.
Good point.
The way gunpowder works.
It's like
or whatever.
It is. Yeah, what is a cannon but not a giant gun? Or a blaster, you might say.
Yeah, giant blaster.
It is out there blasting. He's out there blasting with it.
Okay, back on Brawlhaven.
Godly just needs one more game to win this. And remember, whoever loses this
is out of the
set
tournament.
is out of the tournament. Yeah, this is a big deal.
Yeah, for XJ Cool J to eliminate Godly at
That'd
this
be
level.
There'd be articles. That would be like a huge deal. That'd be news. All kinds of themed Twitter accounts would talk about it.
The themed Twitter account?
The themed Twitter account.
Okay, we'll get your themed Twitter accounts ready.
The news outlets.
I'm a believer. Actually, wait a second. I'm changing my level of belief by the second. XJ Cool J in trouble on the first stock already. Godly swapped out for the scythe. We've seen him. With the corner guard. Actually, Cool J actually makes it over the top. Gets to the cannon. Is he going to lose it right away? The behind the back throw. That's a frame perfect trick in the side air to finish it off.
Behind the back.
Behind the
He's just
back,
showing off.
dude. He's going crazy. All right, steals that weapon away, leading XJ Cool J.
That's practically a full stock lead, man. Godly's hopping off.
Oh my goodness. Can XJ Cool J make his way to the weapon spawn? No! The hot swap onto the sword. Gravity cancel down light into the side air.
so good, dude. This is looking rough. This is looking like a play dev.
No! Most optimal maneuver of 2023. That gravity canceled downlight into recovery at the top of the stage.
That really was impressive. There's no way to slice that.
No, he's getting better at this matchup as the time goes on. Godly is really improving true to his name here. Okay, has to find his way to the weapon spawn. Easily does so.
Oh my god.
Dodges the cannon throw. Now XJ.
No way!
No!
Obliteration! And it surely was. It's really great how our game can detect when it's obliteration and call it out.
Yeah.
It knows.
We know when you've been obliterated.
You just got obliterated. Godly. Dude, he took 82 damage.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He did. Wait, I've never seen 81 damage per engagement. That's a lot of damage for one engagement.
Godly did almost as much damage per engagement as
damage that was done to him over the course of the entire game.
Oh my god.
That is bravo. That's Godly, man. Okay. And so that's why we're like, oh, Godly's in the lower bracket. Well, let's not focus on that too much because maybe it doesn't matter.
You know,
impressive. Bravo. Yeah. I mean, my God.
If he was on your list, feel good about that because he's still on the come up right here. He's making his way.
He's still in it.
Into the top of his tournament. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right.
Game one was like, you know, that seemed like such a dream ago.
We were all excited about XJ Cool J.
You guys remember this? XJ Cool J.
That one? I was
remember
there.
This forever.
I was there for that one.
That was incredible. We thought we were like, oh, he's got this. This is a changing of the guards. Everything you knew, turn it on its head. And then, boom,
and then
three in a row.
And then boom.
Oh,
all right, let's take a look at the match schedule. We've been waiting for Simple to find his opponent, and who was it? Blue. Blue made it through top 32 lower side to fight against Simple right now. And man, Simple versus Blue is a tale as old as time.
Yes.
That is the new. Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
They've both been PR1 for a long time at different points in time.
Yes.
Let me say that.
Yes.
I wanted to say it's the new PR1 versus the old PR1, but it's been a bit now since Simple got overtaken as PR1.
Yeah, it's kind of the old PR1 versus the like older PR1, but still top players of the region, both respected names.
I mean, PR28 from Blue means nothing to me. I still just remember.
Oh, you don't even think that's good? That means nothing to you?
Wait, no. I think I think it means more to me than that. You know?
Yeah.
He's still rank 1 in my mind, in my heart.
Once you have the
in my
champion,
heart, Steven.
winning is like a gene. Once you if you've been exposed to have the winning gene, you always know you're a sleeper. You know, no matter what.
Dude, well said. Honestly,
so PR28, but he's got the winning gene. He knows how to win games.
And his opponents must know that too.
Yeah.
And definitely Simple knows that. He's not gonna give him any slack here because Simple. It used to be that Simple had to fight for any win against Blue. It was gonna be Blue in the winners final, no matter what. You know, and Simple remembers that. But you know, time makes fools of us all, Steve.
Yeah, I know that for sure.
So here we go. It's gonna be Blue versus Simple. I sure hope Simple locks in with the Suri. That's my dream. And you know what? After all this time, Blue still more gold medals.
Really? Still more gold medals?
Yeah,
I mean, Simple.
6 gold medals to Simple's 2. But remember that Simple's 2 gold medals came at a time where like the gold medal was never contested more. You know, that's when Acno was going on his like 20-something tournament win streak,
that's
and
true.
getting a gold was like
impossible.
Yeah.
Actually impossible. Okay, let's see.
All right,
Tough
so
choice.
Simple's banned out all but 3 maps. We're waiting for Blue to choose. And
I gotta imagine.
I want to. Let's go to Western Air Temple. No, Small
No
Brawlhaven.
way.
Honestly,
Just no way.
respect. That's where real disagreements get settled. This is it.
Yeah,
Small
Brawlhaven.
Brawlhaven. You know, Fox only, FD, no items. Let's go.
All right, Blue on Kaya. Like this pick. We've known him for the bow for so many years. Probably one of the first early adopters of Kaya in the pro scene. In EU
Yeah.
at least.
Blue played Kaya before it was cool.
Yeah, it's really cool now. I mean, Impala just came through and made it like the new hotness. But,
Right.
And I see it all the time in rank with that
But
same
yeah,
skin.
yeah,
Impala, thanks a lot. Whatever. Okay, I'm over it. Just every time, I'm like, oh, okay, this kid's all hopped up on BCS.
Yeah.
But here we are, game 1. Simple looking
And
for
you
an
know
edge
you're
guard here.
in for trouble when you see
Dude,
it.
I
too.
know.
It's
They're just like, they're just twitching around. Whatever. I don't care. I'm
Simple's
over it.
got a handle on it pretty well here.
Yeah, he's doing better than I am. That's for sure.
Gotta keep your cool. Whoa.
Okay, nice. The bottom side of the. Okay.
Yeah, that was like a Qatar level Nair spike, but with spear. Never seen it.
Hey,
That could
Simple.
be,
There it
yeah,
is.
that's enough.
First stock. Okay.
Simple does. I hate to say it.
Don't say it.
No, I'm
All
gonna
right, we'll
say
say
it. He keeps it simple.
He keeps it simple.
He keeps
I
it with a
mean-
side air, just off the stage, side air, boop, I got the knockout. That's how it works.
You know, it's not. It's simple to land a side air against anybody, but against Blue, that's difficult.
That's
okay?
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
He's got great movement. He's a pro player. Been in the scene for a long time. And still, okay, Simple is actually looking really good at this matchup.
He's so solid.
Tied the damage, but he's a stock ahead. And now he's got Blue unarmed. Okay, Blue needs to find his way to a weapon spawn. Actually, you know what? He's just going to duke it out unarmed. Picks up the spear. Can he close this out? Potentially make the comeback. Oh, no. Blue comes out. Oh, that's the name of the mammoth, too.
Blue?
And then the recovery, yeah. It was a Blue on Blue, but
Huh.
to no avail.
What a fun pun.
Down to, I don't know
Why
if that's
would
really
we
a
name
pun.
the mammoth Blue, though?
We did
Hold
it for
on,
you,
Tell
Blue.
me, though.
We did it. Well, why would we name the mammoth Blue?
Why in the world would we name the mammoth Blue? It's just, that's
Just
silly.
we're just silly
Sounds like a silly
that.
name, really.
Okay, but Blue really needs that help in this moment. He's onto his last stock. This could be a 3 stock. Simple in a precarious situation. Somehow the weapon throw saves him and actually makes the connection there. Okay, has to fight his way to this weapon spawn. Whoa, doesn't even need it. And the down air comes through in an edge guard situation against Blue. Blue knows he needs to keep this stock. to
Dude,
be
I've
in
been
play.
going through the bracket trying to
Yeah.
find who was the one who knocked Blue down to the lower bracket, but it didn't even happen in top 32. Like I can't.
Oh, wow.
Like no website can go back that far. It's so long ago that he got knocked down into the lower bracket.
And Simple comes away with
Simply
game 1.
with a-
I can't believe
that's
it.
insane. That's insane. That's obliteration.
Yeah, wait, was that a 3 stock? Did we? Oh,
It was obliteration.
oh.
Yeah,
So
it was
could be a 3
3
stock.
Yeah, I don't think it says obliteration unless it was a 3 stock.
Yeah, Simple was so heavily damaged on that last stock, but just was not giving up at all. There it is.
Dude,
yeah,
that's
another 3
what
stock
in the
top
world?
8.
3 stocking Blue in top 8? Like, chill, bro. Okay, we're going back into the next one, and now I'm just, I'm just worried about Blue now.
Well, for good reason.
I hope he's
And
okay.
Blue
I hope he
swapped
makes it out of
over
here without injury.
to Koji, right? And this may be his most played legend in tournament, maybe? One of them at least, for sure. Tried and true.
Oh, yeah. Blues won many a tournament with Koji. But Simple, man, Simple, he's on it. Man, a 3-stock. Game 1, that's insane.
That's tough. And, you know, the thing
It's
is...
against Blue. It's in top 8. Like, you're not supposed to 3-stock anymore at this point. Like, that's the math. Oh,
well,
geez.
don't tell Simple that, because he's looking to do it one more
nobody,
time.
Nobody tell Simple that.
No way he gets 2 3-stocks in a row. That would actually be too
That'd
much.
be ridiculous.
All right, Blue able to fight his way to that sword. Has the corner guard here. Can he claim the stock with something swifty? No. Okay.
Oh, whoa.
Uh-oh,
He
blows his
gravity
dodge.
canceled pretty early there. Now that means Simple
Oh.
has a lot of opportunity to punish, and he got some punish on there. But,
Okay.
okay, he's done it, ladies and gentlemen. Blue has taken a stock from Simple.
Yeah.
Even gods can bleed.
Yeah. He might have put a bandage on that situation at the exact perfect time to save his life, because now he's perfectly tied.
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
game,
yeah, yeah.
2 stocks apiece.
Yeah, we can't look at this through the lens of, like, here's somebody who just got 3-stock. Let's see how well they can do. Just look at this from the lens of, like, it's a tie game. Koji versus Asuri. Anybody can win. But also, you know, it's simple. So, chill out.
Okay, these down airs.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Dude, Simple is so good with it on the edge
Wait,
dodge. Wait!
no!
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Oh, why would you jinx him like that?
no!
He literally...
I was just talking about how
Simple,
good he is
yeah.
off the side. Oh, no. He had the knockout. It was over. He did not need to go for any more than that.
The classic, I mean, everybody,
And yet
you
he
think
did.
about this. You chase the dead man,
Yeah.
and then you
yeah.
wind up dead yourself.
Yeah. Don't chase dead people. That is just true. Oh, my goodness. Okay, well.
He makes up for it
yeah,
there.
it doesn't matter because we're even here on the final stock, 1-1.
That was a
Totally
huge
even
play, though, because that would have been really devastating for Blue in this game.
Yeah. That would have been over for Blue, and now it's a tie game.
Okay,
Blue
get on the
definitely
edge.
he really capitalized
Simple.
on
Is
it.
he gonna?
Oh, get off the.
Okay,
get
they're
off
fighting
the
back and
side.
forth.
I'm worried,
Just get back
guys.
up on
I'm
the top.
worried. I'm worried. I'm worried for both of them off the side. We've seen it go both ways now. It gets spicy off the side, man. Someone's
Yeah,
going down.
for sure.
All right, Blue and orange right now. Simple's got a pretty good damage lead. Blue's catching up with all of these hits. Oh my goodness, he's catching up with all these hits. All right, Blue's in knockout territory. He's damaged enough. Simple could finish him off right here. Blue makes it back up over the stage. He's got an opportunity against Simple here, coming back down. Blue's got stage control, but Simple slaps him off the side. And now off the side, anything could happen. Oh, that could have just been it. Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah, recovery around the corner. A great maneuver that Bo has. Okay, he's
That's
elevated.
That's it.
Oh,
What?
no, not enough.
Oh, man. I can't believe Blue just didn't get the
Okay.
knockout
Simple
with that.
unarmed. Oh, just barely sneaks his way through, grabs a sword of his own. This could go either way, but he's so heavily damaged. But Blue loses out his weapon spawn.
He really bet it all on that gravity cancel slide kick. Now he's got nothing. Oh, never mind. Punches him away. Grabs the bow. He could finish it off right here. It's anybody's game. Who's going to get this final hit?
Simple. Gonna let him get back to the stage.
Oh,
okay. That
man.
was well played, though, by Simple.
Well played by both parties.
Yeah.
That was right on it.
I mean,
but Simple comes away with this now, 2-0 in the set.
Oh, 2-0? Okay,
Yeah.
this was such a close game, though. I mean, Blue is really close to breaking through on this matchup. Super close. And the offstage interactions, well, okay, I will say, Blue got saved. He got saved in that one interaction, right?
There was that.
Okay, that last one,
was
that was
that.
such a good edge guard, honestly, because Simple was trying to guard the corner. He let Blue use all of his options, and then when he was out of everything, he caught him with the downlight into recovery.
Yep.
To clean it up.
It
Here
was-
we are.
It was smooth.
Demon Island. So if you have been liking the offstage play between these two, it's about to get a lot more chaotic here.
Yeah,
There's much less wall to deal with.
We have seen Blue succeed on Demon Island a lot.
Okay.
It's possible. It's possible.
Very possible.
I
Gets
can
the
imagine a reverse 3-0 sweep here.
It's, okay.
Whoa, yeah. Suddenly I'm seeing
Your
it.
imagination is really powerful, Foda. It's kind of influencing everything around
I'm
us.
seeing it.
You're like the Scarlet Witch of casting. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, what a side air. How did he call that out? On the side of the wall, now unarmed. Okay, Simple able to make it back to the stage.
Nice. Oh, that was
Side air, weapon
smooth.
throw
Nice job
follow-up.
by Simple, though. Fast falling underneath the weapon throw. That surely would have been his demise. Now he's got another opportunity to bring things back before getting knocked out. But Blue slaps him off the side again. Can he finish it? The weapon throw, it might be enough. What? Simple somehow made it back. Blue thought it was over. I thought it was over. Everybody thought it was over. But Blue's back on the stage.
He needs to get this stock quickly because this is the best. This is the only lead that Blue has had in this set on the first stock. And to not capitalize it would be devastating. Oh, no. Simple, no way. He makes it back again.
Dude, Simple
he will not be denied.
Has got some crafty recoveries that just like
He is so heavily
keeps him
damaged.
safe. Yeah, he
Anything will
should
knock
be-
him out at this point.
He should have been knocked out a couple times by now.
No way. He gets the first stock. Okay.
All right.
Thank
all right.
goodness for
Come on
Blue.
now.
That would have
Come
been
on.
awful
That would have.
feeling.
The stage could have been twice as long, and it still would have knocked out.
That's true. That's true. He was very deep in the red. But now back on his second stock, Blue looking to rack up some damage to get that bonus credit because he is also heavily damaged on his first stock, and he could lose it very quickly here. If Simple does the downlight recovery, and that will finish it off. Now we got a tie game yet again. But this is game 3, and Simple is up 2-0 in this set, and this could decide it right here. And Blue would be out of the tournament because we are on the lower side of the bracket.
That's right.
Everything is
right.
on the line. These games are huge. These sets are huge right now for these players. This is the first tournament of the year. You really want a good performance, you know? That's the dream in Winter Championship.
You know, whoever wins this goes on to fight Acno.
Oh, that's not the dream.
That
But it's like the opposite of the dream. But you know, if you're going to enter the tournament in EU, you know that that's a great possibility. If you want to win the whole thing, is you have to fight your way through Acno at some point.
That's true. Yeah, every European player knows this.
Okay, Blue, there we go. The first time we've actually seen him use that signature, which is a real staple of
and
Koji
Blue's
players.
in the lead. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold
almost
the
a full
phone.
stock
Hold
lead
the
here.
phone.
This is looking good. Okay, the reverse 3 sweep potential. We're seeing it already.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is it.
Huge edge guard.
This is it. Blue, he's on the way. Hold the phone. Hang up that dial tone.
Dude, kids these
Blue's on
days,
his
they
own.
don't even know dial tone. Do kids these days even answer the phone? It's all spam. I would not
Yeah.
even answer my phone.
Yeah. If your phone number is not saved in the
Yeah,
phone,
I answered my phone earlier for FOTA, and that's a very special privilege.
dude, I appreciate that.
I don't answer the phone.
I
Okay,
don't
wait,
take
Blue.
that lightly.
Off. Going off on this final stock of Simple. Looking to close this game out quickly, but now in trouble of his own. He's got to make it back to the stage here. He does, but the recovery, not enough to KO off the top. Keeps the bow, but he's so heavily damaged that bow's going to fly out of his hand with the next hit,
This is
probably.
it for Blue. He's got to get this.
Okay, he swaps out for the sword. He knew his bow was damaged, but that
All
is
right,
going to be
all
it
right.
for the...
He's got one whole stock
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get like
A whole
one
stock.
killing blow, just one knockout finisher punch.
And Simple's got like a sandwich that fell in a mud puddle. It's all soggy. Like his stock is, and
Oh,
there it
that's
goes.
That
It
was a gross sandwich.
It was in a bad state of being, and there it went. Okay, finally, Blue puts some points on the board, taking a game in this set. Now
Yeah.
1-2. He shows that he has what it takes
Nice.
to beat Simple in 2023. We knew he had what it took in 2022 and 2021 and even
That's
2020
right.
and maybe 2019.
But 2023 was kind of debatable.
We didn't know.
Yeah,
We didn't know
just
yet.
didn't know. We just didn't know. But now we know. We
now we
saw
know.
it. It was beautiful. And can he do it 2 more times in a row? It
Yes.
also he has to do it in a row. Blue
Yeah.
needs to win these next 2 games, or he's out of the tournament. That's it. Here we go. 2 more times.
And it would
Let's
be
see.
great to see our first Game 5 on stream today. Or
Man,
at least
I
the
am
top 8.
starved for Game 5s. Like, I love a good Game 5. You know what I mean?
Of course, okay. Ground pound from the top of the stage. I love
Of
that.
course, of course.
Of course. That's like,
I
I'm
think
thinking
he was just impatient. He just wanted to get there faster than a fastball would send him there.
that, you know, using the Qatar ground pound for movement is actually just next level.
Yeah, if you're just trying to get somewhere
Okay.
fast, that's a great way to do it. As long as it's directly below you.
Okay, nice dodge by Simple. Oh, I thought he had the read there. The side air slaps Blue off the side of the stage. Okay, and the ground pound finished it off. Okay, he was predicting that the whole time. He said, "Listen, I'm going to do it with the ground pound. I'll show you beforehand to give you a chance, but not even enough."
Yeah, this does not bode well for Blue, who, as we've previously established, needs to win this twice in a row.
Yeah, this is a huge lead. You're
He's
feeling
not-
really
yeah,
good
this
if you're
is
a
like
Simple fan right now.
He's got to come back from a lot.
Okay, Simple hopping, just hopping around, dancing around, looking for the opening. Blue finds it there.
I mean, I feel it. That's a good way for Simple to be, because Blue is like notoriously a grounded opponent.
Oh, man. Blue really needed something big for that edge guard there, but Simple able to make his way back to stage, rearms with the Katars. Oh, he's looking for the spot
he
dodge
wanted
read
to
there.
get the double neutralite.
Yeah.
It's fabled. Us Qatar players have heard legends of it.
Oh my goodness, there. What a nice punish from Blue.
That works.
He's got a sitting duck in front of him. He's like, yeah, let me just slap you away.
Well,
with this floorboard.
just in time, too. He's barely taken any damage on his second stock here. He's pretty much equalized things.
Yeah, no. Blue has definitely played this second stock perfectly. What? Wait, I actually
That's
don't.
insane.
I'm actually going to create a Twitter account just to talk about that.
No one has ever done that
I would
before.
never have thought to challenge sword ground pound.
Sword ground pound with a
bone air?
neutral light? I mean, neutral air?
Yeah.
That tiny little circle that barely goes around your hurt box? It's unbelievable.
Simple still in good position here on this second stock. He's got Blue in red. Blue needs to hold this center stage here. If he's close to that corner, he's going to be in KO percentage for sure for a lot of maneuvers from Simple. But he's doing a good job holding the ground, punishing those landings. Simple finally gets his way onto the floor and gets some control back, but knocked back up again.
And Blue's got a weapon against Simple unarmed.
Okay, the hopeful fully
Okay.
charged side sig.
That
I love
has
it,
worked
though.
for him so many times before. I completely, and it was the first time he pulled it out. I'm surprised it didn't work.
Wait, okay, he got his jumps back because of the hit, and slapped away again. But man, Blue actually, he ate away that lead again. Really nicely on his second stock.
I mean,
he can
had
turn
it.
around quickly.
He can
One
still,
big hit.
If he can just take this out before
Dodge punish, okay.
too much damage. He's looking for a downlight here. Downlight recovery should finish him off. Beautiful spot dodge from Blue to avoid Simple's weapon throw, but now he's got another weapon. Blue's still looking for an opportunity here. He's trying to find like an easy,
Okay.
Never mind. That's
Ground
not
pound?
what I thought he was looking for, but he found it.
Well, that's why it hit, because you didn't see it coming. That's exactly
Good
why
point.
it hit.
Good
Oh,
point.
gravity cancel sidelight to make it back to the stage. Okay,
Blue
now?
has got to get the stocks are evened
Yeah.
up. Blue has got to win this
Damage
interaction right
is
here.
even for the first time on an even playing field with his opponent in Game 4, which he needs to stay in this set.
Whoa!
Avoids the ground pound perfectly. Fades to the outside. Now Simple relegated off stage. Can he make it back? Yes. Resets his jump back on top in the middle stage. Holding it down, dealing out some damage of his own with his sword. Neither one of them wants to swap onto this new weapon. Okay. He wanted that to go over the corner, I bet. And there
Blue,
it goes.
He might take us to Game 5, Steven.
I believe.
It's possible.
And there-
Is this enough? No, it's not enough,
quite.
but he steals the weapon away. Simple's still going to have to be unarmed for a minute here up the top. Steal that weapon away too, Blue. Oh, no, he gave Simple the Katars. Is that all it's going to take?
Wow. I think one more, though.
Because he was ground.
Yeah,
okay, that's it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Game 5. Finally. We've got a Game 5 on stream.
Dang, I can't. And you saw at that last one, the Simple was in yellow when he took the first stock of this game. He had a huge lead, and every single stock, Blue made up a little bit of ground until he was in a position on the final stock where he could just break away.
He stole it away, yeah. And it was still from a deficit on that final stock. But he got it, man. And now we are in Game 5, and even though it looked like Simple had it completely in control over Blue, we are now in a situation where it's anyone's game. It is perfectly even right now. What's it going to be? Blue, do you have what it takes? Simple, can you hold it down? Only one's going to be victorious in this. Here we go.
All right, Game 5, back on Brawlhaven. This decides it all. This is in the lower bracket, so this is an elimination match. This is an elimination game. It all comes down to these three stocks.
Your whole tournament
Simple,
run.
Oh my gosh, Simple with the weapon starve so far this game. He's had every weapon available to him, and he's going to do it one more time right here. Yes, he does. Oh, he keeps the old
just doesn't get to use a weapon. That's okay. He can fight unarmed.
Okay. No, this is literally 4. I don't know if it's 4 or 5 weapon spawns he's sniped away from Blue. 6? No way, dude. No way.
Oh, no.
Blue, get a weapon somehow.
Well, you know what?
He's going to get it. No, dude, I can't believe it.
He pushes him away at the perfect time every time.
This has been the
He's
best.
got like the counter in his head.
Finally.
All right. Enough of that.
That was the most epic weapon starve.
It could have been worse for Blue. He didn't take too much damage.
That's true, and he was able to respond with some unarmed damage that kept him in this game. But
he kept it close.
Like,
Wait, this could be the end.
Yeah,
this could be the end
and
for him.
That is it. Oh, that was unnecessary.
Wow, dude.
For no reason.
Oh, man, for no reason.
I'm throwing
Just
a flag on the play.
message.
Unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback after he threw.
How many yards did he get for that?
That's a 10-yard penalty.
That's 10 yards, man. That's going to be hard to come back from.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Blue now down a full stock again. But we saw this same exact situation. Actually, it was a worse situation in the last game. Okay, so this is not over yet for blue. He's rearmed
yeah.
with his sword.
Consider how bad it was before. This doesn't even seem that bad.
Yeah, on the relative scale, this is actually kind of nice for blue.
He should be chilling.
All right, he's doing some good damage here. He hasn't taken very much damage on his second stock. That's the way to be. Fades low, maybe to bait Simple down to the bottom of the map. Maybe get a cheeky side air into something else to finish it off. The down air off the wall will do it. Yes,
That
okay.
was so flawless, man. Here we are. Blue completely caught up. I mean, well, okay, not completely, but like it's negligible.
Almost completely.
The damage differential is negligible. Blue could win this over Simple, which would be quite an upset at this point.
For sure. Given the way this set has played out, given their PR, Blue
Yeah,
is actually
this
the
is
underdog,
Simple.
which is kind of fun.
This is Simple's game to win. Like he owns this.
Oh,
Oh, nice
nice.
with the neutral light reset. That's
Yeah,
like
catches a crossover.
that's
So
like
good.
that's a dream. That was like a figment of my imagination. I didn't think
he had the
it was
positioning for it.
real.
Oh no.
No.
Blue just
no!
broken ankles on the bottom of the
No!
stage. Simple just didn't even. Sometimes you don't even need to hit your opponent. You just need to dance around them. Use all their options, and they're left with nothing. Okay, now onto his final stock. This is
Now
go
it's
time
bad.
for Blue. This is really bad.
It's bad. It was all fine
Yeah.
before, but then he SD'd, and now everybody's worried for him. But likewise, now Simple's got this pressure of like, okay, I can't drop
I
this
mean-
now. If I drop this now,
I feel like as a
Whoa,
wait a second,
wait.
hold on. That just changes everything.
I
That was
know
huge.
what you mean. Like mathematically, he's better off, but there's just something about
All right, Simple.
It's
Now
gonna, yeah, he's looking for the side stick. I can see it. I can see it in his eyes. I can see it in his play.
Oh, just the last
whoa.
hitbox, just barely the spot dodge too soon, wasn't enough.
That's the best. That's the best signature to use against somebody who spot dodges.
Yeah.
It like stays active just enough to catch it.
That was
and now
literally
Blue,
frame perfect.
He's caught up.
I mean,
He blew this wide open.
Yeah. I simply can't believe it, but we'll see. Simple there. Make short work of the final stock. Wide open, maybe
it
not.
was so fast.
But an epic set nonetheless between these two Titans, but Simple comes away with it in a devastating Game 5 here on Brawlhalla.
That last
we'll see some
stock
of the plays.
was fast. That was
last stock-
way. We barely got through our punny jokes before it was over.
We were not even paying attention when it happened. That was unfortunate. Oh, man, Simple.
That last stock was just too much. What a great set, though. You said it. What a great set. It was extreme back and forth. I think a lot of people didn't even consider Blue to have a chance at this. But, man, he really fought well. And it came down truly to the final stock of the game. And when that final stock came around, when it absolutely needed to be clutched, it was Simple who dominated that interaction. GG. Simple moves on now to a guaranteed top five position. Congratulations to Simple. But the match is not over. Wait, the tournament's
match is
not
over. The tournament's
match
not.
is over. Totally
match is
over.
definitely over. I'm looking
But
at the
we're
score
moving on
here.
to the next, and I'm bringing up my phone here to see what has happened elsewhere in the bracket during this time. And it looks like, so obviously we know we got Machete and Nees up in the winners final. Those guys are guaranteed top 3. They won their first top 8 matches, so they're sitting pretty. Up next, we've got Deffy versus Godly.
Again.
It's going to be the next match.
A repeat.
Wait, is it? Oh.
Yeah. Deffy's the
Double
one who
Jeopardy.
knocked God.
Oh,
Yeah, double Jeopardy.
You're right. Okay, so last time these two fought, Deffy won. And it was, like, incredible. I mean, it was news. It was news.
Their lifetime
on
score hasn't
Twitter.
even
It was
updated
news.
yet to show us this. But it
Yeah,
is actually 1-0.
1-0 in favor of. He might be the only person with a winning record against Godly.
That's very true. Okay.
And now he's got the chase. He's got to fight it up again. Can he hold it down? Can he get another win off of the Godly?
Yeah.
Or was he a one and done? You know.
This is a very important match for both of them, not just for their life in the tournament, but to prove to themselves. You know, Godly's like, I still got it, and Deffy's like, I belong here.
Yeah, it wasn't a fluke.
Exactly.
I am Deffy, and I'm here to stay. Right? Could be. He needs to prove to the world.
Now,
that
I will
wasn't a
say,
fluke.
the longer the set count goes on, you know, they've already had a best-of-5 set. The longer the set count goes on, the pros who've been in the scene for longer seem to be the ones who are favored, right?
I agree. Yeah, if you take them to a Game 5, You're just giving him more time to like download and.
Oh, what the gravity cancel downlight! What a perfect catch on the landing. Deffy was forced, no options left. Builds up that damage. Deffy trying to make his way. Oh, and Godly he tried to swap out his weapon.
Oh,
no!
perfect catch!
Oh
Unbelievable!
My gosh.
Unbelievable. Deffy takes the first stock over Godly.
Everybody's been slurped up by that cloud at one point in their life, and you have a nightmare
I felt
about
that.
it. You know?
I felt that.
Okay, this edge guard here, Godly has a chance. Okay, catches him over the corner, and the weapon throw perfectly.
Again,
okay.
we saw that happen to him last time. Deffy, he likes to recover out of hit stun when he's knocked far away, which gives people a really good opportunity to dash jump weapon throw or chase dodge weapon throw for the finisher. Now stock's tied up. I just love to see Godly playing this skin. There's just it makes me happy. I get it, you know. Representation matters. This is I appreciate Godly doing this, but man, Deffy is what an exciting player to watch, man. It's such classic Winter Championship.
Yeah.
To have
there's always like
a new player slaughter. This was Stingray's story.
Yes,
right?
I was about to say.
Yeah.
This is what we're used to. Is like there's always somebody who's like breaks through, performs way above their PR. Oh, it is Deffy. No, he didn't even have enough to make it back. He threw his weapon.
I like the last-ditch effort of throwing the weapon.
You play to the whistle, okay? As far as I'm concerned, and if that did 1 damage to Godly, that's 1 damage closer to his goal. You know, so I like to see that play out of him. But he's now not a full stock behind, but this is a pretty good lead for Godly here in game 1. Deffy, he's been spending a lot of time on this spear, and I don't know if it's been translating into a ton of damage so far this game.
You think he's better off with the sword? I mean, you might be right.
I don't know. I don't know. You know, Deffy, again, there's still a lot of unknowns with Deffy, and that's one of the interesting things
nobody
about
could
watching.
possibly know. There hasn't been a book written on Deffy yet. We don't know. Like the books about Godly that we've all read.
Yeah, that's
I'm well versed.
That's part of the curriculum.
You can't be a caster without reading that book.
Okay, Godly put together.
Oh, that was so nice.
Dude,
that was so nice.
Can we get a replay? Just like how quickly he moved to that position. He knew. Dude, he did so many calculations to know exactly where Deffy was going to end up.
Yeah,
there.
that was perfect. And you know what? It maybe could have just been a side air, but I thought it was way cool that it was a gravity cancel downlight side air.
Yeah,
instead. Yeah, look at this.
Look at this.
Calculating.
So he did that so. Oh my gosh. Saw the sweat drops. He knew where Deffy was going to end up.
And Deffy with a flashy SD, knowing it was
Yeah.
over. I can't make it back. I'm going to go out in the coolest way I can.
Okay, well, Deffy
right, we'll
now
get it on the next one.
Swapping legends.
2, 1, brawl.
Over to Koji. Okay, we'll see. So he's given up on the spear. Maybe at my request. I don't know.
Yeah, was that your fault, Steve?
Well, you know,
Is he doubting himself because of you?
I hope not.
I think he could've
really,
done it
if
on
they're
the spear.
listening, then that's their mistake.
That is a mistake.
They need to be focused on
Honestly,
this game.
yeah, there was one point in time way back in the day I would compete in tournaments and listen to the commentary at the same time, and I gotta say, big mistake. Never,
Yeah, don't
never
do
do
it.
that.
Just don't do But, you know, Deffy here, he's got the swap. He now has a sword and a bow. We haven't seen the bow yet. But maybe that's what he needs to take over this matchup against Godly. He's basing
Super
him out
tied
here.
game right now. Sword v sword. This epic ditto happening.
Oh, goes for the dribble combo, doesn't finish it off with the 3-piece.
Oh, that's
and
perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Man, you gotta be careful with those gravity cancels. You know, we see the pros use those gravity cancels a lot because they use them to great success. But it does sacrifice your dodge for 3 whole seconds. And
Yeah,
that is a major weakness, especially against a pro player. Who just it's like you're like salivating at the prospect of what punishes I can do to someone who has no dodge.
3 seconds to do anything for
so
them
many
is like,
combos
you know,
I
it's like
can
an
do.
hour in normie time. Okay, if you're a normie like me playing this game.
And that 3 seconds, if you gravity cancel, even if you touch the floor, it stays 3 seconds. It doesn't reset to that 1.5 second grounded cooldown if you use the gravity cancel. And Godly, Godly's got a whole playbook for like, they burn their dodge, and then he opens up this giant dictionary of like, here's the things I can do as a result of this. Whoa, Godly going out there for it.
Just like I said, though, Godly, every game he gets against Deffy, he is performing even better than the last.
Right, yeah,
and there's
Deffy
another
really,
early stock.
We can't afford to go for a reverse 3-0. It really, you got to get it done right now.
Nobody goes for a reverse 3-0. You're just pushed into that position
it's
sometimes.
A strategy.
You're like,
it's a strategy.
It's a strategy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let
interesting
him win
gambit
the
from
first
Deffy.
two.
Going for the reverse sweep? You'd think he would just try to win 3-0.
That is an interesting strategy. I'm hoping Deffy's not listening to your strategic advice. You know, my strategic advice isn't much better, but that one, oh, the ground pound, that might have been able enough to do it. Oh, the recovery blocks the unarmed ground pound.
Honestly, that was a great
option.
option by Deffy, going for that that ground pound there. Godly just caught it.
Okay, recovery. This is almost over
It's
here
not
for
looking
game
good.
2.
It's not looking good for Deffy or the Deffy fans out there.
But
He might have caught Godly by surprise in that first set.
Oh my gosh!
But I think Godly, maybe he's like calibrated. He's figured it out. Look at that angry S3 behind the person.
Yeah, there is no surprise anymore. Godly seemingly has the download, but perhaps, let's see. There's still a chance for the Deffy folks out there, the fans. Maybe Voda's right. This was this is really
Maybe Voda was right.
Maybe he was right. Maybe this is where you go for. This is the time. If you're gonna go for it, this is the time to go for the reverse 3.
He was planning
sweep.
the reverse sweep from the start.
Yeah,
it's a
true.
controversial strategy, but
okay,
one that might pay off.
What I like is he went back to Hattori, but instead he actually went back to John Cena.
Oh yeah. This is how you
good.
win. This is great strategy.
Yeah, I'm loving seeing this. He's got to find his way to his first weapon drop. Godly was doing a good job holding it down, but now finally breaks through, grabs the sword, a.k.a. fire extinguisher.
Whoa!
Oh, no. Oh! Okay, thank goodness.
That could have been a knockout.
That
Godly was a moment away from like the nastiest 20-second knockout.
He really was. I was going to say, he needs to extinguish this fire from Godly, but Godly seems pretty determined to, change the story of what happened with the last set he had against Deffy. Got the damage lead. Deffy off on the side. Recovers high. He knows that soft platform's there. Able to make it back. Dancing around. Trying to find an opening. But Godly, each time, presents a new challenge that Deffy can't quite get a hold of. Disarmed off on the side of the stage. Now with the new weapon swapped in. The bottom of the neutral air. Is that enough? No!
Wait a second.
Deffy goes to the other side of the stage.
This isn't double jeopardy. I was just totally wrong.
You were
about
wrong?
This. Yeah, no. It was Blaze that took out Godly in the first round.
Oh.
No, there's no level of double jeopardy happening here.
I wish you didn't admit that.
Yeah, we could have just kept it going.
There's probably like 3 people in chat who were like, you guys don't even know what you're talking about. And everybody else thought we were really cool.
Yeah, everybody was on our story with it.
Well, dang.
Well,
but
look, Blaze defeated Godly. Godly got mad. Godly beats Deffy. That's the story.
That's true.
But Deffy beat Blaze,
who
which is why he 3-0'd Blaze.
Right.
So that's like by the transitive property, Deffy dominated Godly easily.
We did the math. We crunched numbers before this. Everything we said was true.
Woo!
Nice dodge. Okay, ground pounds back and forth. Keep ground pounding. Keep ground pounding. I like seeing it. All right, Godly, full stock lead. Now in game 3, this could be a nice 3-0. To solidify, the top players staying on top in this tournament.
Yeah. We don't want any new blood in these tournaments.
Yeah, that's the last thing we want.
Not if they're performing well. Get rid of them quick.
Oh, what a nair.
That was nice.
Yeah,
I love a good nair spike.
He could have done a ground pound, but the nair doesn't put him out of position if it, for any type of follow-up.
Right, you don't have to commit your movement to it. Yeah. So that's huge. But it is a much weaker hit. But considering how damaged Deffy was, it didn't seem to matter. Now Deffy brought a ladder to the fight, and well, never mind.
Well, and he threw it away.
Had he kept his ladder, who knows?
But I think what he threw a ladder over a black cat. He's trying to he's doing some sort of luck spell.
That's that's
a
like
reverse
14
bad
years
luck.
of
No,
bad luck.
speaking of bad luck,
Whoa,
wait, save him.
What?
Hold on, what just happened? What did we just see? The luck did get all messed up there. That was actually part of the Deffy spell.
That is GG.
What a way to finish
Godly
a set.
wins it. That was a funny last stock because it was like Deffy was donezo. Godly saves him. But he didn't save him enough. Deffy, even though Godly has
was he trying to save him? What was he going on?
No, he was just going for one more.
He was just going ham?
Hold on, here it comes.
Yeah,
here
we'll see.
And it's like Deffy was like, he didn't get saved from it.
Okay, yeah. Here he is. Oh, catches
that
the dodge.
That stuff's his recovery.
Yeah.
So he's done. He's
nothing.
already done.
Boom.
Godly gives him a little bit more, and Deffy's like, oh, great. Now I have a jump, and this gives me a chance to
Boom.
to
Just drum solo it out. Why not?
Drum solo it out.
You know, you got to love seeing John Cena
he
drum
left
solo.
the tournament on a solo. That's huge, you know?
Yeah.
That's what any musician wants.
Well, honestly, though, PR.
Yeah,
the biggest.
let's give a round of applause to PR 1585 on his recent rise to, just guessing.
Wait, wasn't he
50?
PR? He was like 1500.
1500 something.
Yeah,
I
so
want to
he's
say
going up.
1585. So
Probably going up like 1,000 something.
1,000, at least 1,000. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
at least going up 1,000 ranks.
In the PR stock market, he is your best investment right now. Deffy, what a performance.
Bye.
But Godly, you know, comes away with it 3-0 and is carrying on in this tournament. His dream is still alive of potentially becoming the winter champion in 2023 for the EU region.
Godly.
Yes.
Lower bracket Godly.
Still a Godly player.
Still, not actually a worry for anybody out there. It was a great match. I enjoyed watching that match. We still got more coming up. Acno versus Simple on the lower side. Machete versus Nees on the top side. But Godly versus Deffy. What a fun match. We got to know more, though. We got to learn, Steven. We need the knowledge. And who better to drop some knowledge on us than our very own Remy on the analyst desk. Take it away, Remy.
Thank you, Foda. Godly lost once right there, but he's not the kind of guy who goes out without a fight. That's why he came into the loser bracket, had his rematch against Deffy, and said, this time I'm going to do all the things I didn't do right last time. Let's look at the things he did right this time to take that advantage state and take those wins over our new favorite, Deffy here. I'm really excited to see him get some work done. This is the one clip we saw from Deffy get that dodge in to get a sizable advantage of one stock, but it didn't end up mattering because Godly, when you give him an inch, he takes him out, and he always loves this offstage gameplay. It's one of the things I always pointed out about Godly, even at BCX and towards the end of last year. Every time he took someone off stage, it became such an intricate turn of events. Let's watch this first side air and what it means. Right here, sorry. Let's watch this first side air and see what happens after. After Deffy wastes his dodge in the air, he gets the side air and he's able to push it forward because he knows he's low on options. He has no dodge. He used one jump to be in the air in that position. So he's just going to move forward and get the follow-up on it. And it's the same exact thing here. It's really beautiful work. The side air, sees he's got the recovery, watches that dodge. I'm going to play it slow for you guys because you guys don't have Godly's eyes. You don't understand how intricate he's playing this. He waits for the dodge and the recovery, all the options, gets the dodge, and then moves down for the style play because anyone else can just ground pound there. He has to get the GCD lights there, make sure it looks good for those watching at home. And yeah, same thing on plays like this, really beautiful stuff. Watch this patience from Godly. After he hits the side light, he sees the wake up coming, he waits just out of range, and then he dashes in just quick enough to get the down light, send it into the recovery. Really clean stuff from our boy Godly. And just magnificent. Another side air sends into the edge guard position, and watch how clean the edge guard is. Waits for the exhausted recovery. Swift guitar in air. If you're a guitar player, you love to see stuff like that. I know Foda was hyping it up. Godly, he's just amazing, especially off stage. I can't wait to see what he does more today.
He's right, man. A solid nair spike like that always gets me going. He knows. Remy knows. All right. We've got one more match to cast, Steven, before we are properly into top 4 of the European Winter Championship. And you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
You might think, oh, are we in grand finals? Because Simple versus Acno is the next matchup coming up. And no, Steve, it's not grand finals. I promise it's not grand finals. It's actually the lower quarterfinals. This is a match to get into top 4.
Okay.
I know. And it's Acno versus Simple.
Yeah,
we've casted many a tournament.
True. 3 years ago, this is guaranteed grand finals.
Guaranteed
almost every tournament. But here, the caliber of play as the community has risen up over these years.
Yeah.
This is not even top 4
yet. It's Machete and Nees up at the top.
Yeah.
These guys are fighting just to stay in. So this tournament is either going to have Acno in the top 4 or Simple in the top 4. But not both. These are two legendary players who have been at the top of their game and the top of their region for many, many years. But here in 2023 Winter Championship, there can only be one. So who's it gonna be? And who did they pick? I'm curious. Because I want to believe. I want to believe Cassidy versus Asuri, but there's no way. There's no way.
There is no way because Acno is
Acno's on
onto Diana.
Oh, yeah.
We see that.
And Simple's on the Asuri. Nice.
Yes.
All right. That means I'm cheering for Simple.
Ooh. Dang. That's going to really... Hopefully Acno's not listening. Again, we gave him the advice. Don't listen. But if he is, that really is going to cut his, you know...
2, 1.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the last match before top 4. One of these two legends is going to make it into the top 4 of Winter Championship. There can only be one. I'm surprised we don't see Acno starting off with Kaya. He's going with the Diana. This is a super solid pick. Acno's bow is insane.
Yeah, that's true. I'm wondering if he's favoring maybe the blasters versus the guitars just to get the range or something. I don't know.
I think it's about the down sigs. I think he's playing Diana for the down sigs, to be honest. But I mean, yeah, on the surface that doesn't seem like a great plan because Simple doesn't really get hit by those down sigs.
Well, we'll see. But so far, Simple has the lead on this first stock. Okay, with the dribble,
Acno blew his gravity cancel there, but makes it away without getting punished too much from Simple. Simple's still in a great position. Oh, he's got the opportunity to finish him off here, looking for the edge guard. He's got no dodge now. Acno, without a dodge, he still makes it back to the stage. Unbelievable.
Okay.
But doesn't matter.
Yeah, it didn't go on for too long, but I thought Simple really, we don't see him miss very many down airs with Sword off stage.
Yeah, he's so good at the straight up edge guards with Sword. Just down air, it's a half circle underneath your character. If you time it right every time, it works great. But only if you're perfect with it. And usually, there it is.
Wait a second. Doesn't get hit by too many of those, but just enough.
That's just, it only
to tie
takes
up the game.
It only takes 3 at the right time.
Acno, what an opportune time to use that signature. And now he's back in this game.
I think one of the great strengths about those down sigs, the move that Acno just used to knock out Simple, is that it knocks out really early. And in that case, a lot of things would have knocked out.
Right.
Simple was very damaged before landing that move.
But having a reversal is huge, especially if you like to play off stage or like to play on the corner.
And a knockout's a knockout. But let's see if Acno can. Oh no, now he's unarmed.
Okay.
Ooh, makes it through just fine.
That's good. Yeah, sometimes.
Whoa! Oh. He
That
really
was pretty
bet
crazy.
the farm on that. I mean, if it landed, he'd be done. Even though Simple's like not that damaged, he was so far off the side of the stage that it surely would have knocked out. But it left him really vulnerable when he missed, and Simple had no problem taking advantage of that. Acno trying to close out this extra stock that Simple's got. He's doing a great job so far, barely taking any damage on his last stock here. And he is definitely zoning as hard as he can with these blasters. He is like just trying to run into my hitboxes. Don't get too close to me.
Oh,
there it
off
is.
the side lay? Okay, that was a good read there on the situation to convert off a side lay into a recovery to get the KO to tie up the game. Damage is basically even. A couple of these blaster shots will tie it up.
Dude, Acno is zoning. I mean, he is playing blasters like the way that we imagined it when it was created.
Yeah, blasters.
7 years ago, we were like, this is going to be the zoning weapon, and only now did it start happening. No, that's not true. But Acno is doing it really well. This is nice.
Yeah, you don't need every hit or every move to land for it to do what you need to control the space.
That's the point of zoning, is control the space. Attack the space in front of you. Make your opponent go where they don't want to go, and put hitboxes where they're trying to go. And Acno's doing that really well, but Simple is starting to bring it back, and we're coming up to the final moments of this game here. Who's it going to be? That might be enough. Ooh, Acno barely survives it. He can't possibly survive another one of those. Simple could finish him off here. Acno still needs to get a few hits on Simple before he can knock him out.
Or cheeky gravity cancel down sig.
Ooh, this is the time for a down sig. If there's ever been a time for a down sig, it's right now.
Ooh.
Ooh, I saw it coming. When he's on the corner, you know. Oh, that's it. Simple takes the first game over Acno. This history battle between these two old school champions.
Yeah, I didn't catch the match history in the beginning for what they had, but I'm guessing they have one of the most, the highest numbers of total games played.
Yeah, they have fought each other in tournaments so much. And when they fight each other in tournament, it's not like they met in pools. It's like it was top 8 or top 4.
Yeah, it's always
or top 2.
It's always a big deal. It's a big prize difference.
They're major matchups. Okay, big swap from Acno onto
I like
Hugin.
it. I like it.
Yeah, I think this could work.
Yeah, we saw the Hugin come out earlier from Acno. And we saw some sight stuff. We know the bow is always fresh and ready. But let's see what's going to happen here. Okay, simple.
With a major thumbs up.
Okay, little respect.
There might be a lag situation here.
All right.
Or something. Okay, all right, I'm back. We can fight now. Thanks for waiting, Acno. All right, here we
Wow,
go.
love to see the respect from these players
Dude,
online.
that's how it should be, man.
Right.
You know, that's how it should be. At least, especially in the beginning.
Yeah, you talk about respect, but then you start off with an opening like that. That was pretty savage. Getting some good damage on Acno off
what
the side
happened
of the
to
stage.
respect?
Oh no, the weapon throw. Luckily,
that was a good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tossed it up like it hung at its like apex.
Yeah.
Just long enough for him to protect him to get back to that tiny wall.
Okay.
Whoa!
Still
he
in
caught that
charge
neutral
here.
light while he was falling.
That not enough in the corner.
No way. Stage like this.
Okay, Acno. Whoa, going crazy off stage.
There's a weapon
unarmed.
over there. Okay.
I can't believe he
He does do that. He's like a chosen bot in that way. You know?
Oh my god.
He'll choose to fight unarmed for a while,
That's
even though there's a weapon right there.
Is Acno a chosen bot?
These are the questions.
We released him too early just to test. I don't know. Has anyone? I mean, I've seen Acno in person.
Maybe when we developed the chosen bot, all we really did was download all of Acno's match history.
Yeah, that's true.
We trained the chosen bot with Acno.
Oh.
And we're like, why the heck doesn't this chosen bot?
You know, you say
get the
that, but
weapon
people
that
literally, half of chat believes that, which is fine.
That's fine.
That's fine. Okay, Acno actually in a decent position here. That recovery isn't enough to the far corner to get the KO. Still in this, though. Has Simple at high damage on his first stock. He needs to get it quickly here because there's a lot of extra credit being built up on his second stock.
Yeah, Acno's kind of fallen way too far behind at this point. No, okay. Not way too far behind. Just behind.
Yeah.
Not too far.
He's not a lap behind, so he needs to make some good maneuvers, get all the...
Yeah, he just needs to drive a really fast lap.
And every turn, he's
on... No!
Oh,
that was really nice, though. You got to respect the
I didn't even have time
down thing like that.
Do a NASCAR analogy, and
yeah,
I won't. Now it's gone. No, I'm not going to do it. Time's over.
Take a pit stop.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You better brake. Just in general. Okay, Acno on his final stock. He's got Simple off on the edge. He's got the weapon advantage. Oh my gosh!
No! What was that?
Is that another set of broken ankles I see?
Oh my gosh, he's gonna take that car in for repairs.
Oh,
no, I'm over the NASCAR analogies. It's too much.
Yeah, that was more like there was debris. Threw him into the weapon throw? Did he do that on purpose? That was kind of spicy.
That
I
was,
like that.
Sometimes the goof troop doesn't line up, so you got to make it happen.
Yeah, you always have
Call
to.
that the modified goof.
Okay. Now the stocks are tied up. The damage is even. Acno could tie up this set here. Ooh, big
and we're
signature.
down to the final stock. Acno could just finish it right now.
Okay,
what a dodge! Oh my
I can't
goodness.
believe Simple made it through
I
that.
know, that was wild.
Uh-oh,
And
off
Simple's
stage,
going
what's
for the
happening?
big thing.
No,
not
no,
again!
no,
not
no.
again! No! That's what? Game?
Two?
Question mark? That's why we.
Does he have
This is the
two?
exact moment we
Okay,
made the thing say game.
Simple only got credited for one accident there because Acno had hit him soon enough before he SD'd.
Yeah, but that we all know that second stock was an accident. Hold on, look, watch this accident.
Oh,
Whoopsie!
that's-
Oh no!
Listen,
and then again.
Everyone watching right now, if you've played a couple games of Brawlhalla at least, that's happened to you.
You know what that's like,
Yeah.
but you don't know what it's like to do it twice in a battle for top 4.
Yeah.
That
It's
hits
brutal.
a little different than like, oh man, I lost the stock
Very
and
true.
ranked.
It's like, oh no, I lost 15 elo.
That was like $1,000 right there. Worth of
Yes.
well, let's not put it into perspective that much. 1-1, the set's tied up. First 1 to 3 is gonna win it. No legend swaps this time. I think both players, everything's all set up for a really great match here.
Yeah.
Long as nobody SDs this time.
Well, and that's the thing you have to kind of calculate. If you're thinking that this is swung in favor of Acno, those were some big misplays that you cannot expect from a player like Simple.
Right. Yeah, he's not going to get that every time. That was those were blessings. But I do want to believe that Acno could have taken those stock because both of those SDs, he was in knockout range, right? Simple was, he was pretty primed to be knocked out, and he was almost like, not if I take it first.
Yeah, he just didn't want Acno's KDR to go up. Okay, avoiding that down signature. Knows the range of it, just out of the way.
Such epic music on this stage. Whoa!
Early stock,
man, not enough to knock out unless he does it again.
He was following his way back to the stage, but the soft platform came over just in time for Simple to have a high route to get away. Now rearmed with the sword. Can he make it back from this? He could if it weren't for nothing. Okay, he does make it back. Acno had to make the tough choice. Do I continue this edge guard or do I quickly grab this weapon to rearm and maybe block this corner?
I think he was right to grab the weapon there. It was the edge guard had come and gone.
Okay, but now Simple is whittling away at this lead and also taking the first stock.
Okay,
yeah, from behind in damage now with the stock lead. Simple looking good in game 3. Nice weapon throw connects as he does the hot swap, leaving Acno unarmed. Wait, why? Okay, that's why. He told me just as soon as I asked. I was like, why not go for the weapon spawn? Well, so that's you got to know your moments. You got to know your options. And he knew he could land that down light into the uppercut.
Yeah, the gravity cancel neutral signature off of unarmed down light is a great kill option. Only if you very specifically know the damage that it's going to work at. And that depends on the character you're fighting against, the character you're playing as, and the stage you're on, how high the ceiling is, right? But he did all that math so fast.
That's, looking very good for his report card if his math skills are this good in the heat of the moment. And Acno, again, under the pressure.
Oh!
Yes! Oh, that was actually
so nice.
You see, especially at top level and even ranked, you see a lot of those downlight ground pounds. But the way he did that one, he caught it at a weird angle because he was so stacked.
Yeah, he was really low. He had to jump like extra. He had to hold that jump a little longer and still got the ground pound true on it. There's a lot of finesse with the slide kick ground pounds that you don't. It looks like it's just like as soon as you land the slide kick, bada bing, bada boom, but it's not. Like depending on how you landed that slide kick, because of the unique properties of the slide kick.
Woo! I mean,
forget what I was saying. GG.
Yeah, enough of the last stock. We didn't even have time to talk about the current stock, which is gone
I got
already.
Way too caught up on it. All right, here we go. Some replays.
Okay.
There's that uppercut we were talking about. All the math.
We saw a lot of good things here, and Acno, there it is.
That was nice.
The slide kick that took us off the whole thing, and then boom,
missed.
Nice, another edge guard, the down air towards the wall. We see Acno pop off, do that a bunch.
Slid off the side with the pivot there. Acno victorious.
Yes.
He completed one of the mini games at BCX. That's how you know he's a champion.
Oh, is that?
Some of those mini games weren't so easy,
Wait, which one's he? He's rocking the title?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was one that probably came from doing the electric current one, where you have to like put the ring through the bar, the curvy bar.
Oh.
I think he did, and no surprise, Acno, so smooth with it.
Oh my gosh. He's master of all games, rings
master of all games,
bows, whatever it is.
Memory match.
No way, the
toss.
final arrow hits. Oh, the last note, the death note takes him out.
That's what they call it.
And now,
if you've ever heard that before, that's what they're talking about. It's that last.
Yeah. The last hit on Boonin. Definitely not anything else. Full stock lead for Acno here in game 4, and this is a game that will decide the set potentially if Acno comes away with it. He's one game away from carrying on his run into top 4 and denying Simple that position.
Man, this is kind of a heartbreaker no matter who wins. These guys were supposed to meet later in the bracket.
Well, this is a new year. This is a new time for Brawlhalla, and
it's different now.
The old guard, they have to fight each other to try to make it back. And luckily catches the corner.
Yeah, that would have been
might have
nasty
KO'd.
dunk.
Okay, yep, had the dodge and the recovery.
Acno's still alive. He has survived so many near-death blows.
I was expecting him to go low on that recovery, but he went high somehow, making it on top of the stage, rearmed with the scythe. There's no way he gets another stock off of Simple before losing his first one. There's no way. Simple.
No way.
Okay, there is some way.
Unless, though. Unless.
No.
Oh, he's still alive.
Simple can make it back. There's no way. Yeah, that's actually it.
He did it.
I can't believe it.
This is looking like an Acno victory. I mean, Simple's got a reverse 3-0 right now just to... How's he going to do this?
Well, we all
the
know
reverse 3 stock.
how hard it is to knock out Acno on his last stock.
Right.
And he still has another one in front of that.
Still, yeah.
So it's a tough battle for
He's got to do
Simple.
one and then take out his last stock.
But like we've said before, we are both big believers and dreamers when it comes to a Game 5, and there's potential
That's
here
right.
still for that to happen.
Yeah. Fate has something in store for us here.
Simple is kind of in that territory where you have to go all crazy. Like everything you do has to kind of be crazy.
Well, that's why he just tried a neutral light to neutral sig.
It almost cost him
because
too.
like it would have gotten him a whole stock.
No.
Uh-oh.
No!
That's it.
Oh my
It's
gosh!
over.
I can't believe
that was the perfect down sig dunk from Moonin. Acno has taken the set 3-1 over his arch rival Simple to get top 4. That was not the tournament victory like you might have thought.
Yeah.
That was for top 4. Unbelievable. Well, congratulations to Acno on a fight well fought. GG, man, against Simple no less. Oh man, that was a good one. And I like to see it happen on Moonin. That's cool. Acno. That's cool.
You know,
That's
a seasoned player, but a new legend pick.
Right.
You know, I love to see that. So that was an incredible set. I mean, Simple, I thought, honestly, after the first game, he had it. But then as soon as Acno started to make that switch, it was in game 2 that he fought back, came back.
Yeah,
and
I was so excited about the Asuri Katars, you know?
Yeah,
because
that's true.
I don't know why. I just happen to be
We all
excited
know why,
about
because
it.
it's your main. If you see someone play your main, you're like,
It
I
is
like them.
It's like, ah, that's me.
You know, if they like the
I can
same,
see
if you
it.
like some obscure toppings on your pizza and someone else likes it, you're like, oh, we can finally order my pizza. So
that's
it's
exactly
like that.
it. I just wanted to order my pizza.
Yeah.
Let's find out more about this set that happened. Remy, please tell us more about it.
Acno really came through on that Moonin pick. I really loved what he was doing with the signatures and the offstage game. Acno, always another kind of guy where it's like, okay, when you see him off stage, you got to get on stage. He's not going to make it easy for you. Let's look at exactly what happened every single time they met each other in that area. The bow was a key part in that. I'm going to hit play right here for you, and you can just see what I'm talking about almost immediately. That downer is a beautiful punish, but let's watch this option after the weapon throw to get that angle out of him, and then he goes and covers the normal path that he has to take now that he can't go high because of the weapon throw. He forces him low, and he immediately runs down there. And Steven was talking about it because Steven has that keen game sense. Most people, they go for that downlight. When you get to the wall, they cover the wall with the GC downlight towards the wall. Acno just rushed down and caught him just as he was trying to even make it towards that direction. Really good stuff out of him right there, and it continues on with this bow kit, like I was talking about. Beautiful down to catch out that spot dodge there, but it's what happens at this point here. As he sees that dodge in come through, he immediately goes in for that punish, gets the side air, and it's what happens after. Now that you have no dodge, that was your aerial dodge as well, it was a spot dodge. He gets you trying to touch that wall, knowing that you have no options to stop him from doing that. You have no dodge to evade it. Even if you go for that recovery, he's going to react to it, and he's going to push you down with that side air. Continuing on, this one was one of my favorite ones because whenever you can put it in your signature kit, it's going to look sick. He gets that first side sig, and it's the death note they were talking about right there. That's the reference everyone's been making. They're talking about Acno on the Moonin. The last hit of that note sends him down. He tries to come back up, and Acno says, we're not having that. The beautiful side air coverage right there is going to put him to the grave. And like I was saying, these signatures, man, the side sig comes out, doesn't get punished, and the down sig seals him off. He doesn't even try to make it back up. That's just the kind of pressure Acno provides off stage every single time. You got to love this kid. He's amazing with it. And the casters can't wait to show you who else is amazing with it today.
Now, I've always thought Steven had great game sense, but I'm glad Remy finally said it, okay?
Yeah,
Put
my
some
game sense
some
and my
respect.
ability is like really fighting each other. You know what I mean? I feel like when I play, it's like when you're punching in your dreams. I'm like, I know what to do, but why is it coming out so weak? I don't know. But that's why I'm on this side of the desk.
Man, these have been some awesome matches, and all of this has led up to top 4 now. So we are in now the most exciting time of the tournament. All these matches you've seen, pretty good, right? Pretty good?
Yeah.
It's going to get even better now that everything is on the line. Now these matches are going to start being worth thousands of dollars literally every match that happens. So let's see what happens in the rest of it. We're going to go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, top 4 of the European Winter Championship is coming back. See you soon. Wait, one more. Oh, Machete has no weapon. Oh, that was perfect.
Early enough.
Oh, this is perfect. Got him on the side. He's going so deep for it.
Maybe too deep. The weapon throw stops him. Yes.
Oh, no. Okay. You swing a heavy
Breaks
thing.
all concepts.
That is good. Whoa! Oh! Dash jump down air.
They've certainly got this. Oh! For Epsilon, Gazi takes a moment perfectly. Here,
Oh,
dodge the cannon throw. Now,
no way! Wow! Wow, dude!
For no, we can't believe it. He's trying to he's doing some sort of luck spell. Reverse bad luck. No, beat a bad luck. Wait, save him. Hold on. No way, this final arrow hit. There's no way. Simple. No.
What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I want to take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom?
It may be cold outside, but the temperature continues to rise and things heat up here in the top 4. This is a very different looking schedule. In times and other tournaments in general, we might look at that and go, oh, Acno Godly, winner's side. But no, we're looking at them at the elimination side of this bracket. Meanwhile, Machete and Nees are sitting on the winner's finals. It's Winter Championships. That's just basically the footnote for it all. You already know things go crazy, and it is time to talk about it because I am here, Ajax, with the one and only Duke once again. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty all right. It's been exciting. Again, EU all over the place. Godly went down really early. Ignore the names down there, but you heard him. Ajax, Duke. The PRs, not too surprised to see these people in the top 4 of things, but it's mostly their positioning, right? You got PR1, PR2 on the elimination side of things. PR3, PR5 in the top side. Guaranteed top 2 finish. Little bit of upsets, but still, it's been amazing. We're seeing a lot of cool stuff, a lot of mix-ups. We're seeing some of that Tesca being played, which I know Taz is really excited about. So it's been overall pretty good so far.
I'm super excited about it. I was mentioning it yesterday. I really wanted to see somebody pop off with Tesca, and it's the mid-season hero. When we saw mid-season invitationals, it was Machete that was the one to break through for EU to have that highest placing. So seeing him operate on another character at a high level like this, brand new, not surprising at all. You could throw a dartboard at the at the character select, and you probably are correct in what he might play. But it's looking so good today, which a lot of people, of course, if you want to play in person, meet some of these people, there's a lot of upcoming events this year. We got more lands coming out, including a brand new trip over to San Diego in DreamHack. You do not want to miss out on that. And I mean that quite literally. Don't miss out. Sign up, register now. It's not just the event. There's so many booths. There's so many things to see. There's a bunch of other great events that go on too. It's just one of those experiences you must try out at least once.
Yeah, lands are always a great experience, not only just for like the competitive aspect, which is always fun, but also just like that kind of bonding moment, that ability to like after tournaments that like maybe the day kind of ends, you all go out, go eat, go talk, go hang out, or check out some of the other esports events that are going on, because again, it is a big event at DreamHack, and of course, it's going to be our first open LAN of 2023, so we want to see all of y'all show up on the West Coast, especially all you West Coast players who like to make excuses about why you can't come out to Atlanta or whatever. This one is in your backyard.
Very true. It's right there. And also, I mean, you could take that trip down to the beach as well. You could see all the beautiful areas around San Diego. It's not even just the venue, but even at the venue, for those who were able to go to their first LAN with BCX this last year, you have the event, you have all the booths, and then you have all the other stuff going on too. There's so much to experience. It's just such a fun time. And you get to see all the vendors with the incredible gear, which, by the way, we happen to have some of that ourselves. Limited time offer. Remember, we got to keep bringing this up. Winter Championships has an exclusive buy for this blanket that you can get, and of course the hoodie. I will be getting both. I absolutely need that blanket. I will be probably using it in this office more than once. But make sure you go ahead and check them out. Remember, the 12th is the last day you can put an order in for them. That means that you will never get them again. So don't be one of the people that misses out on that chance and get the merch today.
Yeah, make sure you pick it up while you can. But I think it's time we get into the top 4 of things again. We've got Machete and Nees, both of them having to make some upsets to get here in the winner's side of things. Nees in particular saw some pretty impressive plays. I'm talking about that Nyx, which he's already locked in.
Yeah, and you also saw a little bit of Diana show up before too, so he has a bit of, he has the ability to kind of swap around between both. But I like the idea of having not just the Blastus, but the Scythe to kind of put a bit of a gut check into Machete, because when Machete is popping off, it is something to be feared. If you marked off at any point you think that either one of these 2 players gets top 8, you're correct. They're going to get there. But they do have some history, Duke, and we've... All right, here comes the inevitable doom for whoever's on the winning side of these things. But Machete and Nees have fought each other 11 times overall in official games and in unofficial, and it's been 6-5, just ever so slightly in Nees' in Machete's favor. So you know it could go either way.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a whole different Machete, right? This is Machete on the Tesca, something that Nees has not played against in competitive Brawlhalla just yet, because this is the first legal tournament for Tesca in official esports right now. Machete getting some good damage built up, but Nees trying to play that range game, knows the boots have to get stacked up. They have to get on top of you in order to get that big damage done.
Exactly why those blasters are working so well right now. And the Scythe 2 just kind of at the ledge, but he keeps boxing him out. Goes for a weapon toss down. Do we get a closeout on the ledge? No, not really worth. And that you always have to respect. There's some surprisingly quick startup on the gauntlet signatures from Tesca as well. So you have to be very careful when you're trying to just rush up on him.
But the side air's not quite enough. Nees gonna be looking for that recovery. It's so good on a map like Small Brawlhaven. Downlight into recovery can KO so quickly, but he's not finding that KO hit.
The end lights from Machete also missing as well. Meanwhile, Nees is trying to catch him like any given situation. Recovery definitely will finally take it, though. Did take a lot of damage, so it's Scythe now, so you can get a good amount out of this, but you have to be very careful because Machete has also had some good defense prior to that moment.
Yeah, a good dodge read, and Nees can get some extension on this, get that damage built up, and make sure that he's got a lead going into the second stocks. But Machete, he's trying to play that spacing game, but he's only getting those taps. He's not getting the big hit, you know, that side light, no active input on the boots, but it's going to be the neutral light for the gauntlets that does eventually KO.
Yeah, the first one not getting the job done, so he kind of weapon tossed immediately away, like, okay, I'm not really feeling this right now, but they still got the job done after. Machete having a bit of a hard time lining up some big combo strings. Never mind, gets a two-piece, waits for him to come back on. I really like how Machete is almost like always going off stage. He doesn't really look like he has a lot of fear in his pressure. He's continuously trying to push. A big reason why he's, of course, sitting here in winner's side. He 3-0'd Deffy just before this. And it's just been looking so clean so far. Like you said, this is the first official time anybody's been able to actually line up against this matchup so far.
Bro, Machete refuses to use the active input of the side air on those boots. He's been going in and getting that higher variable force move, but on early health, it's so good to go for that active input, chase alongside, keep that pressure going, but instead, Machete just trying to get that neutral reset every time that he can, but Nees has the stage control, doesn't hit the downlight.
I think you're very on the money with that, too. I keep waiting for when Machete is going to go for that Sair all the way off stage, too, as well. Just go for that really deep edge guard, but it's kind of been more comfortable with stage control at the moment. There we go, though. That should go ahead and get the job done, and that puts Machete up in the lead.
Yeah, that's the situation where you want to go for that raw, regular side air. But now that it's a fresh stock on Nees, I want to see that active input, want to see that chase. There it is, but he doesn't get the follow-up.
Now Weapon Toss is going to go ahead and line him up, trying to go all the way out there to find a recovery. Machete is going to get back on, doesn't even need the wall touch, just goes right up and over. And now he has a moment where he can keep this Weapon Starve up. I like the end lights right on top of it, and Nees does eventually find it, but it took a bit.
Yeah, just trying to put some hitboxes on top of that weapon spawn. Machete, again, getting these taps on, gets a nice neutral height, but not finding the reads that he wants. And this time, not going to go for the active input. He just goes for the side air. This time, side light can't get the follow-up.
Look for recovery, gets a recover reversal on himself, but the Sair does come through. Nees has taken a bit of damage, is in the orange, but it's not too bad in the face of Scythe. Like you said before, the Nyx has been working very well. So if I'm Machete, I'm not feeling too comfortable with this lead I have.
Good dodge out from Machete. I mean, Machete's definitely has a Scythe of his own. We've seen him play the Mordex. We've seen him play the Enchantress. He's got such a large character pool at this point, so he definitely knows mix up those dodges, but that's a punish from Nees. Fortunately, not much else hits as the N-Sig connects for Machete.
Fantastic snatch right there, and Machete looking, trying to catch a Nair, but not really going to be able to line it up, though. The Sair putting him off stage, is he going to be able to close it out? No, just kind of backing off. He's been pretty committed to using the gauntlets as the way to close out any of these stocks.
Yeah, it's interesting because if he wants vertical KO tools, then the gauntlets are going to be a little bit better for it. If he wants the horizontal KO tool, I gotta say the side air might be better for it on the boots. It's just kind of dependent on what he has in that situation, but he's not getting that downlight to set up for the side air, and Nees is finding hits.
And Nees has a big opportunity right now, just catches him. Yes, he does, and that's going to give Nees the first game. Definitely, again, even with that lead that Machete had going into that last stock, it's not the most comfortable situation to know that you're definitely going to close it out. Look at the damage between you two. 623 to 647, just ever so slightly off between them, but that was as close as you can ask for game one.
Yeah, the one thing that I got to be critical of for Machete is like he's having to put out a lot of damage. This is Small Brawlhaven. He's got boots, one of those weapons that has a lot of potential to get some quick KOs, and he's just not getting any of that, which to a degree can be a testament to the defensive movement of Nees.
I think also part of it too is that this is that first event, so you're still, even though you had some time to warm up with them, this is the first time you've been sitting here in the final 3 position, and you might be second guessing some of your approaches. You might not want to go for that early edge guard, but I'm on the same page as you. I feel like he needs to go for that active input more, guarantee the damage, keep pushing him towards the ledge, because that's going to prevent Nees from being able to space properly with those blasters and get something started.
I am liking what I'm seeing from Machete here in game number 2, though. He's going for a little bit of a different option. You saw a lot of side airs in game 1. Game 2, he's going for this nair into a side air pickup. It's going to be the recovery from underneath as Nees bet big with that GC down sig, and Machete gets the punish.
I always respect the attempt on it, because if it hits, you look like an absolute genius, but it is also going to be the best of the best who make sure you don't get away with that for, at all. And Machete does get the lead on it. Here's Machete for the first time, kind of going out there, goes for recovery instead, just to try and cover the high path, but doesn't find the mark.
Yeah, it's an interesting option. Like, Boots recovery is great for chasing, great for just kind of maintaining pressure, but it's not really going to be an often KO tool, and it's not really something that you're usually looking for on that high movement. Usually you want like a GCN sig. Punish opportunity. No dodge for Nees still, but Machete can hit the ground pound. Nees with the turnaround.
That was so close, too. That was just ever so slightly misspaced. That would have been amazing for him, but very similar to that last game, has a good lead. You were talking about his, he was putting on damage, but it took a lot of interactions. I feel like he's getting a lot more reward on hit this time around, and he's kind of warmed up to it. And you are not just, you have to avoid that, but you're at recovery ranges, too, if you're Nees. So the Nees getting very scared about how he needs to get in on Machete.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that Machete is getting way more momentum. He's getting way more off of each individual hit right now. But Nees, again, in this pressure situation, worked really well for him at the end of the last one, but it's a downlight ground pound. The turnarounds again.
Sorry, he almost got scythed. That was very, it was very close to getting scythed, and that was about to be an even game. But for Nees, kind of struggling to get down now all of a sudden, which is, you got to take that where you can. If you're Machete, you're now getting way better vertical strings. Even though the nairs haven't been really connecting, the recoveries from Boots have been landing a lot.
He's definitely getting a lot of this vertical now against Nees. Recovery not going to connect this time. Tries to chase.
I like it. The end light, try to see if you could bait out a dodge or something and get the bigger punish, but still, this opportunity for Nees. The Sarah misses. Recovery won't lead to much else, but the second one will, as he does not back off and gets himself to one apiece.
Nees is so good at walling out Machete. Again, Nees has this range advantage, and he's playing it so well when Machete is floating out in the airspace, but side sig, not quite enough. I like that he goes for the forward throw there.
Yeah, definitely expected that was going to be a KO in my view, just with how far it was on the right. But that, like you said, the active input, being able to change which direction you go. You have to be very careful about even being on the opposing side of him too. That might not, well, actually, it's not going to be enough yet. But now we have gauntlets in hand. One straight recovery will definitely do it.
But it's a question of if Machete can get it. He had the damage advantage at the end of game number 1, but Nees managed to steal away the stock downlight side air, and yes, Machete takes game number 2.
Excellent job from Machete, kind of making a lot of adjustments going into that. I felt like he felt way more comfortable that game with the boots. Yeah. We saw a lot of constant weapon tosses away in game 1. Like, he was second-guessing everything he wanted to do with either the gauntlets or the boots. He, like you said, there was no active inputs. Pretty much used that all in any, whether it be the side lights or it be the side air. And he decided that game, you know what, maybe let's go for it. Why not? And it worked out very well.
Yeah, and it looks like it's forced Nees off of the Knicks over to the Koji this time. Going to have no carryover in weapons, but it's not too weird. We've seen Nees on the Koji, and of course it'll have that bow that we saw on his Diana earlier today.
Yeah, bow has just been phenomenal, as we've seen not just through this top 8, but the other top 8s as well. Meanwhile, Machete taking a little bit of a guided tour to the top of Brawlhalla. Are we going to keep it going? Gets the end lights. He doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to get back. He get recovered, nared, took so much damage just trying to get down.
And Nees is yet to finally pick up a weapon, but Machete has put out so much damage, showing him all over the map. So showed him the top, showed him the left side, just needs to give him a little tour of the right side, and Machete going to help him find his way over there.
It's a nice real estate agent. Just shows you all of it, but doesn't show you the really broken part in the back. The right side there's like, look, you don't need to see that. It's okay. Now the property value is this. No. We really don't need to go over there. But Nees is just doing everything he can. The end lights are not finding his mark. That would have been a stock. Good last second fadeaway.
Yeah, good movement from Nees to get out of that, but unfortunately not in position to punish. There's the side air from Machete. He gets his pick of weapons, likely going to be the boots, yep. And he's going to delay that weapon spawn by throwing those gauntlets high in the sky. I
like these falling nairs he's now starting to find. You can get that into a confirmed snare, just get that quick damage in. And if I definitely feels like he is way more comfortable with his neutral now. I felt like he was second-guessing it so much game 1. And now he's going to go for it maybe. Doesn't decide to keep going for it. But at that point, now Nees is going to start getting really afraid. Like, I feel like everything Machete's doing is putting in so much fear to Nees.
Yeah, just that little spice of going for the active input Sair into a GC side light. He's gone for a lot of those sidelights, but he's not really finding the follow-up that he wants. Like, he'll go for the sidelight, and then you'll see him kind of dodge backwards, kind of jump away, but he's not finding anything afterwards.
Yeah, I've kind of been waiting for, like, the upwards version into, like, a dodge read or something, but he has, maybe he's just saving it for his back pocket later, but Nees does finally strike back. There's been multiple times where Nees has been far behind on a stock and then almost just snatched this one away. Granted, that was with the Scythe before. You still have some explosive factors, but I don't know if we'll see that same play here with the Koji.
If it's going to happen, it'll likely have to happen in the offstage as Nees starting to find some safe damage, but Machete just needs a couple more hits and he can get this stock off of Nees. There's a burn dodge, but sidelight gets beaten out by the neutral light from Nees.
That took a good while before Machete was able to finally get a hit in, too. Nees was getting a lot of stray hits, like you said. They were starting to rack up. Did get him to at least light orange, but what else can he do? A goal, that's a big opportunity, but gets away. Sends it back down, tries to go for the ground pound, and now they're in a war. I like the fact that Machete was the first one. It's like, look, I don't want to lose this lead I have right now. I go for that one play, ground pound miss, let's get out of here.
Yeah, the second that he didn't see that ground pound connecting again, he's like, all right, we'll reset back to neutral. I definitely have confidence in my ability to win it. But Nees gets the three-piece into the recovery, not quite enough, as Machete with a wake-up recovery, trying to stay very high above Nees.
Nees has been minimizing a lot of the damage. That recovery will just do it. So Nees is waking up exactly where you needed to the most here towards the end between that last stock up to this point. So all of a sudden we have this is a very crucial game here in game number 3.
All right, Boots back on the feet of Machete, but Nees, he has been finding that safe damage, perfect positioning around that neutral light. Makes sure that he can get a little bit of extra damage there.
There we go. Serge put him back off, trying to catch him, but does not get it. And Nees is just going straight back to center. Well, this set is just playing out exactly how the records have played. These two have had even just perfectly close sets. I think it was only separated by 2 individual games. So this is definitely another one. We looked at a couple of this yesterday that has that feel of going to a game 5.
Yeah, definitely 2 very evenly matched players. Nees with the Koji goes for the tatami mat, not going to find the hit though, and Machete gets the read that he wants, but not going to be a KO move off that down sig.
Lights will do it. That's going to go ahead and take it out and put Machete up in the lead, but Machete, after a very hot start in that game, started to have to play back a little bit. Yeah, you talked about that 4-piece string that Nees was able to get off of, I think it was the second stock, and then it just kept continuing. I think Machete only won 1 out of a solid 7 interactions in a row. That'll make you second guess a lot, but he was able to kind of just bring it back down. You can see the amount of damage, 526 done on the boots. That was phenomenal by Machete to kind of bring it back together towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, really well done, and you're seeing like a lot of damage being built up on the boots, and it's kind of interesting just like how aggressively boots heavy he is. Like, I'm curious as more legends get released with the boots kit if he's going to be like, all right, I want boots, but I don't really want these gauntlets, because he hasn't done much with the gauntlets, throwing out a bunch of end sigs, side sigs, but other than that, not much. Got an end light to KO twice. That's it.
Yeah, I love the boots, to be honest. I am just such a fan of the design, the way that they work, and I can't wait to see what other weapon combinations we get in the future with them for sure. This one, of course, being very straightforward with the gauntlets and boots, but they just have so much potential. And also, we're going to take another trip off of a character swap. This is actually kind of blowing my mind. We've seen so much Lin Fei this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sparky was the one who mentioned that, like, a lot of people are saying that the Lin Fei might be the meta, that this might be the Qatar tournament, and that Cannon's looking good as well. High dex definitely looking real nice, that 9 dex on Qatars, but at the same time, I don't know how well Nees can do it, because right now he is just taking the damage, but nice chase up.
Yeah, that was definitely a showcase of how to combo Cannon a second ago. Like, oh, big attempt on the ground pound. Nees has gone for those quite a few times. Like, I'll go for the big play. I do not mind. But these Qatars, ever since they came out, you mentioned it before, this Qatar tournament, that's exactly how this game became even.
Oh, but the side sig from Machete whips Nees off the map, and he's going to go back to the boots.
I love that sig. I know that I'm maybe in a party of 1 on that.
Dude, it's satisfying.
It's so satisfying. You get the recovery though, and 2 Neers on his way back. It's like, look, I don't care about your edge guard. I'm fighting right back.
Definitely knows that there wasn't like a lot of force on it, because Nees coming in with a fresh stock isn't going to get launched very far by that recovery. So he's like, all right, well, I have to keep this pressure going. He chase dodge up with the nair, goes for a second nair, just trying to keep Nees in that hit stun, but Nees did manage to even up this stock count.
Yeah, I definitely think the Qatars are the play here in this game. So far, Cannon has existed on screen as a nice, like a I don't know, a little Christmas decoration at this point. It's there. It's there for show. You see it. It exists, but it hasn't done anything yet. So Nees, however, has done plenty with the Katars as he get 4 straight.
Yeah, he had the ornamental cannon, but really it's the lights from the Katars that are lighting up Machete, and it's going to be the NSIG that takes him out, and this is what we're talking about. Nees on the Katars. He's getting so much more damage. He's looking so good.
Just keep it. This is the one weapon fiasco right now. There's no reason to switch off. Meanwhile, Machete has swapped between both a ton. Primarily, it's mostly just to see that right there from the gauntlets to get the job done. And we mentioned earlier how gauntlets usually are the vertical option, but he's actually making sure that he gets those landed pretty often to get that horizontal play as well.
Yeah, even mentioned that active input. Unfortunately, can't do much more off that nair at the top of the map. That's one thing that's nice if you're playing against Boots right now is like, they can go for as much vertical as they want, but they don't have a SIG that launches up off of the Boots gravity cancels.
Yeah, that's you get scared for a bit taking that trip up, but it's not going to finish it out. However, that Sarah will line up a good position. Nice recovery high. Sweat beats came down, but doesn't get much. However, he keeps looking for that same dodge in place read. Hasn't been able to find it yet. I'm curious to see what he's going to do as a swap up after that, and that's a conversation we won't have right now because we are instead going to see Machete finish here at 3-1 and guarantee that not only he gets a trip to top 3, but we get to see Tezca guaranteed in a top 2 finish.
Yeah, a guaranteed top 2 finish coming out from Machete. The Tezca looking so good. Basically all about those boots. The gauntlets, again, coming in. He's utilizing those side signatures to get those KOs. But other than that, it's basically just been the boot show. That entire last stock against Nees, basically all boots.
It was phenomenal. Honestly, it started off kind of slow where we were second guessing like some of the choices. Like you're not going for active input pretty much at all. The end lights were hitting. Those were finding their mark, but there weren't really a lot of dodge read plays. Like that's the majority of what you do with boots right now. You go for early strings off a side light, end lights, see how people behave. Once you see, oh, they're jump happy, we'll go vertical with recovery. If they're staying grounded, you can get the big reads. But they weren't happening much in game 1. It was constant second guessing. After that, no second guessing. No. The boots popped off, and that's a big reason why he's currently sitting on winner side. Yeah,
it took him a little bit to start to figure out the habits of Nees. In particular, I think it was like he started leaning into that boots nair, that boots recovery, that vertical game against Nees, and he's like, all right, I know that I'm hitting these sidelights, but I'm not getting much more off of it, so why don't I go for something with a little bit more potential with this nair for a little bit more dodge reads. Either way, that's going to put Machete into the grand finals, and now we have to go to the elimination side of the bracket where we get to watch Godly and Acno.
Only in winter championships. Oh, well, actually not even, because of late EU's kind of been shifting things around. Before it was the kingdom belonged to Acno. That's it. The throne was Acno's and Acno's alone. And then Godly showed up and said, no, I like that. Looks shiny. I'm going to add another sword to it. I want it. Give me that. And, well, these two have some history between each other right now because, as we were mentioning, a lot of money has gone to Acno, but so has Godly of late. And, you know, with that $126,000, my God, 12 gold medals, plenty of that. Look at the average win rate in 2022 was 81%. The fact that there is somebody who has a slightly higher one in Godly is just absurd. 91% win ratio, 94,000 made in a year.
Yeah, he's played only in 2022, and he's made that much. He's won that much. Has never not placed on the top 2 in 2022. An absolutely dominant force, but right now he is having to make the run. He went down very early to Blaze, 3-1, and now has been having to make that lower bracket run, and now he's going up against the person who beat him in the Autumn Championship.
Yeah, and this is those couple recent W's that Acno got are essentially only from recent tournaments. You're talking about the Autumn Championship, of course, being one of them. 5-3 lifetime between these two. Now, the haha joke of giving away who it is, right? Godly up 5-3. But between them, of late, Acno's just been winning anyways. And that was with the Kaya before. But here, instead, on the Hunin, I think that the bow has been a bit of a check to Godly.
Yeah, I mean, that long range has a lot of ground control, and we saw Acno utilizing that signature kit of the Hunin so effectively, those GC side sigs in particular, or just the down air has enough force to deny a wall touch from Godly, and Acno gonna juggle, delay that weapon spawn, but it's gonna be the Scythe for the start of the stock.
And Gano, of course, also in that same tier of people who have been just piloting the Katars to excellent results of late. And just in general, actually, it doesn't really matter who Godly plays. He gets the job done. But will he be able to finish it here? No. Acno, of course, being able to get that wall touch back on. And that's a borrowed time stock right now. So if I'm Acno, I just want straight hits.
Yeah, just get any damage that you can. And honestly, he is getting that damage. He is adding it up onto the second stock of Godly, both being pretty patient here. Godly knows that he can't over-aggress and let Acno get too much on it, and he'll find that hit with the downlight recovery, but still, he took a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, you're going to see a massive amount of respect at moments like that where they will just not do anything because they know that it's he who strikes first will probably lose this interaction sometimes. But that's just the history that these two have. I still can't believe, again, that we're talking about this. This is 4th place, by the way. One of these two is done at 4th. And then, as Photo was saying earlier, Simple out at 5th. Like, this is a very different timeline we're looking at.
I mean, honestly, EU looking a lot like NA right now with how this Winter Championship is so volatile. You're still seeing some consistent names, but just in a little bit of a different spot right now. Godly playing from behind. He is getting some damage put out, but Acno knows he just needs to find that one hit. Downlight GC neutral heavy for the extra variable force to guarantee the KO.
It definitely seems like before Acno, I felt was just kind of almost gut checked with the way that he'd approach Godly throughout that past year, and ever since then, it just feels like Acno just has an understanding now of Godly's disadvantage. He knows where he wants to take a defensive play now, because normally Godly will just hover around you and have no fear. It's actually crazy how well he just kind of hovers right over someone like that to get a bait out and then get a punish, which basically led to that stock.
Nice GC sidelight there from Godly to finish that one off. I'm honestly very impressed with the fact that Acno has hit the 3-piece on Bo multiple times. Not a true combo, but he's still hitting the 3-piece, hitting that sidelight into the downlight. This time he's going to go for the down sig read, expecting Godly to go down, but Godly stayed high in the sky. But it doesn't matter, as Acno is again back at it with the juggles.
Acno is giving him a lot of frequent flyer miles right now. He is making sure that he has a free trip over to the U.S. next time he comes back, because he is only just now touching the ground. And Godly kind of struggling to get an opener there. Does finally catch one from Acno, but either way, it doesn't matter. I feel like Acno's just been playing so good up to this point.
I mean, Godly is going to need those frequent flyer miles, because if he doesn't win this, he's not getting the flight over to the Royale in about a month. So Godly needs to get this W, or actually, I mean, either one of them needs to get
that
this W.
Is very true. Oh my God, this guarantees one of these two isn't going to be in the Royale. We just pretty much auto-assumed that Godly and Acno were both going to be here. That's where a lot of us were just like, okay, they're going to, okay, so we know that they're coming. No, not at all. So this is a lot more than just the fight for getting that podium finish. And of course, these two are not done with just third. They want to take the whole thing. But one of these two has no shot at making it.
No, it's a battle for the top 3. Acno in the lead right now, off of some incredible bow play, which again is not like overly surprising. We talked about the Kaya that won him Autumn Championship, but we kind of neglected to talk about the Koji that he used to play so long ago. It's just raw bow play coming out from Acno.
Yeah, Acno, you're 100% right. Majority of the championships attached to Acno's name will include a bow along the way. And Godly, for a good while, had it just soft. Great gets a nice 3-piece out of that. And he's, you definitely feel like he's not playing as afraid of bow to start this round, at least. And it forced an immediate switch to scythe.
Oh, but the scythe looking good. Hits the side air, doesn't get another one. Doesn't hit the wall touch, and Godly is going to get the stock advantage.
Ooh, okay, so with certain caliber of players, it's like they can rebound from that. Acno can definitely rebound from that. But those are the type of moments that if you don't immediately strike right back, Godly will take full advantage of that. And Godly's trying to do exactly that right now. Of course, Acno just looking for one solid play. That wasn't enough. Recovery will definitely do it at this point, though.
Oh, but he's looking for those down sigs instead. He's thrown out so many of them, trying to play a concert in Godly's ears, but Godly is having none of it. More and more damage being put out onto the second stock.
I swear, you were talking before about a different move that he kept landing over and over. You see the ground pound closing this out. Oh, the 3 pieces. Yeah. I feel like Acno's doing that thing right now where when you play against really good players, sometimes you second guess everything you're going to do, right? I think he's just playing that, look, I know you're a good player, so you don't think I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do it 3 times in a row, and it keeps working. That time, Godly, though, going to go ahead and take him out off the side. But up until that point, Acno's getting away with a lot.
Yeah, there's definitely a mind game of, like, you're not going to do it another time. This
you won't do it a third time, right?
Thing.
The 4th time?
Yo.
Oh, wait a minute. Big opportunity for Acno here. And that is a huge opportunity that was closed out on. So wasting no time whatsoever to answer right back after getting that stock loss. And we have 1 stock apiece here in game 2.
Yeah, really well done from Acno, stealing that stock away from Godly. And he was a little bit in an uncomfortable spot there, floating alongside Godly, both of them sweat beating, but Acno hit the nair that he needed to deny the wall touch and give himself the movement back towards the stage. But he is behind again.
I actually kind of like what Godly did there, too. I think he felt too uncomfortable with the idea of getting snatched off stage. Like, you know what? You got it. That's fine. I'll control center. I'm going to let you get back on, but I'm going to keep you in an uncomfortable position. Meanwhile, Acno looking for the Nair, does not find it after he dodges back in. And both of them being, once again, like we saw in game 1, very, very concerned about being the first one to strike first here.
I mean, this is a very important game for both sides. This could either be Acno up 2-0, one game away from knocking the champion of EU down, or it could be a tie-up from Godly.
Yeah, create that rubber game situation of who gets to come out on top with that 2-1, which is very important. D-Light recovery will be enough as we see Godly put himself on the board. Fantastic adjustments that game. I feel like after the first stock where he was getting caught repeatedly by that 3 pieces, it never really happened again.
Yeah. Really well done, and I love that GC that Godly did to get through that weapon toss. You'll see a lot of people do it in the vertical game where like someone likes to do that weapon toss down and they try to protect their landing, but Godly was ready for it on this one in the reaction, right? See, spot dodges through it, instant gravity canceled down light recovery.
Yeah, you look at the difference of damage there too and go, wow, that was kind of, why was that like as close as it was with that big difference in between the two? Is because of that incredible edge guard Acno had with the scythe before. So you can never really get too comfortable as he tries to go for another attempt at it right there, going for a recovery high, looking for the GC D-Light, still keeping Godly off stage.
Yeah, Godly, that recovery was him saying, I'm trying to get away from this. Please, I want to live. Let's go back onto the stage. And Acno is not allowing it. Godly still manages to touch the stage, but man, the threat, that promise that Acno is trying to put out there of I can take a stock off stage.
You have to be built in a very high skilled level point when you're getting hit that many times to not freak out and still find your way back on. So Godly able to prevent what could have been an early stock there. Meanwhile, just missing again. I feel like Acno's throwing them out kind of like freely. Granted, there's a lot of range on these signatures, but Godly's playing just outside of those ranges and getting away with it. But that should be enough as we see Acno strike first.
What a down air from Acno, just going off stage, instant down air onto Godly, catches that recovery as well. And like you said, Acno can throw out those signatures, in particular like that scythe down sig has a lot of range on it. It can be relatively safe if you're doing it right.
Oh, actually, for a second, I thought he was going to live. Demon Island, of course, gives a little bit of grace sometimes, but not that time. Answering right back. I'm curious to see what Godly's going to choose. He is staying on the Katars at the moment. We saw a lot of Sword towards the end of the last game and the beginning of this one. I feel like he kind of needs that burst. He needs that. He needs the couple reads to kind of put some fear in Acno, but I feel like Acno's just not playing scared at all.
Oh, but he might need to be a little scared right now as Godly staying around there, doesn't have the position to keep Acno down, doesn't hit the side air either.
No. That would have kept it going too. He had such a good turn, and instead now it's switched back. Of course, Acno actually doesn't get too much out of that, so that was way better. But Godly just trying to reset up that situation. And Light's going to send them back off stage.
Go. The potential doesn't hit the down air though. Godly back on stage trying to play that neutral, not hitting those side airs. Down light recovery. Godly gonna get that stock advantage, but he is hurting.
Yeah, I feel like Godly's definitely doing a solid job of slowing things down, but he's still getting hit enough on stray hits that Acno's able to keep the game even regardless. And Acno's scythe has been looking really good alongside that. Oh, I like it. I respect it. I heavily respect that. Does get ground pounded for his shovels, but I do like the attempt. However, not even enough to take it out as we do finally see him get knocked out there.
Yeah, I really love that attempt from Godly there, going in with that ground pound, tried to chase with the down air. Acno's dodge was burned. He went for the GC side sig, and Godly had so much time that he could go for the hits. He just picked wrong on that down air and unfortunately couldn't convert to a KO.
Acno boxing his way back on with the Nairs. Once again, as kind of expected here last stock, very even game between these two. Looks like the bow is going to be what tries to get the job done. Actually, never mind. Oh, no, he refreshed the bow. Okay. I think the bow is what needs to get started again. It was what was working in game 1, kind of got figured out in game 2, and it's now working again here in game 3.
I did not realize you could just spot dodge inside that side sig. That side sig is so scary. Godly, clearly a smarter gamer than I, spot dodges inside of it and survives. But the down sig, Acno dodges into it, but manages to time it correctly.
Acno trying to catch him, jumping over towards the weapon spawn with the end light, but does not find his marker. However, weapon toss trying to catch him, but that's going to be a big punish on the GCD light recovery from Acno. Again, we mentioned it at the beginning. He's playing just outside of ranges from these 6. Even with all the range, the range they got, he knows the sweet spot on where he could be right near you to say, go ahead, pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. Oh, you did? Nice. Now I get to punish it.
He's very good at that half jump height, gravity cancel, downlight into the recovery. We saw it at the end of the last game, and we saw it at the end of this game as well. Both times doing it as a defensive option, right? The first one to get through the weapon toss, this time to be above that down signature. And now we're seeing the swap come out from Acno. He's over to the Mirage for this one, wants to keep that sight. Again, that potential to steal stocks, but he wants a spear instead of the bow, which is a bit odd because we have been applauding his bow play.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of getting figured out a little bit, but I still feel like the bow is just what gets the job done. But Spear, of course, being that amazing poke tool you need sometimes to kind of shut someone's aggression down, I feel like he is just maybe more comfortable with the idea of jumping with nairs and jumping with recoveries to stop this really good job that Godly keeps doing of just hovering right above him.
Well, he does have a little bit more anti-air tools with that downlight, some combo potential there, but right now, he needs to figure out how to open up Godly. Does get that sidelight, but can't get much else.
Remember, this is what could be potential the final choice of Acno as well. Going here with the Mirage, being down 2-1, could be a difference between a trip to top 3 and a continuation as an attempt to get a higher placing for that the Royale later. But Godly has really woken up a ton, and it does not look like that's changing.
Yeah, I want to say it's like a lot of it is that sword play. We saw at the end of that last one, I think 311 damage put out on the sword. Definitely was leaning into it a lot more as things have been progressing, but still, on a fresh stock, he wants the Katars to start it off, and Acno's going to hit the downlight side air.
All right, Acno striking back, taking no damage at that either. So the spear is the weapon of choice to try and start. Of course, Godly just boxing away like, I don't even need a weapon, bro. I got hands, and they're for you.
He's almost done more damage with unarmed than he has Katars in this one. Like he's just not been putting out as much damage with the Katars.
I mean, you're actually 100% right on that too. This is definitely a 3-weapon player right here. He will use that to his. He will use that incredibly well. I do like that GC sidelight to kind of get out of disadvantage as well. He's mixing up the way he's boxing down, and it's kind of tripping up Acno in certain positions.
Yeah, Acno there tried to go for a big play with that GC and Sig, but Godly was to the opposite side of him, but wasn't in position to punish. Downlight side air, weapon toss connects, needs a little bit more here. Godly not able to find the side air that he wants, so instead it's going to be 2 recoveries to give him the stock lead, and he's 1 stock away from getting a top 3 finish.
That was phenomenal the way he hovered right around him too before he got down. It's like, look, I'm not letting you land for free. You got to guess correctly this time, and you didn't, and just stayed right with him with that second recovery. And now Acno's sitting here waiting and gets the punish on the dodge too with the follow-up there. Oh, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, that was a nice play coming out from Godly. Downlight ground pound, and then baits out the spot dodge. Downlight doesn't hit the ground pound this time, but Acno is taking damage after damage.
He's already lapped him in damage at that too. This is one good play away from Godly. Here's going to Sarah. Won't be enough just yet, but basically Godly just needs one more call. Once again, big punish, and that's going to be Godly moving forward here in the top 3, removing Acno from the picture, and also getting a revenge match back after the recent W's Acno's been able to get. Godly once again reclaims that he is, in fact, at number 1.
Man, those jump gravity cancel downlight recoveries from Godly were so impressive. That final stock there you see, and again, out spaces into a downlight recovery, but he was hitting gravity cancel downlight recovery time and time again as reactions. Like there was the recovery from Acno where he's coming up and Godly's like, all right, well, I don't want to just jump slightly above it, and when you're in recovery frames, gravity cancel downlight recovery. But they're jumping into this next one. I know it's a void behind me, but the players are avoiding the timer.
I'm actually in the infinite abyss right now. Like I am not real. I'm a simulation. Ajax actually stands for like an acronym for that. So just so you know, all of this has been an illusion. I'm not real, but I am back. See, that wasn't a real segment. But
we actually we use Caster GPT. It's all just AI generated.
All of this is one extremely well done AI generated setup. Well, still, honestly, incredible job once again from Godly being able to, after that first game, kind of looked like he was like slightly lost on the bow. You can't really count Godly out in any of these situations. He's going to figure it out at some point. And he'll be going up against Nees here in the elimination finals, which, to put it lightly, has done pretty well. Against Nees in the past, currently up 4-0 in lifetime set counts.
Yeah, but Nees is he's looking really good today.
Yep.
Nees is one of those players who like burst into the scene for the European region, looked really, really good, and then kind of disappeared for a hot while. And then people keep saying like, yo, this is the one. This is the time for Nees. And I'm starting to believe it. Nees is looking really good today.
I think that you're on the money with that, too. I don't know how many times we've heard in conversation of, like, predictions. By the way, somebody definitely didn't oversleep this morning and forget to send their predictions. They're definitely not not somebody who the camera may be on right now. But Nees always gets. I like how they switched to you two to make it look like it was you.
Definitely my fault. Yeah,
it was you. It was Duke the whole
I mean,
time.
my predictions got problematic
They
very
got swatted?
quickly. Swatted.
They got swatted down. Yeah.
You ain't doing that to me, but either way.
I can only do that because I didn't even get mine in. I definitely would have predicted exactly this right now. It's still Nees is always someone who got brought up in that conversation of they could probably do it. Like this could be the time that they do it. And today's the day. They're already guaranteed a top 3 finish no matter what. And let's not count them out yet either. Of course, there is the curse of being the one who has the greater win stat record before I say it. So that is always in their favor. But 2, they did put Acno into losers earlier. So it's not an untouchable win.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is Nees this is his first stepping into the elimination side of the bracket for the day, whereas Godly has been living in the elimination bracket for the most of today. So Nees is a little bit fresher. He hasn't had to play nearly as many sets as Godly has had to do. And the one thing that's nice is Nees plays a lot of the weapons that Acno was just playing. So he can kind of take the things that Acno did well and say, okay, I'm going to bring that into my toolkit and utilize it, but bring it out in a different way that Godly's going to struggle with a little bit more.
Yeah, which floor to you on this one? Because, he has been kind of cycling between quite a bit, and the Linfei looked phenomenal before, but it did get stopped by Machete. Who do you think he goes into to start the game?
Honestly, my gut says he's going to just start with the Nyx, and then we'll see like where it goes. But as a starting point, I think Nyx gives him a lot of options, right? If he's feeling the Scythe, he can go over to the Mordex, he can go for the Moonin, anything like that. If he's feeling the Blasters, maybe switch it up, go over to the Diana, go to the Lucian. So he has a lot of different paths that he can kind of branch into depending on what that first match does.
I think if I'm going to think for a counter pick option, it'll probably be the Diana game too, but we'll talk more about that first. We have to talk about what was the incredible breakdown in basically a rematch in a spot we didn't expect, as we hear from Remy right now about that last game.
Godly takes his step forward, makes sure he's coming out here to that Royale, which we'll see in about a month that they mentioned already, in an intense 4th place matchup. Now, these two, we see them in grands all the time. 4th place is not when you want to see them. I've talked a lot about them individually and how they play off stage. I've told you guys, Acno loves the off stage. Godly also loves the off stage. What happens when they meet up? Acno actually takes a lot of the off stage winning here. You can see it in this clip here. The common Scythe play. We're going to slow it down just here to see how, at this point right here, it was really interesting. I noticed this and I loved it. Acno a stock behind just completely goes for this play where it's like, okay, I whiffed here, and if he doesn't get this jump nair, he could have ended up not making it back to the map as well. So he gets that nair, he gets the chase dodge up, and he also denies Godly the touch, giving him kind of leverage back into this game, which he's a stock behind in. Plays like this the entire time from Acno, just off stage, like really burst movements like this. Watch the snare, catches him, he comes back on and catches the down air as well, doesn't give him that chance back on. And it felt like the entire time, every time they went off stage, Acno was the one that came out on top. So what did Godly do? He said, forget that nonsense, forget that noise. I know where I can play. I know what I can do to beat you. He goes on stage, and you can see it here, the calm movements, the swift sword play, gets that end light, dashes forward, gets the downlight stare, and then doesn't actually force forward for the edge guard. He says, I'm just going to focus on what I'm good at. I know what to do. I know when you're going to make a mistake, when you're nervous, and he just chills on the map. You can see the pressure here from Godly. He doesn't jump. He doesn't make any mistakes. Acno is going for these jump nairs. He's getting impatient, and it just kind of shows as it continues on. Let's get back there. He gets impatient off stage. He goes for a little bit of the off stage shenanigans. He's waiting for something to happen. The weapon throws start coming out. He's like, okay, I've got to break neutral here somehow. And that's kind of the message that Godly was sending towards him. He was like, all right, I'm going to stay calm on the stage. If you don't know what to do, I'm going to take full advantage of that. I'm going to get these GC downlight recoveries. I'm going to take you off the top. I don't need to go off stage. I don't need to. Fine, you earned that domain. I'm going to stay on stage. Again, here we're seeing these weapon throws come out. You're seeing Godly just kind of hover on the map rather than go for anything too extreme. Gets down like Sarah, goes for the weapon throw instead of anything too harsh, and then it's back on stage. Gets the double recovery off the top. You can see how the kills start going from off stage to off the top because he has that sword and he has that sage advantage. Continuing on to the last clip, you can see just the lead he's made for himself with that on-stage gameplay. The GCs are still coming out. Acno, he's putting out a lot of hitboxes and they're not working. Godly's getting these punishes every single time. Another downlight stare sends him off, and I do remember this was a GC side stick that brought him back to the stage. The downlight stare did cut him off again, and Godly in the top 3. what's surprising about it? You know, so the casters are going to show you that top 3 as he faces off against Nees next.
Big moves, biggest plays made from the biggest names EU has to offer, of course, brought to us by the best name in World Championship history over there, Remy. And also, I mean, like, W's like that make you feel larger than life sometimes. It really is phenomenal just seeing the consistency that someone like Godly has to always get to top 3. Talking about, again, the former king of EU with Acno getting set out at 4th today, and now has to watch as everyone else stands on the podium.
Yeah, that's a dramatic finish for Acno, going home with a 4th place finish here at the Winter Championship. But on the other side, Godly, again, not overly surprised to see him do this well.
Yep.
A lot of people have him in the predictions, but still, he's having to make that lower bracket run. He has to do this elimination run, and from here on out, he cannot afford to lose a set.
Yeah, in EU, whenever these upsets happen, this is like the nightmare scenario for us when we're trying to figure out predictions after, because guaranteed that Godly or Acno are going to be one of the people to knock out one of our potential top 3 candidates going into this tournament. But today, pretty much for me, it was just whoever I saw playing Tesca, I was ready to cheer for. And it's worked out well because Machete is sitting on the winner side of Grandson. To be honest, that's where you want to be against someone like Godly who's making that run through eliminations. But that depends, of course, depending on if Nees is able to do that. Even though he hasn't had the same history as them, this is someone who has some good history. 72% win rate last year. That is not easy to achieve in EU, and also has played many of times, not just in top 8, but also has taken that trip to the finals quite a few times on the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Nees has more top 8s than Godly does, but Godly has higher finishes. He's gotten 5 gold medals, 2 silver medals in his history. And again, it's a much smaller time frame that Godly has been playing compared to Nees, but still, that experience still stands. Nees has been playing for a lot longer. He's got an arguably larger character pool that he can pull from.
Yeah, and I think that might be what you need here at going into this. Now, we are going to start off like you predicted. We're going to see the Knicks first. Just as kind of a note to the previous sets, the Scythe is getting the job done. And I think that's what you're probably going to need here to get those explosive plays against someone like Godly.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw the Scythe do really well against Godly. Acno was able to steal a stock out in the last set, but this time Godly, he's ready and roaring to go as he is swinging on Nees with his sword.
Like you said, steal a snack for a second. Like, they just go into his cupboard to just take his food out. It's like, is that what they say in use? Is it a cupboard? Like, is that what it is? I don't know. Well, right now, the snack is trying to get that W. It's going to taste good if you try to get a W against Godly. He already has one here against Acno today, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, looking like a goldfish, the snack that smiles back. But Nees trying to get the dodge read. It's going to be Godly with the punish. Downlight side air, not quite enough. He goes down. Doesn't fear the gravity cancel end sig from Nees.
Recovery getting the job in here either, but this is an incredibly close start, but he's going to get smacked away by the D-Sig immediately. Even though Godly's hit ratio on that hasn't been the best, it's still the fear factor, because that move in and of itself is a jump scare.
Yeah, it comes out so quick, and honestly, just like the sound effect of it can really, put some fear into you.
Turn the headphones down when you're fighting a Suri.
But Nees does find that side air, finishes off the stock of Godly, and this time leaning a little bit more into that Scythe.
Trying to look at Enlight Nair, just trying to get consistent damage right now, but here goes Nees. Are we going to see the D-Light at the ledge? No, decides to give it to side light to catch Godly, which, to be honest, that was actually almost a good read. It just barely missed.
Nope, but this time, ground pound doesn't hit the down air. Godly back up onto the stage, wants this sword to respond to the sights.
I think Godly's sword play has just been so phenomenal so far. It's been a big part of what's just smacked everyone away, consistent damage, and I think that's the most difficult thing, is that once Godly's constantly reading you over and over again, you know those 2 pieces are always going to hit, but he's also gotten some really good reads out of ground pound plays as well from sword. But this is impressive by Nees. We're once again here on stock 2, Duke, where they are at even damage.
Yeah, I mean, Nees is definitely keeping this even, especially like given the set count history being in favor of Godly. Like, you'd expect him to kind of start to run away with this one. He does get the downlight ground pound, but still, this is far from a Godly W guaranteed, at least.
100%. I mean, I think that Blasters were the next one. No, it's going to be Scythe, okay, but one solid play. Maybe a reversal here on the attempted ground pound from Godly. Did we see something off the wall? No stare off the wall. He was looking for that volley. But Godly now piecing it together, going for the dodge in place read for that ground pound. Doesn't find it, but that's one way to kind of scare Nees out of potentially trying to find that KO.
Yeah, Nees has got to be careful around that, because Godly got so much momentum off his guitars. Great damage built up. Downlight recovery Still keeping those guitars as Nees needs to find a finisher here.
And you aren't kidding on that. Weapon toss down will be enough to finally get the job done, but took so much already in the darker orange going into this last stock. But pretty much similar to Acno, this was kind of where the damage was most of the time on last stock, and Acno would bring it back. So I'm not going to count him out just yet.
Yeah, definitely far from over. Nees has stolen stocks from many opponents before with this Nyx, but a downlight recovery, and Godly's not going to give him the opportunity. He's up 1-0.
Simplicity is key. Simple and clean behavior. Making sure you get those D-Light stairs, those D-Light recoveries. Nothing too complicated out of Godly, which is kind of crazy because we're normally seeing the incredibly big reads that Godly will go for sometimes because he just knows. But at this point, I think he's just decided with the meta, with a lot of the range that people have nowadays too, especially trying to solve that bow that was giving him problems, he's going to make it work here. But now all of a sudden, I have at least one round of bias. We're going to get Nees switching over to the Tezca as we go into game number 2.
This is definitely an interesting swap from Nees. Like, to me, this feels like a salt pick. Like, he's still mad about his loss to Machete, and he's like, fine, I'll play the Tezca too, and I'll show everyone how broken this character is. But really, he's got to show it against someone of Godly's caliber.
And even away from the salt pick too, having something like this where you could get a lot of reward on hit like this, it might be what you need, because it's been so hard to hit Godly that if you're not hitting him at least 3 to 4 times when you do, you're not going to get the win. So switching it up, maybe the combo base will help him out.
But Godly has a lot of potential to play that safe game. You can see him kind of trying to outspace these boots, but the side sig hits high enough. Godly does manage to get back to the stage. Nees with a neutral light keeps him in the open air.
I like the attempts from Nees there too, going for the late falling there to try and get a sider out of it if he pokes his head up above the ledge a little bit too early. But Nees is holding the damage lead, goes for it, and he does not get around the ground spot. You have to watch out for the fall as he catches him, making a missed space, and Nees strikes first.
That splash coming out, the frog splash from Nees on the Tezca is going to give him that initial stock, and unfortunately Godly was not able to get a lot of damage here.
And look at that nair to stair, just keeping that damage going. Nees is building this up very well right now. So this is, I think this is the big difference. He was able to get some wins neutral before. Oh my God, I respect it. I love the attempt. The side sig doesn't find its mark, but that would have probably taken that out.
Yo, but the down sig will connect. Godly is getting pieced up. You know what? Nees, maybe the salt pick worked because he is up 3 stocks to 1 against Godly.
This is a phenomenal counter pick coming out from him right now. This is a very different game between these two. Looking for him, trying to drop back down, does not find the ground pound, but either way, it doesn't matter. He keeps catching these end lights. He's catching the side lights now too. Godly has not been able to space around it.
And I love the way that Nees is going in. He's going for downlight nair as his predominant route, and then he'll go in, hit the side air, and keep it going. He's been so effective at it. Godly avoids the side sig, hits the dare, and yep, will get the stock. So he's not going to get 3 stocked here, but he is playing very far behind.
Yeah, just know I'm stealing most of these strings that he's landing right now. These have been so consistent, and Godly is, I think his hand has been forced over to guitars. I think he needs to try to answer back with another solid string of his own and just kind of make Nees stop running at him, because the sword hasn't been enough to box him out.
Yeah, I mean, really not a lot from Godly has been that effective. Downlight side air this time coming out from Nees. He didn't touch, and Nees is going to take game number 2 with 2 stocks to his name.
That was as much of a difference between a game that I've ever seen. Look, I just caught him on the back. You have to be careful about when that grounded splat comes through. But that first game compared to that second one looked night and day. It's like that first one didn't exist at all. And Godly actually not taking a second to think about maybe a character swap or anything. He's going to just run it right back here with the Asuri.
Yeah, Godly has been pretty stubbornly attached to this Asuri for a hot minute here. He's been sticking with it, and we'll see if he's found some sort of adjustment, because Nees had so much control in that last one, but right now it's Nees on the gauntlets. We didn't see too much of the gauntlets in that last game.
Yeah, but we are going to take a trip, by the way, from Demon Island as well, go over here to Lions, and I think part of it is he probably, A, wants a different spot to land, because he was having a really hard time landing in front of Tezca, but also that I think the room that Nees had to work with was a little bit too much to his liking. So instead, when he puts him in advantage like this, look at this. Like, Nees has had quite a bit of he's had a hard time actually landing here at the start of game 3.
Yeah, I mean, also Godly's been able to maintain a lot more weapon control because of the map's a little bit closer. Doesn't have to go as far to steal those weapons away. Nice little side air, keeps Nees on the outside. He needs to get this stock, otherwise Nees is going to start finding that momentum, and he's finding it. And Sig connects.
Weapon toss down, finishes it too. That was so good from Nees. Decided to commit to it. Every other time he would go for GC side Sig instead, and he caught him slipping right there. He had like, he was kind of had no right to take that first stock with the way Godly was playing first, but Nees has been playing so good that he brought it right back.
Yeah, it's just like when Nees is on Gauntlets, Godly has the time, he's got the opportunity. But once Nees has those boots, you got to start respecting it because Nees is able to put out so much damage so quickly.
They're made for walking. He's currently walking all over Godly at the moment, but Godly is definitely playing significantly better here in this game. That's the scary part. You may beat Godly in the game prior, but it's about the data that Godly got out of your character swap that's going to happen in the next one. Granted, that data is currently not downloading. He is getting pieced up as well now by the gauntlets.
Yeah, man's getting throttled by his ISP because he is struggling against Nees. He is not finding the download. Nees starting to throw out quite a bit of attacks, but Godly is not finding any punishes.
Godly finally, he gets one side light. That's not normal. Usually when Godly sees a whiff, he's getting a solid 3 out of it. But gonna avoid the side light at the ledge. Meanwhile, Nees just kind of waiting for him to poke his head above the ledge. Does instead get weapon tossed in this air. It's a good opportunity here for Godly.
Dude, there was a hot minute there. Oh, down air, able to hit that side air as well. Nees gonna go off stage, throws out the recovery there. Likely wouldn't have KO'd despite the fact that Godly's very damaged, but the side air should, yep, get the finisher there. And Nees, he has primed Gauntlets as his next weapon.
Yeah, he's lined up what could be a 2-to-1 lead. We said it before. You know, it's not like Nees didn't just beat Acno as well in the winner's side. So this could be Nees not just beating 1, but 2. The 2 titans of EU potentially. That's a little early to call, of course, because this is still a best of 5. We see recovery to come out to get that KO, but he's definitely making a good attempt at trying to get that W.
That was really well done from Godly there. Kind of recognized that was a similar situation to earlier where he got caught by the end Sig. This time he goes down, and he's able to punish from below with that recovery. Outspaces the side Sig, but he can't get much else.
Godly starting to get him. There we go. Gets the neutral light into the jump read with the Nair. And he's getting a lot more stray hits. If you want to see Godly do well, you need to see these Katars kind of pop off right now. Get him close to that damage, but that should be enough as we see Nees. Duke has gone up 2-1 here over Godly.
His boots are so good, like you said. They were made for walking, but now they're running all over Godly. And Godly needs to find something different. Every time he starts to find some momentum, it's just a little too late, and Nees just gets hit after hit.
If he continues to do this well with the boots, he's going to be able to get free real estate in New York pretty soon. Like, this is working incredibly well as the Tims are out here and they're getting the job done. I mean, he's just standing so tall right now. It's looking so good in the way that he's kind of just looked up to Godly and said, look, I don't care how high you may feel like you are. It doesn't matter to me. Like, you may be a Titan, but I'm taking you down. Again, reminder, this could be Acno and Godly, both of them going down to Nees potentially here in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we talked up Nees, but, like, the fact of the matter is he is doing so well. Currently up 2-1 over Godly and forcing Godly off his stubborn pick of the Asuri over to the Zol. It's going to have an Axe, it's going to have a cannon, and it's going to have a little bit more single hit trade potential here with that high strength.
I think you're right on the money with the single hit trade potential. I feel like before he was getting his hits, but he was only getting 1, and that's not normal. So at this point, it's like, look, I can get my hits. I'm going to make sure they all count, though, as we've seen basically just 4 anti-airs has equaled what his KO percentages for him right now.
Yeah, he's definitely put out a lot of damage, but can he land as Nees hits the side Sig? Godly's got horizontal movement. The side air gets him back up safely. Outspaces, doesn't hit the downlight for the Nair. Nair's not enough.
I really like how Godly approached that too. He said, look, let me just back off, wait for you to just land, see if you try to get really aggressive here. And it doesn't lead to anything, but Godly does end up finding the knockout right there, and that's going to give him his first lead in a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit since he's had a lead over Nees. He's going to be sticking with the cannon here too. He had his opportunity to pick what weapon he wanted, but it won't matter as Nees hits that recovery and basically negates any lead Godly had.
Yeah, and also just that fear of cannon, having that super explosive potential to get that early knockout on you on the side too, will maybe check Nees, but Nees' control at the side has been so good, gets the Sair, pushes him over to the ledge, catches the end lights once again, and he closes it out potentially right now. Does he close it at the bottom? No, he just missed the ground pound.
But still, the threats are there. Godly did not attack back. He was finding no responses to Nees in this entire offstage engagement as he gets a 4-piece onto Godly, disarms him as well, and Godly goes low, avoids the end light, but he's still just trying to find a route back onto the stage.
That was 2 times in a row that he had an immaculate edge guard, barely missing the first one. The second one got the job done, and we're looking at what could be Nees getting a 3-1 W here as he builds up the damage again, sends him back on that time, trying to get the falling Nair to continue to get that Sair and build up that damage.
I mean, this is Godly we're talking about, somebody who has never placed outside of the top 2 in a European tournament, including the World Championship of 2022. And right now, Nees is 1 stock away from forcing Godly to his first ever bronze medal, but he hits the down air.
All right, this is where Godly has earned that right to that name. He goes God mode sometimes in these last stock situations, so you cannot be too comfortable with it. You see he's looking for it, might go for it right now, tries to catch him on the landing to get that reset so he could jump back off to go for that Sair, but now he's now in a bad position here against Nees.
Oh, gets beaten out. These side airs have been just stuffed by Nees with the neutralites. Happened on the boots, happened on the gauntlets. Down sig, spaces it out, but he doesn't have the timing. The neutralite comes out so quick for Nees.
Godly just hunting for a weapon at the moment, gets to the axe. Meanwhile, Nees is looking for one more good guess to possibly knock him out now. Enlight's gonna send him back off stage, misses out on that Sair, and he is just barely missing the closer of the game.
Nees is 1 side air away from putting this away. Godly trying to maintain this corner pressure. Neutral sig, but he lets go, and Nees gonna take out Godly 3-1.
He bet it all on the neutral sig. He expected him to recover high, but Nees played just around it, and Godly falls here at 3rd place. You mentioned the stat, and the stats continue to just not be in favor of people when they get brought up. His very first ever 3rd place. Not top 2 finish at an EU tournament. That is an absurd record to have, but these plays here, that one right there, just barely missing the closeout, but the follow-up one did get the job done as the weapon toss forced him to dodge away, had nothing to follow up, and Nees' counter pick over to Teska was in fact the right answer.
Godly, he got 2nd place at the World Championship, and unfortunately his loss really just kind of deflates a lot of people, but either way, it's been quite tragic. Godly has his first ever bronze medal. Nees now gets to go into the grand finals against Machete, and we have potential for a Teska mirror match.
Yeah, feeling a lot lower about things now. A little bit more grounded at this point. Like, definitely feeling a bit lower in terms of, like, confidence, but it doesn't matter because he's just been playing so good up to this point. He's going to rebound the next time he comes out. Doesn't, this is... We're talking about Godly going out at 3rd and be like, oh man, 3rd. He got 3rd. So he still gets that trip out, of course. And just the fact that it's Acno, Godly, 4th and 3rd. This is a very different timeline we're looking at as we see this rematch coming up here with Machete and Nees.
I mean, the thing that's going to be interesting is, of course, Machete just basically dominated Nees just a moment ago, but now we're seeing a different Nees. This is going to be Nees on a Teska of his own. Potential here for the boots mirror match, and honestly, at a glance, Nees' boots looked really good.
They did. Actually, might have been throwing this whole tournament, not playing them before. Like, the fact that he got up here to this and wasn't using this, like, that was amazing. But as we get ready to get into the grand finals, we have... take a short break. We'll be right back. Make sure you do not go anywhere as we have the final match here of the EU Winter Championships right around the corner.
You find yourselves outside of town, but you sense danger. It's the Dark Warlock Volkov. A hero must rise up to meet this challenge. Who could it be?
I will face this foe, the Great Jay Young.
The hero plays, levels up, and unlocks new rewards. But the hero cannot defeat Volkov alone.
I call upon my team of great adventurers.
Sidra, the Beastmaster.
Hugin, the Bard.
And Kaya, the Cleric.
They'll need items and familiars to succeed against the great Volkov. Now that the heroes are ready for battle, it's time to roll for initiative. Now the battle begins. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, brawl! Adventure awaits in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 7. It's all fun and games until someone rolls a 1.
Watch out! I got the cannonball! Oh, where's my cannon? Sharon, you have my cannon? Sharon? You good? You good?
We've got one more set to crown our champion of the European region for the Winter Championship. And it's two people that were not quite in the discussion, two people that were just outside the top 2 PR. Instead, it's Machete and Nees vying for that grand finals finish.
Like you said, PR number 3 and PR number 5 going up against each other here in grand finals. So not like it's an uncharacteristic thing for those type of skills to get there, except in EU, that's usually not the case because it is held down by the two that control first. It is Acno and Godly, but instead they are actually behind these two right now, both of them being knocked out by the hands of, well, actually by the boots of Nees in that situation. But Nees is playing so good up to this point. The only person to stop Nees at any point is the one sitting in winner's side of grands.
Yep, it's Machete, the person who beat him in the winner's final. Both of them have that potential of playing the Tesca. Machete has kind of just been on that Tesca grind. On the other side, Nees kind of mixing it up a little bit. We saw the Nyx, we saw the Diana, we saw all sorts of stuff, but it was the Tesca that ultimately was the thing that take down Godly and earn his spot in this grand finals.
Yeah, and like you said, it's been only the Tesca up to this point for Machete prior to this moment, but what we just saw at Nees, it feels like that's what he should have been playing this whole event. It looked so good. It felt like everything that he did led to either a 4-piece string or something off stage. And constantly getting put there means you are never really taking your turn in neutral. You never actually have a turn to begin with. You're constantly playing on defense, and that is a scary thing to do against someone like the caliber of Godly to make him look like he didn't have a solution to it.
And he was getting so many great follow-ups, right? He was going for like downlight Nair Sair a bunch of times, but then he kind of mixed it up and started going, oh, you're going to dodge this way. I'm going to catch you with this N-Sig. I'm going to catch you with this down sig. He was punishing all these dodges from Godly. That final down sig to take him out. Like he was just in Godly's head with the way that he was catching these dodges.
Yeah, it was so good. And the neutral stick read that he had off stage made me pop off. I wish it would have gotten the job done right there, but it didn't even matter. Actually, no, that one was the D-Sig that missed on the first one. But it's just, he just never relented. And like the neutral lights at ledge were really good too. The side lights were good too. But of course, let's take a run back at what these two have done historically. They did just fight up against each other. So one more win in the head-to-head lifetime between these two does go to Machete. But as you see there, you know, this is not Machete's first trip to these positions. It may have been a while, but that 3 gold medals has come in the past, which means he could potentially add to that count right now.
Yeah, a slightly more winning player. On the other side, Nees is no stranger to getting gold medals. He's earned each of the medal types. He's gotten a gold, a silver, and a bronze. This time, he's going to get one of those numbers into a number 2. Will it be another silver or hopefully another gold? As we get into this one, the grand finals of the Winter Championship for the European region. Is it going to be Tezca or is it going to be Tezca?
It's going to be Tezca at that, because we're going to see the mirror match come up right now as we see Nees has committed to it, realized this was the correct decision as we get into game number 1.
Boots in hand, Machete back to the same game plan that he has, the no active input side airs, but he's able to go in with the NSIG this time. At least he has some mix-ups on it.
It's kind of been the difference between the two, is that one of them has always gone for the input where the other one hasn't. Nees has been pretty committed to going off stage where Machete says, no, I'm going to get my damage and see your defensive option after, and I'm going to cover it. And even though it has a little bit more base force to it, I'm just not going through. It's been working for Machete regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a stronger neutral game from Machete, right? He's just trying to get this safe damage in. He's going to launch Nees, and then he's back to his game plan. There's the side air off the downlight. And the fact of the matter is, Nees was not able to open up Machete.
And Machete had the inaugural emote after the first one saying, I am the better of us two right now. Because as everybody already knows, if you win the mirror match, you must be the better main of the two, right? But this is one of those times where actually this category does come into play, because it's the first official tournament we get to see this character.
Yeah, you got to claim your stake, right? Like, you got to say, this is my drip, and anyone who plays it is just trying to bite my style. But Nees with the side air is going to maintain that stock tied status.
Incredible job. I cannot give enough credit to Nees' play at the edge of the stage. It's pretty much why he beat Godly in that last set. And he's going to need that to happen again here. One thing Machete's done incredible so far, like you said, is the grounded gameplay. He's winning neutral way more. He's almost always finding the neutral lights, and he's basically not letting Nees jump in on him and get anything started.
Yeah, on the other side, Nees is really looking for that tempo. He's not quite found it yet, but you can definitely see those shades of like, if I get this second hit, then I'm going to go for this third option, and maybe that can lead to more.
Looking for a landing right there. There's again, Machete barely ever goes up in the skies after him. He doesn't chase with Nair. He doesn't do anything. He just waits to try to get the end light. Just getting out of range of that, but there's Nees' aggressive plays at a disadvantage have been really good up to these points. He's almost always finding that straight hit Sair.
Oh, but the side sig, he's going to whip to the left. He was in the center of the stage, so it kind of was the same whichever way he went, but the side air will finish off the stock, and Machete, trying to pick what weapon he wants, will be the boots.
My goodness, that Sair at ledge is just so good. You drop off, you put some fear in them, you make the potential thought that you might get caught by ground pound happen, and then you just hover right above it with that three-piece, and you got to take it. And Machete finally started to get pretty aggressive off of these plays now. First 2 ones, a little bit slow, now going in.
I know I keep harping on the non-active input side air, but I love that when he throws it in, it's like this little seasoning, this little sprinkling of the active input, and then he'll go for more. And that time, he got 5 hits in a row onto Nees.
You gotta love it, just that extra bit that just makes the food taste that much better, and that food is phenomenal right now. But so far, Nees trying to cook himself, and can he get that right now? He does at least get him on his way back down, so let's make this clear. Nees had a couple really good early plays. He could still get back into this.
Yeah, he's still in the kitchen. He's still cooking, but right now it's Machete who is closer to getting that bun out of the oven. Nees goes and hits the Nair, but he's not going to get more. Another Nair. Side light keeps Machete off stage, but Machete keeps getting back.
That attempt at the dare was indeed raw. It was not cooked. Instead, it's going to be Machete who gets game number 1. Phenomenal job up to that point. In stock 3, he finally decided to say, all right, I'm going to show you something real quick. I'm going to teach you that I have a bit of sauce as well. But Nees, I feel like as the game progressed, it looked significantly better. So even though he lost that first game, I feel way better about him going into game 2.
Yeah, but either way, Nees not feeling too great about it himself as he makes the swap over to the Hoonin for game number 2. Wants that range advantage. Said, you know what? Maybe you are the Teska of the region, but I can be the Moonin or the Hoonin of the region.
Nobody saw it, but I had like the arm shucks moment when I saw this. I wanted to see that finish. But so, I mean, the Hoonin has been incredibly good regardless. We talked earlier about how everything that he's played today has looked good, but Machete's Teska has just looked that much better, forcing him to change his hand.
Yo, and Machete is just finding more and more momentum. He always has a slow start in game number 1, but game 2, he really comes out kicking and swinging. Doesn't get much. There's the side air. I thought Nees was going to try to play that grinding game and control the center stage, but Machete he's just getting those hits.
He hasn't been able to. Every time he's made an attempt at it, it's been kind of hit out, but he has found enough straight hits to basically keep this an even game. Looking for the D-Light on the side and drops off stage, catching him slipping and finishes the job. So he doesn't need to do too much. He just needed to catch him one good time off stage.
Yeah, utilizing that range as well. Those down airs from the bow, throwing out that extended hitbox against Machete. Doesn't get caught by the side sig there. Would have been fatal, but avoids the weapon toss. Machete is too low, has to hit him with the recovery.
And now Machete just needs one solid stare at the ledge, which will get the job done right there. We said it before, it's such a good option on the side of the stage. It's got 3 active hits that you have to be careful of, and if you just jump right into it, you are going to get set packing.
Yeah, I mean, it's good because like if you do it as you're rising, right, you kind of basically stay in that same position. You're just putting this dangerous hitbox out there, but good movement from Machete. He throws out that recovery, catches the down sig as well, keeping Nees on the corner. He's unarmed, goes low, but Machete has so much control here.
I remember in Winners Finals, we kept looking at it. He would never get the dodge read on that. It's like, okay, but what is he going to finally get when he gets it? Well, we just saw it. He got so much more reward out of that put Nees right into KO windows, and he has refused to give up on his turn either.
It's been a while since Nees has found a hit. He found that neutral air, but nothing else. This time, Machete not able to pick up the weapon spawn. This is an opportunity, but it looks like an opportunity for Machete as he gets a downlight recovery, and this lead keeps getting bigger.
That's a wrestler. He doesn't care whether he has the gauntlets on or not. He's still going to throw the hands, and Machete basically doesn't really care which one he has, but that D-Light's going to be really good. That just missed. That would have been so good for Nees to even the game right up.
Yo, but the sweat beads means Machete has got no jumps, and Nees does find the KO there. I was hoping for Machete to do more off that side air. That was like one of those situations, you've got the stock advantage, you caught your opponent doing something goofy, go for a big play.
Yeah, I think it's just his reserve playstyle is kind of just pulled away anytime he wants to do that. But at some point, we want to see it. But Nees, we mentioned it earlier, he has just those moments where he will just steal a stock away. You can't just shut him down. He will get back in, and that's majority of why he is sitting here in this grand finals. Granted, on the elimination side, as he has one more L to add to that, even though he got that first one, it's going to put him down here in game. Actually, no. That's 2 up in the lead. Yep. It's 2-0. I just saw that the score was backwards. Currently, now looking at 1 potential loss left for this EU Finals.
Yeah, Machete is just, he's running away. He's put the shoes on, laced them up. He's even pumped them up like those old school shoes used to be. You like, gotta hit the tongues. But either way.
There's a huge generational gap of nobody knowing what you're talking about.
What?
So, wait, look, okay, we'll go to like light ups, okay? He is running and they're lighting up, and you're the coolest kid in school right now. And he's about to have a trophy to run around that school with as well, because he's 1 game away, and the Qatars have now shown their face again, this time with the Ragnar attached. We saw the Zol counterpick before it from the Axe. The Axe did not work, so we'll see if it will work here for Nees as we get into game number 3.
Honestly, I do think the Axe of Godly kind of worked, but then when he went to the cannon, that's when Nees was like, all right, I'm just going to hit you now. So we'll see how well that works out. Nees, on the other hand, he's got Qatars. I've seen people think that Qatars are really good into boots. I haven't seen evidence one way or the other personally, but we'll see right now how well it does because he's catching Machete.
Yeah, I feel like on paper, it definitely can be. I feel like if you see the end lights, you see any of the like punish windows, Qatars are going to get so much out of it. But I think nobody's been kind of like acclimated to the timing of what they need to right now to react to Machete on the boots yet. It could probably be a solution down the line, but so far Machete's played around them.
Yeah, Machete playing very well for himself. Nees did get some good damage, but now he's struggling to find that landing hit. He's out of movement as Machete's got him on the corner, but Nees gets the wall touch, goes for that fadeaway Sair.
Amazing fadeaway at that. He just barely missed getting caught by that ground pound. That was an immaculate play from Machete, but the Sair won't be enough just yet. But one more of them will do it if he catches him on the landing, fading away to see if he can get aggressive on landing.
Yo, Machete's playing like a bow player, right? Like he's putting so much space between himself and the opponent, and he's like, I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna go low. I'm gonna catch you with this downlight.
Superfoot wall is going on right now, just constantly getting kicked in the face and not knowing how it happened, and you feel goofy afterwards, but it's mostly just from this incredible play from Machete, and that one recovery will catch him. Decided not to commit to it, figured he had the jump read, but instead just backed off.
You know, but Nees, side light, can't find the follow-up there. Machete just kind of a little too damaged for any of the traditional axe follow-ups there. Down air, not quite enough. You saw him in position. That spot dodge was for the gravity cancel downlight, but Machete just hitting him out of it.
Now Machete has his turn back right here, just missing the nair to get the chase, and I like the whip toss immediately over there. He's gotten so much out of this stock. He's been on borrowed time for a while. He does finally get knocked out. But look at the damage he was able to apply before it finally happened.
And Nees is going to be sticking with the guitars, even primes the second pair. They worked kind of well at the start of the first stock, but now Machete's got the gauntlets.
Ooh, trying to get the big anti-air snipe right there. I like it. He doesn't really had a moment where it's been needed because it's mostly just Boots getting everything done. But he has also done plenty with these gauntlets as well as avoid that side sig. You do not want to be grabbed right now.
Yeah, I mean, Nees cannot afford to take any of those big hits. A side air might not do it unless it's right on this edge. Downlight would have set up for it.
I think he's trying to line him up over on the side to get exactly that. I feel like he's kind of trying to walk Nees to a corner, but Nees looking for it instead gets reversed. He was able to at least put enough onto him, though, that I feel comfortable with the fact that he can answer right back with Revenge KO.
I don't know. He struggled a little bit to finish off that first stock, right? Like, Machete was in the red for a while there. Nees, the recovery, not even enough to put him off the screen. Machete with the weapon denial. Recovery again. Machete still sitting on that second stock.
Machete trying to see if he can finish it all right now, looking for another Sair maybe at the ledge. He's going to catch him. Catch him one more time. Will that be able to line it up to a big play? No, but he's just racking up so much, and Nees has just not had a solution to get back on safely.
Side light goes for the read there. Nees with the punish. It's just a side light of his own. Again, the side light, side air. Nees keeping this one close. Final stocks here. Orange to white. Nees needs something big.
It's not done just yet. Nees has a slim chance, but a chance still at that. The hope is still there to try and prevent what could be a 3-0, but Machete has been playing phenomenally, trying to get another W here against them, waiting for him to go up, gets the nair, trying to continue to chase, but like you said, there's nothing really to knock out that high up from any signature, so he doesn't have to fear that.
Nees, he's burned so much there. He's disarmed. Machete with the boots gets the side air, and Machete is the EU Winter Champion.
What a phenomenal run for Machete up to this point. Everything about the boots just got the job done. The Sair at the ledge was just always what he needed, whether it be out of the D-Light or just a straight-up Sair read on its way up. But even though he didn't commit to a lot of those active inputs you said before, it doesn't matter. His simplicity was so good, and he gets to hold yet another first-place finish in quite some time here as he takes the EU Championships.
Yeah, he basically said, I don't need to go for these long extended strings or anything like that. Doesn't have to go for a read off the active input side air as long as he wins neutral enough times. And that's basically what happened. He hit downlight side air so many times.
Yeah, he was winning neutral repeatedly, and it's not the easiest thing to do against the caliber of players we see here, but just a reminder again, Acno, 4th place, Godly, 3rd place, Nees. I don't know why is production laughing? I don't know why they're laughing over there. What are they giggling about? But Nees getting 2nd place to only the incredible play that was the Tesca from Machete today.
Yeah, I mean, impressive play all around. Congratulations to Machete. Congratulations to the top 3, because, of course, they are going to be flown out for that Royale here in Atlanta, Georgia. So they've got to make sure that they pack their bags and get ready. Maybe make sure that their passports are working, because, of course, they're coming from the EU. But, again, Machete playing out of his mind. He's the only one who really stuck with the Tesca as far as I saw, or at least who made it this far.
Yeah, he was pretty committed to playing it throughout, and it looked phenomenal. We saw the one counterplay from Nees picking it up, but it was Machete who was able to show that he is currently, at least up to this point, the best in the game using it. But that does not mean that he's the only one who could possibly showcase it, because we still have more tournaments still to go. Even though we finished EU today, we had Austin C yesterday, we have South America around the corner, which I can only assume at least one of them has to have a good one, but most of the time they're pretty committed to the lance and the spear, so might not be a breakaway, but I'm excited to see.
I mean, there's definitely a possibility. I think we had the show match with South America, and it was Wes who in particular was doing some really cool stuff with the Tesca. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think of all people, like South America likes to stick to their roots. They like to stick to their guns, whereas Machete is kind of like whatever he thinks is really strong, that's what he'll swap to, and that's what worked for him here.
Yeah, definitely believe so, and I can't wait to see exactly what they do bring to the table, like we said, going into this next match or the next event, because it is going to be phenomenal. I mean, they kind of put themselves on the map starting from mid-season where everybody's like, okay, SA looks good, but how are they going to do when we get back to LAN? Well, they proved it. As we saw the amazing performances from Kaina, West, and company. It was phenomenal, but still, I can't wait to see what they do going into that. I, of course, have a lot of bias towards what Fiend does because just a big fan of Fiend.
Of course.
And I don't even know who to guess is going to win that, be honest, because they've just been so good of late. I feel like Kaina is kind of like that's the one you think, but Power Ranger and West just sitting right there, and you never know when Fiend's going to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we'll probably get into Sparky and I will get into it in the pre-show, but for now, that was, again, a huge congratulations to Machete over in the EU for winning the Winter Championship for the region, upsetting a lot of things, because, again, Godly was kind of that big favorite for a while now, and he's the one who's going home with the bronze medal. We do want to remind everyone of all the goodness that's going on behind the scenes. Of course, you can pick up that Winter Championship bundle. You can pick up that Winter Championship merch as well, brawlhalla.com/winter merch.
Exactly. Remember, it is on the 12th, so do not forget that is going to be ending on that. Get your limited time merch, but also remember that the Royale's around the corner too. Brand new thing starting this year, and the amount of excitement I have for that, I'm going to use that blanket at the Royale. I'm going to get caught sleeping. I know it's going to happen. But it's just such amazing limited time merch. But the Royale in and of itself, bringing all the best of the best together multiple times throughout the year, it's just such a phenomenal idea.
Yeah, it's really cool in the sense of like we have consistently been like, oh, this region's on top. This region potentially could be there. Again, South America was not really in that discussion for top regions until we finally got to see them all together at the mid-season invitational last year. So I just love this fact that we've got this kind of ongoing opportunity for these regions to really kind of show up and be like, you know what, NA might have been winning everything, but maybe this Royale, EU or South America will do it, and then suddenly everything is shifting.
Yeah, you already know. I mean, Sparky's going to be on here pretty soon to drop. I'm not going to take it away from him because we already know what he's going to yell the moment he gets over here for South America. But Sparky's definitely super excited, of course, to see what they continue to do. He's been a believer in like that region in general for a while, and they just continue to show up and show out for it. So get ready for South America right around the corner as we get ready for the pre-show momentarily after this short break. Don't go anywhere as Duke and Sparky will be right back. Once again, big punish, and that's gonna maybe check Nees, but Nees' control of the side has been so good. Gets to the stair, push him over the ledge, catches the end lights once again, and he closes it out potentially.
Godly trying to maintain this corner pressure. Neutral safe, but he lets go.
Won't do it if he catches him on the landing. Waiting away to see if he can get aggressive on landing.
Machete's playing.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of trying to walk Nees to the corner, but Nees looking for it.
That's there. He's disarmed. Machete with the boots.
places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I wanna take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? Tell me you're leaving. Tell me you're taking me. What I believe in. It's not the change in me. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I wanna take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom?
Little pre-show, and of course we've gotten the South American portion of the Winter Championship right afterwards, but we got to talk about what's going on in South America. How's the political system going, Sparky? You're the knowledgeable person here.
Oh, jeez. Well, Lula is in power.
Okay, you're way smarter than I
actually
that
did.
was a bit.
I did listen to a podcast recently on Brazil politics, so I actually could talk about that just a little bit. But like, maybe we shouldn't talk to the South American community about like their politics. They probably know better than me. We'll leave that.
They
to
probably
them.
know our politics better than we do.
That's probably true. So I think what we should do is probably focus on Brawlhalla.
Probably.
Like at least this time.
That might be the thing that we know a little bit more
Yeah,
about.
maybe next time.
Yeah.
Maybe for Tuesday weekend we can really do our homework.
You know, when we have another call for before the brawling, we'll just do that on.
Okay, yeah, that'll work. That'll
totally.
work. We'll pencil that in and schedule it. That'll be great.
But until then, let's talk about what's going on currently in the Winter Championship with the South American region. And so let's kick it off with a name that I don't think either you or myself have said, because I like to make production's life really hard.
Okay.
And so let's talk about Lores, a name that we've said in the past time and time again. One of these really strong players from the South American region, someone who's consistently been kind of on the come up in the region, but not really someone who's in that conversation for top 3 very often.
Though he is coming in seed 3 for this, so his seed's going to help him out. That's going to give him a little bit easier of a bracket. He's going to run into that #1 seed and that #2 seed and everyone around him a little bit later than he normally would if you're like seed 500, which is when like Sandstorm's in a really bad seed for a tournament. You're seeing him play Boomy in like round 1 of Winners Top 32. So Lores having that good seed is going to put him in a good spot there. I'm feeling good about Lores this year. Let's see if I can look on the bracket to who he is playing specifically today. He is currently in a set against Sack right now. Lores has not reported a character just yet. Shame on you, Lores.
Report your characters.
Who is it? Wait, we just had the. I'm gonna pull the
You
stream
literally
up while
had
you
the
talk.
stream up a hot
Yeah.
second ago. Well, Lores and Sac are currently playing. Of course, that's what happens with South America. You'll see it over on Esta South. Shout outs to them. They put on a lot of community tournaments, but also they are your Portuguese broadcast, and they've got the lowdown on what's going on over there. I think you can see Lores' pick right now is.
Yeah, Lores is playing Pearl, of course, a Kaya pick. So we are still seeing Kaya. We've seen Kaya in several regions now. I think that will continue. She's not going to be as popular as she may have been like immediately the day after BCX, after we saw what Impala did, but still a solid character. I mean, even from the mouths of babes, Impala himself said that still a solid character. The signature nerfs make them, they're like reactable now, whereas before they were unreactable. But it's not like they're bad. It's not like there's a reason to abandon the character and jump ship.
No, but it's definitely a strong pick. It's not exactly what I would have expected from Lores, though. At the same time, like he's kind of a little bit more known for like the Hattori plays in particular.
That's why we see the Hattori up on the screen over to the right of Duke. We do see 1 gold medal coming out from Lores. We see some humble numbers here. Still has a gold medal though, and the average win rate still 74%. That means he's making it deep into bracket. I mean, he's still on the winner's side right now. The Sac versus Lores match is a top 8 qualifier on the winner's side. So Lores is doing great so far. He is up 1 game against Sac.
In particular, he was kind of like one of those few who was able to travel for the South American region last year, right? We had the mid-season invitational. He was able to show up there and really surprised a lot of people coming in. I think he was like PR 14 in the region, and I know a lot of people were like, he's one of the double-digiters that were coming there, but he still showed up really well for the South American region, did great in their crew battles, and then of course did fantastic in 2v2s and 1v1s, and then you see him at the World Championship as well. At BCX, he was able to show up. Didn't do that amazingly, but still, you know, he's that guy who's able to come out and get that, like you've talked about, in person, that LAN experience. That's what Lores brings to the table that some of these other guys haven't had.
And it seems like anytime we've seen him and he's made like a major splash, he gets better each time. So like he was a double-digit PR player, but if you talk about what he did at the Brawlhalla World Championship, like yeah, he was 13th, which that's just inside of top 16, but going to the world stage, like you're not just fighting against South America in that and getting 13th, you're fighting against the entire rest of the world and getting that. And South America as a region had more players in top 8 than EU did, showing that they're not just a top 3 region, but they could be a top 2 region because they also had, I believe, fewer players that were entered into BCX than EU. Lores being one of them, of course, like we said, coming in 13th place. I think this is going to be a great year for Lores. I think the South American scene as a whole in the absolute upper echelon is going to have some shakeups this year. I think Lores is just part of that.
Yeah, I think it's already kind of shaking up. And because of that, let's talk about someone who has historically been on that top side of the shakeup. He's historically been the face of the region. Whenever any of us casters come on deck and we're like, hey, we're getting ready for some South American action, almost all of us are like, yo, but Fiend? Let's talk about Fiend.
I was one of those people who would exclude Fiend a lot from my top 3. And many times I was proven wrong by doing that. I don't know how many more times I can do that. Fiend here coming in number 10 on the ranked ladder. He does get a little bit of the Fiend pass because like he's that guy. At the end of the day, he is that guy. He shows up to the tournament. He's gonna hit those clutch moments. We've seen him do it so many times over his entire history, over his entire career, over meta shifts, over legend shifts, over weapon shifts, everything that's changed. Like you see him right there in the back. He's playing Arcadia.
This is like right now.
Yeah, that's a great sword legend. That is a different legend than we see from a lot of different players out there. He was still rocking the Nash when no one is playing Nash. He was playing more Hattori when Hattori has always been played quite a bit, but he's one of the best Hattoris in the entire world. So Fiend has done such a good job that is so difficult to do as a top player of always being able to adapt. It seems like whatever you put in front of him, he may not win, but he's always, or at least he always should be, in the discussion of who potentially could win.
Yeah, there have been many times where like, maybe we're doing last-minute predictions for the South American region, and I'm like, oh, Fiend's already down in the elimination side of the bracket. Maybe I shouldn't put him in there. But if I look into the history books and just look at how frequently this dude makes it into top 3, how frequently he makes that elimination bracket run, it's really hard not to have him be in that conversation for the region.
if we look at recent tournament placements as well, of course, we had the off season. That means community tournaments are still running, even though official tournaments are not. At the Karatada LAN that happened like a couple weeks, maybe 1 week after BCX, he ended up coming second place in that to Kaina. But then later on in Sobraldo number 66, that was around mid-December, third place in that one as well. So again, the two like most recent placements of community tournaments in the off season, still a top 3 player.
All right. Let's talk about someone that you've got your eyes on, and I think for good reason. Let's talk about Use. Oh, you're so good at analysis.
I got my eyes on
you.
Use.
You said more about the political system of Brazil than you have about Use.
Okay, well now I'm gonna say equal. I think Use is in power right now, but he was not voted in power by a democratic body. He came in and he took it. He took it from the people above him. You see the vector on the screen. That is who he has locked in today. Use is #1 on the SA ranked ladder. Use is #1 on the global ELO ladder. He has the highest peak ELO of anybody. He has the highest current ELO out of anybody. Use is a force to be reckoned with right now, and I think this year is going to be a tug of war for the top 2 places. I think it's going to be back and forth between Kaina and Use. We've already seen that. The first Karatada LAN, Use ended up winning that one with his yellow Orion in the grand finals. Karatada number 2, I think it was really Karatada number 1 because the first one was like Karatada number 0. So the second Karatada that happened, Kaina ended up taking that one, and I believe Use was third place in that. But what I really like about Use right now is he has a solid rotating cast of legends that he can play. Vector, of course, who we saw as Modi showing, has a very strong place in the meta. I think that's only going to, of course, get better once we see the down signature change. It's not going to be like make or break for the character, but it's going to be, I think, nothing but a buff. Then also, of course, we have the Orion that Use won a LAN event in South America with. Hugely destructive force when he has the lance in his hands. His spear, of course, is amazing as well. We've already seen, it's not hard to demonstrate good Orion play. The legend is amazing, and when you're a solid Orion player, when you're solid on lance, solid on spear, that legend is incredible to play. Stocks coming out everywhere.
I think one thing that really put Use on my radar, both in general as well as like coming into today, was his performance at the World Championship. Again, you kind of mentioned how so many more South Americans were able to make it to BCX than we've seen in the past. We don't generally see that much South American representation in LAN environments, but we got to see more this year, and Use did really well at the World Championship. Really surprised me because, again, when I talk about South America, it's generally like the 3 people that are going to be in my predictions, 3 people that most people are going to be like, oh, yeah, of course, those are the names that you know for the region.
Use ended up getting 9th place at the World Championship, was playing some Ada, which all of a sudden, are we going to get the resurgence of Ada? Is it Ada time? I don't know. But if we look at who he ended up losing to, he lost 0-3 to Godly and then 1-3 to Java. Godly is one of the best players in EU, and as we get throughout this year, he might still be the best player in EU, even though he didn't win this Winter Championship. And Java is an incredible player as well, has won tournaments in the past. Java is like this weird bombastic force, and I think Use is, being from South America, is also an incredible bombastic force in his own region.
Okay, well, let's talk about West now. We saw a hint of their match, but you and I don't know who ended up winning between the two of them to get their spot into the top 8. But Wes, one of those big names in the region. He's generally been that big Lance main for the region, but today has been playing the Tesca from the looks of it.
Looking through, just to give you an update on that, said it was a top 8 qualifier between Use and Wes. It was Use coming on top there in Game 5 to make it a top 8 from the winner's side of the bracket. It's looking like Tesca maybe all the way down. I see the previous 2 sets, Wes was playing Tesca. Yep, it's looking like a Tesca day for Wes. Don't know if that'll change when he goes into the elimination bracket.
But either way, he's generally been that kind of representative of the Lance. But it seems like with the way that he's liking Tesca right now, and Use has kind of taken over that spot as the Lance player for the region. What do you want to say about Wes?
Well, the first thing I want to say is it's so cool that like we're getting replays here from sets that happened like
off stream
just a few moments. Like this set literally just ended a few moments ago, and we already have the replays up showing you what happened in that. Fantastic job production that involves work from both this stream and the side stream over at twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, and of course Estisal BH as well. Make sure if you're a Portuguese speaker, you should go to twitch.tv/EstisalBH. Sometimes I just turn it on, like for Caratada Lands. I don't really understand what they're saying, but it's fun to watch, and I just love to see South American Brawlhalla play. But with Wes coming in with the Vector today, I'm really curious what his bow play is going to be looking like, because you mentioned
the other one.
That's true. I don't know why I thought I still associate him so much with Lance and Olgrim. What an incredible player. But it's with the Tesca today. We'll see if he's able to push it as far as he possibly can with this. I'm looking at his play right now and trying to understand what's going on in this moment, because I haven't really been able to watch any of Wes's Tesca.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how well he does. He has long been one of those top players. Again, he was kind of the one who took Fiend out of that top conversation, and Wes was really the big player for the region in 2022. But coming into 2023, has not been looking that hot. And of course today, he's already in the elimination side of things.
Now he is coming into this one seed number 7. If we look at some previous community tournaments that happened, Sobraldo number 66 that we mentioned earlier ended up coming in 9th there. And at the World Championship, a little bit of a rough placement, 33rd, wasn't even inside top 32, which is probably, maybe if I added up all the names, I might have come to that conclusion, but I doubt it. I would have put him inside top 32. I might have put him inside top 16.
Yeah, I mean, in raw gut check compared to the names we've already mentioned, I would have put him above Loris. I would have put him above Hughes, but did not do that well at the World Championship, and again, not doing that great today. But let's talk about someone who did pretty well at the World Championship and is doing pretty well today, and has just been doing well in the region. Let's talk about Kaina.
Kaina. Most of my notes are on Kaina. Number 3 on ladder right now. The win-loss ratio is, not the ratio, just the numbers, is 175 to 22. Third highest peak elo, third highest on global ladder as well. South America is crushing the ranked ladder right now, as we've seen them do year over year. So it's hammer season. It's cannon season, it's Bodvar season, it's Zol season. I think that means it's Kaina season, baby, and I'm ready for it. I got my jacket on for Kaina season, and I'm ready to go. He won the most recent Caratada LAN, as we've already mentioned. That was a huge moment. That's where I'm seeing the new guard come in, the Uses, the Kainas, even though they've been playing for a bit. It's like the old guard was Fiend and Wes and Power Ranger, and now I think Kaina is the big shakeup, Use is the big shakeup, and I think Lores has the potential to be part of the big shakeup.
One thing that's really interesting looking at both the replays of Kaina from today, and of course we looked at Start GG a little while ago, Kaina isn't playing that Bodvar that I was really excited to see that he could potentially go back to. He's not playing that Zol that I just absolutely enjoyed watching. Instead, today's all about the Asuri from Kaina, and I mean, it's still looking really solid. We've already talked about, Qatar's looking really good. We saw Godly earlier today with the Asuri as well. So it's not too weird of a pick, but also my heart's like, man, you could have played Bodvar and could have seen the classic Kaina Bodvar.
He could have, that's absolutely true, but one of the legends that he played during Caratada LAN that he won was Asuri. He also played a Koji, he also played a Zol, and he played a Val. So there is a stable of characters there. I think of those, Asuri is probably one of the strongest right now based on the way people have been playing Asuri so far today. I think that's where the opinions of professional players is looking at Qatar's. Of course, Asuri is one of those that is usually almost always in the discussion.
Okay, well, we have room for one more name, and you and I haven't set up any spot for one more name, so we're just gonna go to predictions.
You didn't have to say the first part. You could have just moved right on into it.
He said it in my ear, and I was like, well, I don't know. We weren't ready for that.
Okay. Vim 10 Kilo might be doing pretty good. We'll look at the bracket. We'll at least mention another name real quick.
I mean, Sack looked pretty solid earlier. Vim 10 Kilo, of course, popular name in the region. I love watching some Nees. If Nees is doing well, could have just cursed him. Who knows?
Vim 10 Kilo is awaiting a top 8 elimination side of the bracket. Going to fight against Yuki and Ray Zyger.
Okay, but let's get into our predictions. I did EU, so it's your turn.
I'm going to have to click on my thing before I do it, just in case. Okay, third place. I have a player that I have excluded from my top 3 many times, and I have regretted it many times. That player is Fiend. I talk about the shakeup happening in South America. I mentioned Kaina as one of those players. I mentioned Yuz as one of those players. Second place, I think Yuz is coming out in second today. First place, I think, is going to Kaina. I think he's going to be the gold medal winner, the winter champion for South America. That would be a huge step for him in his career. He has winning records in official and all community tournaments against 2 of the top 4 seeds aside from him in this tournament.
Okay. On my side, my predictions are already in trouble. But either way, in third place, I agree with you. I think Fiend's going to do it. He's been so good at getting that third place spot. In second place, Wes is going to have to make that lower bracket run. And then in first place, I got to agree with you. Kaina is looking so strong right now. He's doing incredibly well for himself. I think the meta really leans itself into characters that Kaina likes to play. So, oh wait, hey, I lied to myself. It's Kaina and then Wes. So now my predictions are even worse.
Well, I mean, once you get it wrong, like, it really doesn't matter how wrong you get. Like, everyone's just going to point at you and laugh and say, you silly Billy, why did you think that?
Yeah.
Which is like what you did today with Swata getting 65th place.
It'd be like that.
I'm not laughing at you, Swata. I'm laughing at him. I'm sure you really tried
you
hard.
Did your best.
It happens. Hey, it happens.
It's my fault for believing in you. But we got the viewer votes as well, because of course, if you're watching at home over on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, you can put in your predictions as well, and then we kind of aggregate what people thought, and hopefully they think something different from me, because I am
what do they have? I want to see.
Super wrong so far.
Put them up. Let's see.
What do we got?
Okay, Wes in third.
Okay.
Rough. Second is Kaina. It's going to be Fiend in first. There's no shot it's anybody else. Yeah, of course.
Fiend, definitely the fan favorite. Not overly surprised to see him in that top spot. But there's a real possibility that Fiend and Kaina are going to be fighting once they get inside that top 8 of things. So we're really gonna find out almost immediately once we get into that tournament, which is going to happen in just a little bit. But before we do that, of course, we got to remind them of all that good stuff. Sparky, hit them with it.
Brawlhalla.com/winter merch. This merch goes away February 12th. That is less than 8 days away. Do not miss it. Do not wake up on the 13th and be like, oh, shucks, I missed my chance. Imagine having a seasonal hoodie from each seasonal that you can wear. We're gamers. Pretty much the only thing we wear is hoodies. So make sure to pick that one up as well. Of course, the blanket as well. It's cold outside. We're in the Winter Championship right now. That way you can be nice, cuddled up, cozy under a blanket. You also can go to brawlhalla.com/schedule to figure out when the rest of the tournaments this weekend are airing in your time zone. It also has dev stream announcements as well, or timings on there. You can see the calendar right in front of you. Do you know where they can find that calendar? It's probably just brawlhalla.com/esports.
Yeah, you can find out a lot of good esports information over at brawlhalla.com/esports, like the information about the Royales, which of course we've seen 3 people have earned their flights to it, as well as the fact that we've got a LAN in San Diego. We want to make sure that y'all are signing up there. If you're picking up your hoodie, you can wear it to San Diego and we can just spot each other and be like, oh, hey, you're wearing the Winter Championship hoodie. You're probably here with some Brawlhalla action.
Get your visas done, please. Please, do your visas now. Do your visas now.
Do it last
Everybody across the world. And if you're in North America, do your visas now for Valencia. Get that done ahead of time. I cannot stress that enough. It is not a quick process. It is not a fun process. It is not a simple process. Get it done now. Get started and get it done.
But it is time for a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the top 8 of the Winter Championship for the South American region. Grab your popcorn, grab a seat, because we will be right back.
to Brawlhalla.
And welcome back to South American Winter Championship 1v1 time here on the desk. It's Taza joining me, Sparky here, and we're starting in the top 8.
That we are. Very excited to see South America here. When it comes to all of the regions, this is like, it's been the fun discussion after BCX 2022 where it's kind of like, oh yeah, I guess South America is now not just top 3, but maybe one of the best
It might
regions.
be top 2.
Yeah, and so being able to see what has come out of this region over the break since BCX and the Winter Championship is what I'm most excited to experience.
It's going to be interesting to see not only how this plays out, but even looking into the near future, not just like the rest of the year, but the near future into the Royales, because we're going to get to see this inter-regional conflict happen more often on like a hyper-individualized, hyper-focused scale.
Now, this will be the most that 3 competitive regions are going to be able to play throughout the year, right?
Yes.
Because we're going to be having 4 of these after every seasonal. Usually we would have like in the past, I'm talking like before 2020, we would have like maybe Fiend showed up to like 1 event in the year and then BCX. So by being able to have these opportunities for so many more competitive just mismatches of NA, EU, and SA is going to be really exciting, because what we're going to be seeing here, we're going to be able to watch what is decided on in the meta in this region pretty soon in the Royales.
So we got the schedule coming up for you right now about who we're going to see. We have Kaina versus Fiend. That's going to be the run back from Carrot Tata Grand Finals. Then we have Use versus Sack. That is going to be PR2 versus PR7. Then we have some TBDs coming in to see who will actually move on in the winner's side and who will go down into the elimination side.
And despite the flurry of Asuris that are on the board right now, the legends that are being reported right now, kind of, yes, on Asuri, but Fiend has been pushing Arcadia, which is very interesting. Fiend always been a spear main in my eyes and the one pushing the spear meta the furthest.
Yes.
So seeing Arcadia picked up with the greatsword changes, the neutral light finishers is really cool. And then Use still doing so amazing with Vector. And we were talking about, like, it's not in live files by any stretch of the imagination, but with that new Vector down sig being looked at, that's got to be a very exciting time for him. And then Sack, of course, I did not see what Sack was locking in earlier, but anyways, we're going to go into stats.
And that is going to be the stats for Kaina.
Look at that. Wow.
See 9 top 8s, 17 top 32s. That's great for a relatively short career, especially when you compare Kaina to a Fiend or a Wes or a Power Ranger.
Yeah, and kind of like you were talking about in the pre-show, is a player that you've got a lot of eyes on in particular because of what is being said is strong at the moment. But moving into Fiend here, we've got, like you were talking about, right, when it comes to those earnings and placements of 35 top 32s, 12 gold medals. I mean, Fiend has been around since the inception of Brawlhalla esports in South America.
Now, I love that you mentioned Fiend traveling to tournaments in the past, and he would be like the one representative.
Yeah.
Didn't necessarily do the best. The joy that came from seeing Fiend at those events was like, 1, seeing a representative from South America, and then 2, just like getting to see someone who traveled so far to play the game that we all love. That's just really cool to see. But now we're seeing Fiend, the way he stacked up at the midseason, at the World Championship as well, as he is establishing himself as a global threat. Not just a threat in his own region, but a global threat against any other region.
That's absolutely correct. But on top of that, right, he's going up against Kaina, who established
also a global
threat
as well
at BCX, that winner's side top 8, right? So this is going to be really exciting to see, because I know that despite the fact that we had that unique situation of Godly just eliminating everybody from South America at BCX, they are really huge contenders here all across the board, especially within their own region. And Kaina versus Fiend, while my biases are leaning towards giving Kaina the upper hand in this head-to-head because of the legend that I see Fiend locking in now, which betrays what the legends were reported up to this point. I'm very curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah, he's all of a sudden changing this up. Wes was the one on the pre-show that Duke and I talked about really playing that Tesco while Fiend was on the Arcadia. All of a sudden, we're seeing this change. Now, I'm wondering how the sort of matchup inexperience will happen here, given that Wes seems to be playing a lot of Tesca. Of course, if Wes is in the ranked ladder, he's going to be running into Kaina. He's going to be running into Fiend. So there may not be as much matchup inexperience against this legend in this region as there could be in other regions.
Yeah, let's see. Not to mention that a lot of the players that are in this top 12 right now played in the Tesca exhibition that was right before this winter's patch. So they got a little bit of a taste of playing with the character competitively. So let's see how Fiend shapes up here against Kinda. Kinda has been going to what has been, I think, unanimously flavor of the month when it comes to just character picks across the board. Sometimes we have those moments where everybody's on Koji or Bodvar or Val. Asuri seems to be a universal, this is a good legend to pick.
It's been
right
a really long time since that was the case.
Like 2019.
Yeah. I was going to say pre-COVID. I think you're exactly right with that. And even then, it was like a few champions of the legend.
It was just
like,
Wrenched
it
and
was
Noel.
Wrenched. That's exactly what I was going to say, Wrenched and Noel. And aside from that, they were really the only ones pushing the strength of that character. This game starting off a little bit long. It was a sword neutral light from the middle of the stage that finally got the KO about 1 minute and 5 seconds into this one. Kind of going to strip the field, go back over to the Katars to keep Fiend without a weapon. Weapon spawn comes in, Fiend is able to grab it. It's the gauntlets for him.
Yeah, side sig has been doing wonderful for Tesca players on this stage in particular, just because you can steer it so well to where you want to knock out no matter what landing that you catch. Fiend, a patch ago, that neutral light would have done it, but in here you're going to need that recovery up the top. Yeah, Gauntlet's neutral light just does not have the knockout power that it used to have, but Fiend manages to clean up the stock regardless, and now Kinda's back on the field with the sword, looking for one of those landings to start attacking on that damage. Nair's not going to do it in Fiend. Maybe waiting for the boots to spawn through? I don't know. Kinda gets a hit and Fiend hits back.
Now, earlier during the pre-show, I mentioned that Kinda, other than himself, had a winning record against 2 of the top 4 seeds in this tournament. Now, unfortunately for him, at least at this point, Fiend is not one of those players. Fiend has a 5-1 lead over Kinda. So Fiend is one of the few demons that Kinda has. That one victory for Kinda being at, I actually don't think that was the Karatada link because that's not in the stats. So I would have to do some history that I don't really care about doing right now.
That's very interesting. That's a more lopsided scoreline than I expected when I was predicting Kinda to have the upper hand here. So maybe it's going to be the other way. We'll see. As Fiend so far has kept it very close with Kinda. Nice down sig. Kinda has been holding the lead barely each one of these stocks, but has been taking the first stock each and every time.
And it's been KOs from the center. First it was the sword... what was it? It was a sword neutral light from the middle.
Yeah.
And then it was that signature from the middle. So that means Kinda's damage per stock, even though we're on small Brawlhaven, the damage is going to be high. So a little bit inefficient here in the KOs, but it's not hurting him too much yet because their pacing in terms of the damage they're doing and the damage they're taking is about even between these two players. Kinda just going for one hit right now. Okay, got the 3-piece. The dodge came out after that, grabbing another 2-piece. Fiend stringing him across the stage.
Oh, he's got to be careful with the recovery here. Could get stuffed by the dare. Ground pound pivoted, gets hit by the side air, weapon throw forces the dodge, but the kick from the boots recovery comes through, and that side air, no active input, pushes Kinda off stage. Ensig tries to get the jump over onto the stage, and Kinda goes in with an unarmed stare, recovery, side air, Fiend low on jumps, has to avoid this weapon throw, no, down air, just has enough knockback to seal the deal, and Kinda takes game number 1 over Fiend's Tesca.
Now, maybe I'm just lying. Okay, he did 590 damage. I thought I saw 509. But yeah, he ended up doing 590 damage. We're going to round that up for a little bit of easier math, up to 600. Divide that by 3. That's an average of 200 damage per stock. It's not great. It's not terrible. It's like 6.8 Rontgens. Neither one. So coming in here with that, I want to see that step it up a little bit more because that was on small Brawlhaven and not a Demon Island. We would have been hitting probably low to mid 600s if we were on a Demon Island.
Like a 710 maybe. Yeah, that when you put it that way, that is a very interesting stat indeed. Although I never felt like the pace of the game was slow.
I would agree.
It just felt like that they were not landing their finishers in a way where they could rely on anything other than an end light to knock out. And you kind of remarked on that with the sword knockout that kind of got in the previous match. So let's see if that gets balanced out here in game number 2. As we're back to Brawlhaven, Fiend hasn't swapped over to a Spear Legend like Arcadia or Hattori, as he's sticking with Tesca so far and kind of seems to be even more comfortable than before. Let's see if we get that final knockout though, because as we were talking about it, right, Kinda's getting a ton of damage, but not necessarily finishing the stocks off.
Oh, the spacing on that was so good, and then he ended up whiffing the signature neutral sig coming out from Fiend.
Yeah.
Finds the KO. This time the first KO is going to go in Fiend's favor.
Yeah, downlight side air, so great with boots. Even if you're not using the active input, it still travels you a little bit further forward on the stage and is basically Boots' best finisher, but kind of comes through saying Sword's got a few of those too. D-Light recovery, takes him off the top, evens up the game 2-2.
Didn't get hit in the process, so both of them are completely fresh on the second stock, being able to get the weapon very quickly. Only really took one hit in between that. It was that Qatar dare. Back-to-back nairs into the recovery. He's going to go big off the top.
Yeah, that came so close to get him. Kind of so great with these down lights, and the weapon throw was actually really great if Fiend decided to recover towards the stage. Side lights through, and Fiend lands with a side air, kicks kind of off the stage. Another nice side light, not trying to follow too much off of that, and the Sarah will catch him. Oh, that side stick was so close.
If he held that a little bit longer.
And I get why he didn't. We talked about this a little bit in the previous region that we casted, right? When you're using side stick with the Asura, you want to release it before it technically connects, so that the swing catches your opponent off guard. But that recovery will hit, and kind of one D-Light recovery away from having a huge lead here against Fiend in game number 2. But that side stick could be
is going to, and it does. KOs. That KO'd in orange, Tazza.
Yeah, I was talking about like why this stage is terrifying to fight against Teska's Gauntlets, just because when you catch that landing, it doesn't matter where on the stage you are. Your active input lets you choose the best knockout angle for you. And on Brawlhaven, the base force on that basically goes unpunished.
It's
huge. You're going to get that knockout in orange. You might as well be fighting a Taro side stick at that point. So you got to be real careful about it. And Fiend gets Sared, barely missing the edge of Brawlhaven, and kind of brings it back 1-1.
That was a really good punish that came out from kind of there. Knowing the exact moment where he could strike with that side air to cover a big chunk of that wall as Fiend is recovering back. Fiend looking to do some string damage, kind of going to be looking to do the same thing. Ooh. They're playing, kind of today is like he's one of the players that we mentioned earlier that he is playing Qatars. Yeah. He doesn't just have Qatars in his hand, he is playing Qatars. The chase that we're seeing from him, it's almost reminiscent of the way he also plays Hammer. So he plays the two weapons kind of similarly.
Oh, and look at that with that side light. Fiend just barely outspaces it. He's got to be careful here, because at this point,
don't punish the landing.
That could have been it. The down sig catches him, goes over the neutral signature, and kinda has about as much damage as he needs. The recovery comes through, and Fiend dodges barely to safety. It's one hit for either player at this point. Kinda's looking for the D-Light recovery. The down sig hits, and that's just barely the game. As Kinda was like probably brushing the blast zone with that boots down sig.
The way he picked that up, the way he chose that punish in the moment instead of like a recovery or anything like that, the way he was able to pick it up.
That's like
it's so high.
Very edge.
It's so high.
The very edge. When he put that down sig out, I was like, to me, I was like, you missed it, and now you're done. And, and then he ends up catching him at the very edge of the swing on like the third slash, and it vacuums Fiend in, and he goes down, and Fiend is committed to Teska for this entire set. This isn't a go down 0-2, go back to my main situation, right? Fiend believes that Teska's what he needs to play to beat Kinda, and Kinda has won 2 games so far, but they've been pretty close. Like, I would say that if Fiend had 3 more damage on Kinda there on that boots down sig, give or take 5, that would have been it. Oh man, downlight cider comes through.
Oh, he almost picked up the down air there. The damage is definitely favoring Kinda. He has Fiend in the orange. The last time they fought at Karatata, it was 3-0 in winners finals for Kinda. Then it was 3-2 in the grand final. Fiend got the reset, but in the grand final reset, it was 3-1 for Kinda. So Kinda here lately is no stranger to a dominant performance against Fiend.
Oh, and Kinda having a dominant performance in this first stock in game 3. Looking for those landings, whether a down light, and he's always threatening the possibility of the down sig. 2 of his knockouts have been huge from that possibility. Goes in, D-Light pick up recovery.
What a bold pickup! He went
true combo on Sword, but that was a hybrid combo. That was unarmed into pickup, immediate buffer recovery. Kinda saw the weapon spawn, and now the neutral light, down light, down air. Look at him go. Fiend is just kind of like, I'm just trying to pick up some boots, bro. Come on. Nope, can't even get that. Oh, that down light was almost perfect. Fiend just gravity cancelled a little too high, and then finally, boots on his feet, gets the side air, but that's not even enough to knock out yet, and Kinda's already almost got a lead on the second stock.
Dude, I'm still reeling from that D-Light into the recovery. He could have just gone for the unarmed, and that might have KO'd, but no, he picked up the weapon so that he could get more force. Fiend is going to take out that stock, even up those stocks, but he is so far behind right now. Yeah. His goal should be weapon-starving Kinda, because we haven't seen too much unarmed yet. He probably has some, but no, it's going to be the Qatars. Picks him up straight away. You already see the side air coming out. Those big moves, the D-Light, immediately back to the ground, seeing where Fiend was going to dodge so he could pick up the recovery. Again, he did the same thing.
Ooh, side lights are coming through. Nair to neutral light. Doesn't hit. Nice job with the boost, but the D-Light ground pound comes from Kinda. Kinda's unarmed is
so
as
sick.
good as his
so
sworded guitars. It's like, it's fantastic. He's been using it just to get these knockouts on the edge. He's been comboing it into weapon pickups that get the knockouts as well. Recovery Nair comes out from Qatar's attack on even more damage, and Fiend doesn't look like he has a chance here with the Tesca against Kinda. The gauntlets are coming in with the Nair, goes in for a side sig, and honestly, like, even at that much damage, I'm like, does side sig knock out? Probably.
It could have, or at least led to an engagement where Fiend has the major upper hand that could indirectly end up leading to a stock. But the way that we were talking about the old guard changing to the new guard, with Fiend being kind of the old guard, kind of being the new guard, I feel like I'm seeing shades of Fiend in Kinda right now. The mastery of both weapons, pushing both weapons to some of the best guitars we've seen this weekend, some of the best sword we've seen this weekend, and of course, the mastery of the unarmed kit that Fiend is known far and wide for.
I think Kinda has the best, I mean, I know it's early to call it, and this can change, but Kinda's had the best guitars I've seen all year
I would
so
agree.
far.
I would 100% agree with you.
I am seeing things that Kinda's doing with guitars that's just making like, wow, okay, all right, North America, see if you can top this.
I'm getting like somewhat, in terms of dominance, of like old Wrenched vibes when Wrench took out Sandstorm.
Oh, D-Light ground pound from Fiendo says, all right, don't count me out yet. I know you guys are talking about Kinda, but he has one stock away from bringing it to a reverse 3-0 potentially, but he has to not get hit this entire stock, and Kinda has got a few down sigs up his sleeve and potentially recovery. Weapon throw comes forward. Unarmed could probably finish it here. Dare recovery maybe could come through. Kinda looking for one good landing. That's it.
There we go.
D-Light recovery off of that with Dare means that Kinda will take a swift 3-0 over Fiend and move on in the winner's bracket here, the Winter Championship.
So there's a couple things here that I do want to point out.
Yeah.
621 damage. Again, we're seeing high damage numbers, even though we were on small Brawlhaven. Of course, he got the dub against Fiend and is moving on. But 621 damage, that is 207 per stock on a small map. That is pretty inefficient in terms of getting those KOs.
Fiend's
when you
pretty
should
good at extending his stocks, though.
That's also
like,
true.
Like, that's like, it might just be like a matchup experience thing where it's like, okay, if I'm fighting against Fiend, I better be sure that my downlight can knock out, right? Like, that's just something that we've seen because it's like, I feel like a trademark of Fiend's doubles play.
Yes.
How long he's able to extend his own and his teammate stocks. I mean, that's neither here nor there. We're in singles. But just mentioning that when it comes to that statistic, I think what matters is that Kinda very much always was taking the stocks first.
Yes.
And never dropped a game.
Yes.
So that's like, yeah, you could say that he's having a lot of trouble.
It's more that I worry about it for the future.
I see.
But it's also exactly like you said. It's one of those things where Fiend is also really good at soaking damage and putting himself in a spot that when he gets hit by a move that might KO somewhere else is not going to KO in that spot. So I think it's both sides.
Yeah, but well played from both sides. And both players are still in the bracket as we're moving forward. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that was a match to get into winner side top 3.
That is true.
Right? So Kinda. Oh, I can't say guaranteed, actually, because it was South America, it's top 2. That's huge. So for the Royales, it's 3 NA, 3
Oh, okay, yeah.
South
I didn't know
America.
you were talking about Royale.
Yeah. I was just trying to think about, like, okay, Kinda's close to having that be guaranteed, but South America is definitely fighting for that. So that's going to be really exciting. I'm excited for whatever the results are going to be. And the next match that we got coming up is a favorite of yours. Who do we got?
I don't. Oh, it's using Sack. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but like Kinda is like my is my favorite.
Oh.
I'm
I really like watching Use. I guess I just projected
I get
opinion.
really good vibes from Use. I enjoy watching Use, but like my favorite is Kinda by far.
Okay, well
Use is a treat though. You're not wrong in that. You're not alone in enjoying that.
I realized
gameplay.
I was just projecting my opinion because like Use is definitely my favorite player to watch in South America, but I kind of just have that in general for anybody who mains Vector.
That's true.
So that's just been an interesting thing, and it's been really fun seeing Vector have success in multiple regions after Asmodee did so well yesterday. So this is going to be really exciting to see. I think U's locked in. Yeah, the Vector's locked in for this as well. So let's see what Zach has locked in here as we have Apocalypse, Brawlhaven, and Western Air Temple coming up. And it's going to be the Asuri coming out from Sack going up against U's on the Vector for game 1 of this best of 5. Winner of this will be fighting against Kinda in the winners finals. So here we go. We're getting right into it.
Now I'm thinking when I see Use on the Vector here, I'm thinking he just came back from shooting down the Chinese weather balloon that was in the air. So you should be warmed up off of that one. He's going to be flying all over the place. But Sack coming in with the Asuri pick. Sack is, of course, a longtime teammate of who? Kaina, who was kind of just playing Taza?
Asuri.
So they probably have some experience that they've learned from each other. With that Asuri, we're already seeing the Qatar strings coming out, doing actual Qatar things, not just getting hit for hit, maybe going back, backing up, waiting for my opponent to whiff an attack, then hitting a 2-piece or a 1-piece.
Oh, man. Now the question is, how much experimental has Nees been playing? I'm wondering if that will show up. All right, well, there's a down sig, but that's the really good one on Bo that he has been making great use of all throughout his career playing this character. Here comes the delay recovery from Sack, just even that up right away. But I think that downsig was pretty huge because I would say Hughes was on the back foot for the majority of that first stock until that downsig connected. So we've got an even game now, and the bow is picked up. Man, something about that bow scan is just like makes it look like it's like twice as.
It looks huge.
Yeah. With the downsig as well.
He's not playing bow. He's playing great bow. He's got some like elvish long bow out there.
Oh my goodness. Side air hits and use gets caught out of his jumps as well. Amazing play coming up from Qatar so far. Sack's Qatars are a lot more like I'm hitting you once a lot very quickly, but I wouldn't exactly say that they're strings. He's like hitting him, used as a jump option. He covers that. He's covering that as well. And he's just getting a huge amount of mileage out of it. Use in the meantime is just like literally saying, get off me with how many down sigs that he's hit.
Then that's exactly what he should be doing. Anytime Sack is on top of him that much, just throw out that down signature. It's going to cover both sides wherever Sack is, whether he's in front or behind you. You're going to cover that. Use has done that so well. I think anytime that I think about the Lance down sig and how bad it is, I think about how good this down sig is, and you love that ground pound. You said it earlier.
I mean, I love how Hughes did that ground pound. I never even imagined that being a possibility. The wake-up buffered ground pound there off that jump into a side light. Oh, the neutral light into dash jump. Sarah, turn around.
Oh, this is scary.
3 nairs in the recovery. That could have been the stock. Side light nair. Hughes goes in for the pivot side air. Once again, the side air hits and Sack disarmed. It's been all Hughes' Lance, and the down stick would have been the, oh my God, it would have been the perfect finisher. Instead, he goes for the nair as well, and Hughes has just been on fire on this last stock. Can he get this final hit, or can Sack return? No, he cannot. That Sarah comes through, and Hughes just turned up to 1 million. That was crazy. We got the last stock scenario, and then it was just the Hughes show on the Lance.
Now, we almost saw Sack actually fall into the D-Sig. He was in sweat beads, about to fall into it when it came out.
Well, after that ground pound hit, Hughes was just kind of like, all right, it's time.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
He turned on Yuzo mode, and he went crazy. Now we're going to Apocalypse. Yu's already up 1 game.
Yeah, so despite the explosive victory there coming out from Hughes in game number 1, I was about to comment about how I felt like Sack's playstyle was so aggressive and that he was staying so stacked onto Hughes that it was really tough for Hughes to do anything other than, say, get off me with the down sig. But what happened all of a sudden was Hughes woke up, got that ground pound, and then just had one combo start that he just never really let go. And I wonder if Sack's going to be able to get back into the game here in game number 2 after that happened, because once Hughes did that with the Lance, I kind of feel like he's unlocked something in this matchup. That neutral sig was crazy.
The swagger and confidence that he had when he threw out that neutral signature, charging up the recovery, getting the KO off the top.
Where was Sack going to go?
the way that Sack has to be on top of Hughes when he has the Qatars in his hands makes me want him to move off of the Qatars and focus more on sword. Neutral signature, it seems to be the great equalizer. We'll see what weapon he wants to stick with. It seems like, yeah, it is going to be the Qatars. That's obviously the most of the damage. 74% of his total damage output last game was on those Qatars.
Yeah, and he's looking great on it as well. I think it's just a matter of him doing a better job with his spacing. I don't think he should change his game plan, because honestly, I think the game plan's working really well, except for when Hughes gets moments like
he's going to get, oh no.
He can go to the other side. Hughes went for the craziest drop weapon throw that I ever saw. I wasn't sure if he gotten the full amount of fastfall that he needed to do that, but he still went for it anyways. Sidelight comes through. Looked like that he was trying to chase dodge down sig, but he got a ground pound out instead. And no, his move does not come out in time. Sack's applying the pressure there with the Qatars.
And the ground pound picks that one up, gets the KO off the bottom. He's definitely going to swap into some fresh pair of Katars here for him. Gets away from that barely. I don't think that would have KO'd. Sack's still in the orange. We'll see next time he gets hit. Yes, he is still in the orange, even after that side air.
Oh, that Sarah trying to come through. Sack gets hit by a sidelight in there. Recovery, huge from Hughes. Great job with that string, equalizing the stocks. And man, they're really just kind of taking turns slugging each other. Like this is a really great match between these two players. It really can go either way in this game too, and I think it's just going to matter who gets started first. Sack has Hughes on the edge guard, but Hughes landing with that nair means that he's covering the landings. And Hughes really uses his chase dodge to get up there in the air and continue with the juggle, as you said, but they go back to neutral.
Sack instantly swapping over. Dude, Hughes is juggling so hard. And, like, nairs are not the most, like, diabolical move in the entire game, but, like, they do damage, and they have the ability to just chain them back to back, picking up 2 almost every time.
And what's terrifying about them is that they do damage, and they can lead into attacks that can knock you out, like the recovery if you're not careful, which we saw Hughes do in the last stock. That neutral comes through. Sack with the side air. Hughes has to be careful. He falls to the end light. That nair comes through. Sack gets the side light delay. Is the recovery going to come through? No. That neutral ended. Oh, he went for the reset onto the dodge in, and Hughes goes out. Okay, this is Sack's lead. He goes in for the down sig, and Hughes utter genius from that moment. He did the same thing that we saw him punish with on the bow here for game number 2, right? Sack, I was like, the ball's in your court. What are you going to go for? He goes for a down stick here, and I feel like any other player sees this moment and just wants to get the heck out. But he waits out the move, dodges up, and he doesn't even dodge up. He just jumps up, goes into the ground pound. Okay, that's even crazier.
That's huge.
He waited out the hitbox, gets behind him, does the jump ground pound, and gets the knockout to clutch a game that was absolutely in Sack's favor. And now it's a 2-0 lead for Hughes despite this game going back and forth, what, like 17 times in 2 games? Like,
that was a really bold move at the end for Sack to make. That was a really dangerous move for Sack to make at the end because it really put him over that corner.
He bet on the exclamation points, and I honestly don't blame him for it. He was like, you've got to come back eventually, and I'm going to catch you. And he thought he had a soul read, and it turns out Hughes did.
Yep.
that was crazy.
He said, call an ambulance, but not for me. Hughes coming in this game, 30 seconds in, even damage so far. We'll see if that really shakes Sack to his core because he had moments of genius with the Qatar play last game. He has Hughes in the red. He has the damage lead here. Hughes swapping over to the bow. I expect to see those get off me tools, the D6 coming out anytime Sack wants to get close. Again, another huge commitment. This time, it doesn't lead to a stock.
The neutralites from Sack, he's never tried to follow it up with a downlight recovery or anything like that so far. That down stick will catch Hughes just posting up on the left side of the stage, and now he is 3-2. This is the biggest lead that Sack's had so far. Hughes tends to get these back right away, but Sack with 2 end lights and a neutral signature has Hughes off stage. Let's see this. Side air comes through. Sack without a recovery. Hughes really tried to catch him fast falling, doesn't get it, and that recovery will be some extra damage. Pick up, no Sair. He can't get the stock, and this is the first time, Sparky, that I think Sack is going to really be able to run away with some extra credit.
He's still living. He's in a decent spot. I think if he catches a side air and it's not from the wrong side of the stage, I think he's going to be pretty good. Now has Hughes in the orange, almost a full stock ahead. There is a weapon spawn on the field. I believe it's going to be the bow. Oh, Hughes tries to go in with the D-Light like kind of did earlier, right on top of that weapon spawn. But no, Sack continues to find punishes, says, I don't want you to have that weapon. I used it as a trap, but now I'm going to pick it up for myself. Going to do the same thing here as he picks up the Qatars, back to his weapon of choice.
Yeah, Sack is completely content, neutralighting 7 million times in a row. And not following it up with anything as long as he's guarding a landing or a weapon spawn. I've seen this, and I now understand what Sack's game plan is a little bit better after watching that moment there, because he's kind of like, look, the amount of damage that I rack up is going to be perfectly fine if I can hit 5 end lights in a row, because how I'm going to knock you out has nothing to do with the neutral light. Hughes is now so high in damage that D-Light side air, recovery, anything on the sword will do, but Hughes with that down tick, that's like his hidden special move. I mean, it's crazy how well he's been working with that. But that side air will do it finally. Sack takes Hughes down, and Hughes did a good job coming back there, but I still give this game number 3 solidly in Sack's lead, although I guess I've said that every single game so far. So
yeah, we could see that just quick revenge KO right away. Sack going to do everything he can to prevent that. Already found a 2-piece. That side air, he's going to drag along the ground a little bit. It's going to interrupt the momentum. Oh, he thought he could chase, but Hughes was around the corner, had that recovery turned around, got the KO off the top. There's maybe like 40 damage on this stock from you, so he can easily turn this around. We've already seen him put out a lot of damage very quickly. Now he's for sure in the yellow.
Yeah, definitely. I'm waiting for these down air landings from Hughes. There's one, but he's been mainly going for the side airs. Nice neutral light, gets in with that nair. Picks up a fresh lance, get a nair, side another nair, use. This is those moments, those explosive moments that Hughes is able to use to get back into the game. Sidelight nair goes to the recovery stack, dodges away, panic recoveries. And that side air catches him jumping. Hughes goes all the way out with an unarmed Sair, makes it back, and goes over the slide charge side stick. Is that going to be the game?
That was a bold move from Hughes. He's definitely not lost the game on that alone, but he hasn't really had a successful side signature. He threw one out on the stage, didn't really do anything. Almost, not quite yet. Sack did that D-Light so early. I think he ripped that. I don't know if that was a bait to get the dodge. Still closes out the game, keeps himself in this. We're going to game 4, Tazza.
Oh, and the damage was dead even to the very last hit there. I think it was a difference of 20 off of that recovery off the top. And you survived some nail biters there towards the end, but it was the bread and butter from Sack that was able to get that knockout there right off the top. And what a game indeed as we're going into game number 4. And I'm glad to see it, Sparky, because I did not feel like a 3-0 did justice to how often Hughes was clutching each and every game. As we're getting into this game 4 right back on Brawlhaven.
And we've now seen that Sack adaptation as well, because last game it was looking basically just as explosive for Hughes once we got to the end of it, and Hughes ended up taking that one. But all of a sudden there in game 3, things were a little bit different. Sack was able to turn that one around, hold his composure. He's taking a lot of damage on this bow. We may see Hughes focus on this bow a little bit more. The neutral on it was incredible. The juggles coming out. His classic lance, one of the weapons he is most proficient at.
Oh, and the down stick catches the landing there, and Hughes for the first time has a huge lead. It's so funny watching him go off stage for these weapon throw edge guards because his follow-up is unarmed Sair. And I'm like, that's just not what I'm used to seeing players go for, but Hughes has shown that he's a fan of that follow-up, even if it doesn't quite work. I love how fast Hughes is after he gets the side airs. These diagonal chase dodges into nairs are catching Sack off guard. It's catching me off guard as I'm watching him, just realizing, oh my god, he can't follow up with that. The neutral stick launches straight up into the sky and sends Sack onto a ride of his life to the right side of the stage and off to the blast zone, and he's now up 3-1 in game number 4.
What a beautiful spot for that neutral signature to pick Sack up. He was in orange on that, so the efficiency on that KO, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's a crazy signature.
Oh, he's adding this damage up. The beginning of these stocks, his neutral with the bow is so clean.
Oh, that might be it. Okay, no. Okay, he did not pick the bow back up. Weapon throw hits. Hughes gets back with an unarmed recovery, goes in for the nair, and Sack can't follow up off the downlight, and Hughes is looking like he's going to get a 3-stock in this game. Side stick comes through, he gets hit. Gravity cancel neutral stick just to fly back onto the stage. The nairs are coming through, and Hughes might put it through again.
He bounces
off the
back
wall.
from the stage, and that moves him away from the incoming punish from Sack. What a move!
That's, you know, I will admit, that's one of the interactions I haven't seen used competitively before. There's a lot of, you know, until you've seen it, you don't really know what could happen. I mean, depending on he's like,
oh, he is pixels away.
In that moment, right? You've got to be feeling a little bamboozled there because the lance is Vector while he's in the ship, and he literally transformed in the midst of the ground pound that he committed to. That is just well.
Pranav, send me that replay.
Wow.
Thanks.
You know, sometimes you gotta learn valuable lessons in the midst of tournament play. That doesn't feel the greatest, but it's not like that one moment is what decided the whole game, right? Because Hughes was up 3-1.
There was no cheese there. He didn't steal that game.
Yeah, Hughes was so far ahead. He was kind of like, this side sig, I'm gonna make it work. He just made it work in the most fascinating way possible. Wow. Hughes is awesome. I love watching Hughes play back. That was so cool.
I think after that first neutral signature in that game that took out an orange, he was like, yeah, I'm just going to start throwing these out because Sack is going to be so afraid. We're throwing in sigs out, that's going to cover high. We're throwing the side sigs out, that's going to cover low. You saw him kind of use those in rapid succession, just trying to guess, trying to read where Sack was going to be.
At a certain point, he was using them as a tool to just fly around, too, off the side of the stage. Like, he got hit by a Qatar sider, and he's like, okay, I'll gravity cancel neutral sig now. I'll lance cider a few more times, and then I'll go in for a landing with the side sig. Uh-oh, I missed the ground. He hits the stage. Psych. I actually knew I was going to bounce off there. I mean, I didn't know. I thought he would just like ride into the wall and just be there.
Yeah.
But no, that wasn't quite the case. That unique animation there coming out from Vector means that, man, Vector's a crazy legend, and Hughes knows exactly how to pilot him.
If we had a guess what happens next moment, as Hughes starts up that side signature, I would have said that he probably goes into the wall, basically stays up against the wall, maybe rides it up a little bit, maybe rides it down a little bit, but he ends up eating a ground pound, and that is the game for Sack. I would not have expected that bounce back.
I mean,
Moving back that far.
It could have been made to literally drill into the wall and then you get stuck.
Yeah.
I've seen crazier things in video games.
It could have
you never know
a
until you
different
try it.
wall interaction like we see with Val.
I should know. I just never thought about it. Like, that was like the one situation where it mattered. Anyways, congrats to Hughes for getting that win. Goes into the winner's side of winners finals, which means Kaina will be his opponent, which will be another Asuri versus Vector matchup. So he's already coming in warmed up from Sack, although I do not think within any stretch of the imagination that Sack's playstyle is like Kaina's at all after watching the two fight side by side or one after another. So I'm wondering if that will matter at all when Hughes goes into that matchup coming up next.
Yeah, I don't think Hughes is going to be going into this one with the idea that, like, oh, I just played Sack's Asuri, I'm going to do the same thing with Kaina's Asuri. But there is a little bit more analysis to be done on that previous set. We're going to throw it over to Remy.
Thanks for the toss, Sparky. I really liked how Hughes used weapon throws and the neutral airs to kind of make his own Katars. Make his lance look like Katars. Like, we see the Asuri on screen, but somehow the lance is the one looking like the string weapon. So let's get this play on the road right here. Just starting off initially with the one from the first game. It starts off as just a simple side air into the end line, but just look at how he gets that crossover on the dodge read. That's the first thing we're going to take a look at here. As soon as he sees Sack likes to dodge through, he jumps up, gets that side air, and immediately continues the pressure. The jumps there goes unpunished, but it's the side light neutral air that leads into another neutral air, that leads into another neutral air, and all of a sudden a game has gone from even into the orange just like that. It's really beautiful work, especially with the pressure of the lance. As soon as he hits the ground, it's more side light neutral airs, and at this point, you've seen a game go from completely even to one player in the red off of lance strings, off of lance dodge reads, versus Katars. Like, Katars are the weapons that are supposed to be stringing you up like that. So if you're getting torn up by the lance, something is going wrong. Same thing here. Hughes was doing a really good job of just kind of creating pressure with the weapon throws. Now, you see that weapon throw there. You see how after he hits the weapon throw, Sack is forced to go high because if he goes low, he has to worry about lance there. He has to worry about Vector D-Sig if that guy has figured that sig out. And he gets the turnaround and he gets that recovery instead. Really good option choice from Hughes there, knowing exactly where his opponent wants to go. And just beautiful work here. This is another one of those weapon throw moments that I was talking about. You see him get that nair up, and then what does he do? He tosses his weapon in the air, creates this kind of moving hitbox upwards where it's like, okay, you can't go here. You have to stay away from this area. And Sack doesn't respect that. He goes for it, and all of a sudden, more strings coming out. The nair comes out, the down air comes out after it. It's just really beautiful stuff coming out from Hughes. And the last stock of that last game was one of my favorites, not just because of the Vector N-Sig KO we saw early, which you're going to see right here. Gets this side air off, and instead of just letting go, trying to go for the edge guard, he keeps the pressure up. He moves forward with the N-Sig. It's the edge guard at the end. It's all the Vector mastery coming into one spot right here. You see this side air comes in. He goes for that N-Sig to recover, which most people don't do. It takes your dodge, yeah, but the N-Sig is actually going to send you further than a dodge would at the cost of the recovery frames of the N-Sig, which Sack doesn't actually get a full punish for. He gets the tip of the recovery, but that's not enough force, and then it's right here, boom, the side sig hits the wall. That sig always has that recoil at the end of it, so he doesn't actually stay on that wall. His hitbox moves back a bit. Sack, clueless, lost, doesn't know what Vector does yet. Just found out this moment, goes right through him, and that's the game. It's really beautiful when you see a character used to its maximum like that. Other domination, like the announcer says, Hughes moving on in the top 8.
Wow. Yeah, that's fantastic watching that coming out from Hughes there. And it'll be moving on to the winner side I was talking about. And now we're going to be dipping into the elimination bracket of top 8, which I believe we have Lores versus West coming up next. That's what I think.
I believe, yes, that is going to be the next set that we're going to be watching. Lores trying to make his way through the elimination bracket.
I didn't even need to think about it. It's just right here.
You're too good. I have to I have to look at 4 different sources of information before I believe the information that I'm taking in.
Oh. How do you do that?
It's a nightmare.
That sounds like it.
I just never know what's going on.
Oh, well, you have your laptop.
Yeah, that's
fine.
why this is my crutch that I need.
Well, there you go.
I lean on.
Lores versus West. So this is interesting. I believe Lores has been playing but West has been Tesca the entire way through.
Yes.
I think you were talking about that in the pre-show a little bit. It was just Tesca all the way down. So West has been really bringing out Tesca here for the Winter Championship in South America, and Lores with Pearl here.
Yeah, we saw the
Also
replays on the pre-show for when we talked briefly about Lores, and he was playing, of course, today earlier the Pearl. Don't typically see the black color scheme coming out on Pearl.
Oh, I mean, I suppose. It could also just be like we're going to Demon Island, all right.
That's
we go.
true.
Although there's a lot of ways to work around that aspect, but I mean, players like to feel like they're wearing camouflage depending on the map that are on. Here we go, game number 1. Down sig coming out from West does not quite hit. Goes with the neutral sig instead because I guess like going for a dodge up read. And there's those down sig. So a few notes on we didn't get to see too much of Kaya in the European segment earlier today, but some things to talk about is that like on bow, the neutral signature, you can't let it rip quite as fast as you used to. There's a little bit more startup onto that. And then the down signature as well, a little bit more punish if you don't get it to connect. So we'll see if that happens. Like right there, once Laura's committed to it, it's a shame he pivoted it because I think that would have just knocked out. Very easy to punish for West.
Oh, he punished that very quickly as well. He was very familiar with the spacing and timing on that, exactly when he could punish as quickly as possible. And he punished it for the KO, getting the first stock here. About a minute 10 into this game. We are here on the Demon Island, and that was a KO off the top.
Yeah, which was surprising to me. Nice there. Gets that knockout real quick. But it was surprising to me because it was like, man, he had to have a lot of damage on Lores for D-Light recovery on boots to knock out. Gets the knockout, pick up side stick, goes to the recovery on Lores, edge guard opportunity, doesn't quite get it, and they both fall on each other stacked, and their moves move their character models too far forward for them to connect on each other, and they go back to neutral. Let's see whose game plan works out here as Lores gets hit by the Sair, and West slide charges that down sig out, Sairs him into the wall, and Lores going to be going down the same way that West does. That's 2 Sairs into the wall now, and Lores makes it back. Gravity cancel down light, neutral light, D-Light, neutral light. Again, nice snare as well. Lores really tacking on a ton of damage with the bow after that recovery.
I love D-Light in light and just trying to hit that multiple times. It's super easy to hit. It's a decent amount of damage. It has some good force on it. It's not going to be anything like a D-Light recovery. If you're killing with D-Light in light, you're probably taking a little bit too long, maybe a medium bit too long. But just adding up that damage quickly, D-Light in light, reset D-Light in light, that's like a wake-up call. That's a shot of adrenaline to your opponent that they are not ready for a lot of the time.
All right. Let's see. There he's going for that D-Light again, and that's the second ground pound knockout, I think. Yeah.
Oh.
West just gets 2 quick ones right in a row. The last stock was down to a gauntlet ground pound, and the one on the right side was also down to a gauntlet ground pound. Lores just not really respecting the possibility of that move coming out. I mean, I know gauntlets got nerfed, and I know that only 63 damage was done by West, and it was with 2 ground pounds, but like, you gotta watch out for that move. It was it's been in the game for a bit now. It's not a surprise that you could steer it.
I think the timing of it messed Lores up because it seemed like he fast fell to get out of what he originally thought was going to be a ground pound, but then he was like, oh, it's not coming out. That means I need to get back up to the stage. The second he goes for that move, out comes the ground pound a little bit more delayed than he was expecting.
And part of the skill expression of the move as well is, we talked a little bit about this with Boots ground pound, but gauntlets have it as well. Same with the Suri side sig. How long you hold it and when you release it determines when the hurtbox comes out, or the hitbox, and that can change a lot with how your opponent plays around it, because you could fast fall underneath it expecting it to be released early, and then what do you know? They're still holding it like a maniac. And so there you go down to a ground pound. That weapon throw comes forward. West tries to get the D-Light into ground pound, but Lores catches him on the other side and makes it back to the stage.
Now, one thing we're seeing from West that I don't think we saw as much from some of the other Tescas today is he's using signatures a lot more.
He's using
earlier
signatures
in the stocks as well.
That other Tescas have not been using.
Yes.
Like success with the down sig there, that was pretty fantastic. Even the body slam over to Lores, and Lores can't make it back. And that, okay. West is now my favorite Tesca so far.
Okay. Tell me why.
Finally, active input Sarah at low damage. Finally. I just wanted to see it. It's great. It steers them off the side of the stage. He's using it again. Yep. He's going for it, and he's going for these wake-up gravity cancel sidelights as well. West is really being creative with the possibilities that Boots brings out when you use those active inputs. Everybody else is just kind of like, I just want the most damage and the most knockback. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they really stopped doing the active input part of that. Like once it got nerfed a little bit, so you couldn't just carry someone in yellow.
Before it was like you got the distance and it was the best knockback.
Yeah.
And now you actually have to think about it. So that's why I'm really interested to see Wes be doing it during the moments in the game where I feel like it's best. But Lores, despite Wes going for that, has brought the game back into a pretty even state. Here's around the time where you really just want to get as much knockback off the Sarah as you can, and Wes has really been...
He's going to get away with it, too.
He's slide charge pivoted that down to a few times this set. Sarah really sending Lores flying. Gauntlet's coming through, ground pound could come through, body slam with the down. It goes a little bit beneath the stage if you use it off stage. But that's a great slide on the side stick there. Catches Wes, takes him up the top, and now the lead's in Lores' favor.
Sticking with the bow here, Wes coming in unarmed. The weapon spawn's going to go all the way to the left, but a side light means he can pick up the battle boots quite easily to get back. Ooh. Even from the left side of the stage, sending to the right.
Was very, very damaged, but yeah, quite an impressive knockout there coming out from Wes. Nair and the gravity cancel neutral, like expecting to dodge down, I suppose. Another Nair comes through into a recovery, and Wes just keeping Lores in the air. That's awesome. This is the first time I've really seen anybody do that with boots so far. The side light, or side air active input, and a gravity cancel side light or down light as a follow-up. Wes really trying to get these strings to work. Laura's generally just like running or dodging past Wes though, and taking advantage of that weakness that boots have, which is they just like to keep going forward.
Yeah.
And so you don't really have the options to turn around.
It is interesting to see, even though they're relatively close to one another in terms of damage, Wes looks like he is the more confident player here. Laura is playing on the back foot, playing on the back foot well, because as you can see in the top right, they are very even. This one is going to be a nail biter, and Lores is going to take it, but there was a lot of time in that game where Wes was running the show. He was the one making moves. The defensive player had to be Lores.
And Lores did a really good job there, especially calling out Wes for the fact that he was just so gun-ho on going in. We're seeing here with that side light that he puts up that down signature, which is a perfect diagonal dodge and punish. He was like, okay, Wes, I know you want to get back to the stage so that you can continue kicking me. I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to put an end to that. And Lores brings it right back, taking that game, evening up the set into game 3.
Doesn't end up grabbing that weapon spawn. No. It must have started and spawned in right on Lores, and he wasn't able to pick it up in time before he got hit. Now Wes playing at the weapon advantage, goes for the offstage. Lores gets back on, grabs the bow. Look at the spacing that Lores is putting in between him and Wes, trying to keep him at range.
Man, I'm just thinking about, like, Wes playing Tesca Tesca's kit is so perfect for how hot-headed Wes's playstyle is. It's like you're never gonna see Wes waiting for wall slip to activate. He's just gonna go out there, ground pound, weapon throw, goes for the D-light ground pound, doesn't get it. The dare and a ground pound connects as well, and there's just another prime example of it. Wes is just gonna I'm gonna slide charge down 5 times, and if my stock goes away, so be it. That's just how he likes to play, and Tesca, I feel like, embodies that so well here as we're getting into game number 3, and he's just kicking Lores a ton with the nairs, the side lights, the recoveries, everything.
And I think that momentum style of play where you really just want to keep going in the direction of travel and keep that momentum up, keep that velocity up while you're throwing out your moves. I mean, that's also kind of a Lance thing as well, which Wes is known for Lance. That was part of his play style on Lance, and he's able to do that, a similar thing on Battle Boots as well, while also taking the unique properties of Battle Boots and utilizing them.
Oh, man. And now, Lores, however, that defensive play that Lores is bringing out, just that option off of that side light has been working so well. Kaya having that down stick that covers the ground, and the fact that Wes is just like almost on, like habitually, he is just going back to the ground.
He's go mode. He's trying to stay close to Lores, be right on top of him and put out that pressure. So that signature is like right in that perfect spot.
Yeah, it's just the problem here is that between the two players' playstyles, that down comes in. He gets the down light into the double Sair. Oh my goodness, that's so much damage off of downsing at 0 from Wes.
Yeah, that was 50+ damage. He already put Lores deeper into the yellow, almost into the orange. Is he going to clean up the edge guard here? Wes has nothing but a spot dodge. Second stock gone.
Surely that was gravity cancel side sig. Whatever the case is, huge benefit coming out from Lores there, because a few good strings means that Lores could get Wes into an edge guard scenario. Bow ground pound could be pretty huge here. Side light goes to the down light. Wes finally dodging up instead of down. Avoiding that follow-up coming out from Lores means Lores has a better chance. Wes went for a jump read, finds the Sair. The down light Sair, that's it. And he doesn't need... that's such a great knockout option there with the gravity cancel downlight, catching him out. And when the downlight hits, as long as you don't use the active input for it, you're going to get that travel up into the air.
Yep.
And the side air is just going to have enough force, even at orange here, right? Like, and Kaya, defensive as a legend, but look at the distance that you're going to get on that.
Yep, and there you see he didn't essentially go down into that grounded mode. That would have happened if he held down on that downline, which is the active input.
So here we go, game 4, Demon Island. We've got Wes repping the Tesca, going up against Lores and Kaya, and it is 2-1. Wes needs one more game to knock Lores out. We're in the elimination bracket here. So here we go into this game number 4. It's been Demon Island the entire time.
Both players on black color scheme the entire time as well, really going for that camouflage like you were talking about. Laura's over on the edge. This makes me worried, Taz.
Oh,
The ground pound already coming out. We've seen mostly boots from West, but he's going to take the first stock here in game 4 with the gauntlets.
He went for the gauntlet ground pound knowingly into the weapon throw to buffer the Nair after it connects, because Lores, of course, would want to jump past him, grab the weapon, and get back onto stage. The Nair, a perfect reversal for that, and Lores never touched the stage to begin with, just ended up sweating down to the bottom of the stage because he was out of jumps, and West takes an early lead here in game number 4.
That's just textbook gauntlet play right there. That's exactly how you should play moments like that on the edge, using that neutral air to reach up as your opponent comes through you, trying to get back over to the wall or over to the stage. He almost hit the wall with the signature, but was able to space it just enough away that he drifts over into the wall, gets away from the signature, but still falls. Lores at about 100 damage deficit, maybe a little bit more than that. There's the D-Light, in-Light we were seeing Lores go for previously. Wes has started to figure out, but he did fall prey to it there.
Oh, man. Neutralite's coming through, and West with the gauntlets. D-Light into Neutralite, attacking on from Lores. After that last knockout, I feel pretty good for Lores here going into this game number 4. Side air, catches him going back in. There's that boots. He uses that side air active input just to get back to center stage. That time kicks him away. Boots still on here, goes for the side air once more, and an edge guard here could be huge. Waits at the weapon throw, gravity cancel down light, does not connect, and Lores is one. Is it down light, down sig? No, went for down light, side sig instead.
So now we're seeing him switch things up off of that side light. Before he was going for side light, down light a lot, and Wes was of course dodging because it's not a true combo. Then we saw him go side light into nothing 2 times in a row, and then we saw him go side light into side sig, hoping that Wes was going to be grounded.
Well, and the occasional side light down sig.
That's true as well.
Get the dodge down.
So yeah, he's really changing it up off of that after the side light, D-Light really wasn't working for him.
Whoa, Wes went for the craziest combo there. Dodges through the weapon throw. Oh, this could be huge. Lores, can he make it back? Balls down, gravity cancel side light, Trace dodges in for the Sarah, and Lores with a Nair, not enough damage just yet, and West just trying to get as much extra credit as he possibly can. Dare would be huge here, goes for the pivot dare, West goes for the ground pound, and that it can even make it back to the stage after that. He did touch. Oh, he's weaving all the way around, and he was hoping with that down stick he'd get enough distance to touch the stage. I think side stick maybe would have made it, but also if he caught Lores with it, that was curtains. So I respect the risk with that maneuver.
And Lores was there. He was risk averse while still being in the general vicinity, so he could end up punishing the side sig if he was able to touch the wall, but he was far enough away that he wasn't going to get hit if a move ended up coming out from West, which it incidentally did, and the game is also going in favor of West as he takes it 3-1 over Lores.
Yeah, great gravity cancel downlight side air there coming up from the boots. A bread and butter combo for many weapons in Brawlhalla and for Boots as well there as he catches that landing. Nicely done. And even from the other side of the stage, catches him just jumping away from that weapon spawn, and that sider will do it. Great game coming out from Wes.
I think it's 3-1. I think it's the first stock that really did it. If we can look at the graph back here, look how narrow that first stock is from Lores. That's like maybe a sixth of the game. You have 3 stocks, so ideally you want to go a third of the game on a stock, a third of the game on the stock, a third of the game.
Sure.
He went like 1/6, maybe 1/5 of the game on that first stock. Compare that to Wes's first stock. It's basically like 2.5 times as long that he was on that first stock. That meant that the second stock had to be gigantic. You had to live on that for such a long time. And then what does Wes do? He basically does the exact same thing. So the pace was just in favor of Wes because he got this stock so early while also surviving on his first stock for so long.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Really great play, and we're seeing it over there with the gauntlet damage as well. It wasn't the case where it was just like 2 gauntlet ground pounds, and that's all the weapons saw throughout that match. It was a really well-balanced mix of both. Because that first stock came off of the great Gauntlet edge guarding.
Yeah, so tweet about that one, Snowy.
Wes was able to do. So Wes will be moving forward with the Tesca here in the elimination bracket. And I think, what's the next matchup that we got coming up next? The schedule going to manifest behind me on the screen. In fact,
the next match we will be seeing, I believe, is Vim Tankilo versus Ian.
Ooh.
Not too familiar with the name Ian, so that will be a nice little treat and surprise for us. But before we get to that moment, we are going to throw it over to our analyst, Remy.
Now, Wes came through with the gauntlets and the battle boots, and I kind of have something to look at here where his offstage gameplay gets a bit more explosive and ecstatic the longer the set went on, but the KOs just came the same exact way. Now, we're going to start off with this first clip here, which is just like an old school, we're used to it, we know what it looks like, gauntlet ground pound, right? We see the downlight, the sidelight go into the down stick and it whiffs, so he goes in and he gets the punish with the ground pound, gets the KO, nothing crazy there. We see it again here with just like, you know, gauntlet ground pound. It comes out again, and a lot of these plays are happening off stage with just the basic gauntlet ground pound. But as the plays go on, you start seeing moments like this where it's like, okay, now we gotta break it down because he hits that that ground pound almost stacked, almost like on reaction of the SIG. He sees it charging up, and he goes, all right, I know exactly what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna get that nice and easy wake up ground pound, get the weapon throw to interrupt Loras' weapon throw, and as Loras jumps up, he weapon throws again just to get his follow-up there, and out comes the dare to interrupt the recovery into the ground pound again. So another ground pound to close off that stock as well, and it's just a ground pound central for Wes. Once again, we're gonna see him pick up his weapon here, go off stage, and then get that beautiful sidelight into the ground pound. Another fast one where it's like, okay, if you weren't paying attention, you're going to miss how fast he actually inputted that ground pound after the sidelight. So let's watch that one more time. Immediately dashes past him, flips it around, gets the ground pound, sends him down to the bottom. And it was just plays like that off stage the entire time. Once again, we have one here, got the battle boots in hand, and it just felt like every single time he had him at the edge, he was able to do what he wanted here. Right there, we see him go for the N-Sig. Loras goes for the punish, can't quite do it fast enough. He gets side aired, and it's beautiful right here what happens. We see him move onto the edge, hit this nice downlight, line him up, sends him with the side air, and he's just completely off the map. There's not much he can do about it, especially if your opponent has that kind of approach on the wall on you like that. It's very hard to play around, especially with a weapon like battle boots, which is still so unlearned and unthought out. When Wes came at him like that, it's like, okay, what are you gonna do to me when you come out here? And he showed it to him straight in a way. Taza pointed this out, but the weapon throw interrupts the ground pound, and immediately Wes is ready to follow that up with that nair, get him thrown down anyway. Even though his initial approach was interrupted, he has a bunch of options to cover above and below. So when Loras makes it through him, you're still going down. So Wes, just incredible offstage gameplay on the battle boots and the gauntlets. He's really showing us what that Tesca character can do, and I'm loving it. The signature usage, all the kit put together just looks great. And the casters will show you what's up. Top 8.
And so we're back with that. I'm really excited to see what the rest of the elimination bracket is going to be showing up, as we were talking with Vim Tankilo versus Ian. Just looking at the bracket, having wins over Nees and Lily is a pretty big deal for him.
He's been playing Asuri. That's the character that he has reported so far in the bracket. We've seen a lot of Asuri today. I expect to see more throughout this weekend. But before we get to that, we're going to be going to a short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. While we are on break, make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/winter merch and pick up your Winter Championship merchandise before it disappears on February 12th. That is less than 8 days. Bye-bye.
You find yourselves outside of town, but you sense danger. It's the Dark Warlock Volkov. A hero must rise up to meet this challenge. Who could it be?
I will face this foe, the great Jay Young.
The hero plays, levels up, and unlocks new rewards. But the hero cannot defeat Volkov alone.
I call upon my team of great adventurers.
Sidra, the Beastmaster.
Hugin, the Bard.
And Kaya, the Cleric.
need items and familiars to succeed against the great Volkov. Now that the heroes are ready for battle, it's time to roll for initiative. And now the battle begins. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, brawl! Adventure awaits in Brawlhalla's Battle Pass Season 7. It's all fun and games until someone rolls a 1.
Watch out! I have a cannonball! Oh, where's my cannon? Sharon, you have my cannon? Sharon? You good?
Tell me you're leaving. Tell me you're taking me. What I believe in. It's not the change in me. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I'm gonna take it all.
Welcome back to South America. We're going to be taking a trip down into the elimination bracket schedule right behind us there in case you want to look at it on your own computer. !bracket if you are on Twitch, or you can go to smash.start.gg/Brawlhalla. You'll find any past, current, and future tournaments there as well. If you want to talk about your favorite players in a public forum that I don't know if we're showing them on stream, but who knows? It might show up on stream. I don't even know if it'll show up on stream. But make sure to hashtag BH Esports on Twitter, and it might show. It's genuinely a mystery whether or not it's going to show up on stream. It's something we can all solve if it pops up.
So what's not a mystery that's going to show up on stream? It's going to be Vemtim Kilo versus Ian.
Yeah.
Coming up next. We can see that on the schedule. We've got Olgrim, one of the few Olgrims left. Did we see any Olgrim in Europe earlier today, now that I think about it? I don't think so.
I got to look back at Vimten Kilo if he's still running the Olgrim.
I think he reported Olgrim in the match previously, but if it's anything like what we saw with Fiend, no? What did he report?
Let's see. Before top 8, he played Artemis, played a game of Tesca, and he played a game of Lin Fei, losing all 3 of those to Kaina. Then, let's see, going down. Oh, there is Olgrim. It's Olgrim in one set before getting into top 8. So that could be what Vimten Kilo is rolling with, or we could see Vimten Kilo pick another legend that he's played today of that stable.
Speaking of Vimten Kilo, let's take a look at the stats here. We've got 8 top 32s and 3 top 8s with the average win rate of 74% and some earnings coming in. Vimten Kilo, definitely a name that I've gotten more and more used to saying as of last year because of how many top 8s that he's been placing in South America. It's been really fun to see. Another Olgrim player like Wes, who with Wes now on the Tesca, there's a lot of players that I feel like will be visiting the boots in Winter Championship, but out of all the players that I've watched so far, Wes is the first where I'm like, kind of like, okay, this weapon was made for you. Regardless of what's going to happen, I'm going to be seeing you playing this a lot more. I'm curious if that will be the same for Vem. And then Ian, with those 3 top 32s, he's been here before, but not too often. On the Asuri, during a time where I think you and I both agreed that, like, regardless of all the other opinions on what's hot and not right now, Asuri is pretty darn good. It's looking like it's the flavor between all the regions where it's like, no matter what top 8 we watch, we're going to have an Asuri or two, or somebody who can play in Asuri, contending for that top 3 spot. And it looks like Ian is joining the crew there with Kaina here being in this top 8. Let's see if he can get that win over Vem, because he's gotten some pretty good wins to get this far.
Asuri has always been like the main Qatar legend. There are a lot of Qatar legends that are solid. I mean, back in Qatar's heyday previously in like 2019, Sentinel was a solid Qatar legend. Of course, we have players like Sandstorm saying that Lin Fei is one of the best legends in the entire game. Of course, having Qatars in the kit as well. We saw a little bit of Lucian last night. I can't remember whether it was Aus or SEA. I believe it was Australia, but I can't quite remember. Yeah. But again, another Qatar legend. But really, at the end of the day, players are sticking with Asuri. She's like that middle-of-the-road legend where she has the sword, has decent stats.
There's this interesting requirement when it comes to playing Asuri as well that I've noticed from players that are really, really fond of the Qatars, which is that you want to hit that 6 dex stat for it to feel really, really good. There's other Qatar legends that I feel like would be a lot better if their dexterity was a little bit higher, but out of all the weapons in the game, dex is actually one that Qatar players are fiending after the most. Like, that's the reason why Lin Fei is allegedly the best one, because of that 9 dex, because you get those combos now instead of them being strings. So it's something that Qatar players like to look for, and Asuri just happens to hit all of those nice little stat niches where you're like, okay, I get to play this character, the signatures knock out really well, and I get sword, so I'm never going to worry about a
literally
combo.
Everything on that legend is a comfort pick for players.
It's pretty darn comfortable. Also, something that contributes to the comfort, Asuri's been around for a darn long time, right? When it comes to, like, if you're going to be a sword main, well, you've probably been playing Bodvar the longest. And there's a little exceptions to that, with Asuri being the one for Qatars. But here we go into this top 8 elimination bracket match, where we have got an Asuri Ditto, in fact, coming out here. So it's not even going to be the Olgrim coming out from Vem 10 Kilo here against Ian. It's going to be Asuri matching Asuri. And in fact, is that... I had to like look at the bracket because I was like, "Is that Sack?"
It's not
it's
Sack.
Not Sack.
He's
literally using his loadout. He's literally using it.
I'm guessing the Qatars are the same, and I'm gonna guess that the sword is gonna be the same. But absolutely, the skin and color is the exact same from what we saw from Sack previously.
And his name started with an S because of his clan. So I was like, no, okay, that's definitely Vem 10 Kilo. Okay, back into Apocalypse. I mean, the play is already different enough. Like, seeing that neutral sig come out there, like, Sack would never delay neutral signature in that situation. But anyways, here we go. Ian up in the stock, but not in the game so far. Let's see who's able to get this first knockout here, as Vem 10 Kilo is really working to get that damage through. Ian doesn't get the downlight punish, and Vem with that side sig does not get anything off of it. It could be a neutral light knockout for this first stock here in the Asuri Ditto so far. Let's see how it plays out.
So despite being a regular in many different community tournaments in South America, Ian is, somewhat relatively new to official tournaments. Has been entering tournaments since 2020, but it's like a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different official tournaments that Ian has entered in. Has never broken top 8 at the Autumn Championship at the end of last year, ended up getting 9th. So breaking into top 8 for Ian that he's already done now is a monumental accomplishment.
Yeah, and it's interesting looking at some of the legends that he's got reported. You can check that out yourselves at stats.
I don't remember what the Toast. What's the what's the public one?
I think it's ProStats.Brawlhalla.com. Anyways, you can check this.
Yeah, Tazza said it correctly. It's prostats.brawlhalla.com.
So if you look there right now and you looked up Ian, you'd see that Asuri is nowhere to be seen. And it could just be one of those things where it's just like in preparation for the Winter Championship, a lot of players were like, okay, there are players, rightfully so, who will look at Brawlhalla competitively and go, if I believe this is the best character in the game, this is the character that I am preparing for the most important tournament coming up. And Asuri seems to be that character for a lot of players. Ian goes right down with that ground pound, gets punished by a ground pound from Vem 10 Kilo. Nice job with the guitar, weapon throw into recovery. And in fact, let me take a look. It might just be that there was only one tournament, but I don't think Vem has got a lot of Asuri matches reported either. So both players just kind of looking at the situation like, okay, who's got the better Asuri going up in the head-to-head, and who's going to switch the other person off? So far, Ian looks like he's got the upper hand in this mirror match.
already has Vimtane Kilo very much in the red. Floating, being careful not to move over to that sword too quickly, picks that one up. It's not going to take too much. A D-Light side air you see is on the right side of the stage. If you're in the middle, you might be going for that D-Light recovery, but no, when you're on the right side or the left side, that close to the lateral horizontal blast zone, you want to be going for that D-Light side air. That's exactly what Ian did. You see the damage spread between the two pretty even between the Katars and the sword. It's going to be about 89 damage difference between those two.
Yeah, and here we go into the next game with Vimtane Kilo sticking with the Asuri into game number 2. I have yet to be convinced. We're going to Small Fortress of Lions here for this game 2, and I'm going to watch to see how this plays out so far, because Ian, who has been running with the character so far throughout the entire bracket, has really got the upper hand against Vimtane Kilo, and it's looking even more like that as he gets that first weapon. Let's see if Vem can answer back with that double neutral and a recovery. That's some good damage in return.
Now keep in mind, if you didn't happen to notice when the stats were on screen, Ian coming in at PR 21, meanwhile Vimtane Kilo coming in at PR 8. So that's a pretty big difference between these two players. Of course, you mentioned being familiar with Vimtane Kilo because we've seen him on stream so many times now here in these recent years. But Ian
really good
could likely be a player that we begin to see on stream just like we started to see Vimtane Kilo.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So far, I'm still raising an eyebrow at the mirror match pick, but you know what? I'm excited to see Ian doing this well, because when it comes to this matchup in particular, Ian looks like he's completely comfortable fighting against Vem's sword. Look at that neutral signature, punishing the gravity cancel neutral light coming out from Vimtane Kilo, gets the dunk and the ground pound to boot on the way back to stage. 1 minute, 2 stocks down. Ian's going to be like, honestly, Sparky, he's making very quick work of Vem's Asuri.
So in terms of the level legend, has the black color scheme, so it's at least 25, and it is actually a level 48, his third highest leveled legend, tied with his second place leveled legend. For Ian. First is Bodvar, second is Zol, third is Asuri.
Oh, all right. Yeah, and that's it definitely looks like it there. And I can see for those other two characters, depending on the time during last year, it's kind of like I could see where Bodvar, why that play rate may have dropped, and same thing for Zol. So here we go. We're still in game 2, and Ian has got complete control over this matchup. Vimtane Kilo not going for the weapon switch over, just wants the Katars in this particular head-to-head, and Ian's just waiting out that wall slip. Side light comes through. Downsig doesn't hit, but the dare does. Goes back with that recovery. One nair. Can he get a second one? No, Downsig that time gets punished.
Not able to get around the corner in time to fast fall down below the incoming punishment from Vimtane Kilo. Oh, goes for the ground pound. Let's see Vimtane Kilo. They're going back and forth. No major edge guard coming out. Just kind of one is above the other. Then they kind of swap places and then just decide this isn't working for us. Vimtane Kilo, no weapon toss there, making a connection. Nice. Ian barely getting back.
Picks up the sword. That Sarah's crazy. I can't believe the line of sight even activated there. Ian dodges down underneath the weapon throw a little too far. Can't make it back to the stage. And there's a chance here that Vimtane Kilo brings it back with a reverse 3-stock. This was a huge lead from Ian coming into game number 2, and he has clawed his way back with the Katars. Ian, now with the Katars himself, isn't at a point where like a neutral sig will be enough, although I stand corrected.
No way, did that just KO an orange Tazza?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, he caught him right at the edge of the stage, and I guess like... looking at that Downsig, we'll see. We'll see what happens in a little bit. All of these were signature knockouts, and I think he used every single one.
That's yellow.
Yeah. So we got a Downsig, a neutral signature, and we're gonna see right here at the side of the stage. Maybe we'll see it. Goes in for that side sig, catches him, and that's just going to be the game there. Yeah, that was incredible. Really early knockouts. I'd actually like to see the damage numbers coming up from that.
He got 405 damage total from Ian, the winner of that game. He got a yellow stock. He got an orange stock. That's why that number is so efficient. 405 divided by 3. I'm going to have to pull out that calculator on this one. 405 divided by 3. That is 135 per stock. That is averaging an orange KO every single stock.
It's definitely Katars both sides here right now. A little bit more sword coming out from Vem, and Vem is actually going to be staying with the Asuri here all the way to game number 3. I like the adaptation. We can literally see it here on the graph with the stocks flying, where it's like there's 2 really quick stocks from Vem, and then he almost brings the entire game back over half the duration of that match. And we'll see if he can bring it back here in this game number 3, because he's going to have to reverse 3-0. Not just like reverse 3-stock a single game. He's going to reverse 3-0 Ian. Stuffs the recovery once there, but Ian's able to make it back, and a ton of damage is coming out from him so far here in this game number 3.
Going over to the Demon Island, we do have a skin swap coming out from Ian off of the Apex Predator win. I mean, it seems like, based on this so far, the way he's up 2-0, the way he's up in this game as well, he is the Apex Predator. So really, the Apex Predator Asuri skin maybe should just be a picture of Ian's face as he swaps to the Katars here. Trying to put out that damage while he is yellow on his first stock, not in any danger whatsoever, even after taking back-to-back neutral lights from Vimtenkilo.
Ian's pressure off the side of the stage is so good. Dare forces him to dodge to the stage while he's sweating. He doesn't care about all these ground pounds. He's just weaving right through, getting the damage in while he's doing it. Up a stock, sidelight downlight, gets that Dare off of the downlight as well. Ian's already brought Vimtenkilo into orange. Could tack on even more damage here. That downer brings him off, but he fast falls away from the Saren.
Oh, and Vimtenkilo
overcommits. And that's like, it's another one of those things where I'm just kind of like, man, the Asuri 3 games in a row. Ian has really been showing how much preparation that he's brought into this character, and I'm just kind of like, it's rare that I see the situation where I'm kind of like, yeah, it might be the meta pick, but also like, you might just not have it prepared enough.
Yeah, it's time to swap. I mean, he's not really. Most likely, he will not have the chance to swap off of that. There is the potential for the reverse 3. We saw the potential last game. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not statistically likely, but it is certainly possible. Now, Vimtenkilo is in the red.
That's the start.
And he is likely going to be gone after this.
Nice Nair.
Bottom side of the Nair, and that is a 3-0 with the final game being a 2-stock in favor of Ian.
Yeah, that was brutal. Less than 200 damage coming in from Vimtenkilo as well. Just a solid, like 464 damage to the Katars. Snowy, take a screenshot of that one.
Yeah,
right,
go ahead.
exactly.
Snowy, take a screenshot of that one. Tweet that one out.
I think that one's even more intense than that tweet that we're talking about. Anyways, wow, Ian really great with the Asuri. And I'm like, I want to see how far he can make it through this bracket, whether that was just like, I'm skeptical. I do not think, at least from what I watched, that Vimtenkilo had the most prepared Asuri by comparison to Ian in that matchup. And I'm looking at that, and I'm kind of like, I don't want to use that as a way to gauge how well Ian's playing against everybody else in South America. But it looked pretty good. He looked very confident with it off stage, and I would really like to be able to see him go up against Kind if he can make it that far into the bracket.
Yeah, Ian is certainly playing well, but like one of the biggest things was that he was just playing better than Vimtenkilo in that specific set between those two players. You saw him zoom in on the graph, and that's because this first stock from Ian goes basically 80 to 90% of the game.
And it's really cool because you can literally see the few moments that Vam even won neutral during these moments where it was like, okay, 45 seconds without winning neutral. It happened almost twice that game. It was pretty brutal. Ian really great on the Asuri, and he's going to be moving up to face against Sack, I believe.
I'll have to look at the bracket for that one.
I think that's the one that we got coming up next. We might go back down for Fiend versus West, which is kind of like a heartbreaker for me to see as a 5th place match. We might get a Tesca ditto. I don't know if Fiend is willing to go against Tesca, West's Tesca with his own Tesca, but
I think he's probably willing to try it.
I want to see the Arcadia that he was getting up in the top 8 with so badly.
Well, then root for West.
Okay. Yeah.
And then maybe Fiend will have to swap.
Maybe he'll get it. He didn't swap last time in Winterside, though. I feel like he's pretty adamant about pulling Tesca out for winners. But we'll have to see how that plays out, as I do believe we have okay. This is Fiend versus West, and I believe that is the Arcadia locked in.
I was just looking back at the previous sets that Fiend was playing in to see if the Arcadia pick was an answer specifically to Tesca. In the previous set in the top 8 qualifier on the winner's side, that was the Arcadia that we were talking about previously that happened off, that we didn't actually get to see in our block. But he was playing against, guess what? It was a Tesca. So this could be a Tesca counter pick that Fiend is coming in with.
Interesting. Okay, so Arcadia is a legend that I basically have only ever got to see like Crocky play.
Yeah, Crocky is always the person that comes to mind.
There's a lot of not a lot, but there's a few high-ticket names that talk about the potential of Arcadia and the frustrations of fighting against a legend like Arcadia, because she has some very unique signatures in her kit with the ability to place what are essentially traps that you can get caught in, and then she can follow up with whatever attack that she chooses when it comes to light attacks from the spear or from the greatsword. So we'll have to see how that plays out here, as Fiend has basically picked up this giant heavy weapon and has been getting kicked around this entire game so far.
And there's one of those traps that you were talking about, but something that Arcadia also has is one of those staple standard Brawlhalla weapons. Just like Jaehyun has the regular sword that everyone's comfortable with, Fiend here with the spear, something he is one of the most comfortable players with in the entire world.
Yeah, I would say the best spear player, if not top 2. Fiend's spear has always been pushing the meta for that weapon, and Arcadia seems like a great pick if greatsword is something that he believes is the answer to Wes's boot. So very excited to see this matchup continue out here as we're getting into game number 1, whereas Wes is really just taking complete control of the game so far. These neutral light openers are just not hitting, and Wes is jumping all around Fiend as he kicks him off to the right side of the stage and looks to catch another landing there with that side light.
It's looking like he's got to get off the greatsword. He does swap over onto the spear with the weapon spawn that came in on that soft platform. He's staying high over here against Wes, but Wes is chasing him into the air. They are even, except Fiend is a full stock behind Wes.
Oh, and Wes using the active input on the side light, or the side air, to go all the way to the side of the stage and then slide charge. Wes is crazy.
No way!
Fiend just completely unaware of the distance of that neutral signature, riding up the side of the stage. Wes was just using it as a recovery tool, but he ends up getting the hit. And when that move connects, you get the spike as well. Fiend now down 1 stock to 3 as Wes comes back from what I was almost certain was him losing his stock to a Pogo edge guard. And Fiend, even with a well-placed neutral signature, does not take Wes off the top of the stage. A spear Sair will have to do it for the first stock of the game for Fiend.
Weapon spawn came in. He didn't really have time to juggle as Wes was spawning back in, so I don't know if he wanted to just deny the weapon or if he wanted to go back over to the greatsword. He's going to get punished. Only finds 1 hit there. Okay, got a 3-piece. Rare.
Let's see. Gets that neutral light off of the weapon throw. Wes playing some gauntlets in a way that I haven't seen for quite a bit in singles. The neutral lights are coming through, and despite it not having that knockout power that it used to have, it's still really great for setting up strings. But the side airs are just batting Wes away, and Fiend is coming back into this game number 1. Side light opener. Gets that nice neutral air, 2 nairs in a row, goes for the neutral signature. If you charge a little bit, you get that extra bit of distance, and he's putting the down 6 down, hoping to catch him so that he can maybe get a Sair follow-up afterwards. But that side air comes out from Wes, means that Fiend might have to use that recovery to get back on the stage. Side light goes in for that slide charge pivot down sig. Fiend disarmed, has to avoid Wes's recovery. That's going to hit. It's not going to knock out. And that neutral sig might just do it. Yeah, dunks him straight into the stage and sent flying off the right side. Wes with a really strong game 1, but I do feel like Fiend got caught a little bit off guard. On the first stock, he just got trounced by the boots, but on the second stock, he was like actually just caught off guard in this moment here. Right, stuff recovery. What's Wes gonna do to make it back? Fiend goes for a second pogo. In the midst of the swing, gets caught by the leap from that neutral signature. And speaking about leaping with a neutral signature, the Gauntlets do it there as well with that 2 stock in game number 1. Fiend not switching off the Arcadia.
Wow.
Though. I do feel like that first game has caught Fiend off guard, and he's like, okay, that's right, this is Wes. He's got that really fast, hot-headed temperament when it comes to fighting in 1v1s. I just have to adapt to it. So let's see what happens here in game number 2.
So if we're looking at legend levels for this Arcadia from Fiend, it is level 34. So far beyond the actual threshold that we really kind of look for. Once you hit that level 25, that's mostly what we're looking for when we have top players, especially when they get to a new character, or at least a new character for them in their stable, which this seems like it might be as that sort of Battle Boots counter pick. Unfortunately for Fiend though, still not really finding the juice on that counter pick, but we are starting off somewhat differently this game. Wes has the damage lead, but we're about 40 seconds almost into this
Stuff
game.
Recovery, that might be it.
Starting to come apart. Fiend's able to get in.
Oh, but the downlight, he goes for the jump read and he ends up not spacing it correctly, avoids the weapon toss. There comes Wes with the gauntlets, but man, Fiend losing that spear like that's pretty dramatic, and that side lane to recovery will take that first stock in under a minute.
Next weapon that Fiend's going to pick up is going to be that greatsword that he really hasn't found too much success with here against Wes. If we're looking at last game, he dealt 65% of his damage with the greatsword, but that's because he had it the entire game. He relied so much of that and still could only put out 245 with it compared to 30 on spear and 59 unarmed.
Yeah. Falling side air comes in, the down air gets dodged out of the way, and West just isn't getting hit by a single move from Fiend on the greatsword. Nair comes through, gravity cancel down like side air. Fiend low on jumps, has to go all the way out in there. West chases him a little haphazardly there. He went really deep for it, and if he hit that side air, I mean, that was a 3-stock to 1 situation. He would have been able to chase dodge directly up and then be able to get his dodge back in time to make it back to the stage. Down sig into side air, neutral light. Those are those combos that I was talking about where you get those unique situations where the move that you're putting out is to catch your opponent so that you can get unique strings to Arcadia that other legends might not be able to get. And now we've seen Fiend connect with them both on the greatsword and the spear, but Wes hits that neutral light. Needs a stronger hit than that to be able to get the stock, but he's super far ahead here in the second stock.
He's playing really far back over on that wall. Like, he knows that Fiend can just pop up, throw a side air over the corner, and Wes is not going to have any range on the gauntlets to be able to deal with it. You see, the second he gets those battle boots, finds the stock, and he's almost a full stock lead up yet again. Fiend going to be without a weapon here. Spawn comes in. He's still able to grab it as Wes try to continue the string on the gauntlets.
Yeah, that was and that punish was on a spear nair, which maybe a patch ago could have hit. The nair does not quite hit as far out on its radius as it used to. And that could be costing Fiend a little bit of muscle memory there, but the greatsword with the dare and recovery, any other stage, the ceiling may have been low enough. Fiend putting up that down signature to put Wes into the air, looking for the nairs or recoveries here. That pickup recovery, you fast fall down, go for the recovery. It comes out at a delay, but covers the entirety of the ground. Is coming through here, and Wes has to dodge out of the way of the down sig. Fiend's got all the pressure at the moment, but the boots picked up, gets sared away. Can he even up the game? Yes, Sparky, that dares enough with the knockback just to take Wes out completely.
And this is the clutch factor. This is why you can never count out Fiend. This is a perfect example of how many times I've been wrong by not putting Fiend in my top 3. Even though he may end up falling here and not getting that top 3 finish, you're seeing the clutch factor activate right in front of our eyes. Ooh. He's using those traps from Arcadia and attacking through them. He's finding the strings on greatsword.
Oh, and the silence are coming through down like it's the side air. Fiend put off the side of the stage. Gravity cancel means West with no dodge. Manages to slip back onto stage, and the down sigs are forcing West to be airborne. West could go for like a dash jump, gravity cancel down light, but just the neutral light hits in an edge guard scenario here. Goes for that side air, D-light Sarah, that'll do it. West takes game number 2, but Fiend, with the adaptations to his game plan, are making it look like that a game 3 win is possible if he sticks to the Arcadia. We just have to find out whether or not he feels as confident as that, because West had a dead even split on damage between the 2 weapons. Just a 2 damage difference. A little bit in favor of the gauntlets.
The signs of life are there for Fiend, for sure. The EKG is still going. Maybe in game 3 or the next game that we have in front of our very eyes, Fiend will figure out exactly what he needs to do. We may see him swap legends. We may see him stick with the Arcadia because the Arcadia that game was different than the Arcadia in the previous game.
Yeah, Fiend's really great at adapting his playstyle and his game plan in general. We saw, once again, a large percentage of the damage actually coming in from the greatsword here as opposed to the spear, despite the spear being what I thought would be the strength for Fiend going into this matchup. And now I'm curious if he thinks that against Wes, I'll be real with you, I don't think Fiend wins the Teska mirror match against Wes. I think Wes is by far the best Teska that I've been watching so far this weekend for Winter Championship.
I would agree.
And so I'm curious if that's what Fiend is thinking about right now, or if he's gone over to the Atori. I've seen Fiend in a lot of these 0-2 situations where he thinks really hard about what he has to pick before he goes into the next game. And that is never a legend that I've seen him select. I think that's
definitely not one that I would have put my money on as a possibility for Fiend. Tazza and I can see it right now. You likely will see it shortly, but it is one of the Qatar legends we talked about previously.
Yeah,
Sentinel.
It is the one where, with Sentinel, in his case, I was talking about how the Qatar players like to have around 6 decks. You either have like a base 5 and you go into 6, or with Asura you have 7, so you can go down to 6. Or if you're crazy and you like to go for amazing combos, you go for Lin Fei and you just go to 9. This is a 3-deck Sentinel, which means that Wes is going to 0 to death him. Okay. He makes it back to the stage. Fiend comes back. So there's a few things that Sentinel can do that's different than a lot of other legends. One, I mean, it's a hammer legend. We haven't seen too much of that. But also with the Qatars, something that is popularized by Wubs in North America is the down signature.
He just showed it to us.
You sidelight, you get them barely off stage, you go for that down signature, and you can get that spiking hitbox right in the center to catch people off guard. And also, it's just kind of a good move to use all the time in
Absolutely.
general. So we'll see if Fiend has some tricks up his sleeve with this, because this was by far not the legend that I was expecting him to play against West there, but the sides against the punish, and Fiend takes the first lead that he's had all set.
I'm sure Wrenched is going to be happy seeing at least another Qatar legend being played today, because he was very critical, saying, hey, there are more Qatar legends than just a Suri.
Right.
Everybody out there playing just a Suri is missing a magical part of Qatars. Fiend is here showing up for Sentinel. I believe the next weapon is going to be Hammer, or is it primed for Qatars?
Well, we have to find out if West even lets him pick up another one. There's a good spawn, goes all the way back for it. Qatars were primed indeed, and he goes up with a, I thought was going to be a falling there, but instead West just comes back, stares him. Oh, nice job with the sidelight as well. Putting out the down sigs, damage going back and forth, slightly in favor of Fiend so far as he's getting that landing with a neutral signature, and Fiend's had a very signature-heavy playstyle so far. Neutral light recovery comes through, and he's hitting pretty hard on the Sentinel. Down sig is so good there. Honestly, on Team and Island, what do? You can just down sig again.
Yeah, there's not a lot of space for West to maneuver around those possible incoming signatures from Fiend, but seeing how many signatures he's using and how many he's landing makes me feel really confident on the knockout ability of Fiend that he really struggled with on Arcadia. Finding those greatsword KOs can be tough sometimes, and even fighting against West with the spear, he was struggling to find KOs as well. So I'm already feeling much better about this pick than I did with the Arcadia.
Oh, we're gonna see our first stomp Sarah in like forever. It's been a minute. Oh, maybe not Sparky. That boots down air comes through. Pretty sure it does less damage than an unarmed dare, but that doesn't matter because you get that extra bit of reach and that extra bit of knockback. And Wes is such a fan of the down sig combo starter. I don't remember if after this patch, if it's true or not, but like you could do a lot off of getting it down. Okay, gravity cancel down sig again. He's gonna go for it one more time. Fiend gets the recovery and chase out his back. Fiend has to get the stock here, Sparky. Okay, he gets it. Now he has a chance. Otherwise, Wes is on the verge of winning 3-0 and moving in the top 4 here in the Winter Championship.
You see the weapon juggle coming out, Fiend trying to focus on that weapon-starving game. Wes is able to grab it right after taking a 3-piece. The string is continuing to come out from Fiend. The weapon toss there. You saw him run away the other direction, using every bit of movement speed that Sentinel has to get away from it, and Wes is going to fall off of that?
Okay, Wes falls off of that. Amazing job from Fiend. Solidly in the lead with damage towards the end there, and honestly in the lead the entire game.
Yeah, you saw the character model darken there towards the end. I really want to look at that final stock. Hopefully we can get some nice shlomo on that.
Hammer damage.
Zero. We saw him have hammer in his hand for a moment. He got taken out immediately. So we are, I don't think we're going to see.
How many times can we tell Snowy to screenshot it? I
don't
know.
Hey, Snowy, tweet that one out too, dog.
What, I cannot believe he didn't hit him once. He tried to hit him with hammer. I guess he lost his, every time he lost the stock, he had hammer in hand. That's like, well, you know, Fiend hasn't been, actually that's not true. Fiend kind of had a nasty Nash for a while. Here we go into this next game. So it's now 2-1. Wes doing really well so far into this game, and the ground, or in the down to comes out there from the gauntlets and is doing really well as well.
We're seeing them go here. On to small Brawlhaven. Fiend is going to start off with the Qatars. That's exactly what he's going to be wanting. Definitely off of last game. Seeing 0 hammer damage coming out. But, okay, Fiend grabbing an orange KO right off the top. The signature kit that he's using. This is why he's playing Sentinel, man. This is why we love Sentinel as a legend, especially when we're doing commentary. In my ranked games, I hate Sentinel.
Yeah.
But right now, I am loving the Sentinel.
Well, and it's pretty interesting, too, because there's a lot of thought and commentary that goes into a weapon kit, and sometimes it can be ignored that yes, every legend in the game does have a unique signature kit, and the things that they cover can work really well depending on the matchups. And what we're seeing here is that Fiend has, well, until that side sig hit, used Sentinel signatures to punish a lot of game plan options that Wes has been picking to go in, like if he goes in for a side sig with the gauntlet, the Qatar side sig punish that perfectly. Fiend's using the Qatar's neutral signature, which he tried to go for right there, but the fact that Wes keeps liking to land right on top of him. And he's like, okay, if you're gonna land on top of me, I'll show you exactly what you're gonna get for that. Wes really adapting well with the boots here onto center stage. And that side sig tried to catch a landing that didn't quite work out, but if I know anything about that weapon spawn, he's not switching over to the hammer anytime soon. He really just wants to get all the damage up the Qatars and then get a really solid signature hit to take the lead.
Yeah, it's really been so many signatures that he's found the KOs with. He's not really finding too many recovery KOs. He's not looking for the downlight into the double recovery or anything like that whatsoever. He's playing Sentinel. That means he's looking specifically for those signatures. Other players might also look to the hammer for those stomp side airs, maybe some of those gigantic signatures on the hammer like the side sig, but no, for Fiend, he's looking for the signature kit on the Qatar specifically. He's playing this legend for the Qatar specifically.
I love how every time he picks up the hammer, I just know he's like, all right, I'm just doing it. You know, it's not the craziest strategy. It reminds me of like sometimes we would watch like the first person that players comes to mind is North American player Costlix,
yes.
where like he would pick up his non-lance weapon when he knew he was about to lose the stock and be like, well, I might as well prime the weapon that I want this way. But let's see, Fiend, can he get his first hammer damage the entire day? No,
I
Fiend,
think it's knocked out here.
please,
That's
no.
so funny. Oh no! Is Wes going to win off of that? No way, dude. Oh no.
I am so mad.
Oh no. That hurts so bad to see. Oh, I'm broken.
He just wanted one hit. He just wanted. He's like, come on, Taz, I can do it. I can hit with the hammer. Look at me.
Wes fast falls to get off screen to be able to escape the down air coming in from Fiend. Oh, Tazza, no. I can't go on. I'm broken, dude. I can't see that. We were loving the Sentinel. Everything was.
Can we see the
good.
damage numbers really quick?
Wait,
where is it? Where is? There. Sorry, look behind you.
I don't want to.
If
I don't look behind me, it's not real.
Oh, does it need? Is hammer really in that bad of a state?
It's not. We know that it's not.
It can't
We know that it's not.
Surely it won a region this weekend, right? I think it did. It was a. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah, Himwe.
Yeah, Himwe.
Himwe won
Okay.
SEA.
All right. Okay. Oh, Fiend. I'm so sorry, my friend.
That's just like
he's out at fifth.
I don't. Can we get the graph up here? I don't. You might have to zoom in a little bit, cause it's a small wedge.
Oh yeah. Where is it? Hey, there it is. It's
Look
like
at
a little.
Look at that cute little guy.
Building block piece.
Look at look. You just give him a little pat on the head. Oh man, that's a brutal way.
GG's,
Yeah.
Wes with the win on the Tesca, looking good going forward in the top four. We have our next match coming up. It's Sack versus Ian. More Asuri goodness, I think. I think both of them are playing Asuri actually.
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
That is true.
Because Sack, we were talking about Sack and Kaina doing a lot of just honestly a lot of success in doubles working together. Very different styles of Qatar and Asuri play. And then Ian just coming out of the woodworks, really clobbering Vem Kilo. I'm wondering if we're going to have a similar like effect, a similar showing now that like Ian's going up against Sack. Like, is Sack just that much more of a higher breed of Asuri players, or is it going to be a lot closer here? I'm really excited to see that because Ian's playing well, but like I said earlier, I had difficulty personally judging how he's going to shape up if he makes it far enough to be able to fight against the likes of Kaina. And this is what, honestly, is the greatest first step that you can take, right? Taking down Kaina's twos partner. So
yeah, we have, this is, not only do we just like not have a lot of information on Ian, period, that also includes specifically today. We haven't seen too many games except for the one set that you and I saw.
Yeah.
So it is really a big guessing game of who is going to be the more dominant player here, because in Ian's set, he was very dominant.
Yeah.
In Sack's set, the last set we saw from him was Sack versus Hughes, and he was not so dominant. So he's coming off of an L. Ian's coming off of a W, even though he's on the elimination side of the bracket. So we'll see how the confidence plays into this one. At least we are not going to have the same skin setup. We might have that if we were doing like, was it Sack versus Vem Kilo? If that happened. I know Vem Kilo was like the cat burglar or whatever. Was kind of the burglar? Or
no, so it was the burglar skin, but then Vem Kilo used it, and then I got really confused, and now Sack's default Asuri.
Yeah.
Which is maybe as cursed. I don't really know. Ian's definitely shown the two loads that he likes to use. And we're going to game number 1 here on Demon Island. In the top 5 in South America, where I was wondering if it was going to be more of a Teska showdown, and it is 3 of the 5 players are Asuri players here going forward.
Yes.
Which is pretty incredible. West on the Teska, and then use just the
on the Vector.
One of the 2 Vector players in the world in winners finals there.
I think that number is going to go up.
Yeah.
In possibly North America, and definitely in the coming weeks, months, and this entire year. I think Vector stonks are going up. So
not
buy
as
in
quickly,
right now.
Not as quickly as Asuri stonks though. These are pretty crazy. It's already all over the place here in all these championships. And Sack starting off with a lead here against Ian, punishing Ian for going for that down sig for an early stock. Neutral light recovery, goes right back to the stage. D-Light down here, tries to go for that Sarah. He pivoted it, maybe it would have worked, but Ian is constantly reading that Sack's going to go back to the stage instead of above the stage as a recovery tool, and Sack keeps making it back.
Weapon toss there. Sack's able to get to the wall touch, even though he was in sweat beads.
Yeah.
Ian's going to be looking to take out this stock. He has the sword. D-Light side air is going to close that one out. He's not in too bad of a spot. He's going to have his choice of weapons. He's going to wait. Doesn't juggle the weapons. He would rather just pick that one up straight away and guarantee it rather than trying to juggle those weapons and delay the spawn when Sack could come in, hit him away from it. All of a sudden, he's disarmed, and Sack has the weapon control.
Yeah, no priming there either. So Sword's coming up next. If Sack disarms Ian out of these guitars, Neutral Sig gets punished. Ian, nice job with that recovery, fading back from the dare. Sack waits for that landing on that neutral light. Very classic maneuver coming out for guitar players in general. Ian a little trigger happy on the signatures I've been noticing throughout this set. He had a lot of success with it against Femten Kilo, as we saw. There was like a side sig knockout, a down sig, and a neutral sig knockout all in the same game.
Yeah, that was the game where he did like 405 damage to take it.
In this game, he's put out like maybe 4 or 5 down sigs, some neutral signatures. We just saw that with the sword as well, and every single one has gone whipped and punished by Sack. Double downlight does not connect there, but the damage is still coming through, and that dare will solidify the fact that Sack has over a stock lead now against Ian here in game number 1. Recovery could have sent him flying there. He's got to be really careful about it, and Sack might pull out the first or second signature of the game for the win here if Ian's not careful.
Swapping back over to the guitars, Sack fighting at the weapon disadvantage. Spawn comes in. He chooses to fall unarmed to end up getting the punish that gives him plenty of room to pick up the guitars, come in with the signature, and take the game.
I think that was the first, if not the second, that Sack used. Sack was really, really great with it, and Ian was constantly hoping that it really did feel like it was hoping that that Sack would land on the ground there. Whereas Sack showed, here's how you actually do a landing punish with a down tick at the very end there. Ian goes down, fast falls, spot dodges in place, and that completely covers it. It's one of the best tools in Asuri's kit, honestly. It's like a supercharged sword neutral light.
Yeah.
Because you don't need to hit your opponent for it to be active. You could say that it's also super punishable, but when you're a really good Asuri player, you're not going to use that unless you know that your opponent's resources are all gone. And we see Asuri players do that all the time. Ian, starting this match off, super on the back foot there. That weapon toss into side air comes through, and he has yet to get any damage on Sack as that dare dribbles him into a second dare, downlight side air. That's the stock. Sparky 0 to knockout in under 25 seconds. Sack is, I talked to you about how I was worried this would look like the Ian versus Femten Kilo matchup, but in reverse, and I'm starting to see it. Like there's just these gradients of Asuri mains that are just like each one gets better and better until you land it, kinda.
The skill difference between a player like Ian and a player like Sack, at least from what we've seen so far, it's like a step function. And Ian is getting up, or at least attempting to climb up that next step, and Sack is just sitting there with his foot on his head, pushing him down, saying, yeah, keep trying. Come up here. Come on. Come up here onto the stage. I'm going to push you back down.
All credits to Ian. There's still a chance to win this set as well. But this is for 5th, right? Ian's made an
this is still huge.
Incredible run.
This is huge.
Yeah, and he might get the stock off of Sack as well. Sack doesn't even try to recover there. He's like, I'd rather just get back to the stage on a fresh stock, get myself a weapon, than worry about the nonsense that is recovering with 3 stocks to 1. You just get back and continue fighting your game. And we see him getting in there with the guitars. Opportunity here for Ian. Could reverse it, but the more that I've been watching these Asuri Dittos, more so than any other matchup, the more I'm like, man, when you're against somebody who really knows their stuff on guitars, comeback potential is small.
Yes.
It's not like the Asuri main's not going to be like, haha, oh, Asuri likes to go for Ensig. It's like, no, I am an Asuri player. I know that I like this move. I'm not going to fall for it. So we don't get to see those reversals as much as we might see in any other matchup in the game.
Going for that one, and again, Sack is able to completely outrange that, then go back in, find the punish as well. This game could be ending soon, and there it is. That was a weird look because he was able to run all the way off screen before the camera actually moved over to the right.
It's a good way to race the end of match fanfare, right? I've never. Surrey is one of the best to do it.
Oh, we'll see to the end.
Yeah, this is a crazy stock.
Man, he just had complete control on the edge.
Yeah. Gets the finisher there with the side
And he
air.
runs off screen, but there's no reticle.
Yeah, there's no
reticle.
The camera's gonna follow where it followed him at the end. We got to see it.
She was off screen. I feel like I've never seen that before.
So we're up 2-0 for Sack right now, and I'm feeling a really dominant game 3 coming up as well. I mean, I want Ian's back on that Apex Predator Surrey that we saw him opening up the stream with earlier on today. Let's see if that makes any difference because he's got those 2 cosmetic loadouts that he really prefers, but Sack so far has just been so darn good in this matchup.
Ian, as a player who has never made it inside of top 8, I think we're seeing him hit his limit for like his skill potential at this moment in time. Not the potential for the rest of his career, but his potential for this moment in time. Of course, making it, like you said, all the way to 5th place. Could push further. We don't know that it's done yet.
The thing that needs to happen in the middle of this game right now is these signatures need to stop just being let loose at every given time that he's gotten one single neutral win interaction. Sack with that recovery, 4-piece string into the finisher there. That's what's been getting Ian, I think, a lot of the punishes so far. And if that changes, we could see ourselves going to a game number 4. Let's see what happens here. Qatar versus Qatar is here. Sack tries to get the landing with the side light, double D-light dare, neutral light, gets the neutral sig. Sparky, he goes for that down sig, and I don't blame him. So much damage there into a near 0 to knockout from Sack means that he's got a good, solid lead going into the second stock.
That was a good punish from Ian. Now, your average ranked player would probably go for the N-Sig, of course, into the GC N-Sig on the edge. You try to dodge through it. Sometimes you get caught by it. Maybe you try to spot dodge, so she's already past you by the time your iframes go away. And that's probably why we saw the down sig come out from Sack to essentially do that sword neutral light that we see there, but with a lot more force and damage.
Neutral light's coming through. Even Ian's brought this back in a good way. Oh, but those D-lights and recoveries, that's like, Sack is so crazy good at getting knockouts with the Qatars and not relying on the signature kit from Asuri, even though he's shown that he can go for those down signatures. Let's see if Ian can come right back. He does, okay. He's even things up real quick, followed Sack's landing with the recoveries, and now he's at an advantageous state where he got through Sack's iframes without taking damage and has continued to starve him of the weapons. It's now a Qatar Ditto. Sack slightly behind in damage. The silent doesn't catch, but the neutral light recovery does, and Ian makes it back to the stage with that dare, and that's the first signature that we've seen him connect on the Sack. That's huge.
He was careful, though. He didn't try to push that much harder into a disadvantageous position. He didn't try to go for any big plays there because they're both in the yellow. He could have gotten caught by Sack in the air. He didn't go for the double in-sig, didn't go for anything crazy. So he got a big move, got some momentum in his way. I mean, he has the damage lead.
This could be it, Sparky. He could bring this to a game number 4. Neutral line and recovery does disarm him, though, and Sack has the weapon starve. He's waiting for that spawn to come through. Goes back to center stage. Does he go for anything crazy with the gravity? Catches a down light. The weapon spawn comes through. He dodges right through it. Gets the Qatars. Oh, and the D-light and the recovery comes through. Sack needs one more of those recoveries, and he gets it. No, it's so close. One more could come through. I really thought it was going to be it, but he dived down a little too deep, and he did not know his weapon was that damaged. The stare comes through, the bounce comes in. Ian, can he get this game over Sack and bring it to a game 4? That would be
Please
a
don't do anything crazy,
change.
Ian. Don't do anything crazy. Just being normal.
Oh,
that's it!
That's
Woo is correct!
Ooh, and that's exactly how Sack is feeling, right? Who like a sigh of relief after that one. Oh my goodness. And it was exactly what I feared, Sparky. You were saying don't do anything crazy. What's the craziest thing that an Asuri could do? A downsig on sword.
I actually don't think that's that crazy.
You don't think it's that crazy?
I feel like that's a Noel move.
Did Sack like space perfectly around this?
We'll have to see the slow-mo.
Oh, he dodged directly to it and then faded back. He had to fade back. If he didn't fade back, I think he got hit by the last swoosh.
Pranav, send me that replay, please. And then tell me, look at the end. Where he does the sword down sig, so I remember what to look at.
That's crazy. He dodged into it and then reacted to the fact that he dodged into it by fading behind and avoid the hit that would have brought it to a game 4. That was an amazing adaptation coming out from Ian. And there was a lot less signature usage in the sense that, like, when he used it, he was making sure they were connecting, and I was way too critical of that down sig. He got the dodge and read. He
I
actually got it.
I really don't hate that down sig.
Yeah, it
if
was
he
good.
hits that down sig, everybody's like, he's a genius. He's the best player of all time. Like, that is a vintage Noel trick.
Wow.
At the end of a game, to pull it out when we really haven't seen it before, that sword down sig that they just land in, attempting to punish like a neutral light or a down light or something like that. But there is more to learn about this set. We're going to throw it on over to Remy.
The Asuri Ditto coming back like this is like the second one today, I feel like. I expected like a Qatar season, but double Asuri is something else. All right, we've got a lot of good gameplay here, especially from Sak. I really liked how he mixed up between the Qatars and sword. It looked like he was really dominant on both. Here you can see that weapon throw kind of set up for him to get that side air, really beautiful lob of the Qatars, and then he gets this side air and sends his opponent off stage. The down sig doesn't work, and Ian does pick up a weapon, but after it, Sak gets 2 dares in a row and just kind of holds this nice position, this great distance apart the two of them, where it's like, okay, bro, what are you going to do next? The average sword player knows what you're going to do next. They know you're going to try to get that swift landing on the ground, and Sak is there for it. He gets the downlight there. It looks beautiful, and he gets him that first stock there, which turns out pretty clean because he hasn't been hit yet, and it's been 30 seconds in the game. So what's really going on here? Continuing on in that same game, Sak, with the offstage game, Ian goes a little too low, and before Sak can even before Sak even has like a chance of letting him get back on, the ground pound comes out, the weapon throw to stuff the jump, and the dare beats out that recovery, actually taking it out of option. Another side air is going to close off, and Ian, with no options, knows he has no reason to come back to that stage. Continuing on though, Sak, the Qatars were excellent. This is in a game where the end of it says few. Like, you need to know that every damage counts, and this double downlight read here into the reverse goes for the end sig after sending him into the orange and tries to extend it further. He doesn't get the extension, but sending your opponent to the orange like that while you're still in your first stock with one read is going to matter so much. Sak, playing every advantage he gets, brings it to a nail biter, but does take the W at the end of it, 3-0. He's looking good, continuing on to the top 4.
Thank you for that one, Remy. That is going to do it for our block here. We saw some incredible Asuri play. We saw some incredible Battle Boots play coming out from the Tesca. We saw some Sentinel play as well. What a treat this block was. Tazza, do you have anything more for us?
Yeah, we are down to top 4 here in South America, and only 2 of these players are going to qualify for the Winter Royale that'll be happening later next month. Really excited to see how that plays out. We've got 2 Asuri players, Vector player, and Tesca. That's going to be kind of in use on winner's side, and Sak versus Wes on the elimination bracket side. So really exciting. What's cool about that is until we get to Grands, we don't know who we're going to be seeing here later on throughout the year. So I'm super excited about that as we move forward, getting ready for that top 4.
Make sure, while we are on the break, to go to brawlhalla.com/winter merch and get your merch before it is gone on February 12th. That's right around the corner. Don't miss your chance. We'll be back with the rest of South America in just a moment.
Okay, this is Sak's lead.
Oh, that D-light so early. I think he ripped that. I don't know if that was a bait to get the dodge.
Started watching and realized it was like a cannonball. Use my foot through again. Besides the game bounces back.
Because as you can see in the top right, they are very even. This one is going to be a nail biter. Oh, that's it. What's it going to hit if a move ended up coming out from West, which it incidentally moved over to that sword too quickly, picks that one up. It's not going to take too much. A D-light side
air to go all the way to the other side of the stage, and then slide charge. And that could be costing Fiend a little bit of muscle memory there, but the great
got the dodge!
Downlight, but just the D-light hit and an edge guard scenario here. Goes for that side air, D-light there, then Fiend comes back. So there's a few things that Sentinel can do that actually like you can do a lot off getting recovery to get to better job. Let's see, Fiend.
That's so funny. Oh no!
He's getting any damage on the second there. The second there down, and slide her down. comes in. Ian, can he get this game over sack and bring it to a game 4? That would be
Please
a
don't do anything
huge
crazy, Ian.
change.
Don't do anything crazy. Just be normal.
Oh, that's it!
Three Asuris and a Vector walk into a top 4. You'll find out the punchline at the end of this, because we've got our top 4 for the Winter Championship South American region, and it's been pretty dominant by Asuri. A lot of Asuri.
Qatars. In South America, the land once known for its advancements in technology, for having a bunch of rocket lances everywhere, now only has one. Apparently, the stocks have fallen, and you should start investing heavily in very sharp gloves. And that seems to be the case right now because, like you said, 3 Asuris floating around everywhere, but we still have Yus, and we have Wes, who was able to pull through at the end there and has access to the Tesca. So it's not the end of the Tesca show as well. Could be the end, depending on whether the one of the 2 Asuris remaining decides to change that. But with the way that Yus is playing, I feel like he has a good shot to be the one to make the stop. However, it is Kaina who's on the other side of it, who has just been so good of late.
Yeah, it's kind of just been a really dominant showing again from Kaina. Yus actually looking incredible today, coming in PR number 2. Sparky definitely called out a great pick with Yus. And then, of course, kind of the surprise here is Sack, the other Asuri on the show, who's been kind of making that lower bracket run.
Yes, and of course, like you were saying, PR number 2, you got PR number 1 of Kaina, who has just, again, been that dominant force of late. And it's just been so impressive to watch, even like the BCX run that he had. Everybody was kind of out of their seats watching as he was one of the remaining to make that deep run for South America. And in the pre-show, how you mentioned, South America, it's not this whole idea of like, hey, NAEU anymore. It's a battle of all of them at the moment. And looking at this historically was lifetime set score maybe an official bracket 3-4, but lifetime that they fought each other, because they have a lot of community events they play in, it's actually 10-7 in favor of Kaina. So another back and forth style of sets, but Kaina has been the one to take it over the top of late. But the most recent one, it was actually used that took it first over Kaina. That's the name that I was trying to say in the most recent tournament they fought in. So it kind of bodes well for Use here as we get into winners finals.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential here on the side of Use, but on the other side, of course, Kaina has been the top dog in the region for a hot minute here. And one thing that's really important to note about this specific match that we're seeing right now is that the winner of this not only guarantees a grand finals finish, but guarantees a spot in the Royales. Again, it's only the top 2 for South America that get flown out. So, of course, you want that money, you want that prize pool, and you want those medals, but also you want a flight and hotel to Atlanta for the Royales.
Exactly. Winners finals is usually that fight for that nice comfortable spot. There's no sitting down on that stage when you get smacked away by the Bo D-Sig like that, and Use trying to be the one to solidify that spot. There's a lot more on the line all of a sudden at the beginning of top 4.
Yeah, and Use has definitely been making a good showing with this Lance. We've seen a couple of vectors already, and generally it's been about that bow, but kinda with a great chase up, follows the dodge of Use and ends up picking up that recovery.
Yeah, the biggest thing, of course, for all the success of the Qatars that we've seen throughout this weekend is how good are they off of those neutral light reads, and it's just, of course, going to be very dangerous as the match progresses for Kaina, dropping off with the slide cancel neutral lights and trying to see if Use will maybe panic to the left. Nothing really comes of it, but Use, I feel like even if he gets caught a couple times, he's not really too afraid. He's like, all right, that's fine. I'll reset, and we'll get right back to it. As he does right now, just barely misses that.
Great spacing from Kaina in the air, actually outspaced that N-Sig and then punished with a gravity cancel Psylight, kind of just this is the only reaction I can have right now, but still being able to punish those signatures coming out from Uses. Throws out another one with that side Sig.
Sidelight won't be enough just yet here. You got to watch out for the potential D-Sig, and there it is. Yeah, he kind of just hovered around Wake, making it look like, hey, I'm going to maybe press something. Are you going to burn your dodge? No? Okay, oh, you were already floated too high. It covers so much space at that point.
Yeah, just great patience coming out from Use, and that's twice now that Kaina has just kind of fallen inside of that down Sig. It covers both sides, but really it's all been on the front side. It's just been kind of landing on top of Use and Use being like, all right, big hitbox.
There's that D-Sig again. That one is, I feel like Kaina's way more less jump scare with the D-Sig. Like we were talking about earlier, sometimes you just don't know when it's going to come. But Kaina's very pick and choosy when he decides to go for it. And I think that's the most frightening thing about dealing with his Qatars.
Yeah, he definitely tries to pick the spots where it's going to be the most efficient and the most effective. Use, on the other hand, has been, I think, 3 for 3 with those bow down Sigs. He's been great at hitting those against Kaina.
Yeah, I feel like Kaina's starting to cook a little bit here. He got double dare right in a row. His positioning's really good. He's just barely missing the nairs. That's multiple times now. He's called out the jump, but has missed the nair spacing. Doesn't matter, though. Resets right back in, Duke.
Yeah, great positioning again coming out from Kaina as you went for that turnaround nair. Kind of hard to move around, but kind of found the inside of it. Avoided the down Sig that time as well. So kind of looking all right. Needs a little bit more damage if he wants to look for that KO, but he's got the Qatars, not known as the KO tool of the Asuris.
Right now, it's going to be Used. He's trying to see if he can prevent that sword from ever getting access to. Looking for the charge recovery 2 times in a row. Does not get the hit. Nair coming through, but it is still a decent amount of time passing. I think we're going to see Kaina possibly shift away from it. Outside of going for a straight-up read like that, does he get access to the sword? It depends on if Used gets him before it.
Had the spot there, but it's going to be the down Sig for Kaina to clutch out game number 1 over Use. And kind of like you said earlier, he's been very effective, very efficient with his utilization of that down Sig.
Especially in center stage. That's two knockouts, both coming in center stage. Granted, one of them right over that. But, oh my God! It took me a second to wonder what you were laughing about.
He's a one-weapon Andy. 559 damage with Qatars, 12 with the unarmed, 0 with the sword. He like kicked him and was like, all right, back to Qatars.
We'll pretend it was intentional. Like Fiend definitely was intending to only use the Qatars. He definitely didn't try to get a hit with a hammer at one point. There was on purpose he chose not to hit with a hammer 2 games in a row. But right now, Qatars are just the star of the show for good reason. We saw how good they were coming into the picture at the end of the year last year. And at the beginning of 2023, they're looking like one of the prime threats for everybody to deal with.
And it's really funny considering, like, Kaina definitely has a sword. We've seen, again, Kaina's got the Bode Bar, he's at the Koji, he's at the Asuri, of course, but the Sidra as well. Like, he's definitely had multitude of sword characters, but he was like, I don't want it.
Well, he started out this game at minimum. Well, okay, so he's got a Dare and a Nair, so it won't be a complete zero this time. But you did mention it. He's got the sword, and it's working well off the rip. And the thing is just that so impresses me though is I feel like every time I watch Kaina gets hits, he gets like 4. But then I get really confused because I look at his damage and like, when did Yuz even hit him?
It really has looked like the kind of show for this starting stocks, but still, Yuz apparently managed to find these hits here and there, but he does get caught off that downlight by the recovery from Kaina, so Kaina has an opportunity here to build a lead, but Yuz doesn't have a bow. I think he was on the bow, right? So he's not going to have the opportunity for that down sig that was working in game 1.
Yeah, he came off the bow. He's actually been, he's kind of not been allowed to get any D-Light starters at all off a bow. That's something I didn't really recognize until the start of this game. Kaina has just been really good on spacing to not let him get any of that started.
What a weird move from there from Yuz. Like, it wasn't that weird in the sense of, like, yeah, you've seen a lot of players babysit horizontal movement and then spot dodge, but you have a lance in hand. Like, there's not a lot of things that you can do off of a spot dodge that are going to lead to a KO. But either way, Yuz needs to find something to get this stock off of Kaina.
Yeah, Yuz deciding to go over to the bow now, see if it's going to be enough here. Sliding off, and Kaina a little out of position to try and drop off maybe for a Seer, but finally finds that D-Light he was looking for, but it took forever to actually get one this game.
Yeah, definitely struggling to finish that first stock off of Kaina. Now he's back to the lance, needs to get this damage built up, and kind of like you were saying, right, Yuz hasn't been able to get those downlights. He also hasn't been able to get a lot of runway with this lance, and it's really a testament to the movement of Kaina positioning right on top of Yuz, making sure that he doesn't have that long range that he wants.
Yeah, you see, like, look away he's hovering around him too. It's like in a spot where if you do decide to commit to that side light or that Sair, he's gonna be there to get the whiff punish, and that time it's just gonna be the recovery who takes it, and Kaina, very different compared to game 1, holding a significantly larger lead.
Yeah, he's just been mounting a bigger and bigger lead between game 1 and game 2, and even between the first stock and the second stock. He's just been building up this lead.
We talked about the gaps that you see sometimes in Australia with the skill levels between the players, and that doesn't sit as strongly in South America, but there are times where kind of makes it feel like that gap between one and everyone else is so much larger.
Yeah, he definitely has that presence in the region right now. Goes in, nice wake up from Yuz there on that Nair. Kind of was definitely looking for a dodge read.
The vector play just kind of flying around. You're right. I didn't realize that as much before, but he's had a hard time getting any type of runway. Finally gets some there with the lance and looking for the end sig, but that is a huge punish. Gets past the weapon toss. He's not going to be able to get the wall touch though, and that's going to be Kaina taking game number 2.
I almost want to say it's time to say goodbye to Vector. And I know that's a heartbreaker for a lot of people because Vector's
I am one of them. I am in that category.
He's fun to watch. But right now, it's really not working. If it's not going to be a swap, I think you got to at least change up the play style. Instead of going for like those traditional like downlight starters on the bow, the side light starters on the lance, or even those like air approaches, like you got to start going for those close to the chest moves. He's going for those nairs. They weren't working. I want to see some more downlights, some neutral lights coming out from that lance.
Yeah. I mean, at least he already had the clip of the night for that whiffed side stick that hit up against the wall, faded just out of the way as a bait to get that ground pound. Was beautiful, but it actually might be that time. However, it's not going to be that time yet. It's going to stay on the Vector, getting prepped for the new signature that'll be coming in the future, which is an awesome button to press, by the way. But right now, it's pretty much what's got him the job done up to this point. I actually want to take a look back at the bracket here. Yuz hasn't dropped many games in his bracket run. It's pretty much only Kaina that's made him stop. What do you think about this counter pick over to Miami Dome to try and shift things up?
I definitely understand why Yuz thought this would be a good pick, right? Again, 2 really strong neutral signatures that can pick off of those soft platforms. But with the way that Kaina's been playing, I don't think that really matters. Like, Kaina hasn't been playing the platform game. He's been making sure he has that stage control and staying underneath Yuz.
That is very, very true. He's the grounded gameplay has just been so good and just tracks him all the way down. Weapon toss down too. No, I think won't be enough just to sneak in that touch. But it's just that homing missile feature that it feels like he is right now. He just stays right on top of you, but doesn't actually decide to go off until he sees that one mistake.
Kind of is just picking apart Yuz right now. He's got that screwdriver and he's just taking all of the bolts out of this airplane. Yuz going to go for that ground pound, but kind of kind of lets him get back onto the stage.
I feel like just everything about Kina's move, you feel like everything you're about to press is going to be the wrong choice. And this is coming from Yuz, who's been phenomenal all day and making everyone else feel that way with the bow. But I haven't seen much of the bow. Like, look right now. Like, he's forced to jump Sarah around with the bow and hope to back him off. And that's pretty much all he has. Otherwise, Kina's played completely around it.
Yeah, Kina's just positioning again so well against Yuz. Goes in, gets a side light, can't chase into more, doesn't punish the recovery. Opportunity here for the stock. Goes low, goes for the ground pound. Kina might turn this around though. Down light, side air, Yuz. Does he have the movement? No, he does not. Kina gets another one.
Yet another reversal. As soon as he caught him going off stage, he's just Kina has been so on point. You cannot challenge him off stage right now. You can't challenge him on stage because of his spacing. What is the answer? The answer is somewhere deep in some AI-written script that you hope will help you out. But right now, you need to upload that script to Vector ASAP.
He needs all the help that he can get right now, as he does get that side air, which will lead to a KO, and it looks like he's going to be sticking with the Lance for this one again. Denies the weapon for a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Lance is pretty much the only answer right now. Like you said, the bow has just been so heavily shut down. Not even just by the guitars anymore. Now it's been the sword, too, just by the pure presence of where Kina puts himself. But that is a chase. Gets the recovery. Resets right off the platform. Tried to get him panicking right in front of it, which would have been probably another D-Light side air. Good job for him avoiding that, but it doesn't seem like he has many other mistakes left.
I mean, it's like you said earlier. Every time Yuz presses a button, it just feels like the wrong one, and Kina takes 3 in a row to earn both his flight and his hotel to the Royale.
Congratulations to Kina getting that, and honestly, the way that Kina's playing, it might be a pretty soon congratulations to Winter Championships. That looked phenomenal. If you as a player are struggling to get people to stop just swinging on you, that was a pure showcase of how to just make them feel like everything was wrong. Just outside of range, just outside of spacing, and was always right next to him to make him feel so afraid to even make an attempt at a D-Light, to make an attempt at a side light on Bo. So he's forced over to Lance. But the Lance barely got anything started either, because anytime he went for a neutral light, he got smacked in the face for it. So it's like, okay, what's the right choice? I don't know anymore. And that's just because Kina said, no, I'm that much better right now.
Yeah, he basically handed him one of those books that, like, you flip to page 7 and try to follow the storyline, except every page that you flip to is kind of hitting him. Every single time. It did not matter.
Did I get knocked down in this one? Oh, no, I didn't open the page. I didn't open the page on that one.
I didn't take my finger off the page.
Why is every single one of them a bad ending? And it's just exactly how it was. The bad ending came in for Yuz, but that does not mean that the ending might be so bad after all, because it does put Yuz into the elimination finals, which guarantees that the winner of that match does get that other invite. So Yuz still has one more chance to get the invite there. Whether he actually gets to run back on Kina and Grands, that's still a story to be told. And that depends, of course, if the other Asuri that's floating around down here has something to say about that.
Well, we're going to see that other Asuri in just a minute, because it's going to be Sack versus Wes. They're already at the map banning stage. Of course, we saw Wes earlier, likely going to be coming in on that Shell, on that Tezca, been playing those boots, but we also saw, of course, a Kaya behind you at the very least, so maybe somewhere in there was a Kaya.
Yeah, well, this might be one of those situations where Wes decides to go with what works from the past. We'll see if... no, the Tezca is going to come in. Okay, because in history-wise, from what I'm seeing here, it is a perfect win record for Wes. It is 5-0 in favor of Wes over Sack. And to be fair, that happens to a lot of people who go up against Wes in general. But Sack has also been looking phenomenal on the Asuri today. And if I remember correctly, the person who put Wes in the elimination side was... Actually, it was Yuz. Never mind. So it was not. I thought it was one of the higher seats. So actually, he got set down a little early. But the way that the Tezcas have been playing today, can't be too comfortable.
Yeah, you can never sleep against a Tezca, and Wes's Tezca has been different from the Tezcas we saw over in the EU region, because he's been bringing out a lot more gauntlet play. He has not been 90% boots with that little bit of gauntlets. Instead, he's been bringing out about a good 50-50 ratio of some gauntlet play going over to the boots. And here's the side sig.
Showcasing that right there. I'm so glad you built up that segue perfectly for it, because that's exactly what he's been using so much more than the other ones. We saw the occasional jump scare side sig from like Machete earlier, but this has been perfectly executed by Wes on those gauntlets.
And now he's covering that corner. Sack does get past. You see him kind of fake out Wes a little bit there. Not sure if he thought he was close enough to pick up the sword, but either way, just kind of doing some tricky movement. But Wes into the active input side air into the neutral light. Sidelight just to keep this corner again. Wes is just kicking Sack every time he gets close.
Really was such a well-placed D-light off the side of the ledge. Just like, I know you're going to poke. I think that boots are one of the best options to rip people off the ledge compared to everything else, and also just sending them way out of here. Ground pound coming through. Wes with a huge lead right now.
Yeah, he took off the boots for that ground pound. Like, he wanted to show him the toes on that, but Sack does get the recovery. He is going to deny the 3-stock. Wes going to come in. I believe his next weapon should be the boots because I think he threw away those gauntlets. Nope, it's going to be the gauntlets.
It's going to be the gauntlets. Going to throw hands instead. I mean, look at the... I feel like Sack is just heavily second-guessing anything that he could do to approach right now because he's been punished so heavily for it. Just straight up jumping there. And finally, okay, there you go. Gets a 3-piece out of it. Starting to chase. Backs off a little bit, but I feel like Sack has to almost stop second-guessing every time he gets that neutral light.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Both of them, again, this is something that's like kind of symptomatic of these string-heavy weapons, is game one, they're both doing this thing where they'll like poke and then do nothing, right? Like just there, Wes gets a hit and then he's like, all right, let's see how you react out of it, because he's trying to hope that you'll start falling for these same reaction options so that you can capitalize in game 2, game 3. But right now, I think Sack needs to just go for the big play. Just bet on something and then see what happens.
Yeah, because that's what works so well for Sack all the way up to this point. Because Sack's guitar play has been phenomenal all the way up to this day. So this is like the one time where it seems like he's kind of slowing down a little bit. But that's also easier said than done than somebody who has a huge win record against you. Misses the ground pound, though, on the wall touch. That was almost about to be an even game.
Oh, Wes went a little too low on that one. Sack holding that wall, denies the stock.
Now Sack has a chance here. Hasn't taken too much damage on this last one, so this isn't a big opportunity here for Sack to actually take the first game. And there we go, going for double recovery, just kind of building up, and you can see the confidence starting to build.
Yeah, Sack, I mean, the fact that he brought this one even remotely back has got to help with his confidence, because if this was a 3-stock, that would have been brutal going into the next couple games. But he's going in onto Wes, hits the recovery, almost going to close this one out ahead of Wes, but Wes, he's still got those boots, the weapon that so many people are confident in.
Yeah, it seems like he's getting ready to shift over towards the gauntlets potentially in a second, but gets denied the weapon, so he's got to play without it for a little bit. And I mean, you're right, considering that this looked like what was about to be a 3-stock a little while ago, that Sair will make it that much closer as it just is. And yeah, unbelievable for sure. That was such a big deficit that Sack brought all the way back. Built up a lot more confidence as the game went on and just started to pull the trigger on some of those reads, like the double recovery earlier, and it just kept going. That was so impressive.
Yeah, the reverse 3-stock, definitely off the back of the guitars. You can see it in the stats. 446 damage put out from the guitars, 76 on the sword in hand, which, I mean, that's kind of been the name of the game for the Asuris today. It's like, if you want to play guitars, apparently you got to be playing that Asuri.
Exactly. The damage built up with the guitars, and you mentioned before, not the easiest weapon to get consistent KOs on outside of going for that D-Sig, going for the recovery plays. When you get that sword back out, you don't need to do much with it. You just need to get that D-Light recovery, and that's it.
Yeah, that's generally been the game plan of the Asuris out there, but he throws away that sword, so he's likely going to just be looking for those recoveries and D6 to finish off this stock of Wes. Once Wes gets more damaged, Wes has a weapon on the feet, but he's just not finding hits onto Sack.
Yeah, Wes has barely had any time to actually touch grass. He's been in the air for quite some time right now. And weapon toss away too. Good. I mean, you said it before. He's been way more heavily favoring the gauntlets, and that's kind of what we're seeing again.
Yeah, he's over to the gauntlets. Good denial. Yeah, Sack went really high on that one, but still didn't touch the wall, didn't touch the stage, so he didn't have the movement to get back up, and he knew it. You saw him kind of just drifting off into the distance.
Here comes Wes, catching the dodge read with the Sair once again. Looking for maybe another one, but didn't really feel too comfortable trying to overextend. Don't put yourself off stage when you're already building up the damage.
Yeah, I mean, he got a nice extra hit on that one. Can't blame him for being like, all right, I'm going to take that damage and walk away. But Sack does find that recovery off the neutral light, just immediately pulls the trigger on that one, and he's going to be sticking with the guitars again.
Yeah, right now, I actually don't even have a true answer to what I'd like to see Wes stay on, because I feel like the gauntlets have been fine, but when Wes has gotten the boots going, it's led to so much more damage, I think, overall. Oh. That said, though, the side sig, there it goes again. It has been so good for Wes all day as he gets another stock with it.
I mean, at the end of the day, what I want is for Wes to stick with a weapon, right? Like, what? Okay.
Ooh, this one.
This one. That's what I meant.
This one right here.
When I say a weapon, I mean boots, obviously.
They're looking rather shiny, looking rather sparkly and clean, and you should keep you. Oh, never mind. The guitars do not like them. They're scuffing up the boots very bad. Oh my God.
Don't let him do it again. The reversal potential from Sack, like you can't count him out. We talk about how you can't count Wes out with the boots. You cannot count Sack out, but right now, Sack is the one on that final stock. Not in the red though, so he's definitely got some room to play a little extra aggressive.
Exactly. Sack can definitely try to walk him over towards the corner, try and get one of those recovery reads. But now the sword is out, so we're pretty much at that. We're at that range where D-Light recovery, or actually D-Light Sair as well on the side, will take him out. D-Light recovery will do the job though, as he gets himself once again to last stock.
Yo, but he's done it. He's done it in a much tougher position before. We'll see if he can do it again. Wes, back to the boots. Not really in position for a downlight side air. It's not going to do much there. Just give him the stage control. Sack goes high. Down sig whips him back. Wes utilizing these active input sigs to throw people the way that he wants to, and he's going to take a game.
Very well done, too. That's the first time he's done that from that position. Every time he's ever made that attempt on that D-Sig before, it was usually off of a dodge read, which we've seen most people trying to do throughout the day. But that one, from a spot that was relatively poor for him in terms of where he wanted to stand up against the wall, doesn't matter, though. He's taken no hits prior to that moment, so you can afford to take a trade there at worst, and that actually just gets the whole thing done and gets the game.
It's such an interesting option for him to go for that down sig there, because like almost every time we've seen a Tesca go for that option, it's to go for that forward kick, that spiral into the bounce. But Wes, I mean, of course, very intelligently is like, well, I can also just throw this behind me, and then I'll just do that and then get the stop.
Having the option to just reposition people where you want on both weapons with that signature hit is so good. And here's Wes once again starting things off with the gauntlets. If the gauntlets pick up a ton in this game, Sack is in for trouble because he was able to kind of shut down the gauntlets a bit more last game.
Well, Wes, he's got the boots. We saw him get a nice string on the boots towards the tail end of game number 2. Caught the dodge, didn't get more after that though. The recovery just a little late.
Sack just trying to catch a landing here. The soft platform just kind of moving away, allowing us a landing option for Wes there. Wes looking to get some more damage. Of course, like you said, nothing really to go too vertical on, but just to get that extra bit of damage going with that D6, send them back down and send them over to the right.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just keep the threat going. Just keep hitting the opponent.
Anything to make them scared, too. Like, I feel like if you can make the Qatar player stop and slow down and also make them never feel like they could comfortably dare towards you in those spots, you're already winning half the battle.
Yeah, the more that you make your opponent think, then the better you're going to be doing. But Sack got the sword in hand, got that extra range, got the bounces, and the downlight recovery off the soft platform gives Sack the stock advantage.
Very good patience, too. Waited for the Sair. It's like, all right, look, I know you're going to burn something. I don't know what, but you're going to burn something before you come back down. As soon as he saw it, instant capitalization. Not too much health here, and reverses it again, that time from a better position, and knew he was going to jump around.
Yeah, he did it the way that he's been doing those slide charges. I think he did it in his matchup against Laura's where he was like slide charging really deep, but he pulled it early and that actually kind of got him back onto the stage to catch that movement of Sack.
Yeah, that is that's actually something to put in a notebook, to be honest. That was a really good option at ledge. But very even game right now. Go ahead and get the line up the Sair and pushing him back off once again. He hasn't really gone further off, mostly because he wants to give respect to sword recovery in there, which he continues to do well.
Yeah, you're not seeing him go for those big commits with the active input, that spiral kick on that side air. Nair into nothing from Wes. He's still trying to find that one reaction off of Sack.
D-Light Sair, Sack starting to build up some damage here. Extremely even game at the moment, but here comes Wes again, going for the big play. Decided to go for the side sig, but Sack just barely sneaking right under it.
That was a great reaction from Sack into that just jump ground pound to punish that side sig. Wes has been kind of throwing those out a little extra this time in game number 3, and so far they're not quite hitting on Sack.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it things where it was always working before, and now all of a sudden it's not. He has to be careful, but good ground pound punish right there. And now Sack, I think this is the first lead he's had on last stock, correct?
Yeah, going into the final stocks. He's had a lead before in their set, but going into the final stocks, this might be the first lead Sack has had. Neutral air comes out from Wes, though.
Not going to get hit by the recovery either, but of course they have to watch out for that potential of the GC D-Light recovery or a side-light recovery read pretty soon. Does he get it? Yeah, just goes right for it. Doesn't waste any single time at all. And now it's, again, even though this is Wes's first time being behind on last stock, we're still in the same position. Last stock, very small differential.
Yeah, basically even. Wes gets that gravity cancel side light, but Sack went low, so the recovery not going to do anything here.
Both of them just swinging, but completely opposite directions. Meanwhile, though, Sack getting so much more out of that. Whiffed one way and then got a solid 5-piece and still going here with the neutral lights.
There was a ref blowing a whistle because that was a double dribble the way that he was playing with Wes. But downlight side air and Sack is up 2-1.
Would have been nice to know that the ref was actually paying attention to that call right there too, compared to maybe some other things that didn't. But here in this game, Sack looked so good, and he has now lined up what could be his first potential W here against West. Now, that is not the easiest thing just to call, but just looking, I didn't even notice this part. In that 5-0 record that West has over Sack, that was 13 games to 1. So there was only one individual game taken up to this point, and we already see 2 taken here today. Zach is playing on a very different level, and it's been really impressive to watch. What do you think Wes is going to do to try and answer back? Because I feel like the gauntlets, the main thing that worked was that side sig, and you pointed it out right on cue. It was not really finding its mark this time.
I think the hard thing for Wes is it's not as simple as like, oh, change the game plan, oh, lean to a single weapon or anything like that. Because Wes has been doing a really good job of cycling his weapons, he just hasn't been finding the most consistent momentum on his weapons, right? So the answer for me is he's got to get those reads, those bigger reads. He needs to do more than just nair and watch the opponent.
That's a very good point, actually, because when you think back to the other Teskas that were doing so well this weekend so far, even that one time we saw Nees pull it out, they were getting 4 to 5 hit strings usually off of each time they got something started with the boots. I think we've only really been seeing West get maybe 2 to 3 at most. You got to build that up if you want to be able to take this game.
Yeah, but right now he's playing a little bit behind. Goes for the wake up and Sack with the punish. Sack looking to put this one away and get his first ever W over Wes. And Wes, he's worried he might not be able to come to the Royale right now.
I'm telling you right now, if you get a W on someone like that who you've never beaten before in a position that's leading to a qualifier in the finals, like the final 3 position for championship, that might not bode very well for Yuzu who's waiting in the elimination finals, because Sack is going to be running extremely hot as he's currently just running all over Wes. The weapon literally stopped him from what could have been something worse.
Yeah, Wes is definitely thanking his lucky stars that that weapon bounced him down and kind of negated a lot of that force direction off of that signature. Wes doesn't hit the neutral light, but Sack got a little happy there, started to go for the down air and didn't get the wall touch, but still, Wes is so far behind, he cannot relax.
Answer Revenge KO right back at Bruh, indeed. It seems like the Asuri is just the counter pick option right now to the West Teska. Somebody mentioned it earlier today, and they were so right, as he has been pretty lost on what to do, and he's going to get back on with that Sair just barely.
Yeah, I mean, the Katars have definitely been picking apart Wes's Teska today. Sack, though, just holding this corner. He's playing it smart and safe. He knows that he is 1 stock away from closing this set out, and Wes is finding no momentum again.
He's kind of just swinging at a disadvantage for a moment, hoping something will find its mark. And Neutralites will at least give him a momentary relief, but that momentary relief pretty much disappearing quickly. I like that, though.
No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wes is starting to pick it up. I'm upset. That didn't KO, to be honest.
Oh, that would have been such a highlight play. He got so much damage there, but Sack coming back. Punish opportunity goes. That's got to be a misinput. That should have been a jump, chase, dodge, recovery.
Yeah, I think that was 100% misinput as well. Weapon toss over does get him a good position. No reason to try and ground pound. You're too far behind in damage to put yourself off stage. Both of them missing their signatures, though. And West now being forced to have to go back over to the boots. That's if he even gets them.
No, he will get the recovery. Final opportunity here. Will this be a game 5 or will this be a W for Sack? And West knows his gauntlets have been looking a little bit better in this game. Sack with a wake up neutral air.
Yeah, especially after that previous string, and Dave is still going right now, getting neutralites, getting the side light, nothing really following up afterwards, but West is waking up exactly where you needed it, but he's only essentially got one more mistake he can make.
Here's the neutral light, doesn't hit the recovery. Sack is getting so many openers, the nair almost does it. 1 hit for Sack. Can West deny it? The recovery doesn't hit. West doesn't have a punish, though.
Doesn't really have many options left, like we said. 1 good recovery takes it out. 1 Sair at this point also takes it out. So Sack just looking for that mistake. Neutralites might be it, and that is, in fact, going to be it, as Sack takes out that very first massively elusive W that he's tried so many times before, but will get that win here over West to move into elimination finals.
He had so much momentum building finally. His gauntlets started to come alive. He started to get those hits, those punishes. but it was just a little too late. There was so much damage built up that the one Neutralite Sack did, the 14 damage he did with his sword, was enough to finish that one out.
Incredible play from Sack being able to get that elusive W. Again, it is very difficult to do that over time. And, I mean, we bring it up every time, so eventually it's going to happen. But thinking about this past year in general, how many people I remember seeing stat-wise who had never beaten someone before, and they finally have. There's a lot of shifts. There's a lot of players who are growing now. From pretty much all of last year up to this point, it only continues. The pretty dominant force we've seen of, like, kind of another similar situation of, like, top 3 being really hard to crack in South America. I feel like that's starting to shift soon. And I don't know if Sax will be able to get the W here against Hughes, but with what we just saw, high likelihood that could happen.
Yeah, Sack is definitely playing lights out right now, and if I'm Hughes, I'm quaking in my boots a little bit. I just lost to an Asuri, and guess who's coming down the pipeline is another Asuri. Sack coming in hot as well, like you said. He's really fired up, and his Katars were looking really good. I think the big question is, like, is he going to be able to position around Hughes the way that Kaina did?
Well, he's going to have to shine up those claws and try to find a way to get that W, but we're going to send it to our shining star, our analyst himself, Remy, over there on the couch, to let us know exactly why we finally got that first W for Sack.
It is Asuri Central today. Battle Boots, they're new, but the old ways reign true. Let me tell you about this Sack gameplay. Sack, we saw some insane number, like 500. I'm looking at it right now. It's like 525 and 14 with the Katars and the sword. And one of the games it was like 470 something, and then like 60 with the sword. But I have sword clips, and they look good. So I'm gonna play right here. The first one we've got queued up is just this ending KO. That is just not the right clip, by the way. All right. All right, so like I was saying, we have a lot of Qatar gameplay, high damage numbers on the Qatar, but a lot of the plays that we saw happening came out of sword, and they were really clean plays. They were plays that ended up building a bunch of damage or getting the KO off right when you needed it, because we did have a couple games in there that were close rather than just complete stomps. Even though it was a 3-1, those brief moments of like execution and gameplay, and you're gonna see them in the clips if they ever come up, how important that those plays were specifically when he had the sword in hand. And I did also have some clips of Wes on the Battle Boots, because he did once again get those excellent plays where he could get 1 or 2 hits in, turn those into a reverse GC or read, and the down sig. The down sig came out multiple times that set, and it was just a complete turnaround. It played such an impact, very close games between the two of them, and just like I said, the clips here are going to show you just the differences between those specific plays. Also, Qatars are in every game today, guys. We need to do something. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. At least play like Ember or something. It's all a Surrey.
Yo, they're doing them dirty.
They're
doing Remy dirty.
I am just watching like we've had Weatherman Remy in the past. Well, like right now it's just like I feel like Remy over there is just like, and how does that make you feel? It's like, how do Qatars make you feel? I feel hurt.
I'm having a breakdown, guys. I can't. I've watched Double Surrey twice.
All right.
All right, we got the clip here. I'm just gonna go straight into it. You guys already saw the opening statement. Like I said, right here, the side air on the sword, very big play here. It's deep red. That's what sword does best. Double side air is gonna take off all his options. You can squeeze the sweat beads coming out. It's gonna leave him with no options, and it's gonna go instantly into this play. This one right here is especially beautiful. The down air reads the movement slightly to the left. The next down air gets the nair on the dodge in again. And I want to look at that one more time real quick, just because it's actually so nice watching how he follows his opponent's movement. That's not a dodge. This is, he gets both the punishes off. It's really nice. And seeing he has no options left, boom, patient on the platform. Downlight recovery is going to close off that stock, give him a slight lead. Same game right here. You can see how close it is. What is he going to do? They're going to whiff on each other a bit, but one down air gets the dodge. Second down air gets the GC because he got the dodge. Downlight ground pound into the side air. All that damage, that's what makes the difference. They were even a second ago. Now he's in red. Plays like that are so important. But let's look at that Qatar gameplay. The damage numbers were showing huge Qatar impact. I loved it. The double down gets the nair, gets the recovery. The lob weapon throw, we've been seeing this all day. How how the weapon throw angle can play such an impact on a lot of different players. This weapon throw just goes over Wes's head, and the side sig, it's going to end up stuffing him out with the force at the end, but that damage still matters, and it puts him into such a detriment that Sack was able to take that win up, takes a seat in the grand finals. He's looking awesome. I can't wait to see what's next.
Well, with that being said, as we get to see Remy head out for one more time, this now adds something unique to what's going on here. I just took a look at this. This is the very first time that Sack gets to get a medal. So it's finally gets that podium finish here in Final 3. So congratulations to that. Not that you're done yet. You still has more chances to go. But this is also the one shot that both of them have to get that second qualifying spot for the Royale.
One shot, one opportunity. But I do want to ask if we can bring up that graphic of Sack again, because like you pointed out, I saw it over Remy's shoulder. Sack has no medals, has no golds, silvers, or bronzes. He's barely got any top 8s as well. Like, Sack has been struggling to get those placements. He's got one top 8, a 75% average win rate. So he's definitely not had as amazing of a showing as he has today.
To think about the fact that you have an average win rate of 75% and that still isn't even good enough, like, this how difficult it is for everyone. Also, I see how you got through college. I get it. I was right there with you. But it's stay in school. But it was also one of those things where it's so top heavy in SA for a good while, and trying to continue to succeed, very difficult to what am I looking at?
Check the pics. We're going into the Sack of Hughes, but Hughes, he's not on that. He's on an airplane. It's a jester. He's on Jae-Yun for this elimination finals. He wants to make sure he gets into the grand finals, and he thinks this is going to be it. But he probably has to plug in his controller. That would be a great start.
This is the most intimidating neutral we've ever seen. He's just staring at him. Look at him.
We in it? No, that's this bot movement. Wait, nope. He's checking it. All right. Little skeleton song. Shoutouts to Sack again, like, respectful, because, like, you know, Sparky and I, if this was a tournament set, we'd go in there, we get that stock.
Yo, facts. Also, I mean, look, like you said, he's a jester. He's starting off the game with a joke. Well, we're actually going to go right into it. So after whatever's going on there, we are here. And also, like you pointed out, I was wondering why you're making that face beforehand. I was like, was that to me saying stay in school? It's like,
yeah,
no,
absolutely.
No, gaming, bro. Only gaming. Well, right now he's on his real gamer hours as he's brought out the Greatsword here to try and solve the Asuris.
Yeah, you don't need education if you got that gamer bread, but right now Hughes going in with the Jae-Yun, doesn't get the follow-up off the neutral light.
So far this weekend you have shut me down when I said drink more water and shut me down for school. And then right now that first stock got shut down by Sack immediately, but just not caring too much so far about this Hughes counter pick.
Yeah, he is nonplussed about it. Hughes, I mean, that's one thing that's kind of rough for Hughes is, like, Jae-Yun's not a thing that generally you can kind of just pick up and play. Like, he's something that you kind of have to warm up a little bit, and so far it's taken him a hot minute to warm up into this Jae-Yun. Needs to finish this stock, doesn't get the read on that dodge.
Yeah, and of course you got those slight increase on knockbacks now to those breakers to be able to try and get some early KOs, but the thing is you actually have to hit him first, and the movement from Sack has just been too good that none of those enders are actually going to matter too much. However, he does answer back with the simplicity of that recovery as we get an even game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for Hughes and the Greatsword in general, right, is, like, you still have to get that dodge read. It's not a true combo to go into those neutral finishers. Even though they've got that buff, you still have to get into a situation where you can go for it.
And Hughes is he's going for a lot of just straight up dares, just like kind of poking around, trying to get Sack because he's jumping. But that's the thing is, I'd much rather put you in a position like that so I can get that stock, because I will gladly take you hitting me with a dare because I'm jumping a ton than any of your satellite starters. That's perfectly fine with me.
I mean, against a Greatsword, would much rather get bounced around a little bit than get caught up in that blender that Greatswords can have. Right now, it's just the standard sword coming out from Hughes. It's working a little bit better for him, but he's still playing from behind. Needs a little bit more damage before you can think about that recovery KO tool.
Yeah, so far, it seems like the answer is the sword, but he does throw the sword away. I feel like the sword is pretty much what a majority of his damage has come from this game. And what was the first game KO? First KO of the game. I can't English, but I feel like at this point you do just need to get it warmed up. You said it before, you can't just jump into Jae-Yun after not playing him all day. You need to get it warmed up, so the Greatsword must find an answer.
Well, that was quick coming in, got that dash jump down air in there. coming out from Muse. Looks like he's starting to warm up a little bit. We haven't seen too much of the signature kit come out from the Jaeyuns. I mean, that's one thing that like the later Jaeyuns, like after it was the big Jaeyun meta, the later ones started going into that end sig in particular, but won't even matter as, oh, still got the wall touch.
A good evasion right there. It keeps the game going for at least a little bit longer. Will it be enough to finish it out? Of course, you have to watch out for D-Light recovery pretty much now, but the neutral lights won't be enough just yet.
Still got the wall touch, the neutral light, they'll add up still. It's damage, it's force. Yuz might get another wall touch, he might get back onto the stage, but he cannot afford a recovery.
Oh, wait a minute. Yuz got an opener, and now things are starting to look a little bit good. And he, wait a minute, hold up, we're in an even game all of a sudden.
And he's got the advantage, he's got the control, he's got the weapons. Not gonna back up for the great sword, doesn't punish the pickup though. Sack has the stage, but it won't matter as a downlight recovery gives Yuz the steal.
The bravery to just land right in front of Sack and say, I'll be all right. At the very end, just position himself right on the edge where Sack could absolutely have made an attempt to try and close that out, but knew full well that he was fine. Look at this, watch this, slow fall. Oh, that's fine, you were facing towards the left. You probably aren't ready for me right now. That was an beautiful last stock. Like, there's no real other way to put it. The greatsword showed up right when he needed it.
Yeah, his greatsword really came alive in that final stock. And like you said, that final moment there, that was such a huge call out coming out from Yuz to just land on top of Guitars. It's Guitars. They excel on being stacked up. They have fast startups. And Yuz is like, I'm just going to land here and do a downlight right on top of you, and it's going to lead to a KO, and I'm going to get this game.
Yeah, sometimes it's that last situation where you're like, they're going to panic, right? Because they're the one falling. Nope. And that bodes well, in my view, for what Yuz might do now for the rest of the set.
But Sack is back at it. He's got the guitars in hand. He's already starting to add up this damage, but he had a big lead on Yuz in the last one, and Yuz still managed to bring it back.
Very true. I think that's going to be lingering in the back of your head a ton. And also, Yuz is starting to get more D-like nairs as well. Now, Dare nairs, not just only getting a poke and then drifting away. This is a bad time for Sack if the greatsword continues to warm up like this.
Yeah, it's just getting more and more extension. Good spot dodge, avoids that jump there from Sack. Sword v sword, Yuz has the stage control, goes low, doesn't find the hits though.
Wow, just like no fear whatsoever, it's going straight for it, and not gonna be enough just yet, but one more of those might do the trick here on the Brawlhaven. That will be enough though, as he finally gets the answer.
Yeah, even if that didn't shove him into the KO box, like you saw the stars come out, that was a stuffed recovery from Yuz. I don't think he had the movement to come back regardless.
Yeah, there was no shot, and that right now he at least got him high enough already that the revenge KO is coming pretty soon.
Yep, and of course he's going to be sticking with the greatsword. Fantastic damage build opportunity, especially with the way that he's been picking up these reads on the Sack.
Yeah, the flat stage here too. Nowhere to hide on any platforms here on Small Brawlhaven, so it's on Sack's defense alone to try and get around any of those dodge reads. And Yuz chasing, going after him right now. It's starting to pick up a ton. I do like the fact that Sack's kind of minimized some of it though.
I'm so fascinated with the routes that Yuz is going for, right? Like he's gone for neutral light, neutral finisher a bunch of times, which is so weird because usually like greatsword players are looking for the three-piece whenever they can get it, but instead Yuz is saying he'll take two and then he'll go for the recovery chase. You're seeing him chase Sack right now. He's also gone for this sidelight into a jump down air, which has caught Sack a couple of times as well.
Big agree. Like it's kind of tripping him up a ton. This is another very even game, and also Sack doing the same things. Like, look, I'm going to chase you off the bottom as well. Doesn't find his hit though. I don't think, even with this KO, that it matters too much in terms of lead, because I think Sack's going to just get this knockout right back.
Yeah, could see a repeat of the first stocks where this time it's Sack who goes in, down light, gravity cancel, neutral heavy, yeah. And that's going to
shake your hand on that one. Hold up.
Yeah, you know.
It was on its way. It's like anything you could do, I could do better.
But now it's over to the regular sword from Yuz, the guitars from Sack. Sack, again, he's been so good at building up that damage with the guitars.
Another stuff recovery right there. Yuz trying to get back down. Weapon toss out of the way to at least get something started. But it's from what was game one at the very beginning, the sword kind of being the game plan. Now it's just purely the greatsword show. And to be honest, I think that is the correct answer.
Yeah, can't really blame him for wanting it. And there's again that dare read catches Sack off guard as he tries to dodge in on top of him.
But they are throwing hands right now. It was a lot of scrapping, and multiple times Yuz was able to walk away with a jump dare, which has kind of been his best scramble option so far against the Katars.
It makes a lot of sense, right? Because once you get caught into those greatsword strings, usually you're either trying to dodge diagonally out or diagonally in, and when you have Katars, you're more inclined to want to stack up. So it's really just like a solid read coming out from Yuz, and it's working to great effect right now. He needs that down light recovery, though.
Ooh, yeah, you're 100% right on that. Basically, it's on Sack to try and bait it out, but he lands right in front of him to give him that D-light recovery on cue, and that puts him up 2-0 in the lead. And it seems like maybe, just maybe, he might finally have that solution he needed to the Asuris.
Yeah, Yuz looking so good with the Jaehyun, his great sword, having those big hitboxes, really outspacing the Katars, and then he's got that consistent KO tool with the sword. I can't fault him for sticking with the Jaehyun.
Yeah, and another incredibly close game, a 10 damage differential. That's it. These have been as close to the wire as you can ask, and kind of just sitting comfortably, waiting to find out which one of these two is going to be joining him on a flight over here. And so far, being 2 up, you got to be feeling good about it.
Yeah, Yuz is definitely looking to get his spot into the grand finals, taking this opportunity against Sack as practice against another Asuri. Landing dares, doesn't go for more there. Again, that dare read.
I like it. He's going for the recovery extensions as well now, too. It's worked quite a few times, so might as well keep going for it. And uses I mean, again, even though the dare may seem like a simple poke, it's enough to check him so far. And Sack hasn't had a super solution, but he's getting way more now out of these straight hits off a sword.
Yeah, he's definitely sticking a little bit more into the sword, right? Like you saw that weapon spawn in the middle, and Sack's like, no, I want this sword. Not only because you're in that damage percent where I can look for those KOs, but also because it just gives me a little bit more boxing potential against your great sword, and the downlight recovery will give Sack that stock advantage.
It's somewhere in this building, Remy is smiling because Qatar's figured out, question mark. It seems to be the solution at the moment, but that's a borrow time stock we got right here. So, of course, you want that extra credit. You want to build it up, and that is absolutely not how it's going to happen, as that whole skull got just caved in by that great sword.
Bro, I love when people do that. It's like the Indiana Jones thing where the guy's like swinging a sword around and he just pulls out a gun and shoots him. Like, that's what Yuz just did. He's like, okay, you can do all this dash dancing, but I'm just going to raw side sig you and get this stock.
Oh my god, it's the most extreme bonk on the head you could have ever not wanted to happen. But here we go again. Yuz is just constantly finding his openers, and I like how he's shifting it up now. Now he's starting to go for his grounded options, and it's working. He's got really good mix-up between both.
Yeah, you're seeing him just catch Sack consistently. He gets to stay grounded against Sack with the options that he's going for, so Sack goes high, and he just resets.
Yeah, and Sack once again completely ignoring that weapon, just refusing to pick it up. At this point, this is a one weapon show, and is the sword, which is still keeping the game even because the Katars were not getting anything going.
Yo, but Yuz now has that damage. He can look for that dare in there. You're seeing him poke a lot with those dares, but Sack catches the movement, gets the recovery, and he's likely going to be going back to the sword. No, he wants the Katars. It's an early stock.
Yeah, I guess getting access for 1A, that double neutralite. B, he's at that damage window where once he gets knocked out, he will get access to that sword next. He's already done the switch up, so very smart, because even though that got the KO, go with what's been working so far throughout this game.
Well, this is now final stocks here. Sack over to the
Katars that were primed. My mistake. Yeah. I thought the sword was primed next, so very, very dangerous situation here because Sack is in that spot where he is forced to run at Greatsword head-on, being behind 2 games. That is only going to allow you to go for big reads.
I mean, he's got to land first. He's getting these hits. These trade-outs are still kind of effective for Yuz because, I mean, again, Qatar's the single-hit damage is not the best for them.
Right here is just to overwhelm and overcome at this point. If he can get it done, Sack double jumping over, just trying to find a dare opener at any point.
Nice.
There we go, neutralites.
Good jump over the side sig, but still Sack finding hits. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Ooh,
he's disarmed.
Weapon toss up and bounces him off the weapon. Uses field himself at the moment, and that's going to be it right there as we see the 3-0 come in from Yuz, taking out one of the 2 Asuris that was still reigning terror in this bracket. And this should absolutely be what he uses to go into this matchup against Kaina.
Bro, what's with all these one-weapon Andys? 526 damage on the great sword. Sack was sticking with the guitars for 400+ damage. Like, it's just like the one-weapon meta right now.
I'm going to say that South America looks out for their homies because they saw what happened to Fiend with the hammer and said, no, it's okay. Look, we know you were only using the one, okay? We're also only using one. See, we're all doing it, okay? It wasn't just him. Okay, it's like, well, what's that Adam Sandler movie where it was like, it's cool to pee your pants? It's like, this the same thing.
Billy Madison?
Yes, or I think, probably. That one, I don't know. Somebody correct me. But just either way, they all stick together. And definitely not that he could have hit the hammer at all. But they're doing this and looking good at it because even though they're only using the one weapon throughout these matches, the greatsword finally warmed up. And that was the solution that he needed finally.
Yeah, his greatsword was looking amazing. I'm still like so obsessed with these down airs that he was doing as a dodge read, and of course I can sit here and pretend to know what I'm saying about it, but there's someone who actually knows what to say about that gameplay. Let's throw it over to Remy.
Yup, Duke, there have been a lot of just like tap down airs. We're seeing a lot of Qatar gameplay where it's more like going for these end lights and then resetting, or going for these 1 or 2 hits, maybe the down light, get the nair off, and then go for the reset. And it feels like greatsword has kind of a way of dealing with it where it's like, okay, you want to play that tap game, that neutral game, I'm going to play it too, except I'm going to outrange you with my side light. I'm going to outrange your down light in the air with my down air. And I'm going to get the extended range off. Hughes did a pretty good job of that the entire time, and in the end of it, in key moments like this, he was able to do what greatsword does best, get the 3-piece off the dodge read. Now you see, at the start of this clip, he's in the orange, and Hughes is about to be 1 hit away from death. He gets the beautiful down air, gets that dodge in read, gets the 3-piece, picks up the sword and pushes him off. That's the kind of play that greatsword allows you to do. Sure, it's tap, tap, tap for a while, but when you give me that opening, when you give me that dodge, when you mess up, it's gonna cost you almost your entire HP bar. Same thing here, a beautiful, beautiful setup. He gets the side light, gets the down light, and before the opponent knows it, before Sack knows it, it's turned not into a finisher, but a down air, gets the nair off, throws up the weapon to create some pressure, another down air, and this right here, this is too clean. It's just something very light, something you may not always be ready for, but he just kind of sends him off stage. He knows he's not going to get that closer off. He knows the opponent has dodge, so he just kind of hovers around that area, gets that recovery off. You can see the character is grayed out. He did use all his jumps getting him at the stage, so he just says, okay, I'm going to get that recovery off. If you dodge, I'm going to be ready for what you do after that. I have all the options. You have none left. It's really beautiful stuff, and Hughes, he really deserves that win. Pulling out the greatsword in this late into the bracket is, especially since he knows how to play it and it did just receive that buff, really good option to bring out into the guitars here. I'm really impressed to see what he does next.
The greatsword brought out the greatness that Hughes needed to get to that next match, and also guaranteeing that flight over for the Winter Royale. So congratulations to Hughes being able to join kind of in that trip over, but that does not mean that it's over yet, because there's still one more thing that we have to call, and that is the winner itself of Winter Champs.
Yeah, you get a little bit of relaxation because you've guaranteed a Grand Finals finish, you've guaranteed your spot at the Royale, but of course, you want some spending money when you come to Atlanta. Of course, you also want to be crowned the first champion for your region in 2023, so he's gonna be playing for that Grand Finals gold medal. This would also be his first gold medal. You saw the stats a second ago. He's had multiple bronze medals. This is going to be his first silver or gold medal, but he's obviously playing for that gold.
Exactly. You know, we got the first the medal on Sack's side, but that does create a new medal for Hughes. And if there's ever a time to try and get that big upset, it's Winters, because everything goes wild at Winter Championships. Those are the best of the best. There was an interesting stat that got brought up to me a little while ago by Left Stick, that apparently there's only one person in history who's ever won BCX and then won the Winter Championships afterwards. That is an absurd stat to have, but stats, of course, looking in the favor of Kaina, not only on the medals department, but that now last set moves it up to 11-7 lifetime. I still think, though, from what we just saw to use, I feel a lot more comfortable with the potential fact that we could at minimum see a reset with the Jaeyoon.
Yeah, I mean, with the way that he's been playing that greatsword, I think there's a lot of potential here. But at the end of the day, Sack is not Kaina. They are not the same player. They're not going to be playing exactly the same way. And so Kaina has all of this advantage of being like, okay, you were my testing dummy. You're the one who's kind of poking around, seeing the things that open up against Hughes, or seeing what reads he likes to lean into. And now I am the person who gets to abuse all that information that you just gave me.
Exactly. The thing I'm looking for the most while I'm watching this match, the data that was collected from the previous one. D-Light on bow was not usable. sidelights on Lance, anything that was a burst option, unusable because of the way that kind of just jumped around and baited it and made Use feel completely lost with the emotions. Same thing shows up with Greatsword. You're going to be looking for those low-grounded starters, and if you commit to it, you're getting punished for it. So I think we're going to see a heavy dosage of Neutral Light as just an anti-air swipe to say, you can't jump around me, but I'm curious to see how kind of approaches through that, maybe more with the sword rather than the Katars.
I think one thing that's going to be really, really interesting is if you compare winners to grand finals, right? Between the two, kind of did this thing where he was staying right underneath and catching a lot of the movement with these neutralites, these very vertical options. And when you're on the vector, you don't really have anything that can challenge directly below you, right? Your bow dare's not really going to do a lot there. Your lance dare's not going to do a lot there either. But on the other side, when you switch over to the Jae-Yun, it doesn't matter because he's going to a different character. It's going to be the Lin Fei. He wants Katars v Katars. He saw Remy leave the building and was like, all right, now's my chance to bring out more Katars.
As long as he knew he wasn't going to get the sadness look from Remy, he was feeling fine. As we start grand finals of South America here of Use versus Kaina with yet another showing here from Lin Fei.
We're seeing the Lin Fei come out. It's not going to be an Asuri versus Asuri mirror match to finish this one off, but it's still going to be Katars versus Katars. The cannon gets thrown away quick, but one thing that Use has with this Asuri is that right there. Dare into neutral light is true at 9 dexterity, and it works really well for Use.
Use basically the biggest thing that he has that is the surprise factor is the occasional pull, but also that side sig being an access tool at the ledge. We've seen quite a few people make an attempt at it. I wouldn't be surprised to see it soon, but good wall volley, trying to catch a poke in his head above the ledge, but does not get the mark.
Yeah, went a little wide on that one. Again, that's kind of the trouble when you're swapping characters too much is like the range of your signatures is going to be a little bit harder to adjust to. But still, he's getting some good damage built up. He needs a little extra, though, because, again, Lin Fei, not the most strength. Usually comes in high dex, high speed, doesn't have a lot of strength or defense.
And right now we have, I mean, the cannon usually negates that and doesn't really have too much.
That damage built up on to kind of has him in the red. Is likely going to be looking for a downlight nair, but hasn't even really thrown out too many downlights. Instead, it's been like neutralites on the stage. There's the nair. Finally finishes off the stock, but Use took a healthy bit of damage there trying to find that.
I feel like it's what kind of does to you, man. Like, I keep looking for the openers that could be there for the D-lights, but kind of's always playing, like, just out of the sweet spot range. He goes in, makes it look like you can hit it, and then fades out. And you're like, I don't want to swing at that because I know he's looking for it, and it makes you second guess it so much like that previous set.
Use, though, had a little bit of a juggle there, but kind of immediately turns it around. Downlight side air. He's back at it. He's gave him the same book. It's the same thing. You press any button and you are going to get hurt.
Yeah, you steal this coach's game plan at this point. It's like find the playbook and take it away from Kaina because his advantage with Katars has been second to none compared to pretty much all the other Katars we've been seeing so far. And I honestly don't even know what Use is going to do to solve it because the cannon I figured would be like a nice burst option tool to check this movement, and he hasn't even had a chance to do it. It's just trying to go Katar v Katar, and it has not been enough yet.
Yeah, he's just trying to out-dex the Katars of Kaina. Throws out the down sig, Kaina not in position to punish. Neutralite doesn't get extra there.
I like the chase attempt there, going for the sidelights afterwards, expecting him to maybe stay in position, go for a spot dodge, but oh my God, why are you so frightening, dude? Please, my God. I am freaking out over here and I'm not playing, but that's a big punish right there as game number 1 does go in favor to Kaina, and I do, to be completely honest, a lot of what that game felt like looked very similar to those last games in Winners Finals.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the character Use is playing, it does not change the fact that Kaina's got so much control. 512 damage put out on the Katars. This region is the region of one weapon Andes.
True enough, for the longest time, it was pretty much just the Lance. And then we saw, of course, the Rise of Spear with Fiend kind of showcasing everybody what that could do. But now it has been one weapon show all throughout Winter Champions here in South America. And it's going to, Use needs to make that one work right there.
Yeah, he's got the cannon in hand. Will hit a little bit harder than those Katars. And he's starting to find some solid damage built up, but he's not getting that like dodge in read that kind of,
I am so glad that I didn't say go off king before that happened because I was about to say that on the fact that Use had so many. And yeah, that one is a mentality emote right there. Like, oh, well, all right, GG's, bro. I don't know what I'm going to do about game 2.
That's just like a self-oof, you know? Oh, yeah, that happened.
Ouch. But we'll see if a rebound can happen, because you never say never. You never honestly, you put on a good amount of damage before that moment. That it's not that far off here.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely gotten some good damage built up. All he needs to do is finish off this stock of Kaina. And on the other side, Kaina's not really doing too much with these stocks. He's not getting that much damage put out onto use.
I feel like that's the part that's so frightening about Kaina. It's like, it really does feel like he's not doing too much. That spacing, again, was so good. Doesn't get too much out of that punish, but does get reversal snared. However, already put Use up in orange.
One thing that's really tough for Use is landing. Like, Kaina does a really good job of just like waiting for Use to jump and then stealing away all of the space just in front of Use, and Use is just trying to find this narrow landing pad against Kaina.
Yeah, the amount of confidence you need to have to just watch if somebody does that. Meanwhile, however, Use feeling pretty confident in that. But that's a big reversal.
Snap. No! He bet big.
That is the trade-off, of course, of Cannon. If you decide to bet big and you get reversed like that, if you are not in position to side air your way back to stage, you're probably not making it back.
Yeah, I mean, that second recovery whiffing is just like a, oh no, that's not going to go well.
Looking rather foolish right now, but it's okay, bud. It's okay. You still got more games to play. And Use, however, doesn't look like he's having a good time. Again, landing against Kaina is an impossible task, like you said.
It's definitely challenging at the very least. Neutral Sig, not quite enough. Again, Linfei, not the most strength, but enough to finish off the stock. Last stocks here, and honestly, so far, Use has kind of thrown away 2 stocks. Like, both of them have been these like very minor mistakes that end up leading to early KOs.
And to be honest, I want to see an attempt at it one more time, because you're so far behind at this point. You might as well just go for it all. But
go for something other than side air back onto the stage, though. First.
All right, what's the option here? Chilling away. Yeah, the Kaina just literally does not care about any of your spacing on your signatures. That is at least 4 of them, I think, that he just spaced around, other than the 2 neutral Sigs that were able to take the stock out. This would have been fantastic until he was in a position where that Sair was easily punishable. Kaina knew that the resources were gone. And 1 game away, Duke, from getting yet another championship for South America.
Yeah, that was just an unfortunate 50-50, right? Like, Use read high, expecting Kaina to, like, panic dodge up or jump, and unfortunately Kaina went down and then avoided it, and Use was like, well, I have horizontal movement. I can go for these side airs, but if any of that movement gets stuffed out, that's a stock, and that's exactly what happened. Kaina hit him with the down air and ended up closing it out, and now, like you said, 1 game away from a Kaina championship.
We've been going around the world in 80 days right now, because we've been taking a grand tour of these stages, and we are going to finish potentially here on Miami Dome. Honestly, it might be the right call, just because landing has been so difficult that those 2 soft platforms give you at least a different route. That said, most of the Qatar players have made complete success out of those platforms as well, much like that positioning right there.
The neutral and actually beating out the side air there from Use. I mean, this is looking like a repeat of Winners Final, where Kaina just had all of the control. Every time Use was throwing out attacks, Kaina was smacking him. Use with the spot dodge, doesn't eat the recovery, but still, all right, he actually gets a little bit of a landing there.
Yeah, he's done it against 3 burst option, actually, well, 2 burst option characters, because he did not fight the Jaeyun, but he was able to shut down the approaches from Vector. He's been able to shut down the bursts from Cannon, and so far he has shut down Linfei 1 more time here in Game 3.
Yeah, advantage to Kaina. Use picks up the cannon, hits the side air, goes for the ground pound. Kaina's got the edge guard opportunity, but Use gets back onto the stage.
Kind of keeps smacking him away with those nairs, and it's not even that that Use is making like bad choices either. He's just barely misspacing, and Kaina's punishing him for it almost every single time.
Off stage, okay, that's a punish from Use. Going for that gravity cancel N-Sig to punish the N-Sig of Kaina. Opportunity here for Use to bring it back.
Qatar's in hand, trying to chase him down, but Kaina's movement just so slippery to get away, to get access to that weapon. But this is pretty much the first of the sword we're going to see over the past couple games.
Yeah, it's really been the Qatar show. I mean, kind of on both sides. He's had the cannon in hand for Use, but it's still kind of predominantly been these Qatars on both sides.
I almost feel like Kaina's just going to throw it away like soon. Yeah. It's like he was hovering around like he planned to get rid of it pretty soon, just because these have been on the money.
Just wanted that safe opportunity to. A nice slap down coming out from Hughes. Needs a little bit more, but let's kind of get that wall touch, fake out with the ground pound, and kind of hits him for it.
This is a big make or break type moment right here. That Nair does come through though, and that breaks the spirit pretty quickly. It's still, if you can minimize the damage here, Hughes does very much have a chance to try and take this game. It's just the key factor, minimizing this damage here before you get that stock.
As we've said time and time again, it ain't over till it's over. But right now, Hughes is on his final stock. The Dragon doesn't go over the corner, kind of gets past it again. Side air, still not enough for Hughes to even up the stock count, but the side sig will do it.
Very well done. All right, all of a sudden, we're back on the board and back in the game. And that was pretty close as well with that previous interaction where he caught that stuff recovery, had the side air off the wall, couldn't get the closeout, but still closed it out, only being put into yellow here on last stock.
Yeah, I definitely got nervous in that offstage opportunity, that like situation where Hughes is a little bit below kind of. But he did manage to get his way back up onto that stage. Nice.
Here we go. Kind of starting to get something going. Getting some dare reads as well in the middle of the strings. Getting some more damage off. And kind of does get back to the Katars, though. And so far, the mirror match of the Katars has been slightly in favor of Kinda. But this is for sure, I think, the closest last stock I have felt between these two.
Yeah, Hughes definitely utilizing the map as well. You saw him utilizing those soft platforms that you mentioned at the very start of this game, and definitely pointing out why he wanted this map. Good avoidance of the recovery. Hughes needs to avoid all of those KO options because he wants to stay inside this tournament.
And kind of just tried to find his way over to the sword. Now we're at that point where we're going to be getting pretty close to D-Light recovery. Might not even need it. That's just multiple Nairs in a row that keep getting the job done.
You know, the neutralites, everything adding up, the equation starting to show a kind of victory. If Hughes can't deny it, that's 3 exclamation points and 1 more at the end of the game, as Kinda is gonna be the South American Winter Champion.
If you needed any type of description to how the set went the way it did, that last stock was exactly the picture. Waiting it out, not moving, even though they're close, just controlling the side of the stage, waiting for all the resources to burn. Yeah, no, where are you going? What are you going to do? That's fine. That's cute. Keep holding the wall. Oh, 1, 2, 3, bye. Just well executed by Kinda, never giving up stage control for no reason, and always making sure that he was always out of burst ranges in the previous matches before that, and Kinda, once again, just sitting comfortably and dominant in that throne that belongs to him in South America.
Yeah, showing why he is PR #1 in the South American region. But, of course, we're looking forward to seeing Kinda and Hughes because they've both earn their spots in those Royales. There are 2 more people who are going to be flying here in the coming months, I believe in March. But either way, that's another champion crowned, and we've still got 1 more. Tomorrow is North America, but congratulations to Kinda. Congratulations to Hughes. Congratulations to everybody else.
Yes, also biased to me, I get a Vector that I get to see at the Royale, so I'm happy about that. But still, just phenomenal play from everybody up to this point. I mean, there was... Obviously, a lot of us have a lot of fan favorites in South America. The Fiend pops up for everyone. West's a big fan. Sparky is popping off somewhere because he's a super fan of Kinda, just continuing to prove how good he is. And I think that it's just been amazing to, after the question of how good really is South America, and then they come out at not only midseason, but BCX having many of their players sitting in the top 32 or higher positions, many of them placing high compared to like EU and company. They've made a stake in a name for themselves. I think that they're going to be a massive threat going into that first Royale.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. I think there's a different level of pressure on them than we've seen in the past. Historically, again, prior to last year's midseason invitational, it was like NA, EU, and South America's over there. They got a person. It's cool. They'll show up, and it'll look cool, and we'll have fun, and good job. But you're not really a region. But Mid-Season Invitational showed South America came to play. BCX showed South America came to play. And I think these Royales are also going to continue that narrative of South America is here to play and showing that they are a top region and a very real argument to be made that they could be one of the top 2 regions if they continue this trend.
Yeah, just remember also, even if you don't have the ability to get out to the Royales because you got to qualify for them, there are also a lot of lands that are going to be coming up too. You have access to those 3 dream hacks that are going to be showing up, and one of them, of course, being San Diego, which I'm super excited to go to. A little bit easier to travel for many over along the West Coast, so rather than having to always come out this way. So that's going to be awesome to see a lot of maybe sleeper names that might be out there to perform well. and we get to continue to showcase that incredible performance and strengths of these regions that don't get out as much. Even though it happens to be the U.S., the NAE side of things usually gets a little bit easier. So do not forget to register, sign up now, and make sure that you get out to the incredible events known as DreamHack, because it's so much more than just the tournament in of itself. There is a lot at those conventions.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time, super fun, absolutely love it. And again, these open invitational, not open invitational, these just open LAN in situations where you just kind of get to play against each other, get to talk in person. If you haven't been out to it, if you didn't get to make it to the World Championship last year, highly recommend, because it is just a great time. And of course, if the plays this weekend have been keeping you a little cold, you can still pick up some of that Brawlhalla winter merch, brawlhalla.com/winter merch, and get that hoodie, get that blanket.
Yes, do not miss out on those, because those are a limited time offer. Flex on your friends. Do not be the one to not have it, because I guarantee you, anytime that you're on Sparky and he finds out that you decided to wait too late, he's going to laugh because he's going to be getting it. We're going to be getting it. And I can't wait to have access to not only that blanket, but that hoodie, because it is just an incredible design. And it's a unique thing specifically to the Championship Series. So having access to that is going to be awesome. I can't wait for when I get mine, because I'm going to get it. And it looks phenomenal. So remember, February 12th, that is the last day, the final day for the orders. Do not miss out on this limited time offer while you can for the Winter Championship exclusive merch.
You know what? I'm going to lie through my teeth right now and say that if you get the Infinity hoodie and you wear all 4 at the same time, maybe I'll think you're cool.
I will think you're crazy for wearing them all at the same time. That's gonna be hot, but do it. Also, reminder of those Royales, there are multiple. It's not just the seasonal events anymore. It's not just BCX. We have the Royales where the qualifying players from the top 3 of NA, EU, and the top 2 of SA will be coming out to compete in an invitational style bracket from those qualifying positions to get not only a little bit more in that prize pool, but the extra bragging rights of winning that matchup against all of the best from that season.
Yeah, and there's one unique title that the winner will get, and if they don't maintain that position, then they're going to lose that title, and someone else will be the king, queen, or the emperor, or whatever you want to call themselves, the winner of the Royales. They're going to be that royalty after they win it. So it'll be really interesting to see who can maintain that status. Can someone really be that Royale champion across the entire year? Because it's hard enough to be a seasonal champion continually. It's also it's going to be incredibly hard to do it with those Royales.
Exactly, and just being amongst the best and the best, you want to constantly prove yourself against the best of the best. And beyond that, just being in person, being able to play games and have fun with everybody and lab out with some of the best minds in the game, it's just a fun experience. I mean, anybody who went to BCX can attest to the fact that being able to spend time with everyone in person matters so much, because you build lifelong friends with people you may not have ever known. And that's not even just on the game side. If you want to be on the production side of things, you want to be on the casting side of things, going to events like in-person events are the stepping stone to that. Because if I never went to majors in the past, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. So it's phenomenal. But I am very, very happy to see that there are a lot more events coming up between both the Royales and the DreamHacks, and just in general, this season of Brawlhalla, this year, excuse me, of this Brawlhalla is looking phenomenal.
Yeah, you talk about building these lifelong relationships, these lifelong friendships. You can also build lifelong rivalries. You can hate someone, and that's super fun too. I've never met you, but I hate you. And I'm just, every time I look at you, I'm going to just make a real ugly face and be like, I don't like you. And you can boo someone in person. It's great. It's super fun. No, but you get to have fun. Honestly, like we talk about the competition. It's great. There's you get to hang out. You get to eat together. You get to talk together. Again, we've talked about, like, some people have these like online beefs, and then they meet each other in person. They're like, actually, you're not weird and cringe. I actually think you're kind of normal and cool.
I won't say names, but if you were watching, I specifically saw I saw 2 people during the I believe it was the mid-season invitationals who were both in an elevator, who I thought were going to throw each other off of a cliff. and they hung out the whole weekend. So I am very happy to see that because, again, all of the, like, keep it in game. It's fun because those rivalries are fun. Also, it's very hilarious when you did that to me because I lost it just now. Yeah. We had, like, a good cop, bad cop going thing here. But it's, like, at the end of the day, rivalries and everything, those do push you. And sometimes your biggest rival becomes your biggest friend. I've seen it quite a few times in multiple games.
I've
and
watched
it only
anime
keeps going.
too.
I mean, you and Sparky are basically just biggest rivals with each other. So.
That's why I can't shave my head, is because he's already stolen that.
You won't join the bald brigade just because Sparky was already there?
Yeah, he's already claimed the bald status. All I got going for me is that I'm Asian, man. Like, he can't take that away from me. But we don't have to fill time anymore because we're not going to get the interview that we were potentially going to have. But we do want to thank you all for watching. We've still got one more day of the Winter Championship singles. Tomorrow is going to be the North American region kicking off at 2 p.m. Eastern. You can find all that information at brawlhalla.com/schedule. Any parting words, Ajax?
Not much at all. Thank you so much for tuning in today. But like Duke said, we still have one more title to crown tomorrow for North America. Don't miss out. Make sure to tune in. For now, all of y'all have a great rest of your night. But it's had a hard time getting any type of runway. Finally gets up there with the lance and looking for the end sig, but that is a huge punish. Gets past the weapon toss. He's not going to be able to get the wall touch though, and that's kind of
down sig whips him back.
momentary lead. Pretty much disappearing quickly. I like that though. Wait a minute. Wait. Oh! Not one stare at this point. Also takes it out. So Zach just looking for that mistake. Neutralized by Via into that. After not playing him all day, you need to get it warmed up. So the great sword just lost his final answer.
Pick up though. Zach has the stage, but it won't matter as a downlight.
Toss up and bounces him off the weapon. Uses field himself at the moment, and that's gonna be more get into play. And Hughes, however, doesn't look like he's keep getting the job done.
Neutralites everything, adding up the equation, starting to show a kind of victory. If Hughes can't deny it, that's 3 exclamation points.